Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 683 to Chapter 757. Lan Xuanyu said, Commander-in-Chief, I don't know much about the Heaven Reverse Division. This division works for the Federation, but it doesn't completely belong to the Federation. Lei Gao said, the Heaven Reverse Division is also known as the Federation's Special Affairs Department. Only important people can join it. The important people I'm talking about are Heaven Duelists of level 7 and above. Those people are the true heroes of the Federation. There are some secrets you can't know yet, but I can tell you that if you become one of those important people in the future, you'll know that although the Federation is developing rapidly, it's also facing great dangers. This is why the Federation has never slacked off and has always worked hard to develop itself. We have enemies, and they're very powerful. If we're not powerful enough, we'll be the ones to be conquered. Every ancestor of the Heaven Reverse Division strives hard for the common people to continue living in peace. When you enter the Shrek Academy's inner court, you'll have the right to know the details. This wasn't the first time Lan Xuanyu heard that the Federation had enemies, but they didn't have the right to know what kind of enemies they had. Lei Juanzi said, You've gained a lot this time. I asked Yan Rueting about the Academy's requirements. As a senior, I have to help my juniors. Since you have killed a level 8 Source Dragon, I will propose to the Heaven Reverse Division to increase the difficulty of this mission to level 4 and increase the reward to 120 points for each of you. The condition is that you must leave all the Dragon Origin crystals behind and exchange them with us. The Federation also has requirements for us, so we have to hand in some Dragon Origin crystals regularly. Lan Xuanyu said, No problem. We originally wanted to give all our Dragon Origin crystals to the base. Thank you, Senior. Lei Juanzi smiled. No need to thank me. You deserve it. Oh, let me remind you that the Heaven Reverse Division's points will be used to upgrade Heaven Duelists, not to exchange for Academy badges. Okay. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Lei Juanzi said, Every time a Heaven Duelist's level increases, their authority will also increase. Official Heaven Duelists enjoyed special treatment from the Federation, and there were many benefits in all aspects. The Heaven Fighter rank is also useful in the military. Don't you have military merits? Military merits correspond to your Heaven Fighter rank. Seeing that Lan Xuanyu was still a little confused, Lei Juanzi said, To put it bluntly, if you can become a level 6 Heaven Fighter, you will have the same position as me, a Major General in the military. When faced with a war, you will have temporary command authority. At the same time, in our Shrek Academy, if you are a level 5 Heaven Fighter, then you have the qualifications to enter the inner courtyard directly without the need for an exam. I only found out about this later. I tried my best, but in the end, I didn't succeed. The Academy's requirement was that one had to become a level 5 Heaven Fighter before the age of 25 to be accepted into the inner academy. It was too difficult to become a Heaven Fighter, but the benefits of becoming a Heaven Fighter were all round. Heaven Duelists of the 7th rank and above are all powerful beings who hold important positions in the Federation. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that a level 5 Heaven Fighter could enter the inner courtyard without the need for an exam. He originally wanted to let his companions use their points to exchange for resources, but now it seemed that the most important thing was to raise their Heaven Fighter rank. If he remembered correctly, becoming an official Heaven Fighter, which was a level 1 Heaven Fighter, required 100 points. This time all of them could meet this requirement. As for how many points were needed to become a higher rank Heaven Fighter, he didn't ask. He originally didn't have many thoughts about raising his Heaven Fighter rank. After chatting with Lei Juanzi for a while about the Academy's situation, Lan Xuanyu bid farewell. Lei Gozhe asked someone to bring him to the base's exchange office to exchange the Dragon Origin crystals he had obtained. During the exchange process, Lan Xuanyu finally understood the difficulty of obtaining points. He originally thought that a level 8 Source Dragon's Dragon Origin crystal could be exchanged for 18,000 points, but in reality, it was only 500 points. A level 6 Source Dragon's Dragon Origin crystal could only be exchanged for 50 points. That's right, it was that little. A level 1 Source Dragon's Dragon Origin crystal could be exchanged for 1 point. A level 2 Source Dragon's Dragon Origin crystal could be exchanged for 3 points. A level 3 Source Dragon's Dragon Origin crystal could be exchanged for 5 points. a level 4 Source Dragon's Dragon Origin Crystal could be exchanged for 10 points, a level 5 Source Dragon's Dragon Origin Crystal could be exchanged for 20 points, and a level 7 Source Dragon's Dragon Origin Crystal could be exchanged for 200 points. Lan Xuanyu asked Yan Ruoding and found out that a level 1 Heaven Fighter needed 1,000 points to become a level 2 Heaven Fighter. This time, they had hunted over 1,000 Source Dragons, so how many points did they obtain in the end? Over 7,000. On average, each of them obtained around 200 points. Moreover, the difficulty of the mission had been adjusted to level 4, so each of them obtained a total of 120 points. Each of them obtained a total of over 300 points. This was without taking into account the harvest of the next 8 days. Yan Ruoding accompanied Lan Xuanyu to complete the calculations and helped him calculate the points. Then, she looked at him with an envious expression. So little. Lan Xuanyu looked at the points list helplessly. Little. The corner of Yan Ruoding's mouth twitched. She really wanted to say, "Do you know how many missions I completed to obtain 300 points?" Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "Yes, we killed a level 8 Source Dragon, but we only obtained so few points." Yan Ruoding smiled bitterly and said, "According to the difficulty of the mission, the points obtained will be different. A level 3 mission would normally give you 50 to 100 points, while a level 4 mission would give you 100 to 150 points. This time, because you killed a level 8 Source Dragon, each of you was given 120 points. Based on your speed, you will be able to become a level 2 Heaven Fighter after completing 2 or 3 missions. Do you know what a level 2 Heaven Fighter is equivalent to? In the military, it is equivalent to a captain. A level 3 Heaven Fighter is equivalent to a major, a level 4 Heaven Fighter is equivalent to a colonel, and a level 6 Heaven Fighter is equivalent to a major general. You completed the mission together with more than 30 people, so the points were evenly distributed. If you obtained all the rewards from killing a level 8 Source Dragon, you would be able to become a level 2 Heaven Fighter after completing this mission. How fast do you want to be? Lan Xuanyu heard Yan Ruoding's gradually increasing voice and had an idea. He said, "Senior, I have an idea. Advanced Heaven Fighters can obtain more resources and support from the Heaven Fighter division. If I increase my rank, will my team be able to obtain more resources and support?" Yan Ruoding shook her head and said, "What are you thinking about? Your rank is high because you will be able to obtain more resources and support. For example, the Heaven Fighter Division will assign you an exclusive warship to help you complete missions, but low-level Heaven Fighters are not allowed to accompany you. That is because you have contributed to the Federation." Lan Xuanyu was somewhat disappointed and said, "Is that so?" He was still thinking that if his team could also enjoy the benefits of the Heaven Fighter Division, then he might as well raise one person's rank first. How many points does a level 1 Heaven Fighter need to become a level 3 Heaven Fighter? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Yan Ruoding said, 10,000. It's very simple. The points required to raise a Heaven Fighter's rank are 10 times higher. Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded and said, "Doesn't that mean that a level 3 Heaven Fighter needs 100,000 points to become a level 4 Heaven Fighter? How many level 8 Source Dragons would we have to kill? Isn't that too difficult?" Yan Ruoding rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think it's that easy to raise a Heaven Fighter's rank? How can it be that easy? If it was that easy, then wouldn't anyone be able to become a general? A level 4 Heaven Fighter needs 1 million points to become a level 5 Heaven Fighter. What a terrifying number. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. Wouldn't a level 7 Heaven Fighter require 100 million points? Was there really someone who could do it? No wonder even a general like Lei Xianxia said that a level 7 Heaven Fighter was a big shot. Then what kind of person can become a level 7 Heaven Fighter? What kind of missions do they have to complete?" Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. Yan Ruoding said, "Those are the almighty people who saved the Federation. I don't know the specifics. Level 7 and above Heaven Fighters are the Federation's top secret. Anyway, I know that your Shrek Academy definitely has such a big shot." Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. The Shrek Academy had a level 7 Heaven Fighter. Could it be a god-tier powerhouse like Pavilion Master Wang? Lan Xuanyu kept Lei Xianxia's suggestion firmly in mind. After returning, he would prioritize upgrading his Heaven Fighter level. He remembered that the academy had said that after using points to upgrade his level, he could still exchange them for resources. Why did Lei Juanzi say that after upgrading his Heaven Fighter level, he could no longer exchange for items? What was going on? Did he remember wrongly? He had to clarify this when he returned. He clearly remembered that Xiaoqi had told them that they could exchange for emblems. After completing the exchange, Lan Xuanyu returned to the base and told his teammates the exchange rate at the exchange center. Everyone was clear about the difficulty of obtaining points and the use of points. There was no doubt that after listening to his words, everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and could not wait to continue hunting the source dragons. Several teams went out. Other than Lan Xuanyu, who stayed at the base to prepare for support at any time, Bai Xiuxiu and the others also set off with a team. They all had sky wings. Not only could they support other teams at any time, but they could also turn the sky wings into a fighter jet and fly quickly with their teammates. After gaining a sufficient understanding of the origin dragon, the way they hunted the origin dragon had changed. The skywings turned from mechas into fighter jets and then flew in the air with a few team members to search for the source dragon. After discovering the source dragon, they would directly land and attack it. After killing it, they would look for another source dragon. With the skywings searching for the source dragons, their speed was naturally much faster. The only problem was that they had to pay attention to avoid the source dragons that were too strong. They needed enough people to deal with the source dragons that were class 6 and above. Furthermore, they needed people like Tang Yuga, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Bai Xiuxiu, who had strong fighting strength. Only then could they have a chance. After the origin dragon tied, the number of source dragons that was sharply. At least near the base, they didn't encounter strong source dragons. There were very few class 6 source dragons. Most of them were low-tier source dragons. For the next few days, everything went smoothly and Lan Xuanyu didn't even go out to provide support. However, he also had a mission in the base, which was to refine the dragon origin gold. The Dragon Source Planet base had a place that specialized in refining Dragon Source gold. After all, Source Dragon Corpse's heavenly origin dragon. Dragon Heaven Heavens above, Dragon Heaven Star. Therefore, most of the Heaven fighters who carried out missions here would bring some Dragon origin gold back with them. They could use it for anything. They could keep it as a souvenir or use it to craft soul tools or battle armor. Dragon origin gold was an excellent blending agent because the metal element it contained could neutralize the repulsive reactions between different metals due to their different attributes. Lan Xuanyu gave it a try. When he added the dragon origin gold during alloy forging, the success rate of alloy forging greatly increased. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. They had obtained too many origin dragon corpses, so much so that he had almost occupied the entire refining center of the base for the past few days. The Lightning Hook Lake had indeed taken good care of him. They had specially allowed him to use the refining center. However, he still had to pay for it. He would use the refined dragon origin gold to pay for it. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu had been busy refining the dragon origin gold for the past 8 days. His companions gathered the source dragons they had killed in the wild. Once they had gathered a certain amount, Lan Xuanyu would go out again and bring them back to refine. For the past few days, they had lived a very fulfilling life. They had hunted origin dragons without any rest or sleep. When they were tired, they would meditate for a while, and when they recovered, they would continue fighting. There was plenty of time to rest. The return journey would take a long time. Very quickly, 8 days passed. The Battlecraft Combat Experimental Clash used Dragon Origin crystals to make another exchange. For the past 8 days, everyone had done their best. On the first day, they had familiarized themselves with the origin dragons. They knew that although these creatures were not weak, they had low intelligence. It was not too difficult to hunt them. However, for the next few days, they had mainly hunted origin dragons of lower and middle tier. Although they had hunted over 1,000 origin dragons, they had only obtained less than 4,000 points. This was because there were too few origin dragons of rank 4 and above. Even so, everyone had still obtained more than 100 points. Before they left, Lan Xuanyu had done some calculations. In the end, everyone had obtained a total of 463 points. This was their final reward for this mission. When they left, Lei Juanzi, who was the commander of the base, personally came to escort them to the spaceship. Xianyu, don't forget about our agreement. I will be waiting for you. Not only you, but if anyone from your class fails to enter the inner courtyard, I will welcome them with open arms. If you need anything, just give me a call. I will pay for the interstellar communication fees. Lei Juanzi chuckled. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. Uncle Lei, why do I feel like you are cursing us? Our goal is for everyone to enter the inner courtyard. Lei Juanzi laughed. Good, you are ambitious. I am also looking forward to seeing you create a miracle. You are welcome to visit Dragon Source Planet at any time. The next time you come, I will bring you to hunt rank 9 origin dragons for 3,000 points each. If I remember correctly, this should be a rank 5 heaven dueling mission. However, rank 9 origin dragons are very difficult to find. Furthermore, they have many underlings. Alright, when we have our 2-word battle armors, we will definitely look for you to try them out. Lan Xuanyu smiled. A rank 9 origin dragon and a rank 8 origin dragon had already taught him a deep lesson. Before he had an 8-ringed soul Douluo in his team, he would never consider such a thing. Although 3,000 points were tempting, his life was more important. After bidding farewell to Lei Juanzi, Yan Ruoding led the team back to the mother planet. The people on the spaceship were still the same. Because of the origin dragon tide, everyone had completed their mission and no heaven duelists had died. The only difference was that the other heaven duelists looked at the young people from Shrek Academy in a completely different light. How were they a bunch of kids? They were a bunch of monsters released by Shrek Academy that were even more terrifying than origin dragons. Even a rank 8 origin dragon had been killed by them. They looked to be around 16 or 17 years old, but there were soul sages among them. More importantly, the individual strength of these Shrek Academy students couldn't be judged by Soul Master ranks. They were far more powerful than Soul Masters of the same rank. How exactly did Shrek Academy nurture them? How could they produce students like them? To most people, the Shrek Academy was very mysterious and only accepted a small number of students every year. These students were undoubtedly 1 in a million geniuses, and the Academy nurtured these geniuses systematically. As such, even outer court students would be treated very well when they entered society. They were all heaven duelists, but why was there such a huge gap between them? The people from Shrek Academy couldn't sense the gazes of others. After 10 days of exhaustion, the spaceship stabilized and they all entered a meditative state. The heaven duel mission was a true combat mission. Through this mission, they had all grown to different degrees. After spending 10 days on the Heaven Duel Division spaceship, when the spaceship returned to the mother planet and returned to Shrek City, everyone felt as if a lifetime had passed. Reading was wonderful, smiley face. Even though they had only been away for a month, they really missed everything here. Compared to the harsh environment of the Dragon Source planet, the mother planet was simply a paradise on Earth. After getting off the spaceship, everyone kept taking deep breaths. They breathed in the air with the fragrance of plants and felt the rich aura of life rushing toward them. If they had a choice, they would not be willing to go on missions at all. They just wanted to study and cultivate in the academy. However, they had to obtain 24 difficulty points in a year. They did not have much time to rest at all. They could only make some adjustments and replenish their supplies before setting off again. After returning to the Shrek Academy, Lan Xuanyu asked everyone to go back to their dormitories to rest. He contacted the homeroom teacher, Xianxia, to report on the mission and ask him about the most important thing. Lan Xuanyu came to Xianxia's office. Xianxia was already waiting for him at the door. Xianxia looked up and down at Lan Xuanyu, who was unscathed, and smiled. I heard that you guys were in the limelight this time. The level 3 mission was upgraded to a level 4 mission. Lan Xuanyu said with some shame, I didn't do a good job in this mission. I have already reflected deeply to everyone. I will be more careful in the future. We have already exchanged mission points on the Dragon Source planet. On average, each of us has 463 points. It should be enough for us to become level 1 heaven fighters. Xianxia nodded. You completed the mission very well. However, the most important thing is to find your own problems and solve them in the process of carrying out the mission. Lan Xuanyu nodded seriously. Yes, I saw my own problems this time. Xiaoqi said, do you want to continue taking missions or make adjustments? Lan Xuanyu said, I plan to let everyone rest for 3 days before we continue on our journey. My heavenly wings also need to be repaired. I will look for Teacher Tang later. Teacher Xiao, I have a question. When I was at the base, I heard that if the Heaven Fighter points were used to upgrade the Heaven Fighter level, they could not be exchanged for other things. Is that right? But I remember that you told us that upgrading the Heaven Fighter level would not affect us from using points to exchange for emblems in the academy. Did I remember wrongly or did they say something wrong? Xiaoqi looked at him meaningfully. They didn't say anything wrong. You didn't remember wrongly either. Do you think that since our class is the Battlecraft Combat Experimental class, the academy will only increase the difficulty of your missions? Lan Xuanyu stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly realized something. He said in surprise, then wouldn't the students of the other grades be? Xiaoqi said, this is fair. If they are willing to bear the difficulty of your task, they can also have the same treatment. Moreover, their points will be exchanged for emblems better than yours. You need to use twice as many points to exchange for emblems. You can also exchange your points for emblems while increasing your rank as a Heaven Duelist. This is the Academy's resource allocation for you, and it can also be considered a reward. This is the result of your hard work over the past few years. The Academy is very satisfied with our Star Combat Experimental class, but this special treatment will only last until you graduate from the outer courtyard. After you enter the inner court, you won't have such preferential treatment anymore. Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. That's great. Thank you, Academy. We'll definitely take on more missions while we're in the outer court and complete them well. Xiaoqi said in a deep voice, don't be too eager for quick success. Safety comes first. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, this experience has already taught me a profound lesson. Teacher Xiao, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Lan Xuanyu said excitedly. Heaven Duelist points were so difficult to obtain, so they would definitely be able to exchange for a lot of emblems. Under normal circumstances, 1 point could be exchanged for a white emblem. In other words, Lan Xuanyu and the others could use 2 Heaven Duelist points to exchange for a white emblem. Each person could exchange for more than 200 white emblems, which was equivalent to 20 yellow emblems and 1 purple emblem. In this way, it wouldn't be long before these guys returned their emblems. Also, the time limit for your mission is 1 year. You can enjoy this treatment for a long time. But you have to be careful, having a 2-word battle armor is a rigid rule for graduating from the outer court. This is something that no one can change. Xiaoqi reminded. Understood. Lan Xuanyu nodded and bid farewell to Xiaoqi. Lan Xuanyu found Tang Zhenhua again and reported the situation of the mission, especially the process of him using the heavenly wings to attack the rank 8 Source Dragon. Then, he took out his damaged heavenly wings. Tang Zhenhua checked the mecha and told him that because the materials used in the mecha itself had a certain self-repair function, the internal components weren't seriously damaged. It was just that some parts of the core array needed to be adjusted. If it was an emergency repair, it would take about 3 days. The reason why the heavenly wings were damaged now was because it couldn't withstand Lan Xuanyu's intense operation. Lan Xuanyu could complete the operation with his own physical fitness, but the heavenly wings had a limit to its endurance. But for the other students in the class, the heavenly wings' endurance wasn't a problem because their operating strength couldn't reach Lan Xuanyu's level. If Lan Xuanyu wanted to increase the endurance limit of the heavenly wings, he needed to upgrade the heavenly wings as a whole. Tang Zhenhua had always been doing research in this area, and Tang Men had a team doing research with him. Although it couldn't be done in a short period of time, it would definitely be done in the near future. He asked Lan Xuanyu to leave the heavenly wings behind for 2 reasons. One was to repair it, and the other was to record the damage this time. This information was very important for Tang Zhenhua and the Tongmen's research. After leaving the Interstellar Center, Lan Xuanyu didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he went directly to his favorite place, Sea God Lake. After leaving for a month, he missed the feeling of soaking in Sea God Lake's water and being nourished by the life energy. He took off his coat and jumped into Sea God Lake. His entire body was soaked in the ice-cold lake water, and he felt strands of life energy enter his pores and permeate his entire body. He couldn't help but sigh comfortably as he lay lazily in the water. After being nourished by the life energy, his bloodline vortex started to operate on its own and recuperate his entire body. At this time, he was the most relaxed. He didn't want to think about anything and just soaked in the lake water and naturally fell asleep. Tang Yu stood on the shore and looked at Lan Xuanyu, who was soaking in Sea God Lake, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. The life energy in Sea God Lake was too rich, and not everyone could soak in it for a long time. If the life energy was too abundant, there would be problems with the body. But in the past few years, Lan Xuanyu could soak in Sea God Lake for longer and longer periods of time. Now, even soaking in it for a day or two was no problem. The life energy's recognition of him was enough to make anyone in the life school envious. At this moment, a green light flashed, and there was one more person beside Tang Yu. Feeling the familiar aura, Tang Yu hurriedly turned around and saluted, and respectfully said, "Teacher." This little guy is back." Master Shu looked at Lan Xuanyu, who had fallen asleep in the lake, with a smile. "Well, junior brother is back. His body is fine, but his spirit is a little tired. It's always like this at the beginning of the heaven fighting mission. With his potential, he just needs to adapt. Junior brother has broken through to 4ing, you know that, right?" Master Shu nodded slightly and said, "I know. His progress in other aspects is very fast, but his soul power is a problem, it's a little slow. From the life energy fluctuations on his body, he should have eaten 100,000-year-old purple immortal Ganoderma, which is very helpful in consolidating his foundation. The slow speed of his soul power improvement should be related to his bloodline, and even to his affinity with life energy. Let's take it slow, this way, his foundation will be more solid, and it might be easier to cross that threshold in the future." Tang Yu nodded and said, "Carrying out the heaven fighting mission has been quite tiring this year. I hope he can find his own path." Master Shu smiled slightly and said, "I've already received the information about their mission from the Heaven Fighting Division. They did a good job. This child is born with some leadership talent, and he has been unanimously recognized by his classmates. Their experimental class is very colorful. It's probably the most united class in the history of our academy. It's very interesting. I don't have much time left. I hope that before I leave this world, I can see him really grow up, help him get on the horse, and accompany him on his journey." "Teacher, you." Tang Yu's mood instantly became a little excited. "Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, wonderful reading," smiley face. Master Shu waved his hand at Tang Yu and said, "I've lived for almost 1,000 years. What's there to be unhappy about? It's meaningless to live for too long. The key is to live meaningfully. Moreover, even if I leave, I'll become a branch of the eternal tree. I won't really die, but become a part of the eternal tree." Tang Yu silently lowered his head. He really couldn't bear to part with him. Although there were people in the academy who didn't take the life school seriously and Master Shu often offended people, Master Shu was really good to his disciples and the members of the life school. He had always protected them and supported the life school, allowing the life school to have an extremely high status in the Federation. In a sense, the life school didn't belong to the Shrek Academy anymore. At the same time, the life school also had the ability to communicate with the eternal tree. The eternal tree was the life core of the entire mother planet. In the entire life school, there was only one god-tier powerhouse, Master Shu. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for people who had an affinity with life energy to cross the threshold of god tier. When the previous leaders of the life school couldn't cross the threshold, they would choose to fuse a part of their body with the eternal tree. From there, they would use the power of the eternal tree to cross the threshold and reach god tier. Therefore, the life school had always had god tier powerhouses. This was also an important reason why the life school could maintain a high status. Master Shu had cultivated for nearly 1,000 years, but he had never determined a successor until Lan Xuanyu appeared. In this regard, it wasn't that there were no dissenting voices within the life school, but Master Shu's prestige in the life school was so high that those people didn't dare to have too much opinion. As Master Shu's youngest disciple, Tang Yu completely agreed and supported Master Shu's decision. He himself was a quiet person, and he had personally watched Lan Xuanyu grow up day by day. This child had a special characteristic that was very compatible with life energy. Tang Yu, hold a school meeting next month. I have to make some arrangements, Master Shu said indifferently. Tang Yu's body shook, and he said respectfully, yes. Master Shu looked at Lan Xuanyu in the lake. Although he's still young, some responsibilities still have to fall on him. Tang Yu said hesitantly, isn't it too early? Old Shu smiled and said, time waits for no one. For the first time in my life, I feel that time is passing too quickly. Old Shu sighed softly and said, if only I had met him 10 years earlier, then I would have had enough time to arrange everything. Lan Xuanyu slept very comfortably. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. His whole body was filled with rich life energy, and the exhaustion of the previous month had been swept away. After leaving Sea God Lake and bidding farewell to Tang Yu, Lan Xuanyu began to get busy. In 3 days, he had a lot of things to prepare. Supplies for the next operation, exchanging emblems, upgrading his Heaven Fighter level, confirming the next mission, and making the corresponding preparations. He hadn't forged for a month, so he had to familiarize himself with forging. At least he couldn't let his forging level drop. Just as Lan Xuanyu had judged, 2 Heaven Fighter points could be exchanged for a white emblem. For Lan Xuanyu, more than 200 white emblems were nothing, but for his classmates, they were already quite satisfied with such a big harvest after completing a mission. What's more, this didn't affect them from upgrading their Heaven Fighter level. In the mission center, Lan Xuanyu and his classmates completed their upgrade. From a reserve Heaven Fighter to a level 1 Heaven Fighter, they only needed to make some internal adjustments in the Heaven Fighter system. Everything else was as usual. It took 100 points to upgrade their Heaven Fighter level, and each of them had more than 300 points left. They could only upgrade to a level 2 Heaven Fighter after accumulating 1,000 points. No matter what level of strength they had, this process was indispensable. Everyone had to complete missions to level up. We have become official Heaven Fighters and can establish a Heaven Fighter team. What's the name of the team? Does anyone have any ideas? The name can't be changed, and it can't be the same as other teams. Let's brainstorm. Lan Xuanyu called all the students who had just completed the exchange and upgrade together. The Heaven Fighter team could accept some team missions. Team missions were relatively more complicated than ordinary missions. They were all judged by the Heaven Fighter division and needed to be completed collectively. Such missions were likely to involve multiple missions. It was more difficult to complete, but the rewards would also be higher. Without a battle team, it was impossible to accept a battle team mission. There was no doubt that the Star War experimental class needed to establish a team as soon as possible. Everyone looked at each other, confused for a moment. They weren't good at naming things. Why don't we call it the Heavenly Wings team? Lan Mengqin said. Lan Xuanyu said, let's check first to see if there are any duplicates. The answer was obvious. The name Heavenly Wings was very famous, so it was inevitable that there would be duplicates. After a simple check at the mission center, they knew that they couldn't use this name. Lan Mengqin pouted and said with some dissatisfaction, we will all be Heavenly Wings in the future. Isn't this a good name? Bai Xiuxiu, who was standing beside her, said, why don't we add a prefix? We have a total of 33 people. How about we call ourselves the 33 Heavenly Wings? Yes, there were only 33 people in the Star War experimental class. 4 of them had regretfully dropped out of school due to special circumstances. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Qianlei praised, that's good. The 33 Heavenly Wings feels similar to the 18 war gods of the War God Temple. Ding Zhuohan chuckled. You really know how to flatter yourself. Compared to the 18 war gods, are we still going to be called Heavenly Wings in the future? Bing Tianliang said, there's nothing wrong with that. With that, he turned to face Lan Xuanyu and gestured with his right hand to his ear as if he was answering a call. First wing, first wing. I'm 3 wing. Please reply if you receive this. Ding Zhuohan was furious when he heard that. Where's your face? Who gave you the confidence to call yourself 3 wing? Have you considered Yuga's feelings? Have you considered Mingqin's feelings? Bing Tianliang kicked him. You only know how to cause trouble. Ding Zhuohan dodged. I'm telling the truth. I only dare to call myself 8-wing at most. You're so shameless. How dare you call yourself 3-wing? His 8-wing was obviously meant for Lan Xuanyu and the others to hear. He wanted to choose Lan Xuanyu and the others, then himself. You're 8-wing. You're the shameless one. Alright. Lan Xuanyu pulled Bing Tianliang back and said, we'll talk about which wing we're talking about later. What do you think of the name 33 Heavenly Wings? I think it's not bad. Lu Feng nodded. Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui nodded tacitly at the same time. After nodding, they looked at each other and turned their heads away. This name was meaningful, and it included all of them. Soon, it received unanimous approval. 33 Heavenly Wings. There were no duplicates in this name. The registration was successful. The 33 Heavenly Wings of the Heaven Fighting Division was established. Lan Xuanyu was the first Heavenly Wing, or rather, the first Heavenly Wing. Naturally, he received everyone's approval. However, no one cared about the rankings at the back. Everyone wanted to fight for a spot at the front. The reason was very simple. The 18 war gods of the War God Temple were ranked according to their strength. For a moment, everyone was having a great time arguing. Lan Xuanyu was helpless about this. He couldn't decide on this either. Many of his classmates were about the same strength, so no one was willing to submit to anyone. Reading pleasure, smiley face. Lan Xuanyu simply let them continue arguing while he walked to the mission screen to continue looking for missions. The missions on the screen were constantly being updated. He had already looked at it once but did not find any suitable missions for them. Now that the team had been successfully registered, he could look for missions. He had to quickly confirm the missions before he could set the departure time. Obtaining 24 difficulty points in a year was still very tight. He looked at the mission screen in front of him and chose the level 3 mission. That's right, he still decided to carry out the level 3 mission for the second mission. Safety first, he had already deeply experienced it this time. There was a possibility of encountering a powerful existence like the level 8 Source Dragon while carrying out a level 3 mission. The possibility of encountering an accident in a higher level mission was naturally higher. Very quickly, he found an interesting mission on the mission screen. Level 3 mission, Exploration of a Resource Planet. This was an exploration mission that required them to explore a small planet discovered by the Federation. It was still a planet that was not suitable for humans to live on. So far, there were no signs of life on it, but it was rich in minerals. This small planet was very strange. It often emitted special energy waves, or rather, radiation. The Federation suspected that there were special minerals on it. The mission requirement was to find at least one special mineral and determine its usefulness. The mission reward was 50 points per person. If more minerals were discovered, the points would increase. The possible danger was that this small planet was very close to Nifa's planet. There were often pirate groups stationed on it, and there was even a pirate trading center on it. Some dangerous items and items that were not suitable for trading on Nifa's planet would be traded there. Therefore, the probability of an exploration team encountering pirates was very high. They would need special concealment and cover to enter. The reason why the military had not conquered it yet was because it was too close to Nifa's planet. Nifa's planet could send a fleet over at any time. Pirates were very cunning and would choose to retreat at any time. Before confirming that the planet was valuable enough, the Federation would not waste their forces there. It was close to Nifa's planet and would definitely require a strong army to defend it. The resources required were not small. Exploring this planet and confirming whether it was valuable or not became a very important mission. This was a mission for heaven fighters. Exploring was not difficult. The difficult part was sneaking in and being able to escape from the pirate group. Back then, when he was taking the first year's final exam, Lan Xuanyu and his companions went to Nifa's planet. That experience left a very deep impression on him, and he also gained a lot. This mission was related to the interstellar pirates on Nifa's planet. Lan Xuanyu inquired about this mission. He wanted to know how many resources the Heaven Reverse Division could provide and how to sneak in. The answer he received was that there were no reinforcements. That's right, even the flying ships needed to be prepared by the battle teams themselves. How are we going to get there without a spaceship? Lan Xuanyu looked at the staff member in front of him in surprise. The staff member said, "This is where the difficulty of the mission lies." There was a difference between a team accepting a mission and an individual accepting a mission. Most of the Heaven Fighters had sponsors and would cooperate with some big forces. Of course, they had to cooperate with a force related to the Heaven Fighters. These organizations would also be inclined to let the battle teams help them carry out missions related to them. A battle team without a sponsor actually didn't have much meaning in existence, because the possibility of completing a mission by themselves was extremely small. All the team missions had to be completed by themselves. The team was in charge of the whole process. The Heaven Reverse Division would not provide any help. Relatively speaking, it would be more dangerous, but at the same time, the degree of freedom would also be increased. As long as it didn't violate the Federation's laws, the Heaven Reverse Division wouldn't care what the battle teams did. More importantly, every member of the battle team would receive points. There was such a thing. Lan Xuanyu realized that they didn't know enough about the Heaven Reverse Division. No wonder this seemingly easy mission was a level 3 mission and there was no limit to the number of people in the battle team. So this was the problem. Then are there any restrictions for the battle teams to accept missions? Lan Xuanyu asked. The staff member said, the restriction is that the battle teams can't accept missions that are lower in difficulty than the highest level of the members. In other words, if the highest level of Heaven Fighter in your team is level 1, then you must accept missions of level 1 or higher. If the highest level is level 2, then you must accept missions of level 2 or higher. This is to prevent high-level Heaven Fighters from leading the battle teams to accumulate rewards by doing low-level missions. After all, there is no limit to the number of people in the battle team missions. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. They definitely wouldn't have any problems in this aspect. There were 33 of them and they were all Heaven Fighters of the same level. Thank you. I'll think about it. Lan Xuanyu didn't think this mission was too difficult. They had the Skywings, so even if they fought in space, it wouldn't be impossible. And this mission was mainly for exploration. Then, as long as they could sneak into the planet, they could pretend to be pirates. It wasn't like they hadn't done that before. However, the last time they went to Nifas, they had the support of the Tangmen. The Tangmen warship had been registered with the pirates, so they could enter without a hitch. What about this time? It wasn't that they didn't have a warship. The one from the Tangmen was still there, and Tang Zhenhua would modify and upgrade it whenever he had time. Although the warship was a little small, it wasn't impossible for the 30 or so people to stay inside if they squeezed. As for piloting the warship, they could still do it. The only problem was their identity as pirates. Their warship had been registered on Nifas back then. The academy definitely wouldn't sponsor them. After all, they were just outer courtyard students. The academy had already given the Star Combat Experimental class a lot of benefits, so there was no way they would help them complete missions. Otherwise, what kind of test would it be? Then, how could they become pirates? The corners of Lan Xuanyu's mouth curled up slightly as he thought of an acquaintance. He opened his soul guidance communication device, found Deng Bo's name, and dialed. Very quickly, the other side picked up, and a doubtful voice came through. Lan Xuanyu. Yes, Captain, it's me. Hello, long time no see, how have you been? Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. Deng Bo said coldly, nothing much, it's alright. Also, I'm not your captain, so don't call me that. I'm afraid you'll trick me again. Lan Xuanyu laughed and said, Captain, that's not right. It's been so long, but you still remember it. Furthermore, wasn't it a special situation back then? You're a great person, so why are you being so calculative with us kids? Deng Bo almost couldn't breathe. Kids, are you normal kids? You controlled me, hijacked the warship, and finally got the Tangmen to give you the warship. Is this something that kids can do? If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm hanging up, Deng Bo said unhappily. Lan Xuanyu said, there is something. Captain, we have recently become Heaven Duelists and have established a Heaven Duelist battle team. We plan to take on some battle team missions. But you also know that battle teams need sponsorship, or else it will be very difficult to complete missions. We have a warship now, and although it's a little small, it can still be used. We also need some help with our identities. I wonder if you can recommend us to the Tangmen and help us out. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. You guys formed the Heavenly Fighters battle team? Dangbo was stunned. Yes, it's called the 33 Wings battle team. The members of the battle team are all from the Star Combat Experimental class. I'm the class monitor and can be considered the team leader, Lan Xuanyu said. Dangbo was silent for a while before saying, wait for my news. I'll go and ask. With that, he hung up. Lan Xuanyu rubbed his nose. He seems to be holding a grudge. Bai Xiaoxiao stood beside him. How can he not hold a grudge? Have you forgotten how we treated him? Lan Xuanyu said, do you think the Tangmen will help us? If we don't have the help of a big faction, I'm afraid we won't be able to accept this battle team mission. We can only accept team missions, but missions like the one on the Longyuan Star are too rare. Furthermore, those missions won't be available after one completion. Bai Xiaoxiao said, I think the Tangmen will agree. After all, the Tangmen have a good relationship with the Shrek Academy. Furthermore, they should know our potential. Not long after, Dangbo called back. Captain, what's the matter? Lan Xuanyu asked. Dangbo said, our leader wants to see you. Come to the Tangmen. Lan Xuanyu said, alright, now. Dangbo said, now then. The leader is here. You know how to get to the Tangmen, right? Yes, I know. I'll contact you when I arrive. Lan Xuanyu turned to look at Bai Xiaoxiao and said, the Tangmen want me to go. There should be a chance, but I think they will raise some conditions and requests. I'll go with you, Bai Xiaoxiao said. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, alright, let's go together. He returned to the students who were still arguing about which wing they were in. Alright, stop arguing. Go back and rest. I'll inform everyone once the mission is confirmed. Keep your soul guidance communicators open. I'm the 8th wing. I'm the 8th wing. Go away. Me? Ding Zhuohan and Bing Tianliang were still arguing. Lan Xuanyu could not help but slap his forehead. How childish. Does it matter which wing I am on? Well, I am the 1st wing anyway. Why don't you two fight? Whoever wins will be the 8th wing. Okay, Bing Tianliang said. No, Ding Zhuohan said. Ding Zhuohan was definitely not Bing Tianliang's match in a one-on-one fight. He was a control-type soul master, so he was at a disadvantage against Bing Tianliang, who was an assault-type and agility-type soul master. However, in terms of overall strength, he was no weaker than Bing Tianliang. After leaving the mission center, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao drove straight out of the academy and headed to the Tangmen headquarters. The office building of the Tangmen headquarters was the largest building beside the Shrek Academy. They had been at the academy for several years and naturally knew where it was. However, they had never been there. From afar, they could already see the grand entrance of the Tangmen headquarters. The car was stopped at the main entrance. Lan Xuanyu contacted Dangbo, and soon, Dangbo walked out. After the staff confirmed their identities, they drove the car into the Tang sect headquarters. Upon entering the Tangmen headquarters, the first thing they saw was a huge statue. It was a stone statue of a handsome young man holding a golden trident. His long hair was draped behind him. The statue was more than 20 meters tall, and the Tangmen building behind it was semicircular. It was as if it was his background. Lan Xuanyu, who was familiar with the history of the Tangmen, naturally knew that this statue was the ancestor of the Tangmen who founded the Tangmen 30,000 years ago. He later became the god of the sea, Tang San, a legendary almighty of a generation. The Tangmen's unique skills were all created by Tang San. In his era, whether it was in the Tangmen or the Shrek Academy, there were legends about him. There were also legends that said that the Shrek's 7 monsters of that generation all became gods. That was the era with the highest number of god-tier powerhouses in history. The only thing that could be verified was that Tang San had indeed become a god. There were different opinions about whether his companions had become gods or not. In the history of the Tang men, no one was as important as him. Under Deng Bo's guidance, the car was parked in the side parking lot. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu got out of the car and walked toward the building under Deng Bo's guidance. Deng Bo glanced at Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu from time to time. They had not seen each other for a few years, and Deng Bo did not change much. However, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had changed a lot. They had all grown up. Lan Xuanyu was more handsome and tall, and Bai Xiuxiu was more gentle and beautiful. Although their faces still had some childishness, their eyes were very determined. There was no doubt that these two were definitely favored by the heavens. Deng Bo also understood that students like Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu would definitely enter the inner courtyard of the Shrek Academy in the future. And every student in the inner courtyard of the Shrek Academy would be a big shot in the future. Therefore, although he was still brooding over what happened in the past, he did not view them as enemies. "Captain, can you tell us something about the attitude of the Tang men?" Lan Xuanyu asked tentatively. Deng Bo glanced at him and said, "I think the leader is more interested. You can talk to the leader about the specifics. The Tang men have also sponsored a lot of Shrek Academy's Heavenly Fighter team. In fact, this is no different from your academy sponsoring you. It's just a different way of saying it. The Shrek Academy and the Tang men are one." "I understand." Lan Xuanyu immediately calmed down. Although the Shrek Academy and the Tang men were an academy and a sect, they were close to each other to the extent that they were one. In fact, students could not stay in the academy forever unless they stayed to teach. Then, where did the graduates of the Shrek Academy go? Especially the students who graduated from the inner courtyard. Other than those who stayed in the academy, most of them seemed to have joined the Tang men. There were also a few who joined the military or other organizations. It was just like how most of the elites nurtured by the Spirit Pagoda joined the Spirit Pagoda. It was because of this that Lan Xuanyu thought of asking the Tang men for sponsorship. The Tongmen's headquarters building was simple and unadorned. It was basically made of stone, which was completely different from modern buildings that were mostly made of metal. Inside the solid building, there were some paintings carved on the stone walls. These were all real antiques that were at least a few thousand years old. The Tang men did a very good job of protecting these things. There were colorful paintings on the huge dome of the headquarters hall. Lan Xuanyu only needed to glance at them to know what kind of story these paintings were telling. It was the story of the Shrek Academy and the Tang men being bombed by the Holy Ghost Church 10,000 years ago. The Shrek Academy's 7 monsters of the Shrek Academy rebuilt the academy and revitalized the Tang men. This period of history was also very famous in modern times. The currency God's Lake was blown up at that time. The current Tang men and Shrek Academy were also rebuilt at that time. In that era, the master of the Tang men and the master of the Sea God's Pavilion of the Shrek Academy were the same person. He was the Dragon King Douluo Tang Wulin that was commemorated by the statue in Shrek Square. Deng Bo didn't give them time to admire these relics. He led them to a passage in the hall and then went up the stairs. There were no elevators here. It was the most traditional staircase. They went up 2 floors and arrived at a reception room. The reception room wasn't big. There were only 6 single sofas in an arc. There were small tables between the sofas and an ancient carpet on the floor. Deng Bo said, "Take a seat. First, I'll report to the leader." With that, he left. Lan Xuanyu looked around and silently felt the energy fluctuations and aura here. Those stone walls seemed to block everything. His spiritual power couldn't sense too far away. From this headquarters building, he could deeply feel the foundation of the Tang men. There was no doubt that this was only a small part of the Tang men that was exposed on the surface. One had to know that the Tang men led the development of soul technology in the Federation. Everything here was simple and unadorned to commemorate history. Not long after, the door opened, and Deng Bo walked in with a person. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu hurriedly stood up. When they saw who it was, they couldn't help but be shocked. Reading pleasure is wonderful," smiley face. Tang Miao smiled and said, "Have a seat, don't stand on ceremony. Tangman and Shrek Academy are family to begin with." Yes, this person was invited over by Deng Bo. The leader he mentioned was the deputy hall master of the Tangmen Douluo Palace, a god-tier powerhouse, Tang Miao. "Senior, why are you here personally? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly bowed to Tang Miao. Tang Miao smiled and said, how can I not come personally? Your class is the first experimental class of the Shrek Academy. I understand that the team you registered is called the 33 Wings team, right? The name is not bad. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Their team had just been registered, but Tang Miao already knew about it. Tang Miao once again gestured for them to sit down with his palm. Then, he walked to a sofa inside and sat down. Dangbo has already told me your thoughts. In principle, the Tang men are willing to be your sponsors. However, the Tang men also have their own rules. I don't know if you guys understand them. If you want to obtain the support of the Tang men, all the members of the Heaven Fighters team must join the Tang men and become disciples of our Tang men after being vetted by us. Tang Miao went straight to the point. Join the Tang men? Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. He didn't reject joining the Tang men because he had a good impression of them. Where did this good impression come from? Click, click, from the pit. The last time he brought his companions, he had taken a certain risk in order to complete the final exam. He had detained the warship to make a contribution and not really coveted a warship. After returning from the holidays, he had fought for his own benefits with reason and evidence. He didn't expect the results to be unexpectedly good. Not only did the Tang men not blame him, they even gave the warship to them. How generous was this? It could also be seen how good the relationship between the Tang men and the Shrek Academy was. Tang Miao smiled and said, is there a problem? Actually, the treatment for the students of the Shrek Academy who join the Tang men is different from ordinary people who join the Tang men. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. What's the difference? Tang Miao said, first is freedom. Although you've joined the Tang men will not restrict your freedom, nor will they force you to do anything. You're just a Tang men in name, as long as you admit to the outside world that you're a disciple of the Tang men. The only restriction is that you can't join other organizations, such as the Spirit Pagoda or the Battle God Hall, but you can choose to join the military. Secondly, you will receive the full support of the Tang men. For example, your heavenly fighters will receive support. With the support of the Tang men, you will definitely grow faster. Also, you can exchange at the exchange center in Tang men. You can even use the Shrek badge to exchange. The Tang men have some good things that even the Shrek Academy doesn't have. You can also learn the unique skills of Tang men. Lan Xuanyu blinked. This sounded too good. There were only rights and no obligations. Only, how can there be such a good thing as pie falling from the sky? Is there nothing we need to do? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Tang Miao said, when the sect is in a life and death situation, you have to save them. You have to ask for help wherever you encounter Tang men disciples. Other than that, there are no other rules. Of course, everything you do has to abide by the law. Otherwise, the Tang men Law Enforcement Hall will take action against you. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. The conditions were too good, making him hesitate. Tang Miao smiled and said, do you feel that the conditions are too good? It's unrealistic. Lan Xuanyu nodded subconsciously. Tang Miao smiled and said, that's because you don't really understand the relationship between the Tang men and the Shrek Academy. You can think of it this way. The Tang men and the Shrek Academy are a whole to begin with. They are two indispensable parts of a whole and help each other. Both the Tang men and the Shrek Academy have declined before. They only reached this point because they supported each other. Therefore, our ancestors have long determined that our two families are one. It's just that we are still two different organizations to the outside world. After all, the Tang men and the Shrek Academy are too powerful. Of course, the Federation naturally knows about our relationship, but it won't make it public. If not for the relationship between the Tang men and the Shrek Academy, would the Shrek City be able to be as autonomous as it is now? Would it be able to guard the Tree of Eternity, the strongest resource in the Federation? This is precisely because the Federation can't do anything to us. Two inseparable parts of a whole. This sentence had a strong impact on Lan Xuanyu, and his eyes widened almost instantly. Tang Miao continued, in the history of the Tang men and the Shrek Academy, the leaders of these two forces are often the same person. Can you understand what I'm saying? Lan Xuanyu nodded foolishly and looked at Bai Shoushou beside him. I understand, senior. It's just that your conditions are too good for us, so I feel that it's a little unrealistic. Tang Miao chuckled and said, of course, not everyone can receive such treatment, because you guys are different. You guys are almost certain to be able to enter the inner court in the future. The conditions I gave are all targeted at the inner court students. If your classmates all enter the inner court, there will naturally be no problem. If they only graduate from the outer court and join the Tangmen, the treatment will also be different. At that time, they will have to do something for the sect. Therefore, I have another suggestion that will make it easier for you guys to choose. Please speak. Lan Xuanyu listened seriously. Tang Miao said, in your class, I'm most optimistic about you, Bai Xiuxiu, Lan Mengqin, Tang Yuga, Qian Lei, Lu Feng, and Yuan and Hui Hui. As long as the 7 of you are willing to join the Tangmen, your 33 Wings team will be able to obtain the support of the Tangmen. The conditions I mentioned just now are effective for all 7 of you, even if you can't enter the inner court in the future. The others can choose not to join the Tangmen first, or they can choose to join. If they enter the inner court in the future, their treatment will be the same as yours. Those who choose to join the Tangmen will have to fulfill some obligations for the Tangmen. Those who don't choose to join the Tangmen just have to withdraw from your 33 Wings team. In fact, those who can't enter the inner court can't continue to be in the same Heaven Fighters team as you guys. Lan Xuanyu was a little stunned by Tang Miao's words. This god-rank mighty figure was almost always thinking for them. Tang Miao was right. If it was just the 7 of them, it would be much easier to manipulate. The others could just not join the Tangmen first. It would not be too late to join after entering the inner court in the future. At that time, they would also not be restricted. In any case, as long as their team could obtain the support of the Tangmen, it would not be a problem for the others not to join the Tangmen for the time being. It could be said that the Tangmen had considered everything thoroughly when it came to supporting them. They were completely thinking from their perspective. Not to mention Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, even Deng Bo was a little stunned when he heard this. What was going on? This treatment was really too good. Yes, that's basically it. You don't have to rush to answer me. Think about it more. You can also go back and ask your teachers. After you've thought it through, just contact Deng Bo directly. He will handle the procedures for you. You can be considered acquaintances with Deng Bo. If you choose to join the Tangmen in the future, he will be your contact person. At the same time, he will also be the person who will serve your team here in the Tangmen. Thank you, senior. Seeing that Tang Miao had already stood up, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu hurriedly stood up as well. Nice reading, smiley face, Tang Miao said, alright, that's it then. I won't keep you guys. Deng Bo, send them off for me. Lan Xuanyu still felt that it was unrealistic even after they left the Tangmen headquarters and got into the car under Deng Bo's resentful gaze. Xiuxiu, what do you think? Lan Xuanyu turned to Bai Xiuxiu and asked. Bai Xiuxiu thought as she said, I feel that the Tangmen think very highly of us. This seems to be an investment in us. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Yes, he felt the same way. Investment? It seems like they also think that we will definitely be able to enter the inner court. To be honest, I really want to enter the inner court as soon as possible and see what it is like. Why do the outside world have such a high opinion of the Shrek Academy's inner court? Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, we will definitely be able to enter the inner court. Yes. Lan Xuanyu was also very confident about this. After returning to the academy, Lan Xuanyu did not share the good news he had obtained from this trip to Tangmen with his teammates. Instead, he went straight to Tang Zhenhua. He wanted to ask his teacher if they could agree to Tang Miao's conditions. After listening to his explanation, Tang Zhenhua gave an affirmative answer. The relationship between the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen was indeed very unusual. Do you know why the Tangmen extended an olive branch to you? Tang Zhenhua suddenly smiled. Why? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Tang Zhenhua pointed at the ring of destiny in Lan Xuanyu's hand. Because of this. Destiny ring. Lan Xuanyu immediately thought of something. You mean, Tang Zhenhua said, don't underestimate the life school's influence in the Shrek Academy or in the entire Federation. If the outside world knows that you are the heir to the helm of the life school, you will receive the highest level of treatment no matter where you go. The life school is not as simple as you think. It is closely related to the tree of eternity. In a sense, you are the heirs of the eternal tree. Lan Xuanyu said thoughtfully, so, what you mean is that the Tang men hope to show their goodwill to the school of life by sponsoring us. Tang Zhenhua said, you can say that, but it's not accurate. For the Tang men, this is a good thing. At the same time, they are also interested in the potential of the few of you. I can foresee that all of you will be outstanding talents in the future. You may even become the next Shrek 7 monsters. If you can really become the new generation of Shrek 7 monsters, then the Tang men will have made the right bet. Of course, Lan Xuanyu had heard of the title Shrek 7 Freaks before. Only the strongest students of the Shrek Academy who had made outstanding contributions to the Academy could have such a title. The captain of the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters was the founder of the Tang men, Tang San. The Dragon King Douluo in the Shrek Dragon King Plaza was also the captain of that generation of Shrek 7 monsters. The founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Hui Yuhao, was also one of the Shrek 7 monsters of his generation. One could imagine how high the status of Shrek 7 monsters in the entire Federation was. However, even the Shrek Academy rarely gave out this title. Not every generation had a Shrek 7 monsters. Only those who were extremely outstanding could become the Shrek 7 monsters. The Shrek 7 monsters could only belong to the Shrek Academy and the Tang men. Every generation of Shrek 7 monsters represented the honor of the Shrek Academy and were also the heroes of the Shrek Academy and the Tang men. Teacher, are there any Shrek 7 monsters now? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. At the same time, he couldn't help but become a little excited. Tang Zhenhua actually said that they were qualified to compete for the title of Shrek 7 monsters in the future. How could he not be excited? This was the Shrek 7 monsters. If all the honorary titles of the Federation were put together and asked which one he wanted the most, it would undoubtedly be the title of Shrek 7 monsters. This was even more desirable than the highest medals awarded by the Federation government. It was also the most noble title in the entire world of Soul Masters. For example, the 18 war gods of the War God Temple and the 9 heavenly spirits of the Spirit Pagoda actually evolved from the Shrek 7 monsters. However, they had never reached the same status as the Shrek 7 monsters. There is. Tang Zhenhua smiled slightly, his eyes shining. There are Shrek 7 monsters now? Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. Who are they? Are they in our academy? Have I seen them before? Tang Zhenhua said, you've seen 2 of them. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. Could it be you and Dining? Or is it impossible for Teacher Tang Yu to be Teacher Xiaoqi? Tang Zhenhua rolled his eyes and said, how is that possible? How can people like us be qualified to become Shrek 7 monsters? One of them is the Vice Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion, Wang Tianyu, and the other is the one you just met today, the Vice Hall Master of the Tangmen Douluo Palace, Tang Miao. After our eternal tree evolved, the Shrek Academy had an unwritten rule that the Shrek 7 monsters must be God-rank powerhouses. Without God-rank cultivation, you don't have the qualifications to compete for the title of Shrek 7 monsters. Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, in that case, our Shrek Academy and Tang men now have 7 God-rank powerhouses. Tang Zhenhua said, I can't tell you this. This is a secret of the Academy. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but laugh. You've already told me a lot. Tang Zhenhua said, don't talk nonsense to outsiders. 4 of the current Shrek 7 monsters are in Shrek City. I don't know what the other 3 are doing. They might be carrying out some mission, or they might be in a high position in the Heaven Fighting Division. Lan Xuanyu said, then who is the leader of the current Shrek 7 monsters? Can I know his name or title? No. At least wait until you enter the inner court before I can tell you, Tang Zhenhua said seriously. Lan Xuanyu's eyes flashed with yearning. That was the Shrek 7 monsters. Could he really compete for the position of one of the 7 monsters? Don't think too far ahead. You're only 4ing now. Tang Zhenhua mercilessly attacked his disciple. Of course, he also hoped that Lan Xuanyu could become one of the Shrek 7 monsters in the future. In that case, he would be the teacher of the Shrek 7 monsters. What could be better than this? However, Lan Xuanyu was still too weak now. He was only 4ing. It would not be easy for him to break through and become a god in the future. There was still a long way to go. So, it's not a problem for me to join the Tangmen, right? I'll go back and tell my teammates. We'll join the Tangmen as soon as possible and continue to carry out the Heaven Fighting Division mission. This way, we should get more rewards from completing the mission. Tang Zhenhua nodded slightly. Okay, but you still have to be careful. The Tangmen will support you with resources, but they won't give you any help in completing the mission. Don't forget the lesson from last time. The Heaven Fighting Division mission is a real battle. You must be careful. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, Lan Xuanyu said seriously. The next thing was simple. He contacted his teammates and confirmed the matter of joining the Tangmen. In order not to let the other students in the class feel uncomfortable, Lan Xuanyu simply did not tell anyone. He only informed Lan Mengqin, Qianlei, Lu Feng, Tang Yuga, and Yuan and Hui Hui. They would join first and enjoy the Tongmen's treatment. After entering the inner court in the future, they would invite the students who entered the inner court to join the Tangmen and enjoy the same treatment. This was the best way to do it now. It would not bring any unnecessary trouble to the students, and they did not need to bear this responsibility. However, it would allow them to gain the support of the Tangmen. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. When they came to Tangmen again, there were already 7 of them. Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui, who had lived in Shrek City, naturally had no problem joining the Tangmen. They had grown up listening to the legends of Tangmen. Qianlei and Lu Feng followed Lan Xuanyu's lead, so they didn't have any objections. Lan Mengqin said that she would listen to Bai Xiuxiu. If Xiuxiu chose to join, she would join. The 7 of them reached an agreement after a few words. They contacted Dang Bo and arrived at the Tangmen headquarters again on the same day. Dang Bo brought them into the Tangmen headquarters again. Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui had been here before, so they felt fine. But for Lu Feng, Qianlei, and Lan Mengqin, they had also experienced the shock of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. They walked along the main hall of the headquarters and passed through a long corridor. In front of them was a huge hall. The huge arched door was 15 meters tall. When Dang Bo arrived in front of the door, his expression had become extremely respectful. This is the hero palace of Tangmen. Only the most outstanding Tangmen of all generations can be here. There are very few newcomers who are allowed to hold a ceremony here when they join Tangmen. To be honest, I envy you guys. Please come in. As he spoke, Dang Bo gently knocked on the arched door a few times. The huge arched door slowly opened inward, revealing a huge hall. An unprecedented sense of simplicity and solemnity suddenly spread out from inside, causing Lan Xuanyu and the others to clearly feel their hearts tremble. When the door opened, the interior became bright. 2 rows of huge stone pillars extended inward. Stone sculptures that were as tall as 5 meters appeared on both sides of the hall. They were carved to perfection. Not only were they portraits, but each of them also had the characteristics of their martial souls. Among these statues, Lan Xuanyu quickly saw some familiar faces. This was because he had seen similar statues in the Shrek Academy. They should be the ancestors of both the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. Slowly walking into the hall, Lan Xuanyu's mind suddenly trembled slightly. Imperceptibly, in this hall, he seemed to feel a strange spiritual fluctuation. This spiritual fluctuation was high and spirited, bringing along with it his spiritual aura, as if it was sublimating. He seemed to have seen and heard the ancestors of the Tangmen sacrificing their lives for the Tangmen. Continuing forward, he saw the largest statue, which was right in front of him. It was the innermost statue. It was the ancestor of the Tangmen and the founder of the Tangmen, the sea god Tang San. This sea god was wearing golden armor, and his long blue hair was draped behind him. He looked to be in his 20s, and his entire body was painted, making him look like a real person. The huge statue that was 10 meters tall held a golden trident and had a faint smile on his face, as if he was looking at him. On both sides of the sea god Tang San, there were 2 huge statues that were also 10 meters tall. The person on the left had a vertical eye on his forehead, and there were 6 small statues around him. Among them, there was a white silkworm on his shoulder with golden rings on its body, and a stalk of star anise mysterious ice grass at his feet. The most eye-catching ones were the two women. One was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in green. All 6 statues surrounded him. Although it was the first time Lan Xuanyu and the others had seen this statue, they could all guess its origins. This was also one of the Shrek's 7 monsters of the Tangmen, and the most important leader of the Tongmen's resurgence. He was also the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, the Spirit Ice Douluo Yuhao who created the Spirit Soul system. It was said that he later became a god. It was also said that he was originally the son-in-law of the sea god Tang San, and his wife was the daughter of the sea god Tang San, who had descended to the lower realm to play. The one on his shoulder should be the legendary million-year soul beast. Even the beast god Di Tian hadn't reached the million-year level of cultivation, but its body was very weak. It was the Skydream Iceworm. The 2 figures, one green and one white, should be 2 of the 10 great savage beasts. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion and the Ice Sky Snow Lady. One had to know that the Ice Sky Snow Lady was ranked above the Emerald Swan, by G. Lan Xuanyu and the others had seen the statue on the other side of the sea god Tang San before. It was the same statue as the one in the Shrek Plaza, the Dragon King Douluo, Tang Wulin, who held a yellow Jinlong spear and wore forward battle armor. The golden mask covered most of his handsome face, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. But Lan Xuanyu didn't know why, but when he looked into his eyes, Lan Xuanyu vaguely felt a tinge of sadness. Without a doubt, these 3 were the most important existences in the history of the Tangmen. Among them, the sea god Tang San and the dragon king Douluo Tang Wulin were once the leaders of the Tangmen. Only they were qualified to stand on the main seats of the hero palace. A ray of light descended from the sky, and a figure appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu and the others. It wasn't the Tang Miao that Lan Xuanyu had seen earlier today. It was a stranger. He looked to be in his 20s, handsome and dressed in white. His long black hair was draped behind his head. Compared to Tang Miao, he was less handsome, but more handsome. His entire body seemed to be emitting an invisible light. He landed in front of the 3 huge statues, smiled, and said to Lan Xuanyu and the others, "Come closer." Lan Xuanyu and the others hurriedly walked forward. Lan Xuanyu was in the middle, and the other 6 were on either side of him. The man in white smiled and said, "I am the vice leader of the Tangmen, the hall master of the Douluo Palace, Mengfei. Welcome to the Tangmen, and welcome to the Tangmen." Hall master of the Douluo Palace? Even higher than Tang Miao. That must be a god rank expert. Greetings, hall master. Lan Xuanyu and the others hurriedly bowed. Mengfei smiled and said, "We'll be a family from now on. No need to be so polite. This is the hero palace of the Tangmen. In the future, you are also welcome to come here for training." Training? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. How could they train here? Mengfei didn't explain and said, "Let's begin the ceremony. I'll read out the rules of the Tangmen first. Please listen carefully and remember them in your hearts. The first rule of the Tangmen is to forbid rape and pillage. The second rule is to forbid deceiving one's master and killing one's ancestors. The third rule," he read out the rules one by one, and his expression became serious. The rules of the Tangmen were very straightforward, and Lan Xuanyu and the others memorized them carefully. The rules have been read out. Next, bow 3 times to the 3 ancestors of the Tangmen. As he spoke, Mengfei retreated to the side. The 3 ancestors of the Tangmen were naturally sea god Tang San, Spirit Ice Douluo Yuhao, and Dragon King Douluo Tang Wulin. The 7 of them faced the 3 ancestors and bowed deeply 3 times. The ceremony is complete. From now on, you are members of the Tangmen. On behalf of the Tangmen, I welcome you. Mengfei's smile reappeared. That's it? The process wasn't complicated, but looking at the 3 statues in front of them and feeling the strange aura of the statues around them, the 7 of them felt a sense of holiness in their hearts. Now, please sit down where you are. The ancestors will give you something in return, Mengfei said with a smile. Something in return from the ancestors. Although they didn't know what it meant, the 7 of them still sat down cross-legged under Lan Xuanyu's lead. In the next moment, they only felt the hall master of the Douluo Palace in front of them emit a dazzling white light. His entire body seemed to expand in an instant, and his figure became bigger and bigger. Everything around them began to blur, and Lan Xuanyu and the others suddenly felt as if the world was spinning. It was as if they were in a whirlpool, and for a moment, their minds were in a trance. At the next moment, in their vision and senses, it was as if all the sculptures around them had come to life. Many pairs of eyes looked at them, and clusters of spiritual powers landed on them, baptizing their bodies and cleansing their spirits. Recently, there was a power generation event at the bottom of Tencent Video's Douluo continent broadcast page. To put it simply, it was a ranking. The first and second place on the ranking could respectively act as an extra in an animation and provide voiceover for a certain character in the animation. The top 50 could obtain VIP seats in an offline event in Guangzhou on December 1st. If any Tangmen disciples want to appear in the Douluo animation or come to Guangzhou to get close to me, go ahead and generate more power. Open Tencent Video, and the power generation button at the bottom of the Douluo continent broadcast page would generate power. The two large vortexes in Lan Xuanyu's body started to spin naturally. He could clearly feel that his spiritual sea was boiling, and the vortexes in his spiritual sea were spinning especially intensely. It was also at this moment that a soft sound of surprise rang out in his spiritual sea. Lan Xuanyu discovered that his spiritual sea had suddenly turned dark gold. A figure silently appeared in his spiritual sea. It was the beast god, Di Tian, who had been sleeping for several years. This is a spiritual simulation. It's really vivid. I can feel their aura again. A bitter smile appeared on the beast god's face. He floated above Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sea and looked in a certain direction. His eyes darted around as if he was thinking about something, but also seemed to be lost. Senior Di Tian? Lan Xuanyu gathered his spiritual power and condensed his figure above his spiritual sea. Di Tian turned to look at him with a faint smile on his face. My lord, you should have arrived at the place that belongs to the Tangmen. The spiritual aura here should have been created by the Tangmen imitating their ancestors. It's extremely beneficial for stabilizing one's spiritual sea. Even I benefited from it. Lan Xuanyu said, You're finally awake. I almost forgot about your existence. Di Tian could naturally hear the dissatisfaction in his voice. He smiled and said, Don't worry, my lord. Although I've been sleeping all this time, I'll definitely appear to help you if your life is in danger. Di Tian's deep sleep is also beneficial to my lord. I can help you stabilize your spiritual sea when it's unstable. At least, there won't be any problems before you break through to the god tier. I already felt it when you broke through to the 4-ring stage previously. The biggest problem you're facing during your breakthrough is the problem between the two different bloodlines. The Jinlong King bloodline and the Silver Dragon King bloodline are at odds with each other. No matter whether it's in terms of energy or spiritual power, they're all opposing each other. It's like light and darkness. The Jinlong King bloodline and the Silver Dragon King bloodline? Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. Beast God Di Tian said, Yes. Otherwise, where would your Dragon God's transformation come from, and where would your Dragon God's bloodline come from? It's precisely because you possess both the Gold and Silver Dragon King bloodlines that such a mutation occurred. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Isn't my martial soul blue-silver grass? Can blue-silver grass mutate into King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King bloodlines? Di Tian fell silent for a moment, and then he said slowly, Some things are destined by the heavens. As for why you have such a bloodline, you can only find out for yourself in the future. You should have already felt the benefits that these two bloodlines have brought you, but you should have also experienced the difficulties that they have brought you. Lan Xuanyu nodded. When he first started cultivating, he encountered a big problem. If it wasn't for his Nana teacher's help, he might have died. After that, he would encounter a difficult bottleneck every time he made a breakthrough. Not only was his soul power cultivation much more difficult than his companions, it was even more difficult for him to break through. This is because these two bloodlines repel each other. Your cultivation process, simply put, is the process of constantly fusing the two of them. During the fusion process, they would constantly clash and repel each other because they were independent entities. The only thing you can be thankful for is that they only have your will. This is the basis of unity. Otherwise, the final result would only be one devouring the other, or both sides suffering. Lan Xuanyu frowned. Why is it like this? I've seen some scenes in the past. The dragon gods once led a group of dragons to fight. But they failed. According to what you said, King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King should be part of the dragon gods. Then why do they repel each other? Di Tian said, this is because they represent different abilities and mental states of the dragon gods. The dragon gods were once the strongest gods. Long before humans became gods in the god realm was ruled by the dragon race. The dragon gods controlled life and destruction, kindness and evil at the same time. They controlled everything in the god realm. At that time, they were incomparably strong. But because of this, the dragon gods often had problems. Whether it was life and destruction, kindness and evil, they were all diametrically opposed. Thus, they had to act as different existences at different times. This caused the powerful consciousness of the dragon gods to split to a certain extent. This feeling was definitely not good. The dragon gods were often in pain. At that time, they would even kill other divine beasts. Every time they woke up, they would be in incomparable pain. Later on, the human gods rose and began to gain a foothold in the god realm. They improved and developed very quickly. The human god king of that generation was called the Azura god. He led the humans to become stronger and stronger, and gradually formed their own god realm. The two god realms were like two different races fighting against each other. In the end, they still collided to become stronger for each other. At that time, the human gods could not defeat us no matter what. However, the dragon gods' mental state had problems again. During a crucial battle, they suddenly went berserk. Not only did they not kill the strong enemy, they also killed a large number of our divine beasts. That battle was dark and gloomy. In the end, the dragon gods who calmed down from their berserk state were already very weak. They were killed by the Azura god. I still clearly remember that at that time, the Azura god once said something to the dragon gods. He said to the dragon gods, "Let me end your pain and let you start all over again." At that time, I still did not understand what he meant. It was not until later, when the dragon gods who were killed became King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King, that I understood. The Silver Dragon King inherited the aura of kindness and life, while King Jinlong inherited the aura of destruction and evil. The dragon gods were killed, and 4 positions of God were created. They were later inherited by the humans. Together with the Azura god, they became the 5 god kings and ruled the god realm together. However, we beasts were no longer allowed to cultivate to become gods. Our passage to the god realm was sealed. The Silver Dragon King was exiled. This was an opportunity given to the dragon gods by the Azura god, while King Jinlong was sealed in the god realm. He sealed the part of the dragon gods that was once brutal. The beast god Di Tian was talking about ancient myths, which fascinated Lan Xuanyu. But, is the bloodline of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King that appeared in my body the same as theirs in the past? It's not the same. Di Tian said in a deep voice, because you are not King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. You only have their bloodline inheritance. You are like the dragon gods who have not unified these 2 powers. In the future, if you can really unify them, then you will be the new generation of dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu said, then, will I face the problem of the dragon gods and have schizophrenia? Di Tian said, this is what I want to tell you. You won't. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Why? Di Tian said, back then, the dragon gods first became gods. In order to control the god realm, they absorbed the positions of kindness, evil, life, and destruction, these 4 fundamental god kings. That's why they were subtly changed. The 2 bloodlines you have naturally have such an aura, but you are a different generation after all. You are not the him of the past. Everything about you started from the beginning. So, in the process of your advancement, you are doing the opposite of what he did back then. Every time you advance and fuse with the 2 bloodlines, you are actually expelling the remnant aura of these 4 god positions. That's why your advancement is so difficult. So, if you can cultivate to become a dragon god, then you can return to the state when the dragon gods had not absorbed the 4 god positions and only had the god positions of the dragon gods. That kind of dragon gods is what all beasts need. Only then can we truly have divine beasts. Divine beasts with their own wills, not divine beasts that rely on human gods. This is why I chose you. You are the future of soul beasts, and even the future of all beasts in other planes. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. I've never thought of such a lofty future. I just wanted to work hard and cultivate. But now, it seems that this path is more difficult than I imagined. Ditian said, yes, that's right. Therefore, in the process of walking down this path, you must be well prepared. You can't rush for success. Otherwise, if any of the negative emotions in your bloodline are magnified, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Not only will you not have a future, you might even lose your life. You are the true master in my heart. No matter what price I have to pay, I will work hard to help you complete your final breakthrough. When he said the last sentence, Beast God's words were resolute and decisive. He could be said to be one of the longest living soul beasts, and he had always occupied the position of Beast God. He knew very well how painful it was for soul beasts to not be able to break through to godhood. They had tried countless times, and countless powerful soul beasts had died in the lightning tribulation. There were also soul beasts who had no choice but to rely on powerful humans. This was the case for the 6 soul spirits around Spirit Ice Douluo Huiyuhao. Then what do I need to do now? Lan Xuanyu asked Ditian. Ditian said, you just have to continue your cultivation and tempering, and continue to accumulate. The more you accumulate, the greater your chances of breaking through. Absorb more life energy to increase your life force. I can feel that in your bloodline, there is an existence that is extremely compatible with life energy. This is excellent. Every time you break through, you will definitely need a large amount of life energy. Therefore, find more treasures to replenish yourself. Any kind of heaven and earth treasure will be helpful to you. You don't have to worry about not being able to digest them, they will all become a part of your life energy, a part of your accumulation. Just like the 100,000-year purple immortal Lingji I ate previously? Lan Xuanyu asked. Ditian said, although the purple immortal Lingji is an immortal herb, it is an immortal herb without a soul. Its medicinal effects are still fine as an accumulation. But if its level is not high enough, there are better ones. The Tangmen control a place called the Ice Fire Inyang Well. It was one of the few holy lands on the mother planet. It is still one now. I can feel that it still exists. That was where the real treasures of heaven and earth could be found. As long as your position in Tangmen is high enough, you should be allowed to go. You can try it in the future. The spiritual simulation in this place was very interesting. It constantly stimulated one's spiritual C and promoted the growth of one's spiritual power. Alright, I'm going back to sleep. Master, you just have to work hard and cultivate. Aren't you going to teach me how to cultivate? Lan Xuanyu asked, or are you going to teach me some kind of ability? Ditian shook his head and said, the person who taught you cultivation is already good enough. You don't need me to teach you anymore. As for imparting abilities, it wasn't time yet. One day, you will understand why I have been in a deep sleep. Please believe me, everything Ditian has done is for your own good. At the same time, it's for the future of soul beasts. After saying this, he bowed deeply to Lan Xuanyu. With a flash of light, he once again merged into Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sea and disappeared. Lan Xuanyu's consciousness gradually returned. He could feel the changes in his spiritual waves. He could clearly feel that his spiritual power was slowly increasing, causing his spiritual senses to become stronger. The surrounding scenery seemed to have become a little blurry. Only the 3 huge statues in front of him became incomparably clear. He seemed to see the 3 statues looking at him with faint smiles. It was a very strange feeling. There seemed to be some kind of connection that tugged at his mind. Heaven Do Planet. Tangla sat on a deck chair on the balcony. The deck chair was soft and comfortable. He felt like he was sinking into it. His gaze drifted as he looked at the sea in the distance. He was indescribably relaxed. Among all the celebrities, he was probably the laziest. Other than the occasional concert, he almost never attended any events. At most, they would accept a few selected endorsements and take some photos. Even so, his endorsements were the most expensive in the entire industry. Whenever he wasn't working, he liked to be alone and find a quiet place to daydream. This was the greatest enjoyment in his life. Other than that, he didn't have any bad habits and didn't like anything. All his clothes were even bought for him by Yu Qingling. He didn't have to worry about anything. Yu Qingling was simply raising him like a doll. Every day, she would think about how to match his clothes to better show his handsomeness. It wasn't just for the fans. More importantly, it was for herself. Other than being lazy, Tang Lu was very obedient to her. At this moment, Yu Qingling was busy again. Tang Lu was lying here leisurely. In his mind, he was recalling the concert at Shrek that day. He still remembered the headache he had that day very clearly. It seemed to be the most painful he had ever had. However, the warmth that Lan Xuanyu brought to him was even more vivid in his memory. The little guy's mouth was wide open. Many people said that people would grow old. However, it seemed like time didn't leave any traces on him. She should arrange more time to visit him later. When she was with him, Tang Lu would truly feel warmth and happiness. At this moment, Tang Li's body suddenly trembled slightly. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes. In front of him, an illusory light and shadow emerged and gradually solidified. He saw a pair of eyes that were intimate. Then, he saw a looming figure. And all of this was happening in front of him. If someone saw this scene, they would be surprised to find that this was a spiritual manifestation. It would only appear when one's spiritual power reached an extremely high level. However, this spiritual manifestation didn't appear in Tang Li's own thoughts. It seemed to come from a distant place. Tang Li stood up subconsciously. His eyes gradually became focused and his laziness disappeared. His voice was full of surprise. In the image, the figure sitting there seemed to be looked down from his point of view. Xianxia? In the distant universe, a soft colorful halo lingered, forming an incomparably huge light cluster. Inside the light cluster, colorful clouds drifted, easily isolating all the harmful rays in the universe. In a huge palace, 6 people sat cross-legged. In the middle of them, there was a huge light and shadow that was changing in a dense fog. The person sitting in the main seat had long blue hair draped behind him and his eyes were closed. His body exuded a looming golden halo. Suddenly, his long eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a touch of surprise emerged. From between his eyebrows, a golden halo shot out and appeared in front of him. The halo flickered and a pair of illusory eyes emerged from it. Although everything became illusory, the blue-haired man's emotions instantly became excited. Bloodline affinity, divine sense, remote sensing? He suddenly stood up and said in a clear voice, "Brother Longbow, please take my place for a while." "Okay." Another clear and melodious voice sounded. In the next moment, a handsome man who was about the same height as him appeared beside him. He smiled and nodded at him, then sat down where he was. The dense light didn't change at all. The blue-haired man's figure flashed and disappeared. The other 5 people who had been sitting around him didn't move at all. They were like statues. In another palace, a young girl with a scorpion braid was leaning lazily on the bed. Beside her sat a young girl with bright eyes and long pinkish-blue hair. Ahem. The woman with the scorpion braid coughed softly. The girl with the pinkish-blue hair immediately asked with concern, "Mother, is your cough still not better?" The lady smiled and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." However, the lady was still worried. "Mother, why do you keep coughing? Didn't you recover from your illness? I'm so worried about you. God shouldn't fall sick. Father said that it would be very troublesome if a god fell sick. It's a pity that Auntie Lu isn't here anymore. Otherwise, she would have cured you. Father said that none of us are suitable to be Auntie Lu's successor. Otherwise, there would be a new god of life." Shoo! The lady made a shushing gesture and said softly, "Don't say any more. Don't tell your father. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Anyway, I don't have any good ideas now. Don't make him worry. It's already very difficult for him to control the god realm to search for our home. Don't make him worry about me. That's not good." "Okay." The lady pouted her red lips and leaned towards the lady. She hugged the lady's arm, and her eyes were filled with worry and concern. The lady stroked her long hair gently. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction. At this moment, the lady's eyes moved slightly. There was another person beside the bed. It was the blue-haired man from the palace. The blue-haired man's eyes were filled with tenderness when he saw how close the mother and daughter were. Father. The lady also discovered the blue-haired man at this moment. She immediately jumped into the man's arms and called out intimately. Haha, my precious daughter is becoming more and more obedient. I see you accompanying your mother every time I come back. The blue-haired man laughed. That's not true. I've always been obedient. The lady smiled sweetly. The blue-haired man said, I heard from Yuhao that you're going to be a mother. The lady's face turned red. She snorted and said, who asked him to be so talkative? The blue-haired man laughed again. Then I'll help you beat him up, okay? As he spoke, he turned and was about to leave. Aya. The lady hurriedly grabbed her father's hand and said, haven't you beaten him enough in the past? Don't bully him anymore. The blue-haired man lamented, it's not enough for a father-in-law to beat his son-in-law. Who asked him to cheat my beloved baby away? Alright, stop teasing Wutong. Shouldn't you be on duty now? Why did you suddenly come back? The woman with the scorpion braid had already sat up. The blue-haired man looked at her and said gently, I'm here to tell you a piece of good news. Just now, I used my divine sense to sense Yuanyu's bloodline aura. This not only allowed me to confirm the coordinates, but more importantly, it means that our precious son is still alive. It's true. The woman's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. She suddenly jumped off the bed and grabbed her husband's hand. She was so excited that she jumped up and grabbed his hand. His body trembled slightly. The blue-haired man pulled her into his arms. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Also, that bloodline remote sensing feels a little special. It doesn't seem to be our son's aura, but it's not a son. The woman with the scorpion braid immediately became nervous. Book-seeking pavilion Chihu the first time it seems to be the aura of a different generation. In other words, the bloodline aura I sensed was a bit like the aura of our grandson. When Lan Xuanyu and the others left the Tangmen, it was already dark outside. They had unknowingly stayed in the Tongmen's headquarters, the Hero Palace, for a few hours. Everyone felt different. Some felt that their spiritual power had increased, while others felt that they had gained enlightenment in their soul skills. Although they were all different, there was no doubt that everyone had received a lot of help. This also made the 7 of them have a deeper impression of the Tangmen. Mengfei officially gave them the authority to cultivate the Tongmen's secret arts. The Tongmen's secret arts were available in the Shrek Academy. They could freely cultivate them when they returned and didn't need to exchange emblems for them. The Tongmen's secret arts that Lan Xuanyu was currently learning were mainly the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and the Purple Demon Eyes. He was also very interested in the other secret arts. Whether it was the mysterious Jade Hands, controlling crane capturing dragon, or the hidden weapon 100 separation, he wanted to learn them all. With the mysterious heaven technique as a foundation, learning these wouldn't be too difficult. Deng Bo became the contact between their team and the Tangmen. Lan Xuanyu had already raised the issue of their identity as pirates to him. Deng Bo told them that this was a very simple matter, and the Tangmen would rent them a larger warship to complete this mission. They would only charge a yellow emblem as a rental fee, which was almost equivalent to letting them use it for free. Everything was ready. Lan Xuanyu went back to gather his teammates for a meeting and decided on this mission. Level 3 Heaven Fighter Team Mission, Explore Planets. Departure time was 2 days later. After confirming the mission, everyone got busy and prepared for the next itinerary. There was another reason why Lan Xuanyu chose this mission. Relatively speaking, the sailing time was relatively short. He had been to Sin City before, and with the super wormhole jump, they could save a lot of time. He had already checked the route, and it would take about 6 days to reach their destination. Compared to the previous mission, the journey was much shorter. This gave them more time to move around on that planet. Considering that it was a pirate trading planet, Lan Xuanyu even went to an auction with his teammates. He bought some items and prepared to take them to that planet to trade. This made them more like pirates. At the same time, He also wanted to see if there were any good things that were suitable for them on this pirate trading planet. After completing the Heaven Fighter mission, the most important thing they had to do was to craft their two-word battle armor. Crafting a two-word battle armor undoubtedly required a lot of resources. It was necessary to take advantage of the Heaven Fighter mission to accumulate some resources. For example, Lan Xuanyu kept a portion of the Dragon Origin gold they brought back from their first mission and sold the rest to Shrek Academy. The Academy wasn't very interested in the Dragon Origin gold, but they told him that the Tangmen were very interested in it, so it was equivalent to him selling it to the Tangmen in disguise. This also brought them a good profit. With this part of the profits, in addition to the profits they had exchanged with their points, everyone had obtained more than 2 purple emblems from their first mission. Everyone was already grinning from ear to ear. They would be able to exchange for the Sky Wings after saving about 10 purple emblems. Of course, in the future, they would still have to repay Lan Xuanyu for the rare metals used to forge their one-word battle armor. Based on the speed at which they completed missions and earned money, it didn't seem to be too difficult. Therefore, although they were about to start their second mission soon, no one had any complaints. Earning resources, becoming stronger, and improving through battle experience. There was no doubt that carrying out missions was quite beneficial to all of them. Especially after seeing Lan Xuanyu's heroic performance in the Winged Heaven Mech this time, they had greater expectations for the Winged Heaven Mech. Putting everything else aside, the transformation mecha was so cool. After the preparations were complete, there were more resources in the storage space. Set off. A dark blue battleship was quietly parked on the Shrek Space Center's private tarmac. The paint of the battleship had been urgently changed over the past few days. There were 33 white wings on it, representing the 13 Sky Wings. After communicating with Deng Bo, Lan Xuanyu decided to register a pirate group on Sin City. This way, everything would be more realistic. When they carried out missions in the future, they might need to use pirate identities. Now that they were ready, wouldn't it save them a lot of trouble in the future? They just had to be careful and not expose their identities like last time. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. The name of the pirate group was simply Wings of the 33 Heavens, the same as their Fighting Heavens battle team. Therefore, they deliberately changed the paint of this warship. The dark blue warship with 33 white wings as its logo was very eye-catching. Deng Bo was already waiting for them at the warship. Seeing Lan Xuanyu and the others arrive, Deng Bo came forward and pointed at the warship behind him. How is it? Not bad, right? The warship in front of them was about 90 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 28 meters tall. It was streamlined with wings that stretched out on both sides. It looked like a Soul warship, but it was a little bloated. This was naturally to carry more weapons, equipment, and personnel. A Meteor-class warship, one level higher than the warship from last time. Pirate groups with Meteor-class warships are all quite famous. This warship can carry 300 people into battle. Of course, you don't need so many people. It's easy to control, no different from your ship. The weapon system is equipped with a 720mm super main cannon, 8 160mm secondary cannons, and many other high-tech weapons such as interference bombs, catapult missiles, and so on. The radar is very advanced and can detect invisible warships within a certain range. This warship itself also has an invisibility function. The Douluo Palace has specially approved and equipped you with 4 god-slaying antimatter missiles. They are more than 10 times more powerful than the one you used last time, but I hope you don't use them. If this thing landed on a planet, it would cause great damage. The shields of warships below the War God-class warship cannot stop it. The cost of this thing is extremely high. These 4 are specially approved for you. If you want more in the future, you have to buy them yourself. I can tell you the price now. 10 purple emblems for one, and this is the internal price. Also, we have already filled up the power energy this time. In the future, you only need to put in a few rare metals into the core reactor and it will provide power. The same goes for the energy source of the weapon system. Lan Xuanyu said, won't we provide energy support in the future? Deng Bo said, the sect has already given you a lot of support. Not counting the warship itself, just the various equipment on the warship is worth 100 purple emblems. You still have to rely on yourselves to carry out the Fighting Heavens mission. Unless you contribute to the sect, the support for your team is a one-time thing. The warship can be rented to you until you graduate from the outer court. Lan Xuanyu sighed and said, the sect has already given us a lot of support. Originally, there was no such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. However, Captain, I have a question. Look, can you directly give us this equipment worth 100 purple emblems? We won't do the team mission anymore. Can we do the normal mission? Dumbfounded, Dang Bo looked at him. You. I'm joking, just joking. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly smiled apologetically. Dang Bo said grumpily, you brat, I'm telling you, be careful. This warship was equipped with many of the latest technological products. If they really encountered danger, they would rather destroy the warship than let it fall into the hands of the pirates. Understand? Yes, I understand. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Why don't you come with us to play? Dang Bo's mouth twitched. Going with you and letting you control the deceiving battleship? Dream on. Let's go, board the battleship. I'll teach you how to use it, and then you can pilot it yourselves. In fact, it's basically the same as the other battleships you're piloting. It's just that this battleship's functions and equipment are better. He wasn't willing to move with Lan Xuanyu and the others, mainly because he was afraid of being angered to death. Regarding this, Lan Xuanyu was also very helpless. Trust wasn't established in the beginning, and it wouldn't be so easy to establish it again. Everyone boarded the battleship. This battleship was indeed much more spacious than theirs. After all, they weren't on the same level. The internal equipment of the battleship was very high-end, and different systems required different people to control. The students of the Star War experimental class weren't ordinary students. They had already learned how to pilot a battleship, so they were naturally not unfamiliar with it. Lan Xuanyu quickly made arrangements and assigned the students to different positions. The geniuses all knew that the rear cabin had a special resting area, a leisure area, a meditation room, and even a forging room according to Lan Xuanyu's request. This was a special request from Lan Xuanyu when he mentioned the need for a battleship. Every time they carried out a mission, the journey was long, and there was nothing to do other than meditate on the way. He could use this time to practice forging, forge metals, and prepare everyone to make two-word battle armors in the future. The Tangmen were indeed powerful. They only took 2 days to modify the battleship according to his requirements. Not only did they have a forging room, a meditation room, a combat room, a design room, and a production room. It wouldn't be a problem to make battle armors directly on the battleship. The Tangmen were very thoughtful. The 100 purple emblems were only the value of the various weapons and equipment that the battleship was equipped with. Lan Xuanyu felt that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the battleship was worth 1,000 purple emblems. After checking the energy intensity of the weapon system, everyone really fell in love with this battleship. This was much better than what they usually used to learn how to pilot a battleship. In the next 2 years or so, this battleship would be theirs. They could pilot it and roam in space to complete their heavenly dual missions. This was something that other schools wouldn't dare to imagine. If the students of the Interstellar Command Department wanted to pilot a battleship, they had to at least wait until they graduated. Furthermore, they had to start from the lowest level of soldiers and constantly familiarize themselves with the battleship. But Lan Xuanyu and the others directly had a battleship that they could command. Moreover, other than the Tangmen, who would dare to rent a battleship to them, this was not only because the Tangmen were rich and overbearing, but also because the Tangmen trusted them. If the battleship was lost, it would be a huge loss to ordinary forces and even a huge loss to the military. But the Tangmen were rich and overbearing, so they really didn't care that much. After Dang Bo finished introducing the various functions, he realized that no one was paying attention to him. Looking at these excited teenagers, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. He commanded a battleship by himself when he was 25 years old. Furthermore, he only commanded a meteorite-class reconnaissance ship. Even so, he was still a very young battleship commander in the Tangmen. This time, the Douluo Palace had specially approved a meteorite-class attack ship for these children. This difference of 1 grade was like heaven and earth. In the military, the captain of a meteorite-class attack ship was at least a colonel. the Tangmen really valued these children. This was the so-called comparisons are odious. However, according to Deng Bo's estimation, among these 30-odd children, it was very likely that more than 10 of them would be able to enter the inner court of the Shrek Academy in the future. It seemed like the Tongmen's investment this time was definitely worth it. Captain. Lan Xuanyu had unknowingly appeared beside him. He hugged his shoulder and called out with a smile. What are you doing? Deng Bo felt a little flustered when Lan Xuanyu looked at him like that. Before Lan Xuanyu controlled him, he was also like this. Lan Xuanyu said, Captain, it's like this. If we can bring back some resources from this mission, can we directly exchange them for the resources needed to build a battleship from the Tangmen? These things shouldn't be available in the Shrek Academy. Deng Bo said, this should be possible, and the sect welcomes it very much. The sect also needs all kinds of resources, and in terms of exchange, we definitely won't let you suffer a loss. This can be considered as your contribution to the sect, and we welcome you very much. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, okay, then it's settled. Lan Xuanyu nodded with satisfaction. Deng Bo suddenly felt a little strange. What did Lan Xuanyu mean? Deng Bo also knew about their mission this time. It was mainly to investigate, find at least one special mineral, determine its usefulness, and see if the asteroid had any significance for development so that the Federation could decide whether to send troops there. Where did the harvest come from? Did they plan to directly dig for rare metals on the planet? It wasn't that easy to find rare metals. Until he was sent off the warship, Deng Bo didn't quite understand what Lan Xuanyu meant. After sending Deng Bo off and closing the warship's hatch, Lan Xuanyu clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Looking at the excited faces of his classmates, Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, from now on, this warship is ours. At the same time, from now on, we're no longer students of the Federation. They weren't students of Shrek Academy, but pirates of the wings of the 33 heavens. I'm the captain. No one has any objections, right? As soon as he said this, it immediately caused an uproar. Laughing. Pirate group. That's right, they've already registered. They're a real pirate group. Collecting Chihu immediately. Lan Xuanyu said, don't laugh. Since we're pirates, we'll have to do something pirates do in the future. Otherwise, wouldn't our identities be very exposed? If our identities are exposed, it'll be very bad for our future operations. We can't rob merchant ships when pirates do things, right? Ding Zhuohan said with some confusion. Lan Xuanyu said, of course not. How can we do something that violates the Federation's laws? We're outstanding students of the Shrek Academy. But you all just heard what Captain Deng said. In the future, the warship supplies will all depend on us. To be honest, I'm just as excited as you are to have such a large warship for us to use. But just now, I've calculated in my heart. This time, the warship supplies are enough. What about next time? It's very likely that there will be a situation where the benefits we obtain in the course of carrying out missions are not even equal to the resources we use to use the warship. We have a warship, but we really can't afford to raise it now. As soon as he said this, the smiles on everyone's faces suddenly disappeared. Anyone could do that. The last time they returned from Dragon Source Planet, each of them had obtained more than 2 purple emblems. The whole class had more than 70 purple emblems in total. This was undoubtedly a huge fortune, but it was nothing compared to the consumption of this battleship. Deng Bo had said that the Tangmen had given them 100 purple emblems worth of resources this time. The supplies they would need for their future missions would definitely be worth around this amount. Their harvest on the Dragon Source Planet was actually far beyond the harvest of a normal mission. After all, they had caught up with the Source Dragon tide, killed a level 8 Source Dragon, and killed so many more Source Dragons. However, it was impossible for him to gain so much from every mission. If the harvest of a mission was only worth a dozen or so purple emblems, could they still afford to fly this battleship? It probably wouldn't even be enough to buy the rare metals needed to power it. Just like what Lan Xuanyu had said, they knew how to use warships and could use them, but they could not afford to feed Bing Tianliang. He scratched his head and said, then what should we do? Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, now that we have warships, our biggest advantage is that we can fight in space. Of course we can rob merchant ships. However, if our targets are pirates, we won't have any psychological burden if we rob pirates, right? We have a meteor-level attack ship, and most pirates don't have a battleship of this level. Furthermore, our battleship is a high-tech product of the Tangmen. Those weaker pirate groups are no match for us. Therefore, while completing the mission, we have to at least ensure that we can obtain enough resources to support the continued use of the battleship. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to accumulate enough resources to make a two-word battle armor just by relying on the rewards from the mission. We are a group and a free and fair class. Everyone, raise your hands to vote. The minority obeys the majority. Those who agree, please raise your hand. With that, he was the first to raise his hand. Without any hesitation, the other 32 hands were raised in an instant. This was what it meant to be a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. As a group of hot-blooded youths, they didn't even consider what to do if they failed. At the same time, this was also a sign of the strong cohesion of the class and everyone's trust in Lan Xuanyu, the class monitor. Most importantly, as students of the Shrek Academy Space Command Department, what could make them more excited than having a battleship and being able to pilot it to battle in space? Although the battle hadn't started yet, they had already fallen in love with the battleship. Once the energy was depleted, they wouldn't be able to use the battleship anymore. This was something none of them wanted to see. To them, no matter what the future was like, being able to pilot a battleship to battle at this age and accumulate piloting experience in the process of battle was an extremely valuable asset. Therefore, no matter how they looked at it, everyone knew that Lan Xuanyu's decision was correct. Then let's go. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand fiercely. The Traistrumsa winged battleship slowly ignited. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the huge battleship soared into the sky and headed straight for their destination. Dangbo stood in the distance and watched the battleship with the pattern of 33 wings slowly rise into the sky. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that this was the descent of the devil. This group of daring brats, they wouldn't really do anything, would they? He didn't know what the sect was thinking. They actually gave them a battleship to use, and it was even equipped with so many weapons. He hoped that they were just going to carry out a mission and wouldn't do anything out of line. Dangbo emphasized that Lan Xuanyu and the others would have to buy the resources and supplies on the battleship in the future. He didn't want them to use the equipment on the battleship in battle. Without the consumption of battle, and purely using the battleship as a means of transportation, Lan Xuanyu and the others only needed to buy some cheap rare metals to provide power. The energy stored in the battleship was enough for them to carry out 2 or 3 missions. The main reason it was equipped with weapons was to ensure their safety. He didn't know that these youngsters had interpreted his words in another way. The Traistrumsa winged battleship rushed out of the mother planet's atmosphere like a runaway horse. It accelerated at full speed and headed straight for space. Compared to the previous mission, this time it was like changing the guns into cannons. The battleship was their own, and they could fly as fast as they wanted. With sufficient energy reserves, the battleship quickly began to move at high speed under their control. In terms of battleship command, Ding Zhuohan had the best results after Lan Xuanyu. He was the fastest at reading books in the library. This brat had a near-fanatical obsession with battleships, and his desire for the Traistrumsa winged battleship far exceeded that of the others. Although he vomited profusely the first time he piloted a fighter, he wasn't scared at all. Instead, he liked the thrill of it. Lan Xuanyu stood up from the main control seat and called Ding Zhuohan over. He let Ding Zhuohan take charge of the main controls. Now that the battleship was in cruise mode, he naturally didn't need to worry too much. He had to go and forge it himself. He hadn't forged properly for many days. Now that he had the time, he could continue to practice his alloy forging. With the Dragon Origin Gold, he hoped to understand the benefits that the Dragon Origin Gold brought to alloy forging through forging. He hoped to find the most suitable ratio to add the Dragon Origin Gold to the alloy forging process. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. Although there was nothing much to do in the main control position, Ding Zhuohan still excitedly replaced Lan Xuanyu's seat and began to feel the changes in the main control position. Familiarize yourself with it for a while, then let everyone change positions. Everyone needs to familiarize themselves with the various functions of the warship. You need to be fully familiar with the warship so that when necessary, you can control any position. Lan Xuanyu instructed before going to the forging room at the back. Different positions on the warship had different responsibilities. The more familiar they were with the different positions, the more familiar they would be with the warship as a whole. Meteor-class warships were already the mainstream warships on the battlefield. Many pirate warships were only at this level. Letting everyone familiarize themselves with the warship was a very precious practical learning opportunity. Previously, everyone learned how to pilot a warship in the simulation cabin provided by the Academy. The opportunity to actually pilot a warship and fly out was relatively rare. It was only a few times per semester. If Lan Xuanyu and the others had not brought back a warship from Tangmen, this opportunity would have been even rarer. However, Tang Zhenhua's teaching had always been very bold, which was why they had the opportunity to pilot so many warships. Now that they were actually piloting a warship to carry out a mission, it was a different experience. For everyone, it was the best practical opportunity. This was also why Lan Xuanyu insisted on choosing a team mission. Not only did they have to carry out missions, but more importantly, they had to grow in the process of carrying out missions. This allowed everyone to become a warship commander and familiarize themselves with every function of the warship. After reaching the 4th year, the learning freedom of the outer court had increased even further. The reason why there was a compulsory Heaven Fighter mission was to allow the students to greatly improve themselves in actual combat. It was also to test their overall ability and temperament through actual combat. The results obtained in this process were very important for them to obtain the qualifications to enter the inner court in the future. Lan Xuanyu was already fully immersed in forging, while his companions were constantly taking turns to familiarize themselves with the warship. In order to familiarize themselves with the various functions, the warship's energy would naturally be wasted to varying degrees. However, the Tangmen warship was indeed a cash cow. Not only did it have an array energy core formed by a single source core, it also had a device that could absorb various types of radiation energy in the universe. This allowed the warship to greatly reduce its energy consumption during flight. After a few days, everyone's familiarity with the warship had increased significantly, and they felt more and more like they were the masters of the ship. This was their own battleship. "Boss, we're about to enter the wormhole. You should come back too." Ding Zhuohan was still in the main control position. After all the other students had tried to take over the main control position, he was the one who ended up controlling it. Lan Xuanyu finished his forging and returned to the front from the rear cabin. As he stretched his body, his eyes revealed a hint of fatigue. Although the wormhole jump would not affect the warship, there would still be a certain amount of vibration and energy impact. For safety reasons, it was better to pass through it under protection. Ding Zhuohan gave up the main seat, but Lan Xuanyu was not in a hurry to sit down. Looking at the wormhole that was getting closer and closer, he took out some things from his ring of fate and distributed them to everyone. They were all black masks, just ordinary masks. However, it was enough to cover their faces. Once we leave the wormhole, we might run into pirates at any time. It depended on the situation. When communicating with pirates or when we really attack pirates, everyone should wear a mask. Don't show your faces and maintain a mystery. Everyone still has to have their own number. The number does not represent strength. I am the first heavenly wing, Tang Yuga the second heavenly wing, Bai Xiuxiu the third heavenly wing, Lan Mengqin the fourth heavenly wing, Yuan and Hui Hui the fifth heavenly wing, Lu Feng the sixth heavenly wing, and Qianlei the seventh heavenly wing. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, Ding Zhuohan the eighth heavenly wing. Ding Zhuohan was overjoyed when he heard this. He looked at Bing Tianliang provocatively. Bing Tianliang snorted and muttered to himself, 9 is the limit. Lan Xuanyu continued, Bing Tianliang, the 9th heavenly wing, Lin Donghui, the 10th heavenly wing, Yu Tian, the 11th heavenly wing. This was also a balance out of helplessness. Ding Zhuohan was 8th, but Bing Tianliang and the other two were 9th, 10th, and 11th consecutively. They wouldn't have much of an opinion. There wouldn't be any results even if they continued to argue, so it was better to settle things once and for all. He quickly gave everyone in the class a number. In the future, whether it's activities on our target planet or when we face pirates, we will use numbers. At the same time, we have to wear masks to cover our faces and maintain a sense of mystery. The Xianxia wing pirate battleship began to jump into the wormhole. The wormhole outside began to become grotesque. The protective shield of the Meteor-class battleship became more stable, and the battleship itself wasn't affected much. It continued to shuttle impulsively. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes and silently felt the layers of spatial fluctuations in the outside world. He was actually looking forward to being able to control the spatial attribute as soon as possible. It would be great if his fifth soul ring could bring him the spatial attribute. However, this wasn't something he could decide. According to the order of the elements, it was very likely to be the light attribute. Lan Xuanyu clearly remembered what the sky beast god Tian had said to him. His future breakthrough required more accumulation. Therefore, he also needed more resources. Without resources, what could he use to exchange for heaven and earth treasures to accumulate? Missions. He needed to complete more missions. He hoped that he could be promoted to a 5-ringed soul king by the time he graduated from the outer court. He couldn't leave his companions behind too much. He calmed his mind and gradually entered a meditative state to recover the energy he had expended during the past few days of forging. The battleship trembled slightly, and Lan Xuanyu instantly opened his eyes. The starry sky reappeared. They had completed the wormhole crossing. There were many wormholes in the universe that could fold space. Every wormhole had to be explored countless times before the destination could be determined. Furthermore, not every wormhole was safe. Some wormholes contained great risks. To humans, those who could explore. Wormholes were God-rank powerhouses. Only God-rank powerhouses equipped with God-rank mechas and battle armor could possibly survive in the dangerous wormholes. The confirmation of the destination of any wormhole was of great help to the development of the Douluo Federation. Because it meant that there was an additional starry sky in the places that humans could reach. The sea of stars that could be conquered would also expand. The peaceful time was over. After entering this star field, they were already not far from Sin City. The Federation also had guards here. They were near Sin City and were monitoring them. Of course, to truly enter Sin City, they still had to pass through a small wormhole guarded by Sin City's pirate battleships. Even battleships couldn't enter that wormhole. Lan Xuanyu and the others' destination for this trip was naturally not Sin City, but another unnamed small planet. According to the information provided by the Tang men, Sin City named this small planet the Third Exchange. This was a place where pirates traded. Even the Douluo Federation officials would trade with pirates under certain circumstances. This was because space pirates were sometimes able to obtain some extremely special resources from distant places. They didn't just plunder from the Douluo Federation. They would also plunder from other intelligent life forms. Space pirates were like vampires in the universe. They would bite whoever they met a few times. Once they found that the opponent was too strong, they would immediately run away and never stay. They were cruel, cunning, cautious, and tyrannical. They had always been the most dangerous existence in the universe. Space pirates not only consisted of humans but also other races. Relying on the large-scale use of implants, space pirates' combat power was rather strong. The combat power of space pirates' battleships was usually above the Federation's battleships of the same level. They also had more combat experience and didn't follow common sense. They would often use special tactics to catch the Federation's fleet off guard. After setting the coordinates of the Third Exchange, Lan Xian ordered, "Activate stealth mode and turn on the radar to the maximum. Report any situation immediately." A layer of dim light appeared on the surface of the wings of the Xianxia Heaven battleship. In the next moment, the surrounding light seemed to be swallowed by it as the battleship silently disappeared into the universe. The radar was fully activated and scanned the surroundings in a large area. Everyone became nervous. They had entered an unsafe star sector and the battle could start at any time. If they could complete the team's mission and gain something at the same time, that would be the best thing. The speed of the battleship was very fast. According to Lan Xuanyu's calculations, they would reach their destination in at most 24 hours. 4 hours passed and they didn't encounter any obstacles. The originally nervous crowd gradually calmed down. Even in an unsafe star domain, encountering an enemy did not seem to be an easy task. Just as everyone was gradually relaxing, Ding Zhuohan, who was in charge of the radar detection, suddenly said, "We've discovered 5 unidentified flying objects in our 11 o'clock direction." Lan Xuanyu was energized. Be careful to hide. In space, 2,000 kilometers was a very short distance. They would be able to get close in a few minutes. Lan Xuanyu paused for a moment before saying, "Prepare the weapon system and defense system. Keep the battleship quiet." Everyone listened to his orders and immediately carry out a series of operations. The battleship's main thruster slowly extinguished, and only 4 much weaker auxiliary thrusters were used. The energy waves produced by this would be smaller and less easily discovered by the enemy. The wings of the Xianxia Heaven battleship identified the direction of the 5 unidentified flying objects and slowly flew towards the path that they had to pass through. As the distance shortened, the image detected by the radar became clearer. An image was projected on the porthole's big screen. 5 pirate battleships. That's right, it's definitely a pirate warship. The pitch-black warship has a pattern of white skulls on it, and the eye of each skull has a purple flame pattern, as if it's burning. Bai Xiu's voice sounded. The Purple Flame Pirates are a small pirate group. They don't have more than 15 warships. Their flagship is a Meteor-class assault warship. The rest are Meteor-class reconnaissance warships. We should have run into their reconnaissance team. The Purple Flame Pirates were extremely vicious and had killed many people. This was the information obtained from the other pirate group's logo. The pirate database was also given by the Tangmen, and these things could not be measured with money. "Boss, do we fight or not?" Qianlei excitedly turned to look at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Prepare for battle." The meteor-level attack spaceship was much better than the meteorite-level reconnaissance spaceship. Furthermore, they had a high-tech spaceship from the Tangmen. Therefore, although it was 1 against 5, they should have an absolute advantage. Ding Zhuohan immediately reported, "Other than these 5 scout ships, no other pirate warships have been found within a range of 5,000 kilometers. Roger that. Listen to my orders later. I'll control the main controller. Prepare the weapon system. Charge the main cannon. Ding Zhuohan, report the enemy's distance. 541 kilometers. They'll enter the main cannon's range in about a minute." Ding Zhuohan's voice was trembling. This was his first real interstellar battle. Other than Lan Xuanyu's group of 7, it was the first time for everyone else to participate in an interstellar battle. Lan Xuanyu ordered, "Lock the main cannon onto the enemy's central warship. Prepare the main thrusters." The entire control room instantly became silent. Everyone was ready and waiting for Lan Xuanyu's orders. Lan Xuanyu had already put on his helmet. All sorts of data gathered in his mind. His hands were on both sides of the control panel, ready to respond at any time. "The enemy has entered the range." Ding Zhuohan's voice sounded. Lan Xuanyu naturally saw it from the mainframe's data, but he was not in a hurry to give the order to attack. They had not yet been discovered by the enemy while they were in stealth and silence. This was definitely a good opportunity for them. Destroying the pirate warships was not their goal. Other than wasting ammunition and punishing evil, destroying the enemy's warships would not bring them any practical benefits. Therefore, what he wanted was not just to destroy the enemy. The distance was getting closer and closer. Any stealth warship within a certain range would be discovered by the enemy's radar. The Tangmen warship stealth was already quite good. Ignite the engines. Charge at full speed. Fire the main cannon. Lan Xuanyu shouted, instantly giving the order. The tail of the winged Xianxia warship suddenly shot out a dazzling orange flame. The warship that was originally moving slowly suddenly accelerated. At the same time, it instantly deactivated its stealth mode. The main cannon at the front flashed, and a huge beam of light cut through the sky, heading straight for the 5 enemy warships in the distance. The sudden appearance of the winged Xianxia warship was like a monster that suddenly appeared in the universe. The 5 pirate warships on the opposite side immediately discovered them. The white protective shields on the 5 pirate warships glowed at the same time. Then, they displayed the actual combat ability of the pirate warships. The 5 warships instantly scattered. The pirate warship that was targeted by the main cannon had nowhere to hide. It was brazenly hit, and the protective shield was instantly shattered by more than half. The entire battleship was blown away by the explosion, flying backwards like a toy being thrown out. Fire at full power. Prepare the capture rounds. Lan Xuanyu controlled the winged Traiosturmsa warship to accelerate at full speed, rushing straight for the enemy warships. At the same time, the protective shield on the winged Traiosturmsa warship activated. The yellow protective shield was clearly much thicker than the enemy's. However, to Lan Xuanyu's surprise, the warships of the Purple Flame pirates did not retaliate. Instead, they turned around and fled in 5 different directions. They had no intention of exchanging fire with them. Was it certain that a scout warship would not be able to defeat an attack warship? It depended on the quality of the warship, the strength of the attack, and the controllability of the warship commander. These pirate warships had no intention of tangling with them. This was because they knew very well that the enemy should also be pirate warships. Once the battle started, even if they won in the end by relying on their advantage in numbers, it was very likely that they would lose several warships. This was definitely not the fighting style of pirates. They would never fight to the death with their opponents. Instead, they would pick on the weak. They seemed to have long been used to this kind of situation where they were ambushed. They did not stop at all and immediately fled. It was clear that not all pirate warships could escape. However, this way, it would be extremely difficult for Lan Xuanyu and the others to completely wipe out these pirate warships. The Meteor-class warship charging at full speed was extremely fast. The advanced technology of the Tangmen allowed its speed to be at least 30% faster than the standard warships of the Federation. This made it even more like a pirate warship. Read well, read well, read well, smiley face. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lan Xuanyu immediately reacted. There was no room for hesitation on the battlefield. Whether it was Yin Tianfan or Tang Zhenhua, they had both taught him this. The Traiosturmsa wing battleship rushed straight to the battleship that had been blasted away by the main cannon. It was extremely difficult for a battleship that had lost its balance to escape. Soul rays shot out from the secondary cannon and continued to bombard the battleship. The explosion immediately put the battleship in a precarious situation and it looked like it was about to collapse. The main cannon was charged again. If the attack ship's main cannon hit the same reconnaissance ship twice, the result could be imagined. Facing the main cannon fired by other Meteor-class attack ships, the reconnaissance ship could withstand at least 3 shots. However, the attack power of the Tangmen attack ship was too strong. The reconnaissance ship couldn't even withstand a second shot. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All the skull patterns on the pirate battleship that they were about to destroy suddenly changed and turned into a white flag pattern. This was also possible. The pattern painted on the battleship's surface was for this purpose. Following the appearance of the white flag pattern, the pirate battleship instantly extinguished its main thrusters. Only the protective shield was still on. Capture projectiles fired. A dazzling white light shot out from the lower abdomen of the Traiosturmsa wing battleship. The white light dragged a gorgeous tail flame and landed on the pirate battleship in the blink of an eye. Immediately, a huge white light net enveloped the pirate battleship. The pirate battleship also cooperated and retracted its protective shield. They understood that since the other party used a capture projectile, it was obvious that they had no intention of destroying them. The main function of a capture projectile was to paralyze the enemy's battleship. After being hit by a capture projectile, if there was no protective shield to resist, all control systems would be interfered with by the energy of the capture projectile and would no longer be able to function. Resisting in the face of a capture projectile meant that the battleship would rather die than submit. In the next moment, the battleship would be destroyed. Therefore, capture projectiles would only be used when one side had an absolute advantage, just like what was happening now. Seeing that the Traiosturmsa wing battleship had fired a capture projectile, the pirate battleship immediately gave up resistance and expressed its surrender. The capture projectile worked and the pirate battleship was covered by a white light net. Lan Xuanyu controlled the attack ship to quickly turn and chase after another battleship. At this moment, the main cannons of the Trinity Heaven Wing battleship were fully charged. However, before they could fire their main cannons, the pirate warship suddenly released a large number of jamming shells. The purpose of these interference missiles was very simple. It was to interfere with the enemy's attack and radar, making it impossible for them to lock onto the target. A sneer appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face. Lock onto the pirate warship 45 degrees to the right and prepare to fire. Under his control, the Meteor-class warship suddenly swung horizontally. In the process of flying at high speed, it was as if someone had pushed it from the side. As if it had lost control, it drifted sideways in space. The main cannon fired at this moment, but it did not attack the pirate warship that fired the interference shell. Instead, it blasted towards the pirate warship that was fleeing in another direction. Boom! The pirate battleship's protective shield flashed wildly, and just like the first pirate battleship, Naoko was bombarded and sent flying. The Traistromsa winged battleship sped up again and chased after them. Its secondary cannons fired continuously. Just like the first pirate warship, this pirate warship quickly raised a white flag, indicating its surrender. The pirates on the other 3 pirate warships immediately realized how powerful the Meteor-class warship they were facing today was. However, they were very cunning and did not hesitate to fire a large number of jamming shells. Then, taking advantage of the time when Lan Xuanyu and the others were attacking, they quickly fled. They had no intention of fighting. Lan Xuanyu looked at the radar screen with some regret. If they had attacked with all their strength, they should have been able to catch up with one of the pirate warships. However, the effect of the capture shells had a time limit. If they had left for too long because of the chase, the 2 captured pirate warships might have already escaped. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give up the chase. He could not help but secretly praise these pirates' reaction speed was really too fast. Moreover, their judgment of the situation was very accurate. Seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately made the most correct choice. Moreover, their piloting skills were also very high. This was Lan Xuanyu's first time piloting a Meteor-class warship. He was more accustomed to piloting a fighter. Compared to a fighter, a warship was much more cumbersome. Even this Tangmen warship was the same. If the warship had the agility of a fighter, not to mention keeping all the pirate warships, it was very possible to keep 2 of them. The other party wants to contact us, Lan Mengqin, who was carrying the communication system, said. Everyone, put on your masks, Lan Xuanyu said. Everyone put on the black masks that had been distributed earlier. Only then did Lan Xuanyu let Lan Mengqin connect to the other party's communication system. 2 images popped up, one of a young pirate and the other of a middle-aged pirate. The middle-aged pirate had implants on him, but the young pirate did not. Both of their expressions were the same. They were both very flattering. Hello, respected pirate general. May I ask why you attacked our purple flame? Did you offend us in any way? The middle-aged pirate looked at Lan Xuanyu, who was wearing a black mask on the screen with a face full of smiles. His expression could not be seen at all. Lan Xuanyu said coldly, Do we need to be offended to attack you? The people who offended us are already dead. We are the Wing 33 Heavens pirates, and I am the first wing. Immediately contact your Purple Flame pirates. If you want your 2 warships back, show your sincerity. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. If your captain wants to take revenge, that's fine. We will wait here. Yes, we will contact you immediately, the middle-aged pirate said hurriedly. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, hand over the warship's remote control code, or die. The middle-aged pirate and the young pirate who had not spoken changed their expressions. The warship's remote control code was a special code that would be activated when the warship encountered a problem. After it was activated, other warships would pull and control the warship through the remote control code. Once it was controlled, the warship's internal control system would temporarily lose its function and could no longer be used. In this case, these 2 pirate warships would really become meat on the chopping board, and they could only be slaughtered by the other party. Of course, the pirates were unwilling to do so, but seeing that the main cannon of the Wing 33 Heavens warship was beginning to charge again, they had no choice but to hand over the remote control code in order to survive. Lan Xuanyu immediately let his comrades control the 2 warships through the remote control code, and then continued to slowly fly along their route to their destination. A few hours later, a call came in from a remote line. Lan Xuanyu, who was wearing a mask, answered the call. A ferocious-looking burly man jumped out. One of his eyes was metal, half of his skull was metal, and the other half had short purple hair. Wing 33 Heavens Pirates, I am the captain of the Purple Flame Pirates, Xianxia. You dare to ignore the rules of the heavenly planet and attack us rashly, are you looking for death? Xianxinjia's eyes looked as though they were about to spit fire, and he glared at Lan Xuanyu. Rules are set by people. I don't care about the rules, I just want to ask you, do you still want your warship? If you want it, give me something of equivalent value in exchange. Lan Xuanyu said coldly. Xianxinjia roared, bastard, do you know that we belong to? Just as he said that, Lan Xuanyu cut off the call, and did not give him a chance to say his name. It was obvious that the Purple Flame Pirates were attached to one of the powers on the Sin planet, but what did that have to do with Lan Xuanyu and the rest? Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face, Yuga, Xiaoxiao, Qianlei, Lu Feng. Come with me and take a look at the two pirate warships. Shuahan, take control of the warship. If there's more news, tell them. We want something of equal value in exchange. Otherwise, we'll destroy his two pirate warships in 3 hours. Alright. Ding Zhuohan agreed excitedly. The Black-winged Skywing warship shot out from the stern of the Meteor-class warship and flew straight towards the two controlled warships. There was no need for the permission of the pirates at all. Through remote control, it directly opened the rear cabin of the two reconnaissance warships. Lan Xuanyu and the others entered the first warship. The winged Skywing warship didn't transform back into a mecha. This secret had to be kept. Lan Xuanyu and the other 4 got off the warship with their masks on and walked into the warship. The reconnaissance warship could only accommodate 50 pirates. At this moment, they were already standing together and looking at the 5 of them with unfriendly expressions. They also had various soul tools in their hands. Lan Xuanyu ignored them. Since these pirates had chosen to surrender, they definitely wouldn't court death. The cannons of the winged Xianxia warship were still aimed at them. After searching around, there were indeed some good things. There were more than 10 types of rare metals. The smallest weighed more than 10 kilograms, and the largest weighed more than a ton. Naturally, Lan Xuanyu didn't stand on ceremony and kept them in his ring of destiny. Then, he called the Meteor-class warship over. He removed the decoy missiles, interference bombs, capture bombs, and soul cannon shells from the warship and brought them to his own warship. Basically, he looted everything. Other than the pirates, nothing was left for the reconnaissance warship. Sure enough, during the entire process, the pirates didn't dare to say anything. They didn't dare to do anything. They could only watch Lan Xuanyu and the others do what they wanted. They didn't want to die either. They did the same to the other pirate warship. They looted everything. The only pity was that they didn't find anything they had looted from these two warships. This disappointed Lan Xuanyu. Furthermore, the missiles and the like equipped weren't of high quality. Of course, flies were also meat, and free dicorvos were sour and sweet. It would be a waste if he did not take it. He could still sell it for money. After returning to the Xianxia winged battleship, Lan Xuanyu used his mental power to investigate the Ring of Destiny. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. More than 4 tons of rare metals, although none of them were particularly precious. However, there were many types of them. Not to mention other things, the energy of these rare metals was enough for them to use up all their energy this time, and there was still a lot left over. Not to mention the cannonballs. It should be worth some money. Ding Zhuohan told Lan Xuanyu that the leader of the Purple Fire mercenary group had contacted him again and cursed loudly. Then, Ding Zhuohan cut off the connection. Boss, what should we do now? Let's blow up these 2 warships. Otherwise, they'll be a burden to us. We won't be able to fly fast if we drag them along, Ding Zhuohan said. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, as the saying goes, even a thief has a moral code. If we destroy them, will there be any pirates who would dare to surrender to us next time? What we want is to make a reputation in the pirate world that we only care about money and not life. Only then will we be able to reap greater rewards. Then now, let's fly slowly like this and continue to fly towards our destination. The purple fire pirates aren't that strong, so they'll probably appear soon. We'll leave them with a deep lesson. At the same time, we'll intimidate the other pirates. Then, we'll go to exchange number 3. Just as Lan Xuanyu expected, in less than 2 hours, the purple fire pirates, who should have been nearby, returned. A total of 11 pirate warships blocked their path in a grandiose manner. The flagship in the lead was a meteor-class warship. In terms of appearance, it was even slightly larger than Lan Xuanyu's ship. A call popped up again. Lan Xuanyu chose to accept the call. On the other side, Xianxia's cold face appeared. "Kid, you want to die, right? I'll fulfill your wish. I'll give you 1 minute to consider. If you surrender immediately, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll be reduced to cosmic dust." After saying that, the leader of the Purple Flame Pirates hung up the call. Lan Xuanyu sighed and silently shook his head. He muttered to himself, "Pirates are certainly cunning, but their brains aren't that good. They didn't think about it. If we don't have anything to rely on, why would we dare to wait for them to come? Fire all the interference shells." A circle of small cannons opened around the wings of the Xianxia warship. Hundreds of interference shells instantly shot out and flew forward. This was a very normal response in space warfare. In a head-on confrontation, first fire the interference shells to avoid being hit by more cannons. Therefore, the Purple Fire mercenary group didn't have any reaction. All the cannons were charged and ready to fire at any time. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, the main thruster of Lan Xuanyu's wings of the Xianxia warship suddenly died. Inside the Purple Fire Pirates flagship, Xianxia's face suddenly revealed a trace of a sinister smile. They were terrified. "What wings of the Xianxia warship? This time, I'll break your wings. In the future, this pirate group will no longer exist. They won't kill them. It would be a pity to kill them. They'll just sell them and make a profit. Go over there and prepare the capture shells. Let me see what kind of face is hidden behind those broken masks. Let's pray that there are some beautiful women on their warship." Xianxia waved his hand, and a dozen or so warships immediately flew towards the wings of the Xianxia warship. At this moment, the wings of the Xianxia warship's main thruster that had just died suddenly lit up again. Then, it suddenly turned around and ran as the ejector sprayed it. Xianxia was stunned. Only now did he understand that the other party had extinguished the main thruster to turn around. This way, it wouldn't be easy to attract their attention. With this run, the wings of the Xianxia warship even gave up on the other 2 captured pirate warships. "You want to run? Dream on!" Xianxia shouted. The whole army pushed forward and the thrusters were at full power. They directly chased after Lan Xuanyu and the others. He didn't even look at those decoy missiles. He just didn't fire the soul cannons. With the decoy missiles around, firing them would be a waste of cannon fire. However, the decoy missiles didn't have any offensive power. They only released electromagnetic waves for guidance. He had absolute confidence that he could directly crash into them and fire the soul cannons. From his perspective, Xianxia couldn't bear to destroy this warship. It was very rare to see a lone meteor warship. If he could capture it, then he would have one more powerful warship to add to his arsenal. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. The wings of the Xianxia warship accelerated at full speed. The Purple Fire Pirates behind didn't hesitate to catch up. They directly charged into the decoy missiles, knocked them aside, and chased after the wings of the Xianxia warship. At this moment, a faint light suddenly lit up among the decoy missiles. That light only flashed for a moment. In the next moment, a black hole seemed to appear in space. Terrifying energy instantly shrank inwards. The 3 meteorite-class reconnaissance spaceships instantly dimmed and disappeared into space. Following this, the black hole suddenly expanded outwards and exploded. Although Xianxia's flagship wasn't the first to bear the brunt, it was just beside it. The moment the protective barrier came into contact with the black light, it immediately collapsed, and energy poured out crazily. The entire space seemed to tremble violently at this moment. That black light turned into a violent explosion in the next moment. The pirate warships were thrown out one after another, and balls of fire exploded. Even if it was a meteor-class warship, under such a terrifying explosion, its defenses were blasted apart. Large pieces of metal burst out, and sparks appeared. A huge hole was blasted open in the entire warship, and it was thrown out horizontally. In the process of being flung horizontally, it even collided with two other surveillance warships. Everyone on the wing of the Xianxia heaven was dumbstruck as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. What the hell is this? What did Lan Xuanyu do just now? When he released the interference bomb, he placed an antimatter missile inside. Furthermore, it was not a direct attack. Instead, it was like a torpedo. Chapter 701, Purple Flame surrenders. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Lan Xuanyu and the others did not have the slightest bit of pity for the ferocious space pirates, but they were still living beings. If they were to kill all the pirates, they really would not be able to do it. The other method was to return immediately and bring these battleships back. However, there were also problems if they brought them back to their home planet. Firstly, those damaged battleships might not be able to withstand the wormhole travel. Secondly, this would delay their mission. The commotion from the previous battle was not small, and it had probably alarmed the other pirate groups. If they returned just like that, the true identity of the wings of the 33 heavens would probably be exposed. They would have to change their identities next time, which was not in line with their original intention. The last method was to directly bring these pirate battleships to exchange number 3. That was where pirates traded, and they could sell these pirate battleships for money. Lan Xuanyu analyzed the pros and cons of these three methods for everyone. The biggest problem with the last method was that it would greatly increase the danger of their mission. One was the risk brought by the big shot behind the Purple Flame pirates, and the other was that they were unfamiliar with the place. Would they be coveted by other pirate groups when they arrived at exchange number 3? These were all life-threatening things. Therefore, even someone as smart as Lan Xuanyu found it difficult to make a decision. Qianlei rolled his eyes and said, "Boss, why don't we call the captain of the Purple Flame pirates over and ask him about the situation at exchange number 3? He definitely knows about it. We can decide after asking him clearly." Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. This was really a solution. "I think it's fine. I just don't know how strong he is." Tang Yuga said, "He has implants on him, so he shouldn't be too strong. It shouldn't be a problem for us to deal with him. Also, we can use the confinement spell." "Alright, it's settled then. Yuga, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip." "Frenzy, Qianlei, go with Yuga and use the confinement spell to bring that guy over. I'll get the main cannon to aim at them." 15 minutes later, the captain of the Purple Flame pirates, Xianxia, arrived on the wings of the 33 heavens. Not only was he restrained, but his eyes were also blindfolded. He naturally could not see the situation on the wings of the 33 heavens. Xianxia was tall and sturdy. He was at least 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a broad back. However, at this time, his back was hunched, and he no longer had the imposing manner he had when he threatened Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "Commander Shen, do you still want to annihilate us?" Xianxia did not utter a word. Compared to his subordinates, he was still considered unyielding. Lan Xuanyu said, "Now you can tell me who is behind you." Xianxia snorted coldly, "We belong to the Red Horn City of Heaven Star. I've been a pirate all my life, but I didn't expect to be pecked in the eye by you juniors. If you want to kill me, do as you please. But you can't do anything to my subordinates. We have already surrendered. According to the rules, you can sell them to slave traders or directly exchange them with my master. You probably don't have the guts to look for my master, so just sell them." Lan Xuanyu's heart was moved. This guy still had some sense of loyalty and would speak up for his subordinates. "It's not that we can't sell you. We only want resources and have no interest in your lives. Including you, we don't want to kill anyone. However, I need some information." Lan Xuanyu said. "What information?" Xianxia asked. Lan Xuanyu said, "What's the situation at the third trading house? Which pirate groups are there? Xianxia was stunned and said involuntarily, "You want to rob the trading house there? This is breaking the rules. The trading house explicitly forbids violence. Otherwise, you will become the public enemy of all interstellar pirates." Lan Xuanyu was also stunned. Of course, they did not know this, but he immediately understood that not allowing pirates to fight in the trading house was obviously a very good choice. The reason was simple. If the trading house was not safe, would pirates still dare to trade there? If that was the case, it would be very detrimental to the pirates' lives and development. For them, not being able to fight in the trading house was of course a good thing. "I asked you which pirate groups are there, I didn't ask you anything else," Lan Xuanyu said coldly. Xianxia hesitated and said, "You really want to attack the trading house? It will cause a lot of trouble. The 7 feudal lords will not allow anyone to break the rules. You are dead, and we will die too. I can't tell you this kind of information." Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, "You just said that you have always been a pirate. Then what did you do with the warships you stole?" Xianxia asked subconsciously. "Of course I used them to expand my team," Lan Xuanyu said. "What about the ones that were seriously damaged?" Xianxia asked. Sold them. Sold them at the trading house." Lan Xuanyu asked again. Xianxia suddenly said, "So you want to sell our warships, not attack the trading house? You are newbies." He immediately understood the situation from Lan Xuanyu's question. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "It's not good to know too much." Xianxia immediately shut up. Of course, he was not afraid of death. On the contrary, he was afraid of death. When he heard that Lan Xuanyu was not going to attack the trading house, he was greatly relieved. There was no problem to buy and sell at the trading house. As long as it was something valuable, it could be bought and sold there. Warships were the absolute hard currency, but the price was more suppressed. "You are not worried about the danger, it is impossible. Seeing that you have captured so many of our warships, even a fool knows how strong your fighting power is, and no one knows if your pirate group has other warships. Phone to read books, remember Chihu Book Pavilion. The fastest. I can guarantee that my people and I will not say anything," Xianxia said confidently. Lan Xuanyu snorted, "Do you think I will listen to a pirate's guarantee? There are also slave traders in the trading house." Xianxia hesitated and said, "There are. In fact, you can really consider selling us back to my master. The price he will give will definitely be higher than the price the slave traders give. King Redhorn still trusts me. Chihu is the fastest. We pirates have pirate rules. Since we are your captives, the king will not easily attack you. You did not violate his fundamental interests, and it is common for pirates to rob each other. We can even ask the king to buy our warships back." Lan Xuanyu winked at Qianlei next to him. Qianlei hit Xianxinjia's neck and knocked him out. "Is this guy's words credible?" Bing Tianliang asked. Lan Xuanyu said, "It's half true and half false. It should be true that the trading house can't use force, because it is in line with the interests of most pirates. As for whether his master will retaliate against us, it is hard to say. So, we can't listen to him and sell them to King Redhorn. We don't want to bear the anger of Redhorn City. Selling them to slave traders is an option, but not in a hurry. I have an idea. Listen to it. We continue to go to the 3rd trading house. The 33 Heavens Wing warship will not fall directly, but will act as a deterrent in space. A portion of us will come out and pilot the unmanned battleships we have captured to go down and trade. If the trade is successful, we will start to perform the task. After the task is completed, we will finally trade the 2-man scout ships. Let them starve first. At that time, they should be hungry and have no strength. It will not be easy to do anything. When our task is completed and what we want to do is done, we will retreat. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, I agree, Ding Zhuohan immediately said, this is the most reasonable way to go about it, and also the most profitable way for us. It seems that pirates really do have their own rules. You can't attack or fight in the exchange, and pirates usually don't kill each other when they're captives. We can make use of all of these. I think Captain's method is the best. We have antimatter missiles in the air, so no one will attack us easily. Plus, they won't be able to figure out our true strength. Hearing the two's words, the others nodded. This was a group of fearless teenagers. Their average age was only 16 years old. This was the age when they were in the prime of their youth, and they all had outstanding abilities. Without much hesitation, they carefully discussed the process and decided on a countermeasure. Ding Zhuohan took 18 people to stay behind and ensure that they could control the Traiosturmsa wings. The remaining people were taken away by Lan Xuanyu, who piloted a few broken Purple Flame Pirate Group warships to the third exchange to try to trade. 2 intact, manned pirate ships were left behind for the time being. Ding Zhuohan was in charge of looking after them. They were waiting for news from Lan Xuanyu and the others. In the world of pirates, meteor-class warships were very powerful warships. With the Traiosturmsa wings in space as a deterrent, it was much safer than going all together. After all, warships had to be in space to have their true combat strength. On the way to the small planet where the third exchange was, they encountered some small pirate groups, but this time, Lan Xuanyu didn't give the order to attack. The small pirate groups that saw so many warships from afar and didn't know what was going on immediately slipped away after seeing them. The reason Lan Xuanyu didn't give the order to attack was very simple. This was their first time plundering a pirate warship, and they weren't too familiar with the pirate world, so they had to play it safe. After the lesson on Lan Yuan Star, although it didn't change Lan Xuanyu's habit of using surprise attacks, he was relatively more stable. This was growth. Finally, their destination was in sight, and Lan Xuanyu immediately gave the order to make preparations. Among the damaged pirate warships, there were some that were in relatively good condition. They could control and guide the more damaged pirate warships. After a final inspection, Lan Xuanyu boarded the pirate warship with Bai Xiuxiu, Tang Yuga, Qian Lei, Lu Feng, Lan Mengqin, Yuan and Hui Hui, Bing Tian Liang, Lin Donghui, Yu Tian, and the others. This time, they had mobilized a total of 14 people. The reason for this number was also the result of everyone's discussion. This was because when the Skywing mech transformed into a fighter jet, it could carry one person inside. Although it was a little crowded, it was still possible to fly. On the other hand, the Skywing fighter jet had the ability to break through the atmosphere and directly engage in combat in space. This way, even if they encountered danger, the chances of them escaping unscathed with the help of the Winged Angel mech would be higher. At the same time, after the transaction was completed, they could return to the Traiosturmsa wing battleship via the winged skyfighter without the need for the battleship to land. Lan Xuanyu finally decided not to land the battleship. The biggest advantage was that the deterrence would always be maintained. A battleship that landed on the ground would be useless. It was worse than a soul cannon. Only in space would they be safe. The Traiosturmsa wing battleship stopped in space with 2 pirate ships. They were the most intact Purple Fire Pirates reconnaissance ships. The remaining ships were the Purple Fire Pirates battleships that they had captured earlier, including a damaged Metrostar-class assault ship and 3 Meteorite-class reconnaissance ships. Originally, there was still a reconnaissance ship, but it was too damaged. During the previous flight, it was very difficult to even pull it, so Lan Xuanyu simply abandoned it. This way, it would be more mobile and save energy. Lan Xuanyu brought his companions onto Xianxia's flagship. Although this Metrostar-class assault ship was damaged, it was still a relatively good battleship. Most of its functions were still intact after sealing the damaged area. It pulled the other 3 Meteorite-class reconnaissance ships and slowly landed in the direction of the third exchange. At this moment, besides Lan Xuanyu and the other 14 people standing in the main control room of the Metrostar-class assault ship, there was also a slightly stooped pirate who looked to be in his 50s. In the world of interstellar pirates, pirates of this age would be eliminated. The survival of the fittest had always been the law of the pirate world. However, this person was not eliminated because he was the vice captain of the Purple Fire Pirates and the most important think tank under Xianxia. The reason why they did not choose to bring Xianxia along was mainly because they were afraid of complications. However, Lan Xuanyu and the others were not familiar enough with the third exchange. After identifying the pirates, they deliberately looked for the oldest pirate. Being older meant that he knew more. It was said that this pirate had been an interstellar pirate for 30 years and was very sensible. At this moment, he was explaining some of the rules of the pirate world to Lan Xuanyu and the others. Trading battleships is a very common thing in the pirate world. Battleships are also the biggest trading item. All pirate groups will definitely be interested. Although our Purple Fire Pirates battleships are not excellent, they are still battleships. The third exchange also has a factory that specializes in modifying battleships. As long as you are willing to spend money to modify our battleships are still not bad. Lu Guiting whispered in Lan Xuanyu's ear. This old pirate had been observing these pirates that he had never seen before. From their voices, he could tell that these pirates should be young and did not seem to know much about the world of interstellar pirates. However, from his experience, he knew that the more inexperienced a pirate was, the scarier it was because they were fearless and did not even follow the rules. The Purple Fire Pirates were unlucky to fall into the hands of such a new pirate group. Even if the other party killed them all, Lu Guiting would not be surprised. Therefore, he was very cooperative. At the same time, he was also observing these pirates. There were not many of them, but they were definitely not weak. Moreover, they had antimatter missiles on their battleships. What was an antimatter missile? For a pirate battleship, it was definitely the most precious and powerful weapon. It was an existence that could determine the outcome of a space battle. Was that something that just any pirate group could possess? It could be imagined that this pirate group with only one battleship must have a powerful force behind them. Although they did not know what it was, they did not hesitate to attack after hearing the name of the Red Horn City. Therefore, Lu Guiting was very cooperative. He had to make himself as useful as possible so that he would not be killed. Well, under normal circumstances, how do you trade battleships? Lan Xuanyu asked in a deep voice. He now felt that this mask was not good enough because there was no voice changer inside. This problem would have to be improved after the mission was completed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to hide their age and their voices. Lu Guiting said honestly, it's very simple. There is a special place to dock battleships at the exchange. The 7 pirate kings have jointly announced that no pirate group is allowed to use force at the exchange. Otherwise, all pirates will suppress them. Therefore, safety is not a problem. As long as they enter the atmosphere of the planet, they will be safe. Moreover, no one dares to break the rules near the exchange because there are many pirate groups passing by and near the exchange. Once a battle breaks out, no one knows if there will be other pirate groups behind. Therefore, after the transaction is completed, most pirate groups will leave as soon as possible. Therefore, we only need to park the battleship and then release the news in the exchange. We also need to include the number and situation of the battleship and ask someone to evaluate it. As long as we are satisfied with the evaluation result, we can directly carry out the transaction. Lan Xuanyu frowned and asked, who do you want to trade with? Other pirate groups? It's most convenient to trade directly with the exchange. It's also possible to trade with other pirate groups, but sometimes there will be trouble. Although the price they offer may be higher than the exchange, they are not as straightforward as the exchange, and there may be problems. So I suggest we sell it directly to the exchange. This way, the exchange will pay for the evaluation fees directly. The price may not be high, but it's fast and the safest. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Selling the warship directly to the exchange was indeed a good choice. For them, saving time and effort was more important than maximizing profits. After all, they still had to focus on completing the mission. Of course, it was good to make a profit, but they could not take too much risk. Okay, then come with us when we trade, Lan Xuanyu said. I. Lu Guiting was in a difficult position and hesitated. What's wrong with you? Lan Xuanyu turned to look at him. Sir First Wing, I'm the deputy captain of the Purple Flame Pirates. If I help you trade, it's equivalent to betraying my crew. In the world of interstellar pirates, betrayal is the most hated thing. This will make it impossible for me to survive in the pirate world. Oh. Lan Xuanyu's voice raised a few octaves. Lu Guiting hurriedly said, of course, it's not impossible. If Sir First Wing is willing to accept me and let me become a member of the Wings of the 33 Heavens, then there won't be a problem. After all, I'm your captive. If you are willing to give me a way out and let me join, then I won't be considered a betrayal. It was only after I was captured that I became one of your men. Qianlei next to Lan Xuanyu said, "You're afraid of being a slave, right?" Lu Guiting smiled apologetically. Who would be willing to be a slave that's worse than a beast? Although I'm a little old, I still have some understanding of our pirate world. He knew very well what these fledgling pirates needed the most. Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly and said, "You're a smart man. Let's complete this trade first. If you can prove that you're useful, I'll consider it." Yes, yes. Lu Guiting no longer refused this time and hurriedly agreed. He knew that he had created a chance for survival, and that there was a chance for him to live a better life. These young pirates were showing off their abilities and had antimatter missiles. If the young ones were already so powerful, then how powerful would the forces behind them be? Lu Guiting was indeed very smart. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the vice captain of the pirate group at such an old age. What he needed to do now was to show his usefulness and even loyalty in the following transaction process. Only then could he become a member of the Wings of the 33 Heavens. Lan Xuanyu also had his own plans. Even Qianlei could see through Lu Guiting's purpose, so how could he not see through it? However, just as Lu Guiting thought, the experience of an old pirate was very useful to Wings of the 33 Heavens. Especially since Lan Xuanyu and the others now had their own warship and had to continue completing missions. With such an old pirate as a guide, whether it was carrying out missions or fighting pirates, it would be much easier. Therefore, he did not expose Lu Guiting. As he said, he needed to see Lu Guiting's usefulness. The warship slowly landed. Lu Guiting was the vice captain of the Purple Flame Pirates. Of course, he had been to this place before and was very familiar with it. Lan Xuanyu gave him the main control position and stood to the side to supervise his operation. Lu Guiting skillfully contacted the third exchange. Looking carefully from the sky, the third exchange was like a huge turtle shell lying on the planet. This small planet was not very beautiful. It was full of potholes and there was no vegetation or water. It looked like a bare planet. The third exchange was built in such an environment. A huge metal shield covered a large area. There were protrusions on the shield that were connected to each other. Although it was just a drop in the ocean compared to the entire planet, it could be seen clearly when it was a few thousand meters above the ground. The warship slowly landed on a flat and barren land near the exchange. The 4 warships landed steadily. Lu Guiting did not need Lan Xuanyu to ask and took the initiative to say, "There are special vehicles here that are responsible for bringing people into the exchange. There haven't been many people here to trade recently. When we landed just now, I roughly took a look. There are only about 20 pirate warships here." Lan Xuanyu asked, "What does it mean that there are fewer pirates here?" Lu Guiting said, "There hasn't been much business recently. The Douluo Federation increased the lockdown on the heavenly planet. It will definitely affect the entire pirate world." Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Other than plundering, do pirates have other ways to survive?" Lu Guiting said, "Basically, we still rely on plundering. Actually, the Douluo Federation's lockdown on us is only within the scope of the planets under the Federation's jurisdiction. This is to force us to change our direction and plunder other species." "Yes, the Federation is guiding the space pirates to plunder other species," Lan Xuanyu said doubtfully. Lu Guiting said, "Actually, space pirates not only sell resources, but also information. The Douluo Federation and the Heavenly Planet have always had transactions. Otherwise, with the Federation's strength, it would not be impossible for them to destroy the Heavenly Planet." Hearing him say that, Lan Xuanyu was not in a hurry to get off the warship. Instead, he asked curiously, "Tell me in detail, what kind of transaction is it?" Lu Guiting said, "The star system where the heavenly planet is located is rather special. We can only jump into that space through wormholes. Therefore, to space pirates, the heavenly planet is like a pure land. However, there are many wormholes connected to the heavenly planet. The Federation has only sealed a portion of them. The first thing they did was to go home and read books." "Why did they do that?" "I've thought about it carefully. I even feel that in a sense, the heavenly planet can be considered a part of the Douluo Federation. Although the space pirates on the heavenly planet plunder everywhere, generally speaking, they won't kill anyone after plundering. They will either sell the captives as slaves or let their masters pay for the captives. It's actually very rare for them to kill the captives. Only a few extremely vicious pirates will do that. When I discovered this, I felt that the world of pirates was not that chaotic. I've observed for decades and am increasingly clear about this. Also, although there are many intelligent creatures from other planets on the heavenly planet, the 7 overlords are still humans. This has not changed for thousands of years. The overlords have also changed, but the foreign species have never had a chance. Also, you asked me just now about the way space pirates survive. Other than plundering and selling resources, space pirates also sell other things, such as information, especially information about alien creatures. I've thought about this carefully. We are pirates. Why does the heavenly planet need so much information about alien creatures? Is it to plunder? This is part of the reason. However, the price of information is above resources. This is a little unreasonable. Thinking about it carefully, who is this information about alien creatures more useful to? There's no doubt that it's the Douluo Federation, who is constantly expanding and occupying resource planets and administrative planets. In a sense, the heavenly planet is actually constantly providing the Douluo Federation with information about the outside world. This information can allow the Federation to better carry out interstellar colonization. I feel that this is what they want to do, the most important thing. Read well, read well, read well, smiley face. That's why I've always suspected that the Douluo Federation and Heaven Planet have some form of cooperation. There might even be some big forces from the Douluo Federation hiding behind Heaven Planet. Of course, what I can see and come into contact with is only the surface. These are all my own conjectures, I'm not sure. After listening to Lu Guiting's words, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for him. Smart pirates were easy to find, but pirates who were good at thinking were probably not so easy to find. If Heaven Planet and the Douluo Federation were really cooperating, it would be beyond his imagination. He still clearly remembered the scene he faced when he was young. At that time, he and his mother almost died in the hands of those space pirates on Sin City. Those space pirates were extremely ferocious and daring. But Lu Guiting's suspicions weren't without reason. Therefore, it was possible that the Douluo Federation was related to or even cooperating with Heaven Planet to a certain extent. Nodding slightly, Lan Xuanyu said, "Let's go, get off the battleship and trade." He didn't respond to Lu Guiting's words and directly continued their operation. Lu Guiting tactfully didn't say anything else. He said all this just now to make his presence felt and more meaningful. At the same time, this was also a test, to test the origins of these new pirates in front of him. His voice was young, but there was a sense of maturity. This was how Lu Guiting felt about this Captain Wing. As expected, there was already a car waiting for them outside. This planet was obviously not suitable for humans to live on. But the only thing that was acceptable was the gravity. The gravity was about 1.5 times that of the mother planet. Walking on it was slightly heavy, but it didn't affect them. Lan Xuanyu and the others were wearing combat uniforms that could survive in space for a short period of time. With a helmet that could convert oxygen, they could travel in such an environment. The car was a very simple planet rail car. Through the rail connection, it could quickly bring people inside the exchange. Just as Lu Guiting said earlier, this place was a little deserted. They were the only ones on the planet rail car that could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. They didn't encounter any other pirates. Sitting on the planet's rail car and observing the scenery outside, the first feeling was that it was barren. The uneven surface was earthy yellow, but most of the places were rocks and there were no signs of soil. From the surface, it was impossible to see the internal structure of these rock layers. For Wings of 33 Heavens, the biggest problem in this mission wasn't finding out how many types of rare metal deposits there were on this planet. Instead, he wanted to know if there were any metal deposits on this planet. This was the problem with this mission. If they couldn't find any rare metal deposits, then the mission would naturally end and they wouldn't be able to complete it. This time, he had wasted all his time. But on the other hand, it was precisely because of this risk that the mission itself was not that dangerous. Lan Xuanyu's decision to accept this mission was not necessarily the right one, as it was only after he had experienced the battles and risks on the Dragon Source star and the support of the battleship that this mission required. However, this interstellar journey could at least give everyone some experience. There was also his plan to eat the pirates. This was also a test. Therefore, even if they couldn't complete the mission, it was acceptable as long as they gained something. After all, there was still time. Has this planet been explored? Are there any signs of rare metals? Lan Xuanyu asked Lu Guiting beside him. Lu Guiting frowned slightly and said, I haven't heard of it. But generally speaking, this kind of small planet that isn't dangerous should have been explored. If it hasn't been explored, it's very likely that it hasn't been discovered. At least on the planet's surface, there aren't any rare metals of tomorrow. Lan Xuanyu nodded. His gaze quietly turned to Tang Yuge. Ever since she got on the car, Tang Yuge's eyes had been closed. She was silently sensing everything in the outside world through her own perception of the metal element. Feeling Lan Xuanyu's gaze, Tang Yuge slowly opened her eyes. A voice that only Lan Xuanyu could hear rang in his ears. The earth element is very abundant, and the rock layer is thick and hard. After having the yin-yang chaos bird, my perception of the 5 elements has become deeper. I can be sure that at least in the vicinity, within 100 meters of the rock layer, there are no metal elements. And this rock layer is very good at isolating. If we really want to find them, we need to explore deeper. I need time to walk on this planet. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly and gave Tang Yuge a thumbs up. Tang Yuge's evolved heavenly stem Qilin martial soul was simply a natural detector of the 5 elements. It was more useful than any soul tool. He didn't reply because Lan Xuanyu's soul power cultivation wasn't enough for him to transmit his voice. He needed to have at least 6 rings to do so. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed. First, it was pitch black. The planet's rail car had already entered a cave. Not long after, the surroundings lit up. This was a metal tunnel that went diagonally downwards. Without a doubt, they had already entered the interior of the exchange. The planet's rail car stopped at a place that looked like a platform. Lu Guiting led the way. Everyone got off the car and entered a huge elevator. Lu Guiting said in a low voice, because this is only a trading center. Other than the exchange, there are no entertainment facilities. There isn't even a place to stay. Therefore, the pirates would leave after completing the transaction and return to the warship. However, the warship modification factory here is said to be very advanced. Many pirate groups' warships are modified here. It's just that the cost is very high. Lan Xuanyu said, what's the point of this exchange? Can't it be traded inside planet Heaven? And who is in charge of this exchange? Lu Guiting said, the exchange is jointly managed by the 7 pirate kings. Therefore, it also represents the will of the 7 pirate kings. That's why no one dares to cause trouble here. The main reason why such an external exchange was established is that some things are not suitable for trading inside planet Heaven. For example, some dangerous goods. They were similar to alien viruses, super bombs, and the like. Furthermore, this kind of external exchange was only suitable for the more high-end pirate groups to conduct transactions. Especially those pirate groups that don't belong to the 7 pirate kings, they are more willing to trade here. For them, this is more convenient and safer. At the same time, because there are no entry fees for these external exchanges, it's cheaper than returning to planet Heaven and they can trade closer. They can also dock warships for free. In order to hide their strength, some pirate groups will park some warships on relatively safe planets like this. Anyway, there are all kinds of functions, so the meaning of its existence is still very important. Lan Xuanyu said, aren't you afraid that the Douluo Federation will attack directly? Lu Guiting said, I shouldn't be afraid of that. This kind of planet doesn't have many resources. And once the Douluo Federation attacks here, they will give up on the planet. At the same time, they will also give them a fireworks show. It will only cause the Douluo Federation to suffer heavy losses and not gain anything. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. You mean, there are very destructive weapons here? Lu Guiting nodded. I don't know what exactly it is. But it said that it can trigger the planet's core and cause the planet to explode. How powerful would an exploding planet be? Any warship would be blown up. For such a meaningless planet, the Douluo Federation won't cause trouble for themselves. Lan Xuanyu thought to himself that pirates indeed had their own way of survival. No wonder planet Heaven could last for so many years. Let's go directly to the trade. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice. Okay. The elevator went up for a minute before stopping. Lu Guiting led them into a spacious hall. As if to facilitate the trade, the elevator went up to the trading hall. When they arrived here, they finally saw the figures of other pirates. There were hundreds of pirates in this hall that was over 10,000 square meters. The appearance of Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't attract too much attention. The pirates were all doing their own things. Lu Guiting led them to a metal counter with a warship trading logo. Behind the metal counter, there was a robot in charge of guarding it. Warship trading. Request warship value. Evaluation. Under Lan Xuanyu's gaze, Lu Guiting carried out a series of operations. Soon, the robot raised its head, its eyes flashing red. Evaluation approved. Docking number confirmed. Evaluation completed within 3 hours. Please come back in 3 hours. A metal card drilled out of the robot's hand. Lu Guiting took the metal card and respectfully handed it to Lan Xuanyu. He whispered, after the evaluation, we will be told the value of the 4 warships. If we agree, we can proceed with the trade. Once the trade is complete, take the rare metals and leave. The transactions here were all paid with rare metals. Different rare metals had different values. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Okay. Take us to other places to see if there's anything to buy or sell. Yes. Lu Guiting agreed and led Lan Xuanyu and the others to other counters. Lan Xuanyu sent a message to the Traistrumsa wing warship that was parked in space, indicating that everything was normal. He also told Ding Zhuohan the time of the trade. The trading hall was divided into many areas. There was the warship trading area that they just went to, the weapons trading area, the metal trading area, the slave trading area, and so on. To Lan Xuanyu's surprise, most of the pirates who came here were wearing masks. Some even wore helmets, as if to hide their identity. Soon, Lan Xuanyu saw an area that he was interested in, the information trading area. It was because he heard Lu Guiting talk about the high value of information on the warship that he became interested in this. Under his signal, Lu Guiting took him to the front of the information trading area. At this time, there was only one pirate here. When he saw this pirate, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This was a female pirate, at least 8 meters tall, wearing red light armor, which seemed to be a kind of equipment between a mech and implant. She wore something similar to an eye patch on her face, covering the upper half of her face, only a pair of strange pink eyes. Her long red hair was scattered behind her, and a pair of pointed ears drilled out of her hair. Seeing this female pirate, Lan Xuanyu and others couldn't help but be a little surprised. Lan Xuanyu glanced at Yuan and Huihui's pointed ears behind her. Is this person from the elf clan? Since when did the elf clan have pirates? Yuan and Huihui naturally saw her and subconsciously took a few steps forward. Then, Lan Xuanyu felt the aura on her body fluctuate, and a fierce aura broke out. Huihui. Lan Xuanyu whispered. Yuan and Huihui suddenly woke up, and the fierce aura suddenly weakened. But in this short period of time, the female pirate in front also felt it. She suddenly turned around and looked at the group of pirates wearing black masks behind her. Lan Xuanyu stood at the front and naturally met her gaze. The woman snorted, turned around, and continued operating a machine in front of her. She didn't say anything to Lan Xuanyu and the others. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu heard Yuan and Huihui's angry voice transmission. Dark elves, they are traitors, the dark fire elves of the dark elves. This was the first time Lan Xuanyu had heard of the dark elves, but after hearing Yuan and Huihui's words, he understood that the relationship between the dark elves and the elves on the elven planet wasn't that harmonious. Lu Guiting gave Lan Xuanyu a look, and Lan Xuanyu followed him to the side. Lu Guiting said in a low voice, "Are your people interested in that female pirate just now? I can help talk to her." Lan Xuanyu glanced at him. "No need. Do you know where she came from?" Lu Guiting said, looking at the logo on her light armor, "She seems to be from the Black Forest Pirates." How much do you know about the Black Forest Pirates? Lan Xuanyu asked. Lu Guiting said, they are one of the few super pirate groups that are not under the management of the Seven Overlords. They are very powerful. Until now, no one knew where their base was. It is said that they have their own asteroid and their internal management is very strict. Moreover, the female pirates of the Black Forest Pirates are very capable. As long as you can afford it, they can be your slaves. Lan Xuanyu frowned. Just their combat strength. How are super pirate groups divided? Lu Guiting said, the pirate groups directly under the Seven Overlords of Heaven Planet are all super pirate groups. In a sense, Heaven Planet is a pirate paradise guarded by the 7 super pirate groups. All pirates who enter have to pay protection fees to the 7 overlords. In addition to the pirate groups directly under the 7 overlords, there are 3 other known super pirate groups. The Black Forest Pirates are one of them. I don't know their specific combat strength. Remember to save your phone to the library. But to become a super pirate group, you need at least 300 warships. It is said that the Black Forest Pirates destroyed a planet and their combat strength is very strong. Their warships are also very unique. They are known for their flexibility and strong attack on the battlefield. They are also very good at hiding. Most radars can't find their warships. This is a very mysterious pirate group. While they were talking, the red-haired female pirate in red light armor seemed to have finished her business. She turned around and looked directly at Yuan and Hui Hui. Yuan and Hui Hui also looked at her. Yuan and Hui Hui had grown a lot. She was about 1.75 meters tall, but half a head shorter than the female pirate. Their eyes met, and the female pirate suddenly grinned. I don't like people like you. Stay away from me as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll crush you. She didn't have any scruples because there were other people around. Yuan and Hui Hui's eyes became cold. She took a step forward, and the aura on her body suddenly increased. The female pirate didn't give in at all. A cluster of dark red flames suddenly rose from her body, and a powerful aura was released. It wasn't targeted at Yuan and Hui Hui alone, but it enveloped all the people on Wings of 33 Skies. Inka's cold voice suddenly sounded. The flames on the female pirate's body suddenly extinguished, and she turned her head to look to the side. A person covered in a large black cloak walked over. His speed didn't seem fast, but it was as if he used a divine skill, and in the blink of an eye, he was here. Go. The black-robed person only said one word coldly, then turned and walked to the side. The female pirate snorted, made a throat-slitting gesture to Yuan and Hui Hui, and then followed the black-robed person. The others all subconsciously looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu gently shook his head. Reading pleasure, wonderful reading, smiley face, they couldn't use force in the exchange. Furthermore, this was a world of pirates. Lan Xuanyu quickly walked to Yuan and Hui Hui's side and patted his shoulder gently. We'll talk when we get back. Okay. Yuan and Hui Hui also regained his composure. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously looked at the black-robed man, but he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his eyes. It was very strong. Without a doubt, the two of them were very strong. When the female pirate's body lit up with flames, from the aura she emitted, she was at least equivalent to a 7-ring soul Douluo. The black-robed man was obviously stronger than her. He was very likely a soul Douluo or even a title Douluo. These two people were not people they could provoke now, or else they would be in big trouble. After calming himself down, Lan Xuanyu brought his companions to the counter of the information trading area. Here, one could buy information and sell information. Buying information was relatively simple. Pay, buy, and read. Selling information was more complicated, and one had to apply for an evaluation of the value of the information. Lan Xuanyu looked at the list on the counter. The ultimate secret of Heaven Planet, the abilities of the 7 lords, and the analysis of the Red Skull Pirates' fated destroyer. The identity of the powerhouse from the Shrek Academy was revealed. The analysis of the creatures of Bailu Planet, the next target to be destroyed. The date and method of participation for the next Red Lawn Planet Spouse Selection Festival. The information was extremely rich, and one had to pay a very high fee to read this information. Looking at this information, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel like he had returned to the exchange center of the Shrek Academy. However, the information here covered the entire galaxy and there was all kinds of information. He was very interested in many of the titles. But when he looked at the price, his interest naturally disappeared. Lu Guiting said in a low voice, "The information here must be very precious to be included. Furthermore, once a buyer discovers that the information is fake, the person who provided the information will be blacklisted and will no longer be qualified to trade in any exchange. Therefore, the information here is very reliable, but the price is also very high. This is not the most important information. If you really want to have the most important information, you have to trade with the Seven Lords. There is a reward for high-level information on Heaven Planet." Lan Xuanyu nodded. He now had a better understanding of the pirate world. Lan Xuanyu and the others skimmed through the headlines in the information trading area, then went to the other trading areas. The weapons and equipment in the exchange were also very attractive to them. There were various types of weapons and equipment, and most of them were weapons that were compatible with warships. There were also various consumables. There was also a special area for rare metals to be traded. As a hard currency in the universe, rare metals were very popular. All sorts of soul tools, mechas, fighter jets, and battleships were clearly priced. The factory wasn't here. Lu Guiting told him that it was in another area, where he could modify all kinds of soul tools according to his requirements, including warships. After looking around, there were still some things that Lan Xuanyu and the others were interested in, especially rare metals. The variety of rare metals in Chihu's exchange was very rich. Many rare metals that could not be seen or were rare in Shrek Academy's outer court exchange center were here, and there were quite a lot of them. After Lan Xuanyu observed, he already had an idea. After selling those warships, they would try their best to exchange for more rare metals needed to make two-word battle armors in the future. If they could gather all the rare metals needed to make their battle armors through trading, it would be a huge profit. The amount of metal needed to make a two-word battle armor was uncertain because it depended on the success rate of forging, so the more the better. Rare metals would be lost during the purification process. The most frightening thing was that the forging process would fail and the rare metals would be wasted. In terms of weapons, Lan Xuanyu also took a look and even specifically looked for antimatter missiles. There were no antimatter missiles sold here. Previously, with the help of the terrifying power of the antimatter missile, they had easily captured the Purple Flame pirates. Lan Xuanyu had a deep love for this thing. Even if it was 100 purple emblems per piece, he was willing to buy it. Their profits this time would definitely not be limited to 100 purple emblems. Observing and familiarizing themselves with the entire exchange was what they had to do next. Through observation and Lu Guiting's introduction, Xianxia and the others gradually understood the situation here. This was actually a gathering place set up by the pirates led by the Seven Lords of Heaven Planet. To the pirates, this was a fair trading place. The main function of this place was to trade and did not provide any entertainment. After all, it was very troublesome to build entertainment facilities in such a place. All the resources had to be transported from the outside world. Only the liaison personnel of the various pirate groups had a place to stay here. The people here were usually the intelligence personnel of the pirate groups and the people in charge of the transactions in advance. In addition to trading, auctions were occasionally held here, mainly to auction off some strange and precious items. When the auction was held, the lords would occasionally attend. In order to ensure that the third exchange could attract pirates to trade, the lords jointly issued a statement to guarantee that all transactions and auctions here were safe. This was very important to the vast majority of pirates. In order to ensure that this place would not be occupied, the pirates had specially dug a geocentric tunnel that led to the planet's core under the planet's crust. There was something buried there that could detonate the planet. Reading on one's phone would bring them to the book-seeking pavilion. The pirates had already informed the Douluo Federation of this matter, and all such pirate exchanges were dealt with in this way. The pirates' intention was very simple. You guys can attack. In any case, this was a worthless planet. If you guys attacked, we would all be destroyed, and no one would be able to survive. Of course, the Douluo Federation could also attack from space, but no one could predict how large the impact of the planet's explosion would be. There was no need for the Federation to take the risk, nor was there a need to start a war with the space pirates before destroying Sin City. Therefore, this kind of exchange could exist in a relatively peaceful manner. To many pirates, the existence of this kind of exchange was very meaningful. Weapons and food were the rigid needs of space pirates. When they really needed entertainment and rest, they would still choose Sin City. That was their paradise. Of course, they had to have enough harvest before they had the qualifications and funds to return there. In order to avoid being exposed, Lan Xianbao and his teammates gathered together after a simple understanding of the situation and silently waited for the results of the warship evaluation. 3 hours later, the metal card in Lan Xuanyu's hand lit up. Lu Guiting gestured that the evaluation was complete. They came to the counter again, and the robot took out a screen and placed it in front of them. Evaluation results: first-class attack warship, damaged, no ammunition, worth 300 tons of basic rare metals. Evaluation results: 2 meteor-class reconnaissance warship, 3 damaged, no ammunition, worth 170 tons of basic rare metals. Although he had expected it, the evaluation results still made Lan Xuanyu's expression change. Those were 4 warships, and they were only worth 400 tons of basic rare metals. The so-called basic rare metals referred to the most ordinary rare metals. Although they could be used as a warship's energy source, they were the least valuable among the rare metals. If this level of rare metal was measured in terms of Shrek emblems, 1 ton was barely equivalent to a purple emblem. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. Although more than 400 purple emblems were already quite a lot, it was still too little for the value of 4 warships. Their Xianxia Wings warship alone was worth a lot of money. Although the Purple Flame Pirates warship definitely couldn't compare to the Xianxia Wings warship, it was still a meteor-class attack warship, yet it was only worth so many purple emblems. This is too little, Lan Mengqin couldn't help but say. Xian Lei, who was beside her, said the same thing at the same time. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes at him. Why are you copying me? Xian Lei opened his mouth but didn't say anything. For some reason, as his strength increased day by day, his fear of Lan Mengqin also increased. Lan Xuanyu looked at Lu Guiting. Lu Guiting smiled bitterly and said, the exchanges like this, they rely on this price difference to make money. Trading here was simple and convenient. If one were to say that it was worth it, then it was definitely not worth it. But many times, in order to avoid trouble, pirates would choose to conduct their transactions at the exchange. Hearing his words, Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred and he understood a little. Although Lu Guiting didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. This was simply a place to sell stolen goods. Why would pirates sell stolen goods between themselves? It was because pirates would bully the weak like they did before. Many pirate groups had backgrounds. Could it be that they would sell stolen goods on their own planet, especially when they had warships with them? If they were targeted by someone with a background, not to mention whether they could withstand it, how much trouble would there be? Trading at this kind of exchange was simple and convenient, and the exchange wouldn't pursue the source of the traded goods, so the price given would naturally be very low. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Deal. Completing the transaction was the most important thing. Furthermore, he had investigated the situation at the exchange this time. This would be quite useful for him to carry out some plans when he completed the heaven fighting mission in the future. The transaction procedures were very simple. The exchange even provided a transportation service to transport the rare metals obtained from the transaction to the warship. Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't have a warship, but they had the Ring of Destiny, which was enough to hold more than 400 tons of rare metals. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he traded those basic uncommon metals for uncommon metals that could be used to construct a suit of 2-word battle armor. In the end, they exchanged for nearly 100 tons of rare metals. Even if Lan Xuanyu's forging success rate was as low as 10%, these nearly 100 tons of rare metals would be enough to create 2-word battle armor for the entire class. Reading in Chihu. This was definitely a bountiful harvest. It seemed that he had suffered a loss in the deal, but in fact, this was a no-cost deal. After the deal was completed, Lan Xuanyu called Lu Guiting in front of him and said, "Now I have two things for you to do. Firstly, I don't intend to sell the Purple Flame pirates as slaves. Even thieves have morals. That's not what we want to do. So, think of a way to help me deal with these people. You can release them, but you can't let them become a threat to us. Secondly, I need to bring my people to investigate this planet. I want to know if it can be investigated and how it can be investigated. Take care of these two matters, and I'll allow you to join Wings of 33 Skies as a special agent. I'll leave you a way to contact me and some funds for your activities." Lu Guiting was stunned. He wasn't selling pirates anymore. This was very different from the way space pirates did things. One had to know that because the population was small, the price of young and strong slaves was quite good. There were also many people in the Purple Flame pirates, so Lu Zhu didn't have much choice. He dared to think of a way to save Xianxia. Although these young space pirates in front of him didn't sell pirates, he definitely didn't think that they were kind. On the contrary, he was even more afraid of them. The other party had used a warship to attack a pirate crew with more than a dozen warships. Furthermore, they had used weapons of mass destruction like antimatter missiles. They were fierce and decisive when they attacked. He didn't know why the other party didn't sell pirates, but he felt that these people were more and more mysterious. There was another explanation for not selling the pirates, which was to silence them. In the universe, it was extremely easy to silence them. Can you really release them and not? Lu Guiting made a cutting gesture on his neck. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "Killing them is too cruel, just release them. Think of a way." Lu Guiting heaved a sigh of relief. Okay. How about this? I'll release a request for help in the name of the entire Purple Flame pirates. Directly ask for help from Heaven Planet and ask them to come and pick up the Purple Flame pirates. Later, they can be transported here first. I'll find a place to hold slaves and lock them up. You can give me the authorization to say that I'm in charge of looking after them. After the transaction is complete and you leave, I'll stay and wait for people from Heaven Planet to come and pick them up. When the time comes, just let them go. Lan Xuanyu thought for a while and said, "Okay." He didn't think too much about whether Lu Guiting would run away with the Purple Flame pirates. After all, after this matter was over, Lu Guiting would be useless. If she ran away, it would be fine as long as she helped organize the captives. If they didn't sell pirates as slaves, they would be no different from real space pirates. He didn't want to have such a stain on him and his classmates. He did not think that he was very noble. He just followed his heart and did what he wanted. Since that was what he thought, he did what he wanted. None of the dozen or so people around him raised any objections. When they heard Lan Xuanyu say that they wouldn't sell pirates, their eyes became clearer. As for surveying the planet, it wasn't difficult because Number 3 Exchange didn't restrict such activities at all. Lan Xuanyu asked Bing Tianliang and the other 7 people to stay and supervise Lu Guiting. Then, he informed Ding Zhuohan that they could bring down the 2 pirate battleships filled with people and park them at the docking area outside the exchange. There was no rush to carry out the transaction. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they had to complete the mission first before carrying out the transaction of the last 2 pirate battleships. However, they could first evaluate the value of the battleships to save time. Lan Xuanyu led his team of 6 people out of the exchange to carry out the heavenly battle mission. The environment of this planet wasn't too bad. Although it wasn't suitable for survival, there wasn't any particularly bad natural weather. Lan Xuanyu released his mental power and silently felt the changes in his surroundings. According to the information and Lu Guiting's understanding of this place, there were no living creatures on this planet. The danger was very low unless they encountered other pirates who were also surveying. To ensure their safety, they didn't go far away from the exchange. Instead, they found a place near the exchange and stopped. Lan Xuanyu signaled Tang Yuga to start. Tang Yuga nodded and directly released her martial soul true body. In the next moment, she turned into a heavenly qilin. With a flash of 10 colors, she quietly sank into the ground and disappeared using the earth escape technique. No one was more suitable than her to search for special minerals. The others only needed to assist her. reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure. Equal sign. As Lan Xuanyu waited for the results, he calmed down and summarized the gains and losses of this operation. From the looks of it, everything was going smoothly. To them, the biggest risk that could happen next was the revenge of the forces behind the Purple Fire pirates. But they had already calculated the flying distance. It would take time for the escaping pirate warships to reach Sin City, and it would take time for Sin City to send warships to eliminate them. This time was enough for them to complete many things. Most importantly, the escaping Purple Fire pirates didn't know their current whereabouts. They had cut off all communications with all the captured pirate warships and were unable to contact the outside world. They also used the wing of the Traistrumsa to block the signal and eliminate all possibility of being tracked. Hence, the possibility of them being intercepted was very small. Now, it all depended on whether this mission could be successfully completed. If everything went smoothly, they would really make a huge profit. The rare metals in their hands were enough to make 2-word battle armors for everyone. The money they got from selling 2 warships would be exchanged for emblems and distributed to everyone when they returned. And it should be enough for them to pay for the forging of their 1-word battle armors. They had the metals to forge their 2-word battle armors, but as for the forging fees, they would think about it later. In any case, Lan Xuanyu felt that he was quite rich now. He was still very interested in the antimatter missiles and planned to go back and ask the Tang men if he could sell them to them. With this thing, their Meteor-class attack warship would be unmatched among warships of the same level. Just as Lan Xuanyu was thinking, Yuan and Huihui's voice suddenly sounded in his ears through the soul communicator. "Big brother Xianyu. What's wrong, Huihui?" Lan Xuanyu came back to his senses. Yuan and Huihui's voice was a little solemn. "I think I should have guessed a little about those traders." Previously, at the exchange, it wasn't convenient for Lan Xuanyu to ask him. Now that they were outside, everyone was connected to their helmets through the soul communicator, so there was naturally no risk of being eavesdropped. Lan Xuanyu asked, "What do you mean by the Dark Elves?" Yuan and Huihui's tone was filled with anger. "Our elven planet was originally very powerful. To be honest, if the elven planet was at its peak, even the Federation wouldn't have been able to capture our planet so easily. But the elven race had suffered a heavy blow. You will understand if I say this. The fairy dragons of the elven race are our strongest companions. After they grow up, they are close to the god rank. The Dark Elves. The Elves. The Dark Elves wanted to seize control of the elven caves and all of the elven dragons, so they suddenly started a war. The Dark Elves were originally a powerful bloodline, and their strength was on par with our elven race. They suddenly started a war, causing us to suffer heavy losses. My grandmother's father, the previous elven king, died in the hands of the Dark Elven king. Although we won in the end, the Dark Elves took away the elven airship that our elven race had worked hard to create for countless years and destroyed all the information related to the elven airship, making it impossible for us to go to space again. A large number of our clansmen also died in that battle. If it wasn't for our elven king sacrificing his life at the last moment to hang an elven arrow in the hearts of every elven clansman, I'm afraid we would have all died and the victor would have been him." "What is that arrow?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Yuan and Huihui said, "That is a forbidden spell of our elven race. The elven king will only use it as a last resort, and only the elven king knows about this forbidden spell. In the history of our race, that is the only time the elven arrow has been used. After using it, an elven arrow will appear in the hearts of all elves, which is also called the elven heart questioning arrow. If any elven clansman wants to harm their own clansman, even if the Dark Elves harm each other, the elven arrow will immediately be activated, piercing through their heart and killing them. Originally, we couldn't defeat the Dark Elves, but with the elven arrow, our clansmen sacrificed themselves and pulled a large number of Dark Elves down with them, forcing them to escape. The Dark Elven king of that generation also died under the elven arrow. With the elven arrow, they didn't dare to come again, but our race suffered heavy losses and was still unable to recover after hundreds of years of recuperation. Later on, we encountered the Federation and had no choice but to sign a contract with the Federation. There was no doubt that these were the secrets of the elven race." Hearing this from Yuan and Huihui, Lan Xuanyu could feel how tragic the battle back then was. The ancestors of the elven race relied on the elven arrow to advance one after another, not hesitating to sacrifice themselves and finally driving away the dark elves. Then, what you mean is that the Black Forest pirates are very likely the dark elves who escaped from the elven planet back then? Lan Xuanyu already understood what Yuan and Hui Hui meant. Yes, it's very likely. Yuan and Hui Hui's tone was a little heavy. Lan Xuanyu asked, do you want to take revenge? Yuan and Hui Hui shook her head bitterly. We can't take revenge, at least we can't. The elven arrow is also effective against us. They can't come back, and we can't chase after them unless our entire race perishes with them. The dark elves are very powerful. Remember to save your phone to the library and read it immediately. This time, we found traces of them. I have to tell grandmother about this matter when I go back, but I'm worried that she will be sad. Big brother Xianyu, what should I do? Lan Xuanyu thought for a while and said, moreover, this matter has already passed for a long time, but this is a big matter for your entire race, so I don't think you can hide it. Moreover, the elven race is already a part of the Douluo Federation. You can also tell the Federation about your hatred and see what the Federation has to say. If the Federation is willing to take revenge for you, with the strength of the 7 fleets of the Federation, it shouldn't be a problem to annihilate the Black Forest pirates. Yuan and Hui Hui nodded. Right at this moment, a light flashed and the heavenly stem Qilin drilled out from the rocks below and transformed back into Tangyuga. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand and the silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around her, stimulating the elemental power in her bloodline. Tangyuga shook her head at him, obviously not discovering anything. Then let's change places. It turned out that this was a very barren planet, at least within the range that Tangyuga could explore. They changed places several times, but still didn't find anything. Tangyuga could currently go nearly 200 meters deep underground, and in the crust, her perception was stronger and could explore a large area. They changed several places consecutively and spent about 4 hours investigating. Even when Tangyuga was tired, they still didn't find anything. Xian, what should we do? Why don't we go further to help out? Tangyuga said. Lan Xuanyu thought for a while, then shook his head and said, no. We have already investigated many places, but we still didn't find anything. If we go further, the oxygen in our helmets won't be enough, and it will delay time, so the possibility of finding anything is still very small. Let's go back and give up on this mission. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, give up? Everyone looked at Lan Xuanyu at the same time. Lan Xuanyu nodded without hesitation. We didn't spend too much time on this mission, and we also gained something in other areas. Why don't we return quickly and continue with another mission? The biggest problem with this exploration mission is that we can't find anything. Since we've encountered it, we'll just accept it. We'll just go back and continue with the other missions. Qianlei clenched his fists. A combat mission is still better. At least we have a clear goal. Lan Xuanyu said, go back and complete the transaction. Let's return. Lu Guiting's ability to get things done was better than Lan Xuanyu had imagined. By the time they returned to the exchange, the evaluation of the 2 complete warships had already been completed. Each warship had 120 tons of basic rare metals. The 2 warships had a total of 240 tons. Lan Xuanyu didn't exchange for any more rare metals this time because they had enough for the time being. The prices here were also more expensive. It was better to just bring the basic rare metals back. The Ring of Destiny could also store them. Lu Guiting, you've done well. I'll leave the Purple Flame Pirates to you. I'll leave you with a way to contact them. You can choose to return with the Purple Flame Pirates, or you can choose to join us. We've already achieved the goal of this mission. You've also played your part. What you choose to do is your own business. Lan Xuanyu stood in front of Lu Guiting and said indifferently. Lu Guiting gritted his teeth and said, I'm willing to join the 33 Wings. Please accept me. I used my savings to exchange for this. Please accept it. As he spoke, he took out a small metal bottle from his pocket and handed it to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu looked at him with some confusion. What's this? Lu Guiting said, this is a brain implant. It can be implanted into the human brain. After implantation, there will be a remote control connected to a satellite. As long as you press it in the same galaxy, the brain implant will explode, causing the implanted person's head to explode. I am willing to be implanted with the divine brain needle and pledge my loyalty to you. Lan Xuanyu didn't expect this person to be so resolute. His eyes narrowed. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you to silence you? After all, you know more about us. Lu Guiting smiled bitterly. I'm one of the oldest interstellar pirates, and I've seen many of them. He asked himself if he still had some judgment. Although I don't know the origin of the wings of Xianxia, I can feel the filthy aura on you that is different from that of ordinary space pirates. Your auras are very fresh and pure. I feel that only by following you guys can I have a future. Who knows, I might even have a good ending. I'm not asking for much. I'll serve Wings of 33 Heaven for 10 years. If possible, you can buy me a small house on Heavenly Planet and let me retire. I'll be satisfied. You are very smart. Lan Xuanyu looked at the bitter smile on Lu Guiting's face and nodded slightly. Lu Guiting was undoubtedly smart. He dared to place such a heavy bet without knowing their origins. In fact, his bet was undoubtedly correct. Wings of 33 Heaven came from Shrek Academy, and Lan Xuanyu and the others were all elites of Shrek Academy. It was an unprecedented experimental class. In the future, they would undoubtedly become stronger every day. Once they entered Shrek Academy's inner court, they would be on a completely different level. How could interstellar pirates compare? Lu Guiting took the metal tube from Lan Xuanyu's hand and pressed it to the back of his head. He pressed the button to activate it. The next moment, his whole body trembled violently. The violent tremors lasted for a full 10 seconds before calming down. Then, he handed the metal tube to Lan Xuanyu. The blue button is to activate it, and the red button is to take out the brain needle. This concerns my life, so please take good care of it. If one day you feel that I have the right to escape from this control, please help me take it out. Lan Xuanyu didn't argue. He put the metal tube into the brain needle, then took out 10 tons of basic rare metals and handed them to Lu Guiting. This is the money I left for you. If you want to stay here, you can go to Planet Heaven. We'll keep in touch. Lu Guiting obviously didn't have a soul storage device big enough to store so many rare metals, but it was his business how to deal with them. Lan Xuanyu believed that he would have a way. After watching them leave, Lu Guiting's expression calmed down. He frowned slightly, touched the back of his head, and sighed softly. I hope my choice is correct. The place I really want to go is the Douluo Federation. After all, I'm old. The 7 winged fighters rushed out of the atmosphere and returned to space, directly returning to the Wing of 33 Heaven. The Wing of 33 Heaven slowly revealed its figure in space. It left its invisible state and activated the tractor beam to pull the winged fighters over. They slowly merged into the interior of the warship. A few minutes later, the main jets of the Wing of 33 Heaven were fully opened. The warship gradually turned illusory and silently disappeared into space. Activating invisibility was undoubtedly quite energy-consuming, especially when flying at full speed. However, at this time, the Wing of 33 Heaven would definitely not be stingy. They had gained a lot this time, and it was very likely that they had offended the Pirate King of Planet Heaven. Escaping successfully was the most important thing. The only pity was that they couldn't complete the team mission. This couldn't be helped. The scariest thing about this kind of exploration mission was that there was no real exploration target. This was also why the mission was given a 3rd level evaluation even though it wasn't difficult. It was because the failure rate wasn't low. Next, we have to discuss the next plan of action. Lan Xuanyu called all the students over in the main control room. The warship had navigation to guide it, so they didn't need to do much. Let me tell you my thoughts first. Lan Xuanyu said, we've gained a lot this time. The rare metals are enough to make 2-word battle armors for everyone. As soon as he said that, everyone cheered before he could continue. The rare metals needed for 2-word battle armors. How precious were they? Normally speaking, many students might not be able to gather them even after completing the Heaven fighting mission. In the next 2 years, they would have to go all out to gather 2-word battle armors. Now that they had the rare metals, all that was left was forging and production, which was naturally much easier. Lan Xuanyu continued, "Don't be happy too early. You guys still owe me the emblems for your one-word battle armors. The rare metals for your two-word battle armors were earned from everyone's missions, but you guys still have to pay for the craftsmanship, right? Ha ha ha. When there are too many lice, don't bite. When there are too many debts, don't worry. We'll definitely pay. If we have it, we'll pay." Bing Tianliang laughed heartily. In fact, Lan Xuanyu had never asked them for their debt. Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, then moved to the back. "What I want to discuss with everyone is. This time, other than obtaining enough rare metals to make two-word battle armors, there are still 220 tons of basic rare metals. The problem is how to deal with these resources. Of which, we have to leave 20 tons as the warship's power reserve for the future. We have a few choices for the remaining 200 tons. First, we can exchange them for emblems and give them to everyone. We'll let you guys save them up. Although it's not enough for the Skywings. It's still quite a bit. Second, we can continue to buy some ammunition from the Tangmen and continue to cheat them during the mission. 200 tons of basic rare metals might seem like a lot, but it's actually not too much as a combat resource. Of course, we still have the ammunition and rare metals from the pirate warships that we seized. We can exchange them for some emblems when we go back. I haven't calculated the exact amount yet. I'll discuss it with everyone. The main thing is, what should we do? Also, because the heaven fighting mission failed this time, we don't have much time to rest when we return before we have to go on with the next mission. We have to speed up." Ding Zhuohan said, "This is indeed a little difficult to choose. We all need the Skywings because they can directly increase our strength, but it's also very important to equip the warship with ammunition. Class Monitor, you're our leader. You tell me what to choose." "I support you. I support you." Bing Tianshu immediately expressed his stance. The others also expressed their agreement. It was already a consensus that there would be meat to eat by following the class monitor. Lan Xuanyu said, "My suggestion is to choose both options simultaneously. Actually, I only considered this problem after exchanging for the rare metals that can be used to make our battle armor. But because the space in the Ring of Destiny is limited, I don't regret it. After all, making battle armor takes time, and so does forging for me. No matter how many rare metals you give me, I won't be able to create spirit-refined alloys in a short time. So, we can use most of the rare metals we obtained this time to exchange for Skywings and ammunition to increase the overall combat strength of our 33 Heaven's Wings team. It'll be easier for us to attack the pirates next time. At the same time, we can keep a portion of the precious rare metals and continue forging. As long as our earnings can keep up, I won't lack rare metals for everyone to forge. This way, we can kill many birds with one stone." Qianlei said, "I don't think there's a problem. Let's exchange for ammunition first. Let's start with 10 antimatter missiles." Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, "Do you think that's fruit candy? I don't think we can afford 10, but it's still necessary to increase it a little. It's said that the Tangmen have many advanced soul tools. I plan to go take a look this time and arm our warship to the teeth. As long as we successfully annihilate a pirate crew, we can recoup our losses. We might even make a profit." Agreed. Agreed. Soon, the entire class reached a consensus. After returning, they would first customize the Skywings. The remaining rare metals, other than those used for power and forging, would all be exchanged for weapons and equipment from the Tangmen. This would increase the overall strength of the team without affecting their individual strength. On the way back, Lan Xuanyu immersed himself in his forging and continued to practice alloy forging. Although forging had a lot to do with talent and ability, it was more important to keep practicing. This was a profession that required constant practice to find comprehension. For most people, this process was extremely boring. Learning knowledge was only one aspect. More importantly, one had to rely on practice. Unlike designing and manufacturing, which required more knowledge through learning, Lan Xuanyu was already used to finding the feeling in forging. Lan Xuanyu didn't find it boring, especially since he had so many rare metals for him to practice with this time. He was in a good mood. There was another huge problem for blacksmiths, and that was the large amount of materials needed to upgrade from 1000 refinements to spirit refinements. Once the forging failed, the materials would be wasted, and the price of rare metals would remain high. Under such circumstances, many blacksmiths would need to spend extra time to earn money to buy forging materials. Therefore, normally, outstanding blacksmiths were nurtured by some influential forces, and materials had to be provided at all costs during the nurturing process. Of course, Lan Xuanyu didn't need to worry about forging materials now. According to Tang Lu, he was now considered a 6th-rank blacksmith. His success rate of spirit refinements was already not bad, and he needed to practice alloy forging on this foundation. Even spirit-refined metals that had not undergone alloy forging were enough to make 2-word battle armors. However, if he wanted to upgrade his battle armors to 4-word battle armors in the future, alloy forging metals were essential. This was because the higher the level of battle armors, the greater the difference between using metals that had undergone alloy forging and metals that had not undergone alloy forging. Time passed very quickly during the forging process. When the warship was about to enter the mother planet's atmosphere, Bai Xiuxiu came to call Lan Xuanyu back to his seat. The warship was ready to land. The Treystrumsa winged warship quietly landed in the Shrek Space Center. When the students of the Star War experimental class breathed in the fresh air of the mother planet again, they became excited in unison. This was the first time they had piloted a warship to carry out a mission. This time, the feeling was completely different from the previous heaven battling mission. Although the mission was not completed, the rewards were greater than normal. They were finally going to have their very own sky wings. After disembarking from the battleship, they asked the Tang men to perform maintenance on the battleship. Lan Xuanyu led his companions back to the academy first. On the way back to the academy, he dialed Dang Bo's number. "You guys came back pretty quickly. The mission is complete." Dang Bo was a little surprised after receiving Lan Xuanyu's message. Lan Xuanyu said that he had failed the mission and was unable to find any special minerals. "Captain, there's something I need to trouble you with. We've obtained some weapons and equipment this time, and we want to sell them to the Tang men so that we can replenish the weapons and ammunition on our battleships. If there's any difference, we'll refund it to you. What do you think?" Dang Bo was stunned when he heard this, but he immediately realized something. "You guys fought?" His voice instantly rose a few octaves. "Yes, I ran into a small pirate group and fought with them for a while. Don't worry, our battleship didn't suffer any losses. I can't bear to lose it, it's our treasure," Lan Xuanyu said hurriedly. Dang Bo heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look at the battleship later, then I'll send you a message." Lan Xuanyu's lips curled into an arc. He hoped that Captain Dang would not be frightened. Lan Xuanyu wanted to go back to hand in the mission first, then make a trip to the Tang men. This battle had made him realize just how advanced the Tang sect's technology was. The antimatter missiles were simply too powerful, and that was why they were able to easily end the battle. Other than the antimatter missiles, the Tang men definitely had other good things. How could he not go look for them? With the experience of dealing with the Purple Flame pirates this time, the results of the next battle must be even greater. Remember to save your phone to the library. Only with enough resources could they support the rapid growth of the 33 Heavens Wings team. After ending the call with Dang Bo, Lan Xuanyu immediately called Tang Zhenhua. "Teacher, we're back." Lan Xuanyu reported to Tang Zhenhua, "It's good that you're back. Come to my office, I have something to talk to you about." Tang Zhenhua said excitedly. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. Why did the teacher's voice sound a little excited? He asked Tang Yuga to take his place to hand in the mission, and the other students were dismissed to rest. He went directly to the Interstellar Center to find Tang Zhenhua. When Lan Xuanyu arrived at the Interstellar Center, not only was Tang Zhenhua there, but President Luohong and teacher Xiaoqi were also there. Seeing the three of them appear in Tang Zhenhua's office at the same time, Lan Xuanyu was shocked. "You brat, what Interstellar Center? Can't you say something nice? There's something good for you to do." Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. "What good thing?" Xiaoqi asked. "Did you complete the mission smoothly?" Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. "Not very." At that moment, he recounted the process of carrying out the mission. Of course, he did not mention the battle with the Purple Flame pirates. After listening to his description, Luohong frowned slightly and said, "This type of mission is like this. It's relatively simple, but there's a high failure rate. This is not your problem. Now that you have the support of the Tangmen, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to complete the mission. At least the Tangmen warship can save you a lot of time." Lan Xuanyu nodded in agreement and said, "Dean, what do you want us to do?" Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, Luohong said in a deep voice, "This is a very glorious thing. You should all know that our academy usually only recruits 30 students every year. Therefore, in such a big academy, the number of students we have is not many. The academy does this in accordance with the principle of better to have nothing than to have something substandard. But in fact, our Shrek Academy also has a branch, which is also cultivating soul master talents. The academy has many outstanding teachers there, and has cultivated a large number of talents for the military. This is the most important cooperation between us and the Federation, the Shrek Academy branch." Lan Xuanyu had really heard about it. With the teaching strength of Shrek Academy, it was really too wasteful to only teach such a small number of students each year. And in the early years, Shrek Academy did not only have such a small number of students. Luohong said indifferently, "The reason why we set up a branch is mainly because the academy's resources are limited, and it is impossible to support too many students to study. The resources that you can exchange for with your emblems are impossible to have in the branch, so your growth rate is naturally the fastest. Apart from not having so many resources, the branch is not much different from you in other aspects. Many outstanding talents have also emerged there, and some were even specially approved to enter our inner court. In order to maintain a close relationship between our academy and the branch, and at the same time to test the teaching results of each other, we will have a competition every year. Under normal circumstances, our academy will send out outer court graduates, that is, 6th-year graduates, but this time there is an exception. Because you have defeated this year's graduates, and Tang Yuga is in your class, after discussing it, we will send your class to participate in this competition with the branch, but there is a prerequisite." Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, "If we go, then won't the 6th years have any objections?" Although they had defeated Tang Yuga's 3rd year when they were 1st years, which meant that Lan Xuanyu was now a 6th year, those 6th years were definitely not weak, and should have two-word battle armors by now. Of course, whether it was Sima Xian with the dark gold Lion King martial soul or the brothers with the black tortoise shield martial soul, they were all quite strong this year. Luohong said, "Of course they will have objections, but this time, they were the ones who started it." Luohong explained it before Lan Xuanyu understood the whole story. It turns out that the 6th years are about to finish their points. Sima Xian and his classmates have two-word battle armors. The next thing you need to do is to participate in the assessment for you to enter the inner court. These 6th years were still brooding over the fact that Lan Xuanyu's team had defeated their class back then. They finally had two-word battle armors, and they all thought that they had made great progress. They asked Luohong and the others to do their best, hoping to fight with Lan Xuanyu's class again to wash away the shame. Normal competition between students had always been supported by Shrek Academy. Therefore, the 6th years made this request, and Luohong agreed after thinking about it. However, the 4th years were busy carrying out the heaven fighting mission, and it was impossible for them to participate in such a face-to-face competition without an explanation. Therefore, the right to represent Shrek Academy's academy and exchange pointers with the branch campus became the prize for this competition. If Lan Xuanyu's team won, then they would be able to represent their academy and head to Shrek Academy's branch campus to compete. If they lost, of course, the 6th years would still participate. What were the benefits of participating in the competition with the branch? Bonus points. If they won, they could get bonus points in the future inner court exams. At the same time, there were also prizes. The prize was very simple, a ton of sea god lake water. A ton of sea god lake water was not a small amount, it was equivalent to 1,000 liters. Although this thing was not particularly expensive, the price of each liter was still a white emblem. Moreover, sea god lake water was also limited to Shrek Academy students. More importantly, it was an honor to be able to represent their academy. After hearing this, Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly and said, Dean, being able to represent our academy is of course a good thing. We are also very willing to fight for our academy's honor. But you also know that this year is different from previous years. We need to obtain 24 difficulty points to pass the heaven fighting mission. Time is tight and the mission is heavy. If we participate in the competition with the branch, we will definitely waste a lot of time, not to mention that we still have to fight with the 6th years before that. Ying Luohong said indifferently, this is simple. If you win against the 6th years, the difficulty points of the heaven fighting mission will be reduced by 1. If you win against the branch, another 3 difficulty points will be reduced. This is equivalent to an additional heaven fighting mission set up by the academy for you, a total of 4 difficulty points. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then is there a heaven fighting mission point reward? The corner of Ying Luohong's mouth twitched. You brat, you really don't miss anything. If you win all of them, I'll give each of your class 100 heaven fighting mission points, okay? It's a deal. Lan Xuanyu agreed without hesitation and was beaming with joy. This was equivalent to carrying out a level 4 mission. Ying Luohong rolled her eyes at him and said, You're quite confident. What I have to tell you is that you will all be facing 2-word battle armor masters. Moreover, the competition with the 6th years will be held in the form of 7 against 7. You don't have the advantage of numbers, so it will be a completely fair competition. Do you understand? It won't be that easy for you to win. We are confident. We were able to win back then, and we will definitely win this time. Not to mention that Yuga is on our side now. Lan Xuanyu didn't seem worried about this battle at all. Ying Luohong said, That's good. This time, the academy agreed to this matter because they want to see the strength of your experimental class. Lan Xuanyu's eyes flashed. Dean, can we use mechas? Ying Luohong asked. No. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. That's not fair. They can use 2-word battle armor, but we can't use mechas. Ying Luohong said, There's nothing unfair about it. Don't tell me you plan to tear down the academy? Don't you know how powerful your mechas are? Don't tell me you want us to watch you pilot a fighter jet and bombard the entire field? Ying Luohong was naturally very clear about the power and role of the Skywings. The 6th years didn't have mechas of this level. If Lan Xuanyu and the others brought the Skywings to fight, that would be unfair to the 6th years. After all, the Skywings were given to Lan Xuanyu and the others by the academy. Lan Xuanyu said, Alright, I'll listen to you. Then I'll quickly go back and discuss it with my classmates. How many people will participate in the branch sparring competition? Ying Luohong said. It's also 7 people. This is a tradition. Understood. Lan Xuanyu said. Is there anything else? Ying Luohong said. I'm fine. If there's anything else you don't understand, you can ask your teachers. I'll be leaving first. With that, she turned around and left without saying goodbye to Xiaoqi and Tang Zhenhua. After watching her leave, Lan Xuanyu looked at Tang Zhenhua in confusion. Although he wasn't too sure about the exact situation between the dean and his teachers, he roughly understood that they had some relationship. Tang Zhenhua coughed and said, That's her temper. Don't embarrass your teachers this time. You have to defeat the 6th years first. Among the 7 of them, 3 or 4 of them have entered the inner court. And, don't worry, Lan Xuanyu said calmly, not worried at all. The students in their class had already completely fused with their spirit souls. Among the entire class, other than Jia Yu, everyone had a powerful spirit soul. Although their class was at a disadvantage in terms of battle armor, he was absolutely confident in their overall combat strength. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. Is the sparring at the branch academy more difficult than challenging the 6th years? Lan Xuanyu asked. This was because he had keenly sensed that the difficulty reward given by Ying Luohong was 1 difficulty reward for defeating the 6th years, but winning the sparring with the branch academy was 3 difficulty rewards. It was obvious that the branch academy would be even more difficult to deal with. Yes, the inner court graduates from the branch academy will spar with you guys. They are all students between the ages of 23 and 25. They are basically at their peak. The one with the highest cultivation is at the 8-ring level, Xiaoqi continued. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be speechless. I knew it. This mission isn't simple either. Xiaoqi looked at him with a faint smile and said, weren't you full of confidence just now? Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. That's against our 6th years. I'm very familiar with them, but we don't know much about the seniors of the branch academy. But it shouldn't be a problem. Xiaoqi said solemnly, there must be no problem. Do you know what the conditions are for the branch academy to enter our inner court? One of the prerequisites is to defeat us in a sparring match. If you win a sparring match, the branch academy can obtain 3 spots to enter the inner court. And the number of people that our inner court can accommodate is very limited. If we give it to the branch academy, it means that we will have 3 fewer spots to enter the inner court. This is not only a battle for glory, but also a battle for resources. The reason why our academy has reduced the number of people, whether it is the outer court or the inner court, is because the truly top-notch resources are limited. You will understand this point when you enter the inner court in the future. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly and said, don't worry, we will definitely do our best. By the way, Teacher Tang, how is the production of the Heavenly Wings mecha going? We should have gathered enough resources and can exchange for a portion. Tang Zhenhua said, it's always in production. How many resources can you exchange for? Lan Xuanyu said, I only wanted to exchange for half, but now it seems that I'll exchange for all of it. All of it? You brought so many resources to exchange for it? Tang Zhenhua asked in surprise. Lan Xuanyu coughed. He felt that there were some things that couldn't be hidden anyway. Thus, he recounted how they robbed the Purple Flame pirates. Hearing his words, Xiaoqi couldn't help but widen his eyes. You guys are too bold. He actually dared to attack a pirate group. What if he failed? Can you bear the responsibility if the whole class is wiped out? Lan Xuanyu lowered his head awkwardly and did not refute. Xiaoqi's anger rose. Lan Xuanyu, when I let you be the class monitor, the first thing you have to do is to ensure the safety of your classmates. What did I tell you? Are you going to be a pirate for me? Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, Teacher Xiao, if we want to grow quickly, we need a lot of resources, and we also need real battle experience. Isn't this the significance of the Heavenly Reverse mission for us? If there was no danger at all, then what was the point of training? The Tangman lent us such a good warship. Are we really just using it as a means of transportation? That won't be of much help to our future growth. Don't worry, the power of the Tangman warship is almost across the generations. Compared to those pirate warships, it has a huge advantage. Even if we can't beat them, we can still run away. Moreover, the identity of a pirate is still of great help to us. It will make it easier for us to complete the Heavenly Reverse mission in the future. With this identity as a cover, we can still do many other things. Xiaoqi's voice instantly rose. You still want to do other things? Do you still want to tear down Heaven Planet? Lan Xuanyu, I'm telling you, don't mess around. Okay. Tang Zhenhua hurriedly tried to smooth things over. This matter does sound a little risky. However, Xianyu is right. With the technological advantage of the Tangman warship, it won't be a big problem for them to escape. Xianyu, what you need to pay attention to is that you can't be ambushed by the pirates. Never let anyone find out the pattern of your movements, understand? Lan Xuanyu was smart. Once he heard Tang Zhenhua's words, he understood that his teacher supported his actions. He hurriedly nodded and said, don't worry, I will definitely pay special attention to this. Tang Zhenhua patted Xiaoqi's shoulder and sighed softly. Haven't I been researching soul technology with the Tangmen recently? Only when he really studied with them did he realize how advanced their technology was. And this is for us to see. There must be something even more advanced that we haven't seen yet. Xiaoqi frowned. It was obvious that he still couldn't let it go. He had deep feelings for the Star Combat Experimental class and valued these children very much. He was really afraid that something would happen to them. Lan Xuanyu probed, Teacher Xiao, don't worry. We will definitely be more careful in the future. We just happened to be intercepted by the pirates this time. At that time, we either fought or escaped. If we didn't defeat them, we would definitely have escaped. We didn't take the initiative to fight. Xiaoqi said, what do you plan to do next? Lan Xuanyu said, I will lead our team to complete the Academy's sparring mission. Then, the others will continue with the team mission. This two-pronged approach will allow us to complete the mission faster. Don't worry, when I'm not around, let them take on some level 2 missions. With their strength, it won't be a problem. Xiaoqi nodded and said, Lan Xuanyu, remember this. The entire class, not a single person can be missing, understand? Lan Xuanyu's expression also became serious. Don't worry, definitely. This time, a portion of the resources we brought back will be used to exchange for the Skywing mecha. The other portion will be prepared to go to the Tangmen to upgrade our warship's weapons and power equipment. Safety first. Xiaoqi sighed and smiled bitterly. I might be too worried about you guys. Young eagles have to spread their wings and fly one day. It's just that you guys are flying a little too fast. I can't keep up with your rhythm. Teacher Tang, about exchanging weapons, please give them more suggestions. Tang Zhenhua smiled. Am I not the same? Their class is the most cohesive class I've ever seen. It's also because of this that everyone is working hard to not be a burden to the class. As the class monitor, Xianyu is indeed very qualified. Under his leadership, our Star Combat Experimental class can grow so quickly. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, Teacher, don't praise me first. I have a question to ask the two of you. What if when we enter the inner courtyard in the future, our entire class gets in? Does the academy have so many resources to support our studies in the inner courtyard? Xiaoqi said in shock, the entire class gets in? How is that possible? Lan Xuanyu shrugged and said, it's not necessarily impossible. If there are enough resources, I expect our class to grow very quickly in the future. Tang Zhenhua smiled bitterly. From the perspective of resources, the academy definitely doesn't have so many resources to allow so many people to enter the inner courtyard at the same time. So, if you have such thoughts, it means that the academy will increase the conditions for you to enter the inner courtyard when they discover that your class is too strong. They will definitely be able to stop most people. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. Is it really impossible? Tang Zhenhua said, it's very difficult. Unless the ability you have displayed has made the academy willing to nurture you at all costs. Of course, it's definitely not a problem for you to enter the inner courtyard. It's not just your ability, but also your identity as the successor of the School of Life. Right, I have to remind you that the identity of the successor of the School of Life will not only bring you benefits, but also a lot of pressure. Everyone in the School of Life is eyeing this position. This position means that you are the successor of Master Shu and the only one who can communicate with the Eternal Tree. Even if you don't have much talent in battle, with your relationship with the Eternal Tree, you will definitely be able to cultivate to the God rank in the future. So, when that time comes, the competition will probably be very fierce. Xiaoqi looked at Lan Xuanyu with worry in his eyes. As he grew older, Lan Xuanyu's growth was also very fast, but the only problem was that his soul power was increasing too slowly. In the entire Star Combat Experimental class, 5-ring Soul Masters were the most common. There were even 6-ring and 7-ring students. But Lan Xuanyu only had 4-ring. At his age, 4-ring wasn't bad, but it wasn't considered outstanding in the Shrek Academy. It was still okay in the academy, the teachers valued his potential. However, in the School of Life, the competitors he would have to face in the future would at least be existences at the title Douluo level. This pressure was undoubtedly huge. In this regard, Lan Xuanyu looked very optimistic. Teacher, there will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Also, Master Shu will definitely live longer. Lan Xuanyu was actually especially unwilling to think about this problem because when he had to face this problem, it meant that Master Shu's life had come to an end. Tang Zhenhua said, let's not talk about this for now. You should prepare for the sparring competition first. Okay, teacher, I'll be leaving first. Lan Meiyu was indeed in a hurry to go back. The sudden situation made him have to change his plan immediately. Tang Zhenhua said, the Heaven's Wings aren't fully manufactured yet, but I should be able to provide you with 10 first. I'll get the corresponding people to test drive them later. Okay. With 10 Heaven's Wings. Cooperating with the battleship, they would be safer during the mission. After leaving the interstellar center, Lan Xuanyu returned to his dormitory. The moment he lay on the bed, his entire mind went blank. After completing a mission, he was still very tired. It was mainly mental fatigue because he had to focus on thinking and dealing with everything that could happen during the entire process. Any decision he made would affect the safety of the entire class during the mission. It was only at this moment that he relaxed. Whatever sparring competition or mission, they were all temporarily put aside. The students needed to rest, and so did he. His train of thought had become clear. Completing both the Academy's mission and the Heavenly Dipper mission was what they needed to do next. As for the challenge of the 6th years, he didn't care too much. After Sima Xian hung up the call, he looked at Li Siming and Li Siki and said in a deep voice, they agreed. The two brothers felt refreshed and subconsciously clenched their fists. This is our last chance. Sima Xian nodded and said, that's right. In the past few years, we have never forgotten the humiliation. We're about to graduate from the outer court. If we can't wash away this humiliation, I'm afraid we won't be able to calm down when we take the inner court exam. This time, we'll definitely give them a surprise. Yes. It's just that we don't know how strong they are now. They've been too quiet these few years and haven't caused any commotion. They should have started carrying out the heaven fighting mission recently, but we don't know how they're doing, Li Siming said. Sima Xian said, the more this is the case, the smaller we have to be. We all know Tang Yuga's strength, but I heard that she hasn't been able to break through to 7 ring. I don't know why. If she was still a 6-ring soul master, we would have an 80% chance of winning. Even if she broke through to 7 ring, our chances of winning would still be around 70%. And, let's plan our strategy for the next few days. We still have to deal with Lan Xuanyu first. The more there was no news, the harder it was to say. Even though we had an absolute advantage in terms of battle armor and cultivation, we still lost in the end. The most important thing for us is to be steady, so that they don't have any chance to create miracles. Lan Xuanyu slept all the way until night fell. He planned to tell everyone the details of the situation tomorrow, so that everyone could have a good rest today. He picked up his soul communicator, laid on his bed, and dialed a number. Soon, a gentle female voice came from the other side. Yes, Teacher Nana, we might not be leaving for the time being. The Academy wants us to compete with the 6th grade. Are you at the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy? The person on the other side of the soul communicator was his Nana teacher. Nana smiled and said, it's good to have more actual combat. I'll come over, I miss you guys too. Okay. Lan Xuanyu actually meant this when he made this call. He had carried out 2 heaven fighting missions in a row, but he hadn't seen Nana. Not long after, a silver door of light quietly opened in the living room of Lan Xuanyu's dormitory. A slender figure stepped out and arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu. Her silver hair was still draped over her shoulders, and she wore a long white dress, making her look even more ethereal. Nana was still so beautiful. Even though so many years had passed, she was still like a fairy, and there were no traces of age on her face. Teacher Nana. Lan Xuanyu rushed forward and hugged Nana. Nana smiled and patted his head. You're almost an adult, but you're still like a child. Lan Xuanyu raised his head and looked at her. In front of you, I'll always be a child. Nana smiled and said, did the mission go smoothly? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, it went smoothly, everything went well. Nana silently felt the changes in his aura and nodded slightly. There's some improvement, just steadily increase your cultivation like this. Okay. Lan Xuanyu nodded. His soul power was still increasing very slowly, much slower than his companions. If not for the fact that he had been buying large amounts of treasures from the Academy and cultivating in the Sea God's Lake, he suspected that his soul power would have stagnated. The purple immortal Lingji was indeed very useful. His bloodline didn't show any signs of absorbing soul power recently, and it was still growing stronger. Remember to save your phone to the library. Chihu is the fastest way to read. However, Lan Xuanyu seemed to feel that the purple immortal Lingji's effects weren't as good as when he first ate it. Perhaps it was because he had absorbed too much soul power when he broke through to 4 ring. Nana said, I've searched the market for high-level treasures, but I didn't find anything. It seems like you can only look for them at Shrek Academy. I've also asked around, and the real high-level treasures are mostly controlled by Shrek Academy and Tangmen. If you want to increase your cultivation faster, you'll need to eat more good things. You don't have to worry about your bloodline not being able to contain them. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, I've been using the Endless Life fruit to cultivate recently, and the effects are quite good. After breaking through to Foring, my soul power has completely stabilized. However, I feel like the purple immortal Lingji's effects are weakening. Is it because of insufficient nutrition? Nana nodded and said, that's possible. You'll need more of those treasures. It would be best if you could have 100,000-year-old treasure, especially when you break through next time. I've calculated based on your situation when you broke through to Foring. You'll need 100,000-year-old immortal herb as a foundation for your breakthrough. It's best if you have two. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head and said, it doesn't seem that easy. Although the academy has it, it should be quite expensive. I don't think I'll be able to break through to 5 ring by the time I graduate from the outer courtyard. Nana said, not necessarily. We'll see when the time comes. If you can't find it, I'll think of a way for you. Okay. Lan Xuanyu hugged Nana tightly again. Nana said, where's Xiaoxiao? Lan Xuanyu said, I didn't tell her you were coming. Otherwise, she'll snatch you away again. I'll tell her tomorrow. Nana laughed and said, aren't you afraid that she'll be unhappy? Lan Xuanyu blinked. Then I'll tell her now. Nana smiled. It seems like you still care about Xiaoxiao's feelings. Lan Xuanyu said helplessly, because I can't afford to offend her. 20 minutes later, Bai Xiaoxiao arrived at Lan Xuanyu's dormitory. When she saw Nana, she was naturally very affectionate. Teacher Nana, I've improved again. Bai Xiaoxiao said excitedly. Oh, show me your soul skill later. Nana smiled and said. Okay. Lan Xuanyu's cultivation room was quickly occupied by Bai Xiaoxiao. He stood outside helplessly and looked at Bai Xiaoxiao, who was using her soul skill, helplessly. I knew that I wouldn't be able to do anything once she came. Lan Xuanyu could only look at Nana guiding Bai Xiaoxiao in the cultivation room with jealousy. Who asked him to not have any breakthroughs recently. The next morning, Lan Xuanyu gathered everyone and told them about the sparring session with the 6th years. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. After some discussion, they decided to use Lan Xuanyu's method. Everyone would rest for 3 days, and then Bing Tianliang and Ding Zhuohan would lead the team to continue with the mission. Lan Xuanyu would lead his team to compete with the 6th years, and then participate in the competition. In the afternoon, Ding Zhuohan and the others went to choose missions, while Lan Xuanyu went to Tangmen to equip the battleship. The entire class split into 2 groups. Lan Xuanyu arrived at Tangmen's headquarters in the afternoon. When he saw Deng Bo again, he felt that the captain's expression was quite interesting. Captain, why are you looking at me like you've seen a ghost? It makes me nervous. Lan Xuanyu greeted Deng Bo with a smile. Deng Bo took a few steps back and said seriously, tell me, what did you guys do? Why are there so many weapons on the battleship? Although they're not good enough, there's still too much. The ammunition compartment isn't even loaded, and the control room is full because of you. Whose armory did you rob? Also, I checked why we've used up a lot of our hunting rounds and decoy missiles, and one of our antimatter missiles is missing. Lan Xuanyu said calmly, of course we used them. Didn't the Tangmen equip us with such good weapons so that we could use them? Deng Bo said in a low voice, I just want to know what you guys did. This is also what the Tangmen need to know. Lan Xuanyu said, then shouldn't we go in first? It's not good to stand at the door. 15 minutes later, Deng Bo slammed the table and stood up. He stared at Lan Xuanyu with wide eyes. You robbed a pirate team and even sold their battleship? Lan Xuanyu blinked and said, yes. Deng Bo slapped his forehead and sat back down. He muttered, I knew it wouldn't be a good thing if you guys took the battleship. We shouldn't have equipped you with weapons. You guys are really daring. Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, how can we not equip ourselves with weapons? Wouldn't we become captives of the interstellar pirates and become slaves? Also, haven't you heard of the saying, the skilled are bold? It is precisely because our Tangmen warships are strong enough that we were able to achieve such a victory. You see, haven't I brought back all the spoils of war we've captured? When we left, you emphasized how precious the ammunition on our warship was and how expensive the resources were. It is precisely because of this that we have no choice but to use war to support war. Otherwise, we won't be able to afford our warships. Don't you agree? Looking at the increasingly aggrieved Lan Xuanyu, Dangbo couldn't help but widen his eyes. He instantly recalled the time when he brought Lan Xuanyu and the others to Sin City. Stop. Anyway, I've already reported this matter to the higher-ups. Let's listen to their arrangements. If the sect decides to take back the battleship, it has nothing to do with me. I can't control you. Dangbo didn't want to talk to Lan Xuanyu at all. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself from slapping this brat. These little fellows were really too bold. They actually attacked a pirate team and even won. It was simply unbelievable. After waiting for half an hour, Lan Xuanyu once again met the Douluo Palace's vice hall master, Tang Miao. When Tang Miao saw Lan Xuanyu, his expression was a little strange. Although he had long known that these little fellows were daring, they had dared to do some unconventional things in order to complete the mission. They had done some unconventional things, and after the fact, they had justified themselves. However, they did not expect that the first time they had piloted a warship alone, they would rob a pirate group. You guys are good. Tangsen gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. You're too polite. It's alright. Lan Xuanyu chuckled. Do you really think I'm praising you? Tang Miao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hee, aren't you praising me? Lan Xuanyu had an obedient look on his face. Looking at Lan Xuanyu, who was pretending to be stupid, Tang Miao couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Wang Tianyu likes you so much. You're simply a replica of him back then. What did Dean Wang do back then? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Tang Miao's mouth twitched. Ask him yourself in the future. What do you plan to do next? Continue robbing the pirate team. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly shook his head and said, Hall Master, it's like this. Remember to bookmark Chihu. This time was really a coincidence. We were attacked by pirates, so we had to fight back. At that time, we were actually prepared to escape, but who knew that our Tongmen's antimatter missiles were so powerful and defeated them in an instant. Don't worry, we will definitely pay attention to avoiding them in the future and won't take the initiative to provoke them. Dangbo couldn't help but say, it would be strange if I believed you. You bunch of daring brats don't dare to do anything. Tang Miao had already regained his composure. I want to hear the entire process of your operation. You can't miss anything. Repeat it for me. Okay. Lan Yan immediately recounted the situation seriously and how they dealt with the aftermath. After hearing his story, Tang Miao nodded. Alright, that's it. Dangbo, bring him to replenish his weapons and ammunition. We'll take everything he brings back and give it to him according to the normal price. He now had 4 antimatter missiles. As long as he has the money, other than the secret weapons, let him choose the rest. Ah. Dangbo looked at Tang Miao with his mouth agape. He thought to himself, aren't you indulging these brats, is this really appropriate? Tang Miao said to Lan Xuanyu, go out and wait first. I have something to say to Dangbo, okay? Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. Tang Miao's words were equivalent to supporting their previous actions. This also meant that the Tangmen officially supported them. If there was a similar situation in the future, the Tangmen could also tolerate it. What could be better than this? Seeing Lan Xuanyu leave happily, Dangbo couldn't help but say, Hall Master, you can't agree to him. This is their first time out and they already robbed a pirate team. If this continues, they will be in danger sooner or later. That's a student from the Shrek Academy. Tang Miao pressed his palm down and Dangbo stopped. Tang Miao said, first of all, they won this battle, right? And it's equivalent to not suffering any losses. This is ability. It's their first time piloting a battleship alone on a mission and fighting a space pirate team with 10 battleships. Can you do this? Not only do they have courage, but they also have strategy. This is being bold and meticulous. Tang Miao looked at Dang Bo solemnly and said, more importantly, even when facing pirates, they were able to keep their hearts. They didn't kill the captives or sell them as slaves. Although they had the idea of robbing the pirates and plundering their resources, they were able to keep their hearts. They didn't do anything and still held on to their bottom line. This is why I support them. They have ability, strategy, bottom line, and talent. Such a group of young people will be amazing if they really grow up. I've already told Old One that in the future, all the students in their class who didn't get into the Shrek Academy's inner court will come to our Tangmen headquarters. Also, I have to remind you not to be biased because of what happened back then. You have to discover their strengths and even learn from them in some aspects. Dang Bo listened to Tang Miao's words and his brows gradually relaxed. He nodded helplessly. I have to say, Hall Master, sometimes I'm really a little jealous of them. But I have to admit that they are very outstanding, especially this Lan Xuanyu. Everyone in their class is very convinced by him. If it wasn't for the fact that their internal opinions were unified, they definitely wouldn't have done so many things. Read well, read well, read well, smiley face. Tang Miao smiled and said, this is also the reason why I value him. A person is strong because of his talent. Our Tangman and Shrek Academy have never lacked such geniuses, but it is rare to see someone with talent and strong leadership skills. He is not only a talented general, but also a talented commander. Our Tangman and Shrek Academy lack talent. I hope that he doesn't get into the inner courtyard so that we can pick up the scraps, although I think Old Wang will definitely not give us this chance. When Lan Xuanyu saw Dang Bo again, Dang Bo's attitude had obviously improved. Next was the calculation and selection of equipment. The various weapons and ammunition they had obtained from the pirate warship were worth quite a lot. After all, they were still weapons and equipment from the warship. After replenishing an antimatter missile, Lan Xuanyu used the remaining money to exchange for a new power system. It was still a power system based on a single positive circulation source core, but it was more advanced than the one on their warship. The power was increased by 40%, and the speed was increased by 50%. Of course, the corresponding consumption was also much higher. However, Lan Xuanyu did not care too much about this consumption. They still had 30 tons of basic rare gold points as a power source, which was enough to last them for a long time. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu also took a fancy to a new weapon. This was a special attack weapon with extremely strong penetrative power. It could penetrate the protective shield of a warship and attack. It was very powerful, but it was also very expensive. Lan Xuanyu calculated that their resources were still not enough to exchange for this weapon, but he still paid the deposit. The power system and this weapon needed time to modify. They would order it first and deliver it a month later. After a month, the 33 Heaven's Wings team would have completed at least one mission, and Lan Xuanyu's sparring competition would be almost over. By then, they would be able to equip these new equipment. In fact, Lan Xuanyu still had a lot of equipment that he wanted, but he was embarrassingly short of money. Tongmen's weapon database really dazzled him. There were some large weapons that were too powerful for a convict-level assault ship to handle, but they were all extremely powerful. Captain, are the Tangmen selling warships? Lan Xuanyu whispered into Dang Bo's ear. What? You still want to buy battleships? Dang Bo looked at him in shock. Lan Xuanyu chuckled and said, think about it. Even if we have money in the future, we don't want battleships that are as big as battleships. I've seen the introduction of our newest model, the Meteor-class warship. It's much more powerful than ours, especially since the warship itself has rare metals added to its alloy foundation. It's so powerful. It's really tempting. How about we change it when we have money in the future? Dang Bo looked at him and said with an interesting expression, talking to you gives me a headache. Let's talk about it when you have enough money. Lan Xuanyu said, okay, we will work hard to make money. Leave. Dang Bo said weakly. This guy definitely wanted to attack the pirate team from the beginning. How could he say that it was a coincidence? Liar. Lan Xuanyu left Tangmen in satisfaction. He had spent most of his earnings this time. He couldn't help but sigh. It was really difficult to be the head of the family. He was actually not too willing to participate in the competition. It was a waste of time. Although a ton of sea god lake water was good stuff, participating in the competition was definitely not as fast as carrying out missions. When he returned to the school, Lan Xuanyu received a notice that their competition with the 6th grade would be held in 3 days. Ding Zhuohan also sent news that the team mission had been accepted. It was a level 3 escort mission. They had to escort a commercial spaceship through an area where space pirates might appear. However, this area was under the jurisdiction of the Federation. This mission was very suitable for them. The possibility of encountering a pirate fleet was not high. It was very unlikely that a pirate fleet would dare to enter the Federation's territory to rob commercial spaceships. Bing Tianshu and Ding Zhuohan discussed it carefully with everyone and decided to accept this mission. It was fine if they did not encounter a pirate fleet. However, if they did, they might be able to obtain additional rewards. Lan Xuanyu agreed with this. This escort mission was still very simple. The main reason why it was a level 3 mission was that it required a warship, which was equivalent to needing resources. They had a warship, and it was an excellent Tangmen attack warship. Lan Xuanyu only gave one condition, which was that during the escort process, the wings of the Xianxia had to remain invisible and wait for the pirate warships to take the bait. A commercial spaceship escorted by a meteor attack warship might deter the pirates. However, if they chose to remain invisible, they might lure the pirates out. Staying invisible would just consume more rare metals. Even if only one reconnaissance warship took the bait, it would be worth it. The departure time was 2 days later. In other words, they wouldn't be able to cheer Lan Xuanyu and the others on. If they could successfully complete this mission, and Lan Xuanyu and the others could also complete their mission, they would be able to complete 11 of the 24 difficulty points in their class. Furthermore, it would only take them slightly more than 2 months to complete this mission. Lu Zhe would have a much easier time in the future. After dealing with the Purple Flame pirates, as well as the exchange after returning, Lan Xuanyu deeply understood how important resources were to a team. Only with enough resources could they become stronger. Moreover, Nana also told him that if he wanted to successfully break through to 5 ring in the future, he would need at least 100,000-year heaven and earth treasure. Then, wouldn't breaking through to 6 ring require even more resources? Without money, it was impossible. The wings of the Xianxia had finished replenishing its ammunition. All the resources previously consumed were replenished, including the antimatter missiles. Lan Xuanyu told Ding Zhuohan and Bing Tianliang that if they really encountered danger, they should not be stingy with their ammunition. Even if they had to use up all the antimatter missiles, it would be fine as long as they could return safely. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The wings of the Xianxia set off again for their 3rd mission. Lan Xuanyu also brought by Xiaoxiao, Lan Mengqin, Tang Yuge, Yuan and Hui Hui, Qian Lei, and Lu Feng to prepare to face their opponents. The 7 people in Lan Xuanyu's dormitory sat in a circle. Tang Yuge said, according to the information I received, there are 4 7-ring soul sages in the 6th years. There are no soul Douluo, and the rest are 6-ring soul emperors. Oh, that's good. It's good that there aren't any perverted seniors like Xinglong Jiang. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, and the others' expressions relaxed. Lan Mengqin coughed and said, isn't it wrong for us to have such an attitude? After all, we're facing seniors who are 2-word battle armor masters. Shouldn't we give them more respect? Qian Lei patted his firm chest and said in a low voice, defeating them is the greatest respect for them. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes and said, you make it sound like you can do it alone. Qian Lei chuckled. If I enter a berserk state, I might really be able to do it. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him and said, don't be arrogant. Your only mission is to stall Sima Xian. Leave the rest to us. Let's go train together in the afternoon. After everyone advanced, we haven't really trained together. Everyone nodded. Indeed, after everyone broke through, they hadn't really trained together. Read well, read well, read well, smiley face. The current strength of the 7 of them was Tang Yuge, a 7-ring soul sage with a spirit soul, the Yin-Yang chaos bird Yuan and Hui Hui, a 6-ring soul emperor with a spirit soul, the illusory fairy dragon Lan Mengqin, a 5-ring soul king with a spirit soul, Bai Xiaoxiao, a 5-ring soul king with a spirit soul, the abyssal demon dragon Qian Lei, a 5-ring soul king with a spirit soul, the golden behemoth Lu Feng, a 5-ring soul king with a spirit soul, Lan Xuanyu, a 4-ring soul ancestor with no spirit soul for the time being. In terms of the number of soul rings alone, they weren't very strong, but other than Lan Xuanyu, they all had top-notch spirit souls, real spirit souls, not artificial spirit souls like the spirit pagoda. Especially Lan Mengqin and Bai Xiuxiu, their spirit souls were at the level of great beasts. Lan Xuanyu even felt that if it was a one-on-one situation, the current Tang Yuge would definitely not be weaker than Jinglong Jiang they faced back then. Although Tang Yuge didn't have a 2-word battle armor, even if she returned to the 6th years, she would definitely be the strongest among them. So what if it was 7 versus 7? So what if the other party had 4 7-ring soul sages and 3 6-ring soul emperors? The 6th years weren't the 6th years of the past, and they weren't the same. Let's see who improved faster. However, Lan Xuanyu proposed to the academy that this match should be held internally. It couldn't be publicized to the outside world, and the other years weren't allowed to watch. Ying Luohong was quite surprised by this. She originally thought that Lan Xuanyu would propose to let the academy broadcast this match live and they would reap benefits from it. The reason why Lan Xuanyu proposed to hold it internally was because he didn't want to expose the strength of his team. They had already grown up, and he didn't want himself and his teammates to be in the spotlight. If they were too famous, they would naturally be noticed. In the future, how would their 33 Heaven's Wings team act? It would be easy for others to see through their soul skills. When it was time to keep a low profile, it was still necessary to keep a low profile. Therefore, this competition had completely become an internal competition of Shrek Academy. The wings of the Traistrumsa had already left, and Lan Xuanyu was still quite assured of his classmates. Ding Zhuohan's talent in warship piloting was not inferior to his, not to mention that the weapons they carried were powerful enough. For antimatter missiles produced by Tangmen could do a lot of things, not to mention that the warship was escorting the merchant ship in stealth mode. It could be said that this was definitely an extravagant escort. Perhaps not many merchant ships would receive such treatment. If pirates really came to attack, if the pirates were weak, they would be food on the table. If the pirates were too strong, they could just give up on the mission and come back to report. Thus, for the 33 Heaven's Wings squad, this team quest was pretty good. Chihu. However, such missions were rare and not all merchant ships could afford to hire a heaven fighter to escort them. Over the past few days, Lan Xuanyu and his teammates had been training together. After everyone broke through, their abilities had clearly improved, and their soul skills had more or less changed. The ones who changed the most were naturally Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mengqin. After they obtained spirit souls at the level of great beasts, even their martial souls had mutated. It wasn't until the morning of the competition that news came from the academy that the format of the competition had been finalized. It wasn't the originally expected 7 versus 7 where the victor would be decided in one match, but a comprehensive competition to determine the final victor. This was also a competition that fully reflected the comprehensive strength of both sides. 3 1-on-1 matches, 1 2-on-2 match, and 1 7-on-7 match. There were a total of 5 matches. In the 1-on-1 match, the winning side would obtain 1 point, the 2-on-2 match would obtain 2 points, and the 7-on-7 match would obtain 4 points. In other words, if they won the first 3 1-on-1 matches and the first 2-on-2 match, the final 7-on-7 match would be decided even if they didn't fight. This competition system was relatively advantageous to the 6th years because in the past, Lan Xuanyu and the others had relied on team battles to win against the 6th years. In terms of team battles, Lan Xuanyu and the others had at least a psychological advantage, but with the addition of 4 matches, the requirements for their overall strength had become higher. Without a doubt, in terms of individual strength, the 6th year still had the advantage. Regarding this, Lan Xuanyu had his doubts, but the academy's reply was very simple. The sparring competition that represented the academy to participate in was also under this competition system. Since the academy was selecting the strongest team to face the challenge of the branch academy, they naturally had to use the same method to select them. Therefore, this was fair. It wasn't that easy to represent the 6th years and obtain the 4 difficulty points for the heaven fighting mission. Therefore, for Lan Xuanyu and the others, the first thing they had to think about was how to arrange their troops. Both sides had 7 people. After the team members appeared in the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, they would also have to appear in the 7-on-7 match. However, this would involve a problem. If they were injured or exhausted in the previous matches, what would happen later would definitely affect the 7-on-7 match. Therefore, who would appear in the first match became a very important problem. Lan Xuanyu and his teammates gathered at this moment. In Xiaoqi's office, they were discussing how to arrange their troops. Xiaoqi frowned slightly and said, "Xianyu, what do you suggest?" The reason why he asked Lan Xuanyu was because Lan Xuanyu was the most familiar with his teammates. "Remember to save your phone in the library." Lan Xuanyu looked at his teammates and said, "Yuga and Hui Hui will definitely appear in the 1-on-1 matches, and their chances of winning are very high. Yuga can basically guarantee a 1-on-1 victory, and Hui Hui should be about the same." As for the last match, Qian Lei raised his hand excitedly. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him and shook his head. "No, you can't appear." "Why?" Qian Lei's eyes widened. "I'm very strong in a 1-on-1. Even if I meet Sima Xian, I can still fight him." Lan Xuanyu said, "Then can you guarantee victory?" "I'm not too familiar with them, so I can't guarantee it, but I think there's definitely a chance." Qian Lei wasn't overly arrogant. After all, he only had 5 rings. Although the golden behemoth had greatly increased his strength, the difference in soul power between him and the other party was still very obvious. There was no doubt that the 6th years would send out 3 7-ring soul sages who were also 2-word battle armor masters to participate in the 1-on-1 match. Facing a soul sage with a 2-word battle armor, and a soul sage from the Shrek Academy, Qian Lei really didn't have full confidence. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "Since you don't have full confidence, you can't expose yourself. We still have to rely on you for the final 7-on-7 match." Qian Lei's eyes lit up. "I'm considered a secret weapon." Lan Xuanyu said, "Sort of." Xiaoqi looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, "Then who's going up for the last 1-on-1 match?" Lan Mengqin and Bai Shoushou both looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, "We are still quite confident in winning this match. If we want to obtain the final victory, then we have to win the 7-on-7 match. We can't bet on winning the first 4 matches, but we have to win the entire match. Therefore, Qian Lei and Mengqin's abilities have to be hidden." No one would have thought that Qian Lei was the strongest assault-type soul master among us, and even less would have thought that Mengqin Bai had the ability to heal. Therefore, in the first 3 rounds, the other 5 of us will take action, and the 2 of you will remain mysterious. For the last 1-on-1 match, Frenzy, you go up. Don't ask for merit, just don't make any mistakes. Don't be seriously injured, don't expend too much energy, just give it your all. Do as much as you can and display your own strength. Read well, read well, read well, smiley face, alright. Lu Feng nodded vigorously and didn't say much, but Lan Xuanyu had never doubted his determination. Lan Xuanyu continued, 2 against 2, Shoushou and I will go up. According to our current arrangement, we have to win at least 2 of the first 4 matches. Then, the final 7 against 7 match will determine the winner. Xiaoqi nodded slightly and couldn't help but reveal a gratified expression. After continuous training, Lan Xuanyu, the class leader, was becoming more and more mature. In terms of age and soul power, he might be the youngest and weakest in the class, but he was the cornerstone of the entire Star Combat Experimental class. It could be said that without him, there wouldn't be the Star Combat Experimental class that the entire school paid attention to. The school's higher-ups already knew about their good results on Dragon Source Planet. The school was very optimistic about their future. Yuqi really hoped that these children could create more miracles. One of the important criteria to measure whether an outer court teacher in charge was outstanding or not was how many of his students were able to enter the inner court. Regarding this, Xiaoqi believed that his batch of students would definitely bring him a huge surprise in the end. While Lan Xuanyu and the others were arranging their troops, the 6th years were also arranging their troops. This time, they were fighting for their honor and for the confidence of the entire class. If they won this battle, they would have a huge advantage in the inner court exam after graduation. The former 1st year, and now the current 4th year, the unprecedented Battlecraft Combat Experimental class had defeated them twice when they were still 1st years. Without a doubt, the Star Combat Experimental class was highly valued by the school. Although they were 2 years higher than the other party, their influence in the school was far inferior to their juniors. Even their former class leader was willing to be demoted to that side. They had long been the joke of the outer court, and many people even said that they were the worst grade in the outer court in the past few decades. Whether it was the 6th-year teachers or students, they had always been under such pressure, so one could imagine the pain in everyone's hearts. No one was willing to be called trash, and they were even more unwilling to bear such a reputation to take the exam. If the teachers of the inner court wore colored glasses, how many of them would be able to get into the inner court? Other than Sima Xian, who was more confident, even the 2 brothers Li Siki and Li Siming didn't have much confidence in succeeding. Therefore, they came up with this idea. Only by washing away the shame of the past could they have the possibility to improve. Although it was a 6th year against a 4th year, and they were 2 years higher than the other party, winning was expected. If they lost, it would be even more embarrassing. However, they had no way out. After all, they had already lost twice. They had applied to the academy and finally obtained this opportunity. They had to win, and they had to win beautifully to prove that they could do it. The entire 6th years were united like never before. Every one of them had high hopes for the victory of this match. Compared to a few years ago, Sima Xian had completely grown up. Perhaps it was because of his martial spirit, but he looked a little older than his actual age. He was more than 2 meters tall, and his shoulders were extremely broad. He didn't have much muscle on his body, but he gave off an unusually tall and sturdy feeling. His eye sockets were deep, and his entire body exuded a dangerous aura. As the undisputed number 1 person among the 6th years, the pressure he was under was undoubtedly the greatest. The arrangement of the troops had been completed, and he was trying his best to calm down. Beside him, the 6 people who had already made preparations were silently waiting for the match to begin. The match would be held in the Shrek Academy's big martial arts practice field. This was also the place where the students cut carbon every day. It had very perfect protective measures that were enough to withstand mecha fighting inside. There were no students from other years watching the battle in the Shrek Academy. Only the students from the 2 years were allowed to enter. When the 6th years arrived at the big martial arts practice field, they found that there were no signs of the 4th years in the spectator area. Weren't they watching the match? No, they should be completing the heavenly battle mission. They didn't dare to delay the divine pavilion. After all, the 6th years had also come from the 4th years. They knew how difficult it was for heaven fighters to complete the heavenly battle mission. But after experiencing the experience of the heavenly battle mission, as long as one was a heaven fighter who could stay, they would be reborn. The current 6th years were no longer the original 29 students, but only 21. The 8 people who were eliminated did not complete the heavenly battle mission. On the spectator stand, the 14 6th years were waiting nervously. After completing the heavenly battle mission, they were all prospective graduates of the Shrek Academy's outer court. Most of them had 2-word battle armors and were qualified to graduate from the Shrek Academy's outer court. There were also a few people who continued to work hard to complete their 2-word battle armors before graduation. They all subconsciously clenched their fists and stared nervously at the empty arena, quietly waiting for the start of the battle to defend their honor. To them, this battle was simply too important. If the academy won, they would represent the academy to spar with the branch academy. If they could win again, then they would be able to hold their heads high and welcome the graduation exam and the upcoming assessment to enter the inner court. If they lost this match, then they would probably be the most miserable graduates of the Shrek Academy in the past few decades. Therefore, they were determined to win this match. Everyone knew the consequences of losing this match, but they still agreed to carry out such a match without hesitation. They were about to graduate, and those who could get into the inner court were, after all, very rare. More people were about to graduate from the Shrek Academy's outer court. They were all young and hot-blooded. Before leaving the academy, they hoped to burn their hot-blooded blood one last time and spend their youth to fight for the honor that belonged to them. Remember to bookmark the bookmark in the book-seeking pavilion and read it immediately. On the other side of the stands, there were more than 20 people. The one sitting in the main seat was the vice pavilion master of the Sea Gods Pavilion, Wang Tianyu. This almighty figure actually came personally. Sitting beside him was the leader of the life school, the senior vice pavilion master of the Shrek Academy's Sea Gods Pavilion, Master Shu. Master Shu always had a smile on his face. He always looked so old and didn't seem to have changed much compared to before. However, those who were especially familiar with him would realize that his eyes weren't as lively as before. Behind the two of them were mostly teachers from the outer court of the Shrek Academy. There were also some teachers from the inner court. Zheng Longjiang was also there. He was sitting in a corner of the stands. After he found out about this competition, he specially applied to the inner court to come and watch. He had always been very interested in Lan Xuanyu. These juniors had made him suffer when he was in his first year. This was a situation he had never encountered after entering the Shrek Academy. After a few years, he also wanted to see how much these juniors had grown. A figure descended from the sky and slowly landed in the middle of a martial arts practice field. It was the dean of the Shrek Academy's outer court, Ying Luohong. That's right, this dean would personally serve as the referee for this competition in order to ensure the safety of the participating students. This was a real combat competition, not a competition conducted in the Douluo world through a simulation pod. Both sides, enter. Ying Luohong's calm voice spread throughout the entire venue. On both sides of the martial arts practice field, both sides walked into the venue at the same time. Each side had 7 people. On the fourth-year side, Lan Xuanyu walked at the front, followed by Tang Yuga, Bai Xiuxiu, Lan Mengqin, Qian Lei, Lu Feng, and Yuan and Hui Hui. On the sixth-year side, Sima Xian walked at the front. Behind Sima Xian were the 2 brothers, Li Siming and Li Siki, who had the black tortoise shield martial soul. As for the 4 people behind them, Lan Xuanyu didn't know any of them. The 2 students who had fought with them before weren't among them. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face, the 6th years had changed. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. He had only roughly investigated that the 6th years had 4 7-ring soul sages and no soul Douluo, but he didn't expect that there would be 2 rookies among the people who fought against them 3 years ago. There was no doubt that the 6th years must have their reasons for changing their lineup. A total of 14 people from both sides walked to the center of the field and lined up in a 1 shape. Ying Luohong said in a deep voice, "Both captains, submit the list of participants." For the sake of fairness, the list of participants had to be prepared in advance and then handed directly to Ying Luohong. After that, no one was allowed to change. Therefore, it was very important for them to know how to arrange their troops. Lan Xuanyu and Sima Xian walked out and came in front of Ying Luohong respectively, handing over the list of participants. At such a close distance, Lan Xuanyu felt a strong pressure from Sima Xian, but he wasn't afraid at all and calmly looked at Sima Xian. Their eyes met, and Sima Xian felt that Lan Xuanyu in front of him actually gave off a somewhat illusory feeling, and was not affected by his aura at all. Good boy, Sima Xian narrowed his eyes. He still clearly remembered how Lan Xuanyu used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to turn the tide. Ying Luohong took the list of participants and gestured for them to return to the team. In the first match, the 4th-year Tang Yuga will fight, and the 6th-year Zhou Pengzhan will fight. Tang Yuga slowly walked out, and the other 6 retreated. On the opposite side of the 6th years, the corners of Sima Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and the others also relaxed a little at the same time. He guessed correctly. Yes, Sima Xian had guessed that the 4th years would send out their strongest, Tang Yuga, in the first match, which was why they had made such an arrangement. Guessing the other party's lineup was undoubtedly extremely advantageous for them. And what happened next, they were also looking forward to developing in the direction they had imagined. Zhou Pengzhan was a 6th-year student that Lan Xuanyu was not familiar with. He had never heard of him in the previous competition with the 6th years. Lan Xuanyu didn't know Zhou Pengzhan, but Tang Yuga knew him. After all, she used to be the class monitor of the 6th grade class. When she heard Zhou Pengzhan's name, she frowned. When Lan Xuanyu saw Tang Yuga's expression, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Could it be that there was something special about Zhou Pengzhan? Could it be that both sides were present, and the others were dismissed? Only Tang Yuga, Zhou Pengzhan, and the referee, Ying Luohong, were left in the arena. It was the fastest to collect it in the book-seeking pavilion. Zhou Pengzhan looked at Tang Yuge in front of him with a complicated expression. He subconsciously called out, "Class monitor." Tang Yuge said lightly, "I'm not your class monitor anymore. You don't have to call me that." Zhou Pengzhan shook his head and said, "No. In my heart, you've always been our class monitor. At the beginning, it was the teacher who asked us to deliberately isolate you, hoping to give you some stimulation. We really didn't want to." "Okay." Tang Yuge waved her hand and interrupted him. "The past is the past, and I've already made my own choice. I'm now a 4th grade student, and have nothing to do with the 6th grade. Do your best." Zhou Pengzhan looked at Tang Yuge's delicate face, and a complicated look flashed through his eyes. He nodded vigorously. "Class monitor, I'll do my best. Prepare for the match." Ing Luohong shouted in a deep voice. Tang Yuge and Zhou Pengzhan retreated respectively, pulling away from each other. Shrek Academy's outer court, the match between the 6th and 4th grades. The first one-on-one match was about to begin. Ing Luohong saw both sides take a few steps back, and suddenly waved her hand and shouted. After announcing the start of the match, she retreated to the distance in a flash. "The 6th grade will win, win, win." In the stands, the small number of 6th grade students shouted in unison, and their voices spread throughout the entire arena with the help of their soul power. Zhou Pengzhan's eyes were slightly red, and soul rings rose from under his feet. 3 purple and 3 black soul rings, a 6-ring soul emperor. In this first one-on-one match, the 6th grade actually didn't send out a 7-ring soul sage, but a 6-ring soul emperor instead. With the release of his soul rings, Zhou Pengzhan's eyes turned bright yellow, and a layer of spiky scales slowly drilled out from under his skin, making him look like a hedgehog. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng was stunned. "This is a thorn dragon, not a creature of my clan." The voice of the thorn dragon immediately sounded in his heart. "It seems to have mutated. It has a part of my clan's bloodline, but it's not pure. It seems that some of its abilities have disappeared, and some of its abilities have been strengthened." Zhou Pengzhan's martial soul was a thorn dragon, a mutated martial soul. At the same time he released his martial soul, Tang Yuge also released his martial soul. A 5-colored light flickered, and a layer of scales covered his entire body, and soul rings rose from under his feet. When Sima Xian and the others saw the 7th soul ring rising from Tang Yuge's feet, their expressions turned ugly. A 7-ring soul sage, she had actually broken through. According to the information they had received previously, Tang Yuge's cultivation had been stuck at the peak of 6-ring. For some reason, she had never been able to break through to 7-ring. They did not expect her to have already completed her breakthrough before the start of this match. They knew Tang Yuge very well and knew how powerful her 5 elements Qilin was. She had broken through to the injury ring, which meant that she could use her martial soul true body. How powerful would the 5 elements Qilin be in its martial soul true body state? They originally thought that it would be a 6-ring match, but now that the situation had changed, could Zhou Pengzhan still do what he planned to do? Sima Xian and the others, who were originally excited, immediately became nervous. The two of them moved almost at the same time and charged towards each other. As Zhou Pengzhan charged forward, the spikes on his body shrank slightly, and a faint silver light shone on the surface of his body. However, it was different from the spatial power that Lu Feng's thorn dragon spirit gave Lu Feng. This silver light was much stronger, but it was less agile. Tang Yuge waved her right hand, and spikes immediately condensed in the air and flew straight towards Zhou Pengzhan. Those were metal spikes, controlled by the metal element. Zhou Pengzhan's body flashed, and his 1st and 3rd soul rings lit up one after another. When his 1st soul ring lit up, his body immediately swelled up a little, and a silver ring appeared under his feet. The silver ring was also covered with spikes, and it looked a little terrifying. The appearance of his 3rd soul ring made the silver light on his body even more dazzling, and every spike seemed to be shining with silver light. Facing the incoming spikes, he did not dodge. He only lowered his head and used his body to block them. A series of pu 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 sounds rang out, and it was not the expected sound of metal colliding. Without wearing his battle armor, a strange scene appeared when the metal spikes landed on Zhou Pengzhan's body. Identical spikes suddenly appeared in front of Tang Yuge, but they were clearly different from the ones she released. They also stabbed towards her body. Tang Yuga's reaction was very fast. Her body instantly lit up with a layer of golden light, and the spikes pierced into her body and disappeared without a trace. 5 elements escape technique, metal. On the other side, Zhou Pengzhan, who was hit by the spikes, stumbled a few steps back, but he did not seem to have suffered any damage. Reflected damage. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. Shrek Academy was indeed worthy of being a gathering place for monsters. There was actually a person with such a strange martial soul. Zhou Pengzhan relied on his soul skill to reflect Tang Yuga's metal spikes. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, Lu Feng blurted out, spatial control has disappeared and the thorn's domain has been strengthened. This is the rebound ability of the mutated thorn dragon. This ability is stronger when the opponent is stronger. From the looks of it, the rebound damage can be as high as 60%. As he spoke, a layer of armor had already been released from Zhou Pengzhan's body. A pair of huge metal wings spread out from his back and silver armor covered his entire body. It was a two-word battle armor. As soon as the two-word battle armor appeared, his entire aura suddenly changed. In terms of aura, it was not inferior to Tang Yuga. Spikes drilled out of the battle armor and covered his entire body. Zhou Pengzhan did not continue to attack. Instead, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. The first and third soul rings on his body were still shining. He did not attack but waited for Tang Yuga to attack him. It seemed that he wanted to use the rebound to attack Tang Yuga. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. What he wanted to know now was if this person could reflect Tang Yuga's great 5 elements divine light. He understood the opponent's strategy at a glance. It was obvious that Zhou Pengzhan had specially prepared for Tang Yuga to use his ability to reflect damage. Not only could his rebound damage reflect the opponent's soul skill, but during the process of rebounding, the attack power on his body would also be greatly reduced. This way, coupled with the powerful defense of his two-word battle armor, he seemed to be in an invincible position. In this match, the 6th years had no intention of winning against Tang Yuga. They only wanted to draw a draw and at the same time, consume Tang Yuga's soul power and weaken her in the subsequent battles. It was indeed a good plan. Tang Yuga did not launch a second attack. She just looked calmly at Zhou Pengzhan, who was rising into the sky. Once upon a time, when Zhou Pengzhan was still in his 3rd year, Tang Yuga barely paid attention to him. Zhou Pengzhan had relied on the strange characteristics of his martial soul to get into Shrek Academy. At that time, he had a nickname in the class, the Thorny Ball. It was called the Thorny Ball. When he had nothing to do, he liked to find people to spar with. He liked to let people hit him so that he could practice the skill of reflecting the damage. Everyone was also willing to practice with him, because when they suffered from the rebound damage, it was also a good way to train their own reflexes. He used to be a human punching bag, but now, he had grown to the point where he could represent the class in battle. His rebounding ability had undoubtedly been greatly enhanced as well. In fact, all two-word battle armor most likely possessed similar abilities. That was why he had chosen to fight him. Did Tang Yuga really have no feelings for the 6th grade at all? How was that possible? After all, they had studied and cultivated together for more than 2 years, and he had even shouldered the responsibility of being the class monitor. Even though she wasn't very friendly at that time because of her mood, she had always been working hard for the sake of her class. She was familiar with every student. The reason why she left was not because of the teacher's encouragement, but because she had found a warm feeling in her 1st year. Perhaps it was also because of that person in the 1st year. Due to the combination of many factors, she chose to leave. Looking at Zhou Pengzhan, who had grown up, she actually felt gratified. Regardless of whether Zhou Pengzhan could get into the inner court in the future, at least he had grown. He was already a two-word battle armor master and could successfully graduate from the inner court. Zhou Pengzhan also looked at Tang Yuga in the air. She looked even more beautiful with 7 soul rings shining on her body. In the depths of his heart, there was actually the shadow of this class monitor. He wasn't the only one. In fact, many boys in the class had the same feeling. He still clearly remembered that at the end of the 4th year, among the students who failed to complete the Heaven Fighter mission and had to be eliminated, there was once someone who cried before leaving and said how great it would be if the class monitor was still here. Zhou Pengzhan knew very well that he was not the only one in the class who liked Tang Yuge. At this moment, facing Tang Yuge, his emotions were extremely complicated. There was excitement, apprehension, and nervousness. He hoped to prove himself in front of Tang Yuge the most. Perhaps this was the only way he would have a chance in the future. He cultivated and improved so desperately. It was so that he could have a chance to get into the inner court. It was said that after getting into the inner court, he would be able to participate in the famous blind date event of the inner court. In his heart, the class monitor would definitely be able to get into the inner court. If that was the case, then he would have a chance to confess to her. It didn't matter even if he failed, at least he worked hard. And this was also the motivation that supported Zhou Pengzhan to move forward. He was able to stand here because of his own hard work. Although his talent was strange, it had never been strong in the class. It wasn't until he broke through to 6 ring that he brazenly broke through to 6 ring while many of his classmates were still in the 5 ring realm. Relying on his own special ability, he completed 2 very difficult missions in the process of carrying out the Heaven Fighter mission and obtained quite a lot of rewards. At this moment, facing the goddess in his heart, he was unprecedentedly excited. Even the pain from Tang Yuge's attack on his body gave him a special feeling of satisfaction. Looking down with a burning gaze, he suddenly saw Tang Yuge shaking her head gently. In the next moment, she moved. With a light tap of her toes on the ground, Tang Yuge flew straight towards Zhou Pengzhan, who was in the air. A 7-ring soul sage could already fly with her soul power. Even without the wings of her 2-word battle armor, it didn't affect her movements in the air. This was also the reason why Sima Xian and the others' expressions changed. If Tang Yuge couldn't fly, the chances of their plan succeeding would undoubtedly be higher. Zhou Pengzhan crossed his hands in front of him and a silver light flickered on his body. The wings on his back opened and flapped abruptly as he retreated. However, in the next moment, he saw a stream of light. In the air, a 5-colored halo flickered and Tang Yuge's speed suddenly increased. The 5-colored light spewed out behind her and pushed her in front of him almost instantly. Great 5 elements divine light, Zhou Pengzhan was slightly flustered. He still clearly remembered how powerful Tang Yuge's great 5 elements divine light was. But through the Heaven Fighter mission, his current combat experience was also very rich. The second soul ring on his body flickered and his upper body suddenly bent forward, revealing the back of his head and back. In an instant, the short thorns on his body suddenly spewed out. They were a meter long and covered his entire body. It was as if he was covered in thorns. A dazzling dark silver light erupted. A layer of light barrier bloomed. Under the amplification of the 2-word battle armor, the surrounding space distorted. Tang Yuge threw a punch and landed on the silver light barrier. With a boom, Zhou Pengzhan's body was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, but the strong rebound also shook Tang Yuge's arm. The distance between them increased again. However, on the silver light barrier, there was a layer of 5-colored halo faintly discernible. His body stretched out, and Zhou Pengzhan only felt that the air around his body was a little sticky, but the distance between them was increased again. Even the great 5 elements divine light couldn't break through his defense. How could the amplification of a 2-word battle armor be ordinary? However, at this moment, he saw the 5-colored light on Tang Yuge's body in the distance suddenly become stronger. A strange feeling just appeared. He felt his vision blur and Tang Yuge appeared in front of him again. This time, there wasn't even the process of the great 5 elements divine light spitting out. He only saw Tang Yuge's palm enlarging in front of his eyes. In her palm, the 5-colored light coiled and turned into a vortex that pressed towards him. How could she be so fast? Could it be that she could teleport? Of course, Tang Yuge didn't know instant teleportation. What she used was the transformation method of the 5 elements escape technique, which was also comprehended after her martial soul evolved into the heavenly Qilin. The 5 elements escape technique, divine light, continued. After the opponent was stuck by her great 5 elements divine light, she could instantly pull the opponent closer through the connection between the divine lights. Without any hesitation, Zhou Pengzhan, whose eyes suddenly froze, withdrew the spikes on his body and his 4th soul ring lit up. This was his first 10,000-year soul skill. The 2-word battle armor on his body suddenly shone brightly, and countless silver lights surged out like sharp spikes, scattering in all directions with an incomparably strong impact force. The intense explosive force caused the space around his body to distort, and even the great five elements divine light was stirred up at this moment. However, at this moment, Tang Yuga's body disappeared. The body that had just arrived in front of him disappeared. In the distance, under the guidance of the great five elements divine light that lingered in the air, Tang Yuga returned to her previous place. He watched as the silver light that shot out dozens of meters in all directions propped up a huge silver ball of light in the air. The power of a 10,000-year soul skill amplified by the two-word battle armor was actually so strong. However, under the isolation of the silver light, Zhou Pengzhan couldn't see Tang Yuga's figure anymore. Was she sent flying by me? Would they be hurt by the divine light of thorns that he had unleashed? Just as Zhou Pengzhan's mind was wavering, a five-colored light suddenly shot up from below. Just as he finished releasing his divine thorns light, it had already reached his feet. At this moment, Zhou Pengzhan had just used up his old strength and had yet to recover his new strength. Tang Yuga's right palm was still carrying the great five elements divine light in the shape of a vortex, and she directly grabbed at his ankle. Zhou Pengzhan's knees suddenly curled up, and then he jumped down. The first and third soul rings that had been blooming on his body all this time shone brightly, and the wings on his back suddenly flapped down, trying to break free from Tang Yuga's grasp. He had just used a 10,000-year soul skill, and he didn't have time to use another 10,000-year soul skill. After all, he only had 6 rings and not 7 rings. He didn't have a soul core and couldn't instantly recover his chi. However, Tang Yuga was faster. She caught up with him and caught his foot. The strong rebounding force did not manage to shake off Tang Yuga's palm this time. Zhou Pengzhan only felt that Tang Yuga's right hand was extremely sticky. The next moment, Tang Yuga grabbed his ankle tightly. Then, a strange energy instantly drilled into his body. The rebounding ability of the Jing Magic Dragon martial soul in his body automatically exploded, trying to bounce back Tang Yuga's soul power. However, the difference in cultivation base was evident at this moment. Bang! A burst of silver chi burst out from Zhou Pengzhan's leg, and scattered in all directions. His entire leg turned into a five-colored hue. Tang Yuga's body sank and suddenly descended. He lifted Zhou Pengzhan's body and smashed him hard on the ground. Boom! Zhou Pengzhan was smashed into a daze, and the multicolored light had already drilled into his body. Wherever it passed, the two-word battle armor would be retracted and disappear. It was brushed away by the great five elements divine light. After repeating this 3 times, the two-word battle armor on Zhou Pengzhan's body had completely disappeared, and he was unable to release any more soul skills. Stop. The 4th years when the first match. Ying Luohong appeared on the field in time and stopped Tang Yuga, who was about to continue. Tang Yuga immediately let go of Zhou Pengzhan, who was dizzy from the fall but wasn't injured at all. With the Jing Magic Dragon's rebounding ability, when he was attacked, most of the damage would be reflected back. Coupled with the protection of his battle armor, he wasn't injured. The spectator stands were completely silent, and the 6th years were all speechless. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. Zhou Pengzhan had already done his best, but he couldn't even release his 5th and 6th soul skills. In the eyes of the spectators, the outcome of this battle seemed to have been decided the moment Tang Yuga rose into the air. Zhou Pengzhan had already tried his best to release his abilities, but compared to him, Tang Yuga gave off the feeling that he was lifting heavy weights easily throughout the entire battle. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Pengzhan didn't have any chance. He had been led by Tang Yuga the entire time. When he used his 10,000-year soul skill, Tang Yuga quietly dodged and then used his 5 elements escape technique to burrow into the ground and rush out from below. The outcome of this battle was already decided. In the end, his rebounding ability couldn't withstand the power of the great 5 elements divine light. Most importantly, from the beginning to the end, Tang Yuga had only used the abilities of a soul emperor and hadn't released his martial soul true body at all. The former class leader didn't lose her motivation to fight because of her demotion. On the contrary, she was still so strong. Just like when she was in class, she was invincible. Looking at Tang Yuga who floated down without any joy from victory, Sima Xian's gaze became very complicated. She won, she was still so strong. In the end, Zhou Pengzhan's rebounding ability couldn't be used against her. Zhou Pengzhan returned to his teammates dejectedly. Sima Xian patted his shoulder and said indifferently, "Don't mind it. After all, she was once our class leader. If it were me, I might not be able to win against her. It's not embarrassing to lose to her. There's still a team battle later, you still have a chance to prove yourself." Zhou Pengzhan smiled bitterly and nodded. She's really strong, much stronger than before. In the past, I seemed to be able to see her clearly, but now I can't. I can feel that she's holding back, as if she doesn't want me to lose too badly. After saying this, he silently walked to the back. For some reason, he had an ominous premonition about today's sparring session. For the second round, the 4th years, Yuan and Hui Hui, and the 6th years, Rong Yuxiang. This was another 6th-year student that Lan Xuanyu wasn't familiar with. When she heard this name, Tang Yuga was slightly stunned. She turned to look at Yuan and Hui Hui, who was about to walk out, and said, "Be careful. His ability is very special. He's good at both offense and defense. He's especially good at defending and counterattacking." Yuan and Hui Hui glanced at her and walked out without saying anything. On the 6th year's side, a handsome young man walked out. At least in terms of appearance, he was the best in the entire 6th years. Rong Yuxiang's opponent was Yuan and Hui Hui, but his gaze wasn't on Yuan and Hui Hui. Instead, he was looking into the distance at Tang Yuga, who was in the 4th year's team. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of infatuation. Looking at him, Yuan and Hui Hui couldn't help but frown. "What are you looking at?" Rong Yuxiang said impatiently, "I'm not looking at you." Yuan and Hui Hui said coldly, "But you should be looking at me now." "I know." Rong Yuxiang turned around and looked at Yuan and Hui Hui, saying indifferently, "Admit defeat. You can't beat me, I'm a 7-ring soul sage." Yuan and Hui Hui raised her eyebrows. "Soul sage? How amazing. You want to challenge her?" She pointed to the back. Rong Yuxiang shook her head. "No. Why would I challenge her? I will definitely become her man in the future. I don't hit women." "Well, it's okay to be hit by women." Yuan and Hui Hui was stunned. Why did he feel that this guy's brain was a little short-circuited? "Is there something wrong with your brain? Who are you saying has a problem with his brain?" Rong Yuxiang was furious. "Step back, you two. Are you going to fight or not?" Ying Luoheng looked at the two guys who were chatting as if there was no one else around and was furious. Especially that Rong Yuxiang, what nonsense was he talking about? She knew a little about Rong Yuxiang. This kid had always had a jumpy personality and was also restless among the 6th years. However, it wasn't obvious that he wasn't strong in the past. But in the past few years, he had improved the fastest in the entire 6th years. His speed of breaking through to 7-ring was even faster than Lei Siki and Lei Siming, second only to Sima Xian. In terms of one-on-one strength, he was worthy of being second in the class. He also had a chance of entering the inner court. Rong Yushi looked at Ying Luoheng with dissatisfaction and said, "Dean, he's scolding me, saying that there's something wrong with my brain." Ying Luoheng ignored him. Yuan and Hui Hui retreated and said, "You're always looking at my sister. If there's nothing wrong with your brain, what is it?" Rong Yushi was stunned. "Your sister? You said she's your sister?" "Humph." Yuan and Hui Hui ignored him. "Little brother, I'm sorry for being weak. Brother-in-law didn't do it on purpose. It's just that I haven't seen your sister for a long time, and I really miss her too much. Rong Yushi, if you say any more nonsense, I'll beat you to death." Tang Yuga's cold voice sounded in the distance. "Kaka, I won't say any more, I won't say any more. Let's see how it goes." Rong Yushi smiled apologetically and retreated again and again. He even bowed in the direction of Tang Yuga. Sima Xian had already covered his eyes with his hands. If this guy wasn't already a soul sage, he really didn't want him to come out and embarrass himself. There were many people in the 6th grade who liked Tang Yuga, but there was only one person who really had the guts to confess to Tang Yuga. At that time, they were still in the 1st grade and had just entered the school. Sima Xian would never forget that Rong Yushi stood in front of Tang Yuga and said proudly, "Little sister, you're very beautiful. Be my girlfriend in the future. Big brother will protect you." At that time, the whole class was silent. At that time, they had just entered the school, and Tang Yuga wasn't the class leader yet. The result was obvious. Rong Yushi was beaten up by Tang Yuga and had to rest for a week before he could go to school. But this guy was so shameless that he forgot the pain after his scar healed. When his injury healed, he ran to look for Tang Yuga again. This time, he said, "Big sister, I was wrong. You're so strong. Can you protect me in the future?" But from then on, as long as his injuries healed, this guy would run to confess. The more he was defeated, the braver he became. He was sure that Tang Yuga wouldn't really beat him to death. Tang Yuga was pestered by him. In the end, he had no choice but to say that he would talk nonsense when he could beat him. After that day, Rong Yushi didn't confess again. He was usually sloppy, but in the 3rd grade, when the teacher secretly asked everyone to isolate Tang Yuga to encourage her, Rong Yushi was the only one who didn't do so. After that, Tang Yuga left and went to the first years. That day, Rong Yuxuan was very quiet. She did not chase after him, nor did she confess. After that day, his strength began to improve by leaps and bounds, and he quickly rose from the bottom of the class to the top of the class. That was with was, he, him, was. He, was, he. Was, he. He. Was with him. Was that guy was with him. Was s at. Was s with, he. You, he. Was s being s. When Yuan and Hui turned around and faced Rong Yushi again, his aura had changed a little, and his gaze was cold. Rong Yushi looked at him with a grin. He didn't have the slightest bit of hostility from before, and even winked at him. Begin. Ying Luohong announced the start of the match and disappeared into the distance in a flash. The Academy's evaluation of Rong Yushi was mixed. In a competitive environment like the Shrek Academy, his improvement speed was still so fast. He was indeed a rare talent, but this guy was too restless. Therefore, the Academy had different opinions on whether he could enter the inner court in the future. After all, to measure whether a student was outstanding or not only did one have to look at his personal strength, but also his temperament. Soul rings rose from the feet of Rong Yushi and Yuan and Hui at the same time. Among the soul rings that rose from Rong Yushi's feet, there were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black ones. That's right, he actually had 200-year soul rings. In the current era, the Spirit Pagoda already had a way to increase the rank of soul rings, and they could do so in places like the Spirit Ascension platform. It wasn't surprising for soul masters in the outside world to have 100-year soul rings, but as a student of the Shrek Academy, and a 6th-year student who was about to graduate, having a 100-year soul ring was rare. Compared to him, Yuan and Hui's soul rings were naturally much more powerful. He had 2 purple and 4 black soul rings. He was a 6-ringed soul emperor. Although Yuan and Jiahui had 1 more soul ring than him, just from the color of the soul rings, Yuan and Jiahui seemed to be better. The purple star spirit bow appeared in Yuan and Hui's hands, and Rong Yushi's martial soul also appeared on his opposite side. His skin became crystal clear like jade, and his short hair also had the color and luster of jade. His whole body gave off a crystal clear feeling. He became more and more handsome, not much worse than Lan Xuanyu. 3 spikes appeared on both sides of his waist, and there was a row of spikes on his back that drilled out from his spine. It looked very strange. What's his martial soul? Lan Xuanyu asked Tang Yuga in a low voice. Tang Yuga said, "It's a very strange beast martial soul called Yu Linglong. There's no such existence in the current world of soul beasts. It should be an extinct soul beast." Yu Linglong? A shadow appeared beside Lan Mengqin. Because there were a few people in front of her, the 6th-year students in the distance couldn't see her. This shadow was the Emerald Swan, Bai Ji. Lan Xuanyu asked, "Senior Bai Ji, you know about Yu Linglong?" The Emerald Swan nodded and said, "This lineage of soul beasts is very tragic. Yu Linglong is actually a type of earth dragon, but it's very special. There are only 3 true Yu Linglong, and they are all great beasts from the same era as Di Tian. They are all very powerful, but they don't have the ability to reproduce. Legend has it that two died in the heavenly tribulation, and one chose to be reborn as a human and then disappeared. I didn't expect to see its descendant today. This classmate of yours must have inherited the bloodline of that Yu Linglong who was reborn as a human. It's because of this that the bloodline of Yu Linglong was passed down. That senior used this method to reproduce his descendants. It can be said that he put in a lot of effort. Lan Xuanyu and the others came to a realization. Tang Yuga said in surprise. But I didn't think he was very strong before. The Emerald Swan said, maybe it's because he didn't fully unleash Yu Linglong's ability, or maybe it's because his bloodline is thin. The true Yu Linglong is very strong. Although it's an earth dragon, it's not inferior to a true dragon. Even as they spoke, the battle in the field had begun. After releasing his martial soul, a set of two-word battle armor appeared on Rong Yuga's body. The first impression his two-word battle armor gave was that it was dazzling. His suit of dazzling golden battle armor was radiating intense light, and a pair of golden wings spread open on his back. Coupled with his translucent body, he was truly quite eye-catching. Rong Yuchua said proudly, "Brother, don't worry. I won't hurt you. Why don't you just admit defeat?" Yuan and Hui didn't answer. Instead, she drew her purple star spirit bow. With a flash of light, an arrow shot towards Rong Yui. Rong Yu chuckled and waved his right hand. He didn't use any soul skill, but Yuan and Hui's soul stopped in front of him and fell to the ground. Yuan and Hui's expression was solemn. Although this guy's words were annoying, he really had the strength. Rong Yushi drew a circle in front of him with his hands, then slowly pushed it in the direction of Yuan and Hui. A ball of light condensed in front of him, and in the next moment, it turned into a ray of light and went straight for Yuan and Hui. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. Yuan and Hui tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and floated horizontally. The purple star spirit bow in his hand opened and closed like lightning, and solid arrows immediately rose into the air and went straight for Rong Yushi. Although the jade-colored light was dodged, it didn't disappear. Under Rong Yushi's control, it swept out horizontally. At the same time, Rong Yushi's third soul ring lit up, and a faint jade-colored light screen spread out around his body. Wherever the arrows fell, they would be instantly turned into jade and fall to the ground. Yuan and Hui moved quickly and dodged the jade-colored light that swept over him. For a moment, he was completely at a disadvantage. Sima Xian had already lowered his hand from his eyes. When he saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was a match that they were determined to win. Rong Yushi had been specially arranged for Yuan and Hui. Rong Yushi's offensive power wasn't very strong. Even if his jade-like ability landed on his body, it could only temporarily turn people into jade. He could use his soul power to break free. However, his defensive abilities, especially the ability to defend against arrows, were extremely strong. No matter what attribute the arrow was, once it was turned into jade, its attribute would be wiped out and then dropped. In other words, to a certain extent, Rong Yushi was already in an invincible position against Yuan and Hui. Rong Yushi flapped his wings and floated in midair. The jade-colored light chased after Yuan and Yahui's body. His body only turned slightly, and Yuan and Yahui's figure flickered continuously. He constantly fired arrows and used different soul skills. However, no matter which soul skill it was easily neutralized when it was about to reach him. Any attribute attached to the arrow would be turned into jade and disappear instantly. The effect of this jade-colored light seemed to be somewhat similar to Tang Yuga's Great Five Elements Divine Light. This scene caused the teachers in the stands to be astonished. Rong Yushi's jade-colored light was very strange. The energy fluctuations weren't too strong, but the effect was very good. They could even feel that Rong Yushi's soul power consumption wasn't very high. It was important to know that he was already a soul sage. His soul power was much stronger than Yuan and Hui's, and his self-recovery ability was also stronger. With this, Yuan and Hui would only continue to be at a disadvantage. Rong Yurua didn't seem to want to end the battle quickly. The jade-colored beam of light chasing after Yuan and Hui was even deliberately controlling its speed. At this moment, he had his hands clasped behind his back, and he was clad in a suit of golden battle armor. Yuan and Hui kept dodging and moving around. The attacks from the purple star spirit bow in her hand never stopped. Fire, poison, and even the thunder spirit war drum were shot out unceasingly. There was not much change in his emotions from his expression. Lan Xuanyu's eyebrows gradually relaxed, and he said softly, Hui's fighting skills are becoming more and more mature. Qianlei nudged Lan Xuanyu. Boss, what makes you think he's mature? It looks like he's going to lose. Lan Xuanyu said, Hui still has a lot of abilities that he hasn't used. It looks like he's at a disadvantage, but he's still in control. He's constantly testing Rong Yushi's abilities through arrows to prepare for the later matches. After all, the final 7-on-7 battle is the key to determining the outcome. We're not familiar with this Rong Yushi. Facing an unfamiliar opponent, the best way is to understand more through battle. Hui isn't in a hurry to attack because he wants to understand more about Rong Yushi's soul skills and strengths. Qianlei frowned slightly and said, but in terms of consumption, a soul emperor is still at a disadvantage compared to a soul sage. Don't worry. Lan Xuanyu was very confident in Yuan and Hui. When he first entered the school, Yuan and Hui was the number one in the class. Although he had been trying hard to suppress his cultivation in the past few years and not break through. But in reality, he was still growing at a tremendous pace. He had been suppressing his soul power at rank 59 for several years. When he broke through to rank 60, his soul power instantly exploded and rose to rank 69. In fact, he wasn't that far away from becoming a soul sage. Therefore, it wasn't accurate to judge Yuan and Hui's cultivation based on his cultivation as a soul emperor. Yuan and Hui's arrows weren't as powerful as they were now. Just as Lan Xuanyu had said, he was currently testing. He was constantly testing his opponent. He didn't have any emotional fluctuations because of his previous conversation with Rong Yushi. This was the main reason why Lan Xuanyu thought that Yuan and Hui had matured. A strong light flashed. Lan Xuanyu squinted his eyes. As the light in his eyes flickered, changes occurred on the battlefield. Just as he was about to be hit by the jade-colored light, Yuan and Hui's body suddenly stopped. He allowed the jade-colored light to land on his body. What no one saw was that his eyes had turned completely pink. His pupils suddenly enlarged. It was as if there were thin lines spreading out from his pupils. Rong Yushi only felt that he was in a daze. His jade-colored light landed on Yuan and Hui's body. However, it lost its effect and disappeared in an instant. The purple star spirit bow in Yuan and Hui's hand suddenly lengthened, and the green color extended to both ends. A quaint aura suddenly emanated from the longbow, causing everyone present to feel a sense of oppression. The Elven King's bow, an arrow was quickly formed. In the next moment, a huge pillar of lightning shot out from the Elven King's bow. It went straight for Rong Yushi. Rong Yushi woke up at this moment. The jade-colored light gathered in front of him again. However, the thunderbolt came too quickly. The huge thunderbolt light beam suddenly bombarded his body and exploded with a deafening roar. Rong Yushi's body was blown away. He hit the protective barrier far away. His body bounced back and smashed into the ground. Bang! His body landed on the ground. Lightning flashed all over his body. However, the moment he landed on the ground, Rong Yushi's body changed. He landed on all fours, and at the same time, his golden armor turned jade-colored. His body suddenly expanded and turned into a strange creature. It had a head like a dragon and a body like a lion. Its entire body was covered in jade-colored fur. Its body was more than 5 meters long. It was very handsome. It was the Jade Exquisite Dragon, Rong Yushi's 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. Rong Yushi's Jade Exquisite Dragon True Body completed its transformation in the face of the Elven King's Bow's Thunder Spirit War Drum. 7 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, one after another, intertwining with each other. Rong Yushi's Jade Exquisite Dragon True Body roared into the sky. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. As his 6th soul ring shone brightly, circles of light expanded outwards. The strange halos gave off a mysterious feeling. Wherever the halos passed, the ground turned jade-colored. Dense jade-colored light also rose. Domain. Lan Xuanyu could tell what kind of ability Rong Yushi was using. It was a domain, and a domain released by the martial soul true body was definitely extraordinary. Even if they didn't know what it was, they had to be wary. Yuan and Huihui's probing finally had a good effect. Rong Yushi's domain would undoubtedly affect the game between the two teams. Now that he had used it, it would be much easier for them to deal with it in the future. Yuan and Huihui drew his Elven King's bow again. Another bolt of lightning shot out. It went straight for Rong Yushi. Rong Yushi raised his right front claw. Suddenly, the dense jade-colored halo became stronger. It was as if the entire domain was filled with jade-colored light. After the lightning entered the jade-colored halo, it began to shrink rapidly. By the time it reached Rong Yushuan, it was only as thick as an arm. Rong Yushuan slapped it with his right front claw, and it dissipated into bolts of lightning. Weakening effect, Lan Xuanyu was a little concerned. After the lightning dissipated, not only was the jade-colored domain not weakened, the jade-colored light became even brighter. Apart from weakening, it can also devour energy. Rong Yushuan's body flashed, and he appeared in front of the jade-colored domain as if he had teleported. He opened his mouth, and a jade-colored light shot toward Yuan and Huihui. Yuan and Huihui opened and closed the Elven King bow, and a pillar of fire shot out. However, when his pillar of fire came into contact with the jade-colored light beam, the pillar of fire quickly turned into jade and spread in his direction. Amplification effect. This domain had a powerful amplification effect. At present, it seemed that Rong Yushuan's exquisite jade domain had displayed 3 abilities, and all of them were very powerful. Yuan and Huihui tapped his toes on the ground, and his one-word battle armor covered his body. His speed increased sharply, and he quickly retreated. He unleashed Spirit Rain Tide, and a series of huge arrows pierced through the air, shooting toward the domain. However, without exception, the arrows quickly disappeared after entering the domain. The energy level continued to drop. More importantly, along with the movement of Rong Yushi's body, his Yuling Long domain also quickly moved in his direction. The domain with a diameter of more than 100 meters enveloped Yuan and Huihui's direction. No matter how fast Yuan and Huihui was, it seemed that he couldn't dodge such a large area. Furthermore, Rong Yushuan could continue to move. Rong Yushuan's abilities didn't seem to be particularly outstanding, but they were extremely difficult to deal with. They even felt like sticky candy. He wasn't just an assault-type soul master anymore. He was more like a control-type soul master. Yuan and Huihui's abilities were indeed being restrained by him. With nowhere to run, Yuan and Huihui decided to stop retreating. The jade-colored domain finally enveloped him. Suddenly, Yuan and Huihui's body was covered with a layer of jade light, and his face turned ugly. His aura was dropping at an alarming rate. However, Rong Yushi did not continue to attack him. Instead, she retreated far away. Since he already had the upper hand, there was no need for him to take any risks. The only thing he needed to worry about now was that Yuan and Huihui would suddenly explode and take him away. The safest way to do this was to continue exhausting them. Yuan and Huihui's Elven Royal Bow began to exude a faint green light, and the light that was filled with life force energy swept forth to enshroud his entire body. Coupled with the light released by his suit of one-word battle armor, he was just barely able to resist Rong Yuxia's domain. It slowed down the rate at which his aura was falling. Seeing this scene, Rong Yui was overjoyed. The last thing he was afraid of was exhaustion. Continuous exhaustion would increase and decrease the opponent's exhaustion would be devoured by his domain. The exquisite jade domain was good, but it also drained a lot of soul power. Even though Rong Yuxiao had already condensed a soul core, and her soul power had the characteristic of never ending, it was still a little difficult for her to endure such a drain. His domain was actually better at group battles. At the same time, the more enemies there were in his domain, the more soul power he could devour. This was the most terrifying and powerful aspect of a domain. This was also the killing move of the 6th years when they were sparring with the 4th years. In the team battle, he would definitely be able to play a greater role. At this moment, if he could not only defeat Yuan and Huihui, but also exhaust him greatly, without a soul core, Yuan and Huihui would not be able to recover before the team battle. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The domain quickly surrounded Yuan and Huihui, causing Rong Yuxiao's body to be faintly discernible within the domain. He was not prepared to fight Yuan and Hui Hui head-on. Right at this moment, Yuan and Hui Hui's sixth soul ring suddenly lit up. His entire body became illusory. It was as if his entire body had become transparent in an instant. The jade-colored light passed through his body, but it could no longer affect him. The Elven King Bao in his hand transformed back into the purple star spirit Bao. He actually walked leisurely within the jade-colored light. What was going on? Rong Yuxiao, who was excited a moment ago, was dumbfounded. His body turned illusory and his domain was ineffective. Yuan and Hui Hui, sixth soul skill, elven body. This was not his martial soul true body because he had yet to reach the level of a soul sage and could not use his martial soul true body. However, his elven body was extremely magical. It was as if energy attacks had no effect on him. His entire body looked crystal clear, allowing the jade-colored light to pass through. He raised the purple star spirit Bao in his hand and an arrow suddenly shot out. It was the most ordinary locking arrow. After the arrow was shot out, it actually appeared illusory as it shuttled through the jade-colored light and was not affected by it. The arrow struck Rong Yuxiao with a crisp clang and was repelled by Rong Yuxiao's jade-colored hair. However, in the next instant, a torrential downpour of arrows erupted, and they were no longer restricted by the jade-colored light as they shot straight toward Rong Yuxiao. How was this possible? Rong Yuxiao had never encountered such a situation before. Even energy bodies would be restrained, digested, and absorbed in her exquisite jade domain. However, Yuan and Hui Hui, who had unleashed his sixth soul skill, was not affected at all. Elven body allowed Yuan and Hui Hui to be immune to all damage for a short period of time. His arrows were also immune to all control soul skills and negative effects. This soul skill did not seem to directly enhance one's attack power, but it was extremely useful in this situation. Yuan and Hui Hui's transparent body was extremely fast, and his eyes were still in the state of eyes of reincarnation. Rong Yuxiao, who was in the domain, had nowhere to hide, and was constantly being shot at like a live target. Soon, Rong Yuxiao was blasted out of the domain, and he could only use the defensive power of his battle armor and the defensive power of his jade-colored body to resist, but he was forced back again and again. The Thunder Spirit War Drum was blasting out huge bolts of lightning, and Rong Yuxiao was forced back continuously. When his domain lost its effect, his greatest advantage would also disappear. However, Yuan and Hui Hui's sixth soul skill was actually very taxing on him. Maintaining his elven body required a large amount of soul power, and he was currently in a state of continuous consumption. This was also the reason why he had dispelled the Elven Royal Bao. With his current cultivation rank, he was unable to maintain two energy-consuming soul skills at the same time. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Rong Yuxiao suddenly reverted to his human form and reappeared. He withdrew his domain and quickly retreated. Yuan and Hui Hui's purple star spirit Bao fell from his hand, and his chest rose and fell visibly. His face was also slightly pale, and he gradually returned to his original state. Without saying anything else, he turned and walked back to his side. When he returned to his teammates, he sat down on the ground and immediately began to meditate. Why are you in such a hurry to admit defeat? Sima Xian looked angrily at Rong Yuxiao, who had already walked back but was still smiling. Rong Yuxiao shrugged his shoulders and said, if we continue fighting, both sides will suffer. The longer my domain lasts, the more it consumes. Are we still going to fight the team battle later? Li Siming couldn't help but say, but his soul power consumption is obviously very high. If this continues, your chances of winning will be higher. Rong Yuxiao shook his head and said, you don't understand. If I continue to consume my soul power, I will indeed have a chance of winning, but my battle armor will be damaged and I might be injured. More importantly, if I consume too much soul power and can't recover before the final team battle, my Jade Exquisite domain won't be able to be used again. That will be the greatest loss. And in this battle, because I have the support of my 2-word battle armor and my 7-ring cultivation, my soul power consumption is slower than his, but my recovery speed is faster than his. Under these circumstances, when the final team battle comes, I will be almost in perfect condition, and he will only have 20 to 30% of his combat strength. My mission is already completed. Why should I risk my life and affect the final battle? It's just a one-on-one match. As long as you guys win one match and drag it out until the team battle, we will definitely win. It's impossible for all the fourth years on the other side to have the ability to resist my domain. The corner of Sima Xian's mouth twitched. What this guy said seemed to make sense, but he felt that this guy didn't want to become enemies with Yuan and Hui Hui, nor did he want to risk his life. With a cold snort, he didn't say anything else. Without waiting for Ying Luohong to announce the members of the third match, he had already walked out with his head held high. That's right, as the class monitor and the strongest person in the 6th years, Sima Xian was in charge of the last one-on-one match. They had originally planned to win at least one match, but they didn't expect to lose all of them. They couldn't afford to lose any more. Otherwise, if they lost all 3 of the one-on-one matches and lost the 2-on-2 matches, they wouldn't have the chance to fight in the 7-on-7 matches. Ying Luohong first announced that the 4th years had won the previous match, then continued, for the third one-on-one match, 4th years Lu Feng and 6th years Sima Xian, fight. Lu Feng slowly walked into the arena, his expression cold and calm. In fact, the 4th years didn't have to fight this match because there was no need for them to do so. This was because there was no need for them to participate in this battle. They had already dragged it out until the team battle, so they could give up on the next 2 battles. However, Lu Feng had no intention of giving up, and Lan Xuanyu didn't ask him to give up either. Facing the pressure of a strong enemy, it was easier to stimulate a soul master's potential. Lu Feng's strength wasn't considered strong among the 7 of them, but his personality was the most tenacious. And he never lacked courage. Lan Xuanyu definitely wouldn't let him avoid the battle at this time. Sharpness and fighting spirit needed to be accumulated through continuous combat. It could be drummed up but not vented. Lu Feng and Sima Xian weren't people who liked to talk nonsense. After the 2 of them stood still and greeted each other, they retreated to the competition distance. Following Ying Luohong's announcement, the 3rd round of the one-on-one began. Sima Xian looked even more composed than a few years ago. A layer of dark gold instantly covered his entire body. At the same time, 2 purple and 5 black soul rings were released. Compared to him, Lu Feng's 5 soul rings looked a little thin. The white dragon spear jumped into his hand and Lu Feng's eyes lit up. He tapped his toes lightly on the ground and in the next moment, he drifted towards Sima Xian like a wisp of smoke. So fast. Sima Xian was secretly shocked. In his opinion, the weakest in Lan Xuanyu's entire team was probably Lu Feng. Therefore, when he saw Lu Feng fighting in the 3rd round, he immediately understood that Lan Xuanyu and the others were probably going to give up on this match. The following 2-on-2 should be a combination between Lan Mengqin and Bai Xiuxiu. After all, they were the best partners before entering Shrek Academy. But when Lu Feng moved, Sima Xian immediately became vigilant. Lu Feng's speed was too fast, clearly exceeding that of a normal agility-type soul king. The strength of an agility-type soul master was directly proportional to their speed. The faster the agility-type soul master, the stronger he would undoubtedly be. And in a sense, Sima Xian, as an assault-type soul master, could restrain agility-type soul masters. The huge battle axe jumped into his hand and Sima Xian's entire body was covered in a thick dark gold color. He suddenly charged in Lu Feng's direction. The 2 sides quickly approached each other and collided. Lu Feng's body abruptly stopped moving. It only took a split second for him to return to stillness. The white dragon spear was lightly raised. It was his first soul skill, Rise of the White Dragon. A clear and passionate dragon roar sounded and silver scales appeared along with the battle armor. It was as if scales had drilled out of the battle armor. The white dragon spear in his hand also evolved into the white dragon king spear. White light flickered and a faintly discernible white dragon flickered towards Sima Xian. Sima Xian also stopped. Just as Lu Feng stopped, Sima Xian's figure also stopped. His huge body that had stopped in an instant erupted with a strong dark golden light. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. The white dragon king spear was struck by the axe, but it was unable to send Sima Xian flying. At this moment, Lu Feng felt that the opponent in front of him was as heavy as a mountain. In the next moment, the dark golden light burst out towards him like a tide. Lu Feng's heart trembled as he retreated at lightning speed. Return of the White Dragon. In an instant, he escaped from the dark golden light. However, the battle axe suddenly swung slightly and before it could be raised, it had already struck the ground. Immediately, a fan-shaped golden light erupted and spread towards Lu Feng. A huge impact drilled out from the ground. It covered all the directions he could dodge in. Sima Xian was not only an assault type, but also a control type. Back then, he had relied on his own strength to control the entire battlefield. If not for Lan Xuanyu's heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd's ability to ignore defense, the outcome of that battle would have been hard to predict. Sima Xian was also improving. He had always been improving. Although it was the same soul skill as before, it was unleashed much faster and more stealthily. Furthermore, it was much more powerful. The dark golden light that sputtered from the ground was like lava, bringing with it blazing energy fluctuations. Lu Feng's body flashed with silver light. Without any movement, he disappeared into thin air. Short distance teleportation, fifth soul skill. Sima Xian's eyes focused and he almost exclaimed. Teleportation, to an agility-type soul master like Lai, teleportation would always be ranked first among the soul skills that he desired the most. Only teleportation was the pinnacle of speed. He didn't expect Lu Feng to have grasped the ability to teleport. After teleporting, Lu Feng appeared behind Sima Xian and thrust out his white dragon king spear. This time, Sima Xian couldn't dodge and was directly sent into the air. A spear light sprinkled down like mercury. Sima Xian, who had his back facing Lu Feng, felt his entire body stiffen, but his body continued to rise. Spear after spear, he didn't even have the chance to turn around. The only thing he could do was to release his suit of two-word battle armor. His body also grew larger. A huge figure with a pair of dark golden battle armor wings. It made Sima Xian look like a demon rising. That's right, he was rising. Under the provocation of the white dragon king spear, he continued to rise. What surprised Sima Xian even more was that he felt his two-word battle armor creaking under the weight. From behind, one could see that a series of inky black cracks were constantly slicing into his suit of battle armor. Lu Feng's white dragon king spear was simply too fast. Every spear thrust left a mark on his battle armor. Dazzling silver light continuously shot out from the spear. On the sixth year's side, Zhou Pengzhan, who saw the scene, felt that the aura on Lu Feng's body was extremely familiar. That was, a thorn dragon? How could he have the aura of a thorn dragon? Wasn't his martial soul the white dragon spear? The teachers in the stands were stunned again. When they saw that this match was between Sima Xian and Lu Feng, they actually had the same feeling as Sima Xian. The fourth years were obviously going to give up on this match. The difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great. 5 ring against 7 ring, and Sima Xian was the number one among the 6th years. However, who would have thought that after a short period of contact, the one who gained the initiative wasn't Sima Xian, but Lu Feng? The strength of Lu Feng's combat strength and desire to fight far exceeded the judgment of all the teachers. He didn't show any mercy because of his opponent's strength. Relying on his sudden teleportation, he directly obtained the upper hand. All of his attacks were as smooth as flowing water. From afar, Sima Xian, who had grown larger and was wearing his battle armor, seemed to have a white dragon flickering with silver light that was constantly climbing up Sima Xian's huge body. Sima Xian couldn't even turn around as the battle armor on his body kept emitting ear-piercing sounds of friction. Think about it, if both sides had the same cultivation level, if Lu Feng also had a two-word battle armor, then wouldn't he be able to break through Sima Xian's defense by taking the initiative? Of course, Sima Xian wouldn't lose directly, but even so, Lu Feng could be proud of being able to temporarily control and suppress him in a short period of time. The dark golden light suddenly became dark. Sima Xian was still unable to turn around, but the dark golden light on his body suddenly shot out and the wings on his back suddenly flapped. He forcefully created a gap in the white dragon spear behind him. Immediately after, a dark golden figure appeared behind Sima Xian, forcefully pushing his body forward. The dark golden skeleton king separated. It took Sima Xian's place to withstand Lu Feng's attack. Taking a step forward in the air, Sima Xian instantly turned around and slashed behind him with the battle axe in his hand. A dark golden light shot out and was about to counterattack in the air. But right at this moment, a huge figure appeared out of thin air, sticking close to his body. A huge tail swept out and suddenly wrapped around Sima Xian's waist. With a flash of silver light, it brought Sima Xian to the ground. It smashed him hard onto the ground. 30,000-year spirit soul, thorn dragon, a true spirit soul could help a soul master in battle, not a man-made spirit soul that had no spirituality. Lu Feng's teleportation soul skill was given to him by the thorn dragon, so it naturally knew how to use it as well. Sima Xian, who was smashed to the ground, was stunned. However, the scene that shocked him even more was yet to come. His body was almost smashed into the ground, but the thorn dragon did not continue to attack him. With a flash of silver light, it reappeared in the sky. At this moment, the dark golden skeleton king was still rising into the air under the provocation of the white dragon king spear. At this moment, the thorn dragon was in front of the dark golden skeleton king, Lu Feng was behind it, and Sima Xian was on the ground, separated from the dark golden skeleton king. When the teachers and students in the spectator stand saw this, they couldn't help but burst into a noisy discussion. Tactics. Without a doubt, this was Lu Feng's tactic against Sima Xian. Lu Feng knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to defeat Sima Xian with his strength. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two of them was too great. It would be very difficult for him to break through Sima Xian's powerful defense and two-word battle armor. Therefore, from the beginning, his target was not Sima Xian's main body. The reason why he threw Sima Xian into the air was to increase the distance between him and the ground. He was waiting for Sima Xian to release the dark golden skeleton king. Lu Feng's soul power was not endless, so he had to take a breather for his combo. However, he accurately controlled this time to the moment Sima Xian was smashed to the ground. Sima Xian's dark golden skeleton king was under his control. In a sense, it was a part of Sima Xian's body. Therefore, when Sima Xian was attacked, his dark gold skeleton king naturally lost control for the time being. Lu Feng took the opportunity to catch his breath. When he attacked again, the thorn dragon had already teleported back. Countless silver spikes protruded out. The thorn dragon's 7-meter-long body curled up, turning into a huge ball covered in silver spikes. It charged straight at the dark golden skeleton king's huge body. Wherever the thorny ball passed, countless pitch-black threads were dragged out. It was the space that had been cut open by the spikes on its body. The dark golden skeleton king's bones had already been damaged by Lu Feng's continuous attacks from behind. Facing the thorn dragon head-on, he could only barely wave his arm and attempt to slash at it with the same battle axe. The white dragon returned to receive the white dragon's flick, causing it to rise into the air again. Naturally, the axe also fell into the air. The thorn dragon took this opportunity to slam into the dark golden skeleton king's legs. With a muffled bang, the sky was instantly sliced into countless tiny cuts. Countless cracks appeared on the dark golden skeleton king's hard bones, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Sima Xian, who was below, roared angrily. At this moment, he had already regained his senses. He flapped his wings and quickly rushed into the sky. At the same time, he threw the battle axe in his hand straight at the thorn dragon. The thorn dragon's collision caused a large number of cracks to appear on the dark golden skeleton king's legs. Lu Feng's white dragon king spear continued to stab out, preventing it from turning around. Under the combined attack of the two, the dark golden skeleton king was unable to retaliate at all. With a flash of silver light, the thorn dragon disappeared once again. It fully displayed the effect of teleportation on an agility-type soul master. The moment it appeared, it was already behind Sima Xian. Its huge tail wrapped around Sima Xian's body. With another flash of silver light, it brought Sima Xian back to the ground and smashed him down. This time, Sima Xian was already prepared. The dark golden light on his body spewed out like flames, blasting the thorn dragon away. However, with a flash of silver light, the thorn dragon returned to the sky and collided with the dark golden skeleton king's legs again. Powerful soul masters were never afraid of battle, but this battle was too stifling for Sima Xian. He had clearly made preparations just now, but the thorn dragon's teleportation not only allowed him to teleport, but also allowed things in a certain area to teleport with him. This was the most terrifying thing. This made it impossible for Sima Xian to support his dark golden skeleton king. Once summoned, the dark golden skeleton king had to come into contact with him before it could be recalled. He could not recall it now, nor could he control the dark golden skeleton king to fight. Lu Feng's control did not stop. This battle was too stifling. In the sky, countless silver lights suddenly erupted. Lu Feng's one-word battle armor burst out with a resplendent light, and so did the thorn dragon. Thousands of silver lights turned into a huge ball of light that engulfed the dark golden skeleton king's body. A strong sense of unease rose in Sima Xian's heart. He used all his strength to rush into the sky. But in the next moment, a broken figure fell from the sky and smashed towards him. In the sky, the thorn dragon turned into a silver light and returned to Lu Feng's body. The dark golden skeleton king that fell from the sky had already lost its legs and its upper body was covered in wounds. Sima Xian cried out in pain and hugged his dark golden skeleton king, fusing it back into his body. His face was flushed red from anger. With a flash of silver light, Lu Feng flew into the distance. Lan Xuanyu's voice came from the fourth years. We admit defeat. Sima Xian slashed his axe into the air, causing a large dark golden shockwave to erupt. Yes, he won. He had consumed a lot of soul power to continuously control Lu Feng just now, not to mention that every movement of the thorn dragon also consumed his soul power. He was facing a 7-ring soul sage. He had been going all out from the beginning. At this moment, most of his soul power had already been consumed. Lu Feng had lost, but he had crippled Sima Xian's dark golden skeleton king, which was equivalent to cutting off one of Sima Xian's arms and weakening his strength. Sima Xian's victory could be said to be the most aggrieved he had ever felt. He didn't even have the chance to take revenge before the other party admitted defeat. Lu Feng floated to the ground and returned to his side. He sat down cross-legged beside Yuan and Hui Hui. Just now, his continuous control in the air had allowed him to borrow strength to forcefully control the dark golden skeleton king even though he couldn't fly. It could be said that he had stolen the limelight. So what if he had 5 rings? He could still make a 7-ring soul sage lose a layer of skin. When Sima Xian landed, his body was still trembling slightly as he glared at Lu Feng angrily. However, Lu Feng had already closed his eyes and was meditating to recover. What welcomed him was Lan Xuanyu's warm and harmless smile. Before today's sparring match began, Sima Xian was originally filled with confidence. But at this moment, a shadow began to appear in his confidence. Could they really win today? In the stands, Master Shu said with a smile, I'm amazed. Young people nowadays are really amazing. Little Wang, did you have such strength when you were this age? I'm stronger than him, Wang Tianyu said coldly. Master Shu chuckled. That's true. After all, you're also one of the current Shrek 7 monsters. However, what's your ranking among the 7 monsters? Wang Tianyu's face darkened. Master Shu, let's watch the match, okay? He really couldn't lose his temper at Master Shu now. This existence who had contributed to the Shrek Academy and the School of Life for over 1,000 years was about to reach the end of his life. At this moment, even if he mocked the Sea God Pavilion Master, the Pavilion Master wouldn't bother with him. Of course, he didn't dare to do that to the Sea God Pavilion Master. Master Shu smiled and said, it's still better to have a real spirit soul. It can work together. Not bad, the thorn dragon is really not bad. Lu Feng's life force is also quite strong. Wang Tianyu couldn't help but say, you already have enough people in the School of Life. Master Shu sighed softly and said, but I have to exhaust my team for Xian Zijuan. Otherwise, how will he inherit my position in the future? Don't you think so? Shouldn't your Generation 7 monsters step down? The competition for the next generation is about to begin. Wang Tianyu nodded. It's time to start. We have been observing and have already begun to secretly assess the students of the inner court. Master Shu said, why must it be the inner court? I think our Xianyu and his little friends aren't. Wang Tianyu frowned. Choosing the Shrek 7 monsters is not child's play. It concerns the luck of the academy. They are wrong. They are talented and lucky, but they are still too young. It's too late in terms of age. Master Shu said, that's not necessarily true. You've seen the speed of their growth. Wang Tianyu turned to look at Master Shu. The final confirmation of the next generation of the 7 monsters is about 10 years later, at the level of the 7 monsters. Furthermore, to become one of the 7 monsters, one has to be a member of the Sea God's Pavilion for 30 years. Therefore, even if Lan Xuanyu inherits your position, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Master Shu said leisurely, it's fine, it's fine. I'll grit my teeth and live for another 10 years. Wang Tianyu was stunned. You didn't say that last time. You told the pavilion master that you only had 1 or 2 years left. You even tearfully asked the pavilion master to take care of Lan Xuanyu. How could he live for another 10 years? Looking at Master Shu's wrinkled face, he suddenly felt that Master Shu didn't seem to be so old that he was about to die at any moment. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. Master Shu chuckled and said, "Look at you. Why do you look like you can't wait for me to die? Little Wang, you have to be kind. It's not easy for my school of life. We're about to have a new leader. I have to help him get on the horse and send him off." You're right. Wang Tianyu felt that he would never win if he bickered with this imposter, so he simply stopped talking. Master Shu looked in the direction of the 4th years with a smile and muttered to himself, "The more I look at these little fellows, the more I like them. Based on my many years of experience, they all have great luck and are most suitable for my life school of thought." With the support of my life school of thought, Wang Tianyu didn't react because he couldn't take it anymore and had already used his soul power to seal off his hearing. In the competition venue, the morale of the 6th years did not rise because of the victory. Instead, everyone felt aggrieved. Sima Xian stood in the middle of the field for half a minute before walking back with a dark expression. The dark golden skeleton king was a great help to him in battle, almost equivalent to his avatar. Other than not having any battle armor, the dark golden skeleton king's abilities were about the same as his. Since it was crippled just like that, it meant that he wouldn't be able to use it in the future matches. He couldn't release the legless dark golden skeleton king, right? That would be too cruel. It was impossible to repair the dark golden tendon skeleton king without a heaven and earth. Furthermore, they had to use some heaven and earth treasures, which were all money. After making their 2-word battle armor, which of the 6th years wasn't embarrassed? Ying Luohong looked at Sima Xian's lonely back and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The Star Combat Experimental class was quietly taken care of by the academy and was really getting stronger and stronger. From the class monitor's point of view, Sima Xian and Lan Xuanyu were simply too far apart. Even though they were 2 years apart, Lan Xuanyu had done a lot for the Star Combat Experimental class. Not only did he obtain a lot of cultivation resources for himself, he also obtained a lot of resources for some of his classmates. According to his current plan, it was really possible for everyone in the 4th years to pass the test of the Heaven Fighting Mission, but what about the 6th years? 8 people were eliminated in the Heaven Fighting Mission test and were unable to become official graduates of the Shrek Academy, so they silently left the academy. For example, in terms of cohesion, the 4th years were really much stronger. After they all had Heaven's Wings, the Tang men had already made it clear that all the students in the Star Combat Experimental class would definitely become stronger no matter what segment they were in. The Tang men would take over those who were eliminated and give the newcomers the best treatment. One could imagine how outstanding the Star Combat Experimental class was. Unity was the most attractive thing about the Star Combat Experimental class. Whether it was the Shrek Academy or the Tang men, they didn't want such a united group to be broken up in the future. If he wanted to read a book, he would ask for a book from Pavilion A. It was the fastest. Therefore, whether it was the Heaven Fighters team or the Tangmen team, no matter how many of them could enter the inner court, the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen team. Of course, they couldn't tell Lan Xuanyu and the others about this idea yet. Otherwise, it would be too easy for them to leave. They all hope to preserve this team as much as possible. We still have to wait until their abilities have improved, at least until they graduate from the outer court. One of them will be able to tell his only love in the ultimate battle. In the next 2-against-2 competition, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiao will be appearing. The 6th years, Qirong Sheng and Shui Yubing will be appearing. At this moment, Sima Xian had already calmed down. When he heard the names of the 4th years, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In the previous match, they had actually guessed that Lu Feng might be a bystander, but they didn't expect him to be a little salty. This time, the other party's lineup was truly out of their expectations. Bai Xiuxiu and Bai Xiuxiu, who were clearly better coordinated, actually didn't fight together. Instead, it was Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu who appeared together. Was Lan Xuanyu going to participate in the 2-on-2 competition? The 6th years had carefully studied Lan Xuanyu's ability. Through their research, they discovered that the reason why they lost to Lan Xuanyu's class the previous 2 times was largely because they didn't judge Lan Xuanyu well enough. Lan Xuanyu's soul power cultivation was his best disguise, so they subconsciously ignored him. However, in the group battle, how could Lan Xuanyu's role be ignored? Lan Xuanyu's ability to support made his teammates even stronger. In addition, he had a powerful attack power under the Dragon God's transformation state, and the Heavenly Saint splitting Origin's Eye had the ability to ignore defense. This caused many people to fail in their battles against him. In the 7-on-7 group battle, they were most afraid of Lan Xuanyu. Although the defense of their 2-word battle armor was strong, they had no confidence in blocking Lan Xuanyu's halberd. Therefore, they had formulated a series of tactics against Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu only had 4 rings at most. Although his halberd's attack power was strong, it could only be used at close range. If he wasn't given a chance to use his halberd at close range, he wouldn't be able to display his abilities. It was obvious that Lan Xuanyu was not suitable to appear in a battle with fewer people. It was impossible for a 4-ring soul master like him to defeat a 7-ring soul sage in a 1-on-1 battle. Although it was a 2-on-2 battle, the weakness of his weak soul power would still be exposed. According to their investigation, Bai Xiuxiu was at most a 5-ring soul master. The 2 people representing the 6th years were both 8-ring soul masters. However, Sima Xian really didn't dare to underestimate Lan Xuanyu. Since Lan Xuanyu had made such a decision, he must have his reasons. Sima Xian called his 2 teammates in front of him and said in a low voice, "We must be careful in this match, especially Lan Xuanyu. We can't let him have any opportunities. If there really is a problem, in order to ensure that all 7 of us can participate in the final battle, I can call for a stop at any time." He was still very confident in the final group battle. Although Yuan and Hui Hui had just won the match with Rong Yushi, he had consumed a lot of energy. Although he couldn't use the Dark Golden Skeleton King, he felt that his energy consumption wasn't as high as Lu Feng's. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. On the 4th year's side, there was only 1 person with 6 rings, Yuan and Hui Hui, and 1 person with 7 rings, Tang Yuga. With the help of Rong Yushi's domain, the 6th years had an absolute advantage in terms of strength. Therefore, before the group battle began, the 6th year's team members could not be injured. Morong Shang and Shui Yubing nodded one after another, indicating that they understood, and then walked into the competition venue. On the 4th year's side, Nian held Bai Xiuxiu's hand. When he went on stage, he naturally held Bai Xiuxiu's hand. Bai Xiuxiu turned her head and glared at him, whispering, "What are you doing? Raising your aura, I'll give you a strong fighting motivation, right? You have to protect me well." Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. "Where's your face?" Bai Xiuxiu rolled her eyes. "This guy." Lan Xuanyu said, "No, no." Bai Xiuxiu said, "I won't care about you later, you can fight with them yourself." "I was wrong. Then I'll let go, but won't it seem too deliberate if I let go now? If we hold hands, it will give them a false impression and make them think that we have some special ability, such as a martial soul fusion skill. After all, we used deep blue gaze before. Let's hold hands and separate when we fight." Bai Xiuxiu really couldn't do anything about him and could only let him hold hands. The 2 of them had already walked into the arena, and their opponents had also entered. Morong Shang was tall and straight, over 1.8 meters tall. Standing there, he had a calm temperament that exceeded his age. His arms were slender, his hands were big, and his long fingers were thick. At a glance, it was obvious that he had a special ability. Standing beside him, Shui Yubing was petite and had a delicate and pretty appearance, like the girl next door. Ying Luohong looked at Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, her gaze falling on their hands. Bai Xiuxiu blushed and was about to struggle, but her hand was held tightly by Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu grinned at Ying Luohong. Soul skill, Dean, don't misunderstand, we have the ability to transmit soul power." Ying Luohong's face darkened, thinking to herself, Do you think I don't know if you have the ability to conduct soul power? At this moment, no one noticed that in the corner of the last row on the teacher's side, there was an extra person who had appeared out of nowhere. She was wearing a white hood, and her eyes were gently watching the 4 people who were about to fight. Get ready, start. Following Luo Hong's command, the only 2-on-2 competition officially began. Both sides released their martial souls at the same time. 2 purple and 4 black soul rings rose from Murongshang and Shui Yubing's feet. They were both 6-ringed soul emperors, and a long sword appeared in each of their hands. The long sword in Murongshang's hand was a rare black color. When the long sword appeared, the aura on his body became a bit gloomy, and the surrounding light also became dim. The long sword in Shui Yubing's hand was pale gold. When the long sword appeared, her whole body was filled with the aura of the bright martial soul, Heavenly Slayer sword. Her originally delicate and pretty face looked a bit more sacred at this moment. When the 2 swords appeared, Lan Xuanyu on the opposite side narrowed his eyes, and made some judgments in his heart. Murongshang and Shui Yubing's martial souls were clearly 2 completely different attributes, but they were both swords. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that their swords could cooperate with each other, and they might even have a martial soul fusion branch. Remember to read in the Chihu book Seeking Pavilion. But he had never heard Tang Yuga say that the 6th years had a combination that could use martial soul fusion skills. Until just now, Tang Yuga only told him that these 2 people both had sword-type martial souls. While he was making a judgment in his heart, his opponent and all the 6th years had already set off a huge uproar in their hearts. Lan Xuanyu's cultivation was indeed 4-ring, and Bai Xiuxiu's cultivation was indeed 5-ring. This was nothing, just as they had previously guessed. However, Lan Xuanyu's soul ring had turned black. It was fine if it was a 10,000-year soul ring, but what was with Bai Xiuxiu's, 4 black and 1 orange gold soul ring, the legendary ferocious beast soul ring, was a terrifying existence that could have 3 soul skills attached to it. 100,000-year red soul ring was already impossible to create, let alone an orange gold soul ring. Could it be that this was a fake soul skill with a similar simulation effect, or was it a real orange gold soul ring? After truly fusing with the Demon Queen, Bai Xiuxiu had never fought in the academy. At this moment, the appearance of the orange gold soul ring shocked everyone. The only person who wasn't surprised was probably Wang Tianyu. Back then, when the Demon Queen and Bai Ji wanted to choose Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mengqin, they had informed him in advance. Even so, when he saw the orange gold soul ring, Wang Tianyu, a god-rank powerhouse, was a little envious of Bai Xiuxiu. That was an orange gold soul ring, something that only existed in legends, and it had only appeared a few times in history. What kind of unique advantage was this? The abyssal demon dragon's Demon Queen had completely fused with this girl's soul. Without a doubt, Bai Xiuxiu's strength could no longer be evaluated based on her soul power. With an orange gold soul ring, even if she couldn't compare to Tang Yuga, she was very likely more dangerous than Yuan and Hui Hui, the Soul Emperor. Sima Xian's face darkened even more. Another accident had happened. From the beginning, everything was under his control, to now that everything was gradually out of his control, the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. No wonder Lan Xuanyu would appear together with Bai Xiuxiu. He was clearly going to support Bai Xiuxiu with all his might. With his support, Bai Xiuxiu's combat strength could be raised to the level of a Soul Emperor. In addition to the powerful soul skills brought about by the orange gold soul ring, she might even have a powerful spirit soul. In this battle, Murongshang and Shui Yubing naturally saw Bai Xiuxiu's orange gold soul ring. While they were shocked, they became vigilant. However, this also proved why they could replace the other representatives of the 6th years. The 2 of them flashed and rushed out at the same time. Their movements were uniform. Facing the invisible pressure brought about by the orange gold soul ring, they didn't retreat at all. The Heavenly Slayer sword and the Heavenly Saint sword stabbed forward at the same time. 2 sword shadows appeared in the air and slashed towards Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu from afar. Murongshang and Shui Yubing's first soul rings lit up. The moment these 2 sword shadows appeared, a strange sound actually appeared in the air. Wherever the Heavenly Slayer sword shadow passed, sorrowful cries could be heard, causing one's heart to sway and their mood to instantly become depressed. On the other hand, wherever the Heavenly Saint sword shadow passed, there would be cheerful laughter, causing one's fighting spirit to weaken. Amidst the mixed sorrow and joy, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's bodies clearly stiffened. Following that, two sword shadows appeared in their eyes and slashed towards their bodies. The sword shadows were an external form, but the sorrowful cries and laughter were the true soul skills. The fourth years also saw this scene. Tang Yuga couldn't help but nod slightly and say in a deep voice, "They've become much stronger." When they first entered the school, their first soul skills didn't have much of an effect. They could only cry and laugh, but they couldn't affect the emotions of others. As their strength continued to increase, the combination of their spiritual power and soul skills produced a qualitative change. I really didn't expect them to grow to this extent. They have a martial soul fusion skill? Qianlei couldn't help but ask. Tang Yuga shook his head and said, "No, otherwise, they wouldn't have been unknown for the past few years. They came from the same place. Although they don't have a martial soul fusion skill, they do. In the past, I couldn't see anything, but this time, they were able to represent the 6th years, which means that their martial soul fusion skill should have reached the large success stage. There's something magical about it. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, exciting, smiley face." A soul fusion skill was the fusion of two different martial souls to produce a qualitative change, while a soul fusion skill was the combination of two soul skills to produce an effect that was greater than 1 + 1 greater than 2. Without a doubt, a soul fusion skill was naturally more powerful, but martial souls could also greatly increase a soul master's strength. Furthermore, a soul fusion skill wasn't limited to two people. It could be used by many people. The first slash was actually a soul fusion skill. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's emotions were both affected. Bai Xiuxiu's mind was filled with the saddest things she had experienced. However, Lan Xuanyu's mind was filled with the happiest moments of his life. He was surprised to find that there were alternate images of his happiest moments. The first was when he was in the arms of teacher Nana, and the second was when Uncle Yu was holding him while singing at the concert. When the sword shadows approached, Lan Xuanyu's originally dazed eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked up at the sky. His body seemed to move along with the changes in his eyes, and a green light appeared. He pulled Bai Xiuxiu and waited. The two sword shadows fell to the ground, leaving two deep marks. Morong Shang and Shui Liangbing were astonished. Although they didn't expect the first slash to be of much use, they thought it would at least force Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu to use their one-word battle armors. They didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to be able to wake up right before the sword shadows hit him. This meant that Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power was in their hands. However, he only had 4 soul rings. How could his spiritual power be so strong? Bai Xiuxiu had also woken up. She held an ice spear in her right hand, and scales quickly drilled out of her and Lan Xuanyu's skin. Dark purple scales drilled out of Bai Xiuxiu's body, and golden scales appeared on Lan Xuanyu's body. At the same time, a golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Bai Xiuxiu's waist. Bai Xiuxiu's body flashed, and she rushed forward like lightning. Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass was extremely familiar to Xiuxiu. It was the Tongmen's secret skill, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. The two swords stabbed out again. This time, the sad cries and happy laughter became louder. Their third soul rings lit up. Morong Shang's light instantly dimmed, and Shui Yubing's side became exceptionally bright. The emotions fluctuated intensely, and the crying and laughing echoed in the air. The sword shadow became dazzling, and a crying face and a smiling face appeared in the air. The second martial soul combination skill, Happy Crying Earth. However, Bai Xiuxiu was prepared this time. Her eyes turned dark blue, and a huge shadow appeared behind her. It was no longer the great white demon shark, but a huge illusory dragon head. The dragon head's eyes turned dark blue. It was deep blue gaze, the deep blue gaze that belonged to the abyssal ice demon dragon. The crying face and the smiling face suddenly merged together. Morong Shang and Shui Yubing's bodies suddenly became illusory. The two faces disappeared in an instant, but they were not affected by deep blue gaze. The two sword shadows continued to descend. Immunity to control. They sacrificed their soul skills to be immune to deep blue gaze's control. Just as Lan Xuanyu was shocked, the sword shadows arrived. Bai Xiuxiu raised her ice spear, and the dark purple dragon scales on her body suddenly turned bright purple. Dang dang. Two crisp sounds rang out, and the two sword shadows shattered. Bai Xiaoxiao didn't retreat a single step. The purple light on her body became even more intense, and the fifth orange-gold soul ring under her feet suddenly shone brightly. She took a step forward and was already in front of Lan Xuanyu. The ice spear in her hand had turned dark purple. With her body as the center, dark purple halos formed by countless dark purple light ribbons spread out. The space around her collapsed instantly, and the space around her seemed to have become a huge black hole that swallowed everything. Rongshang's intercepting sword was swallowed up and dissipated. Morongshang and Shui Yubing's expressions didn't change in the face of such a powerful soul skill. They threw the two swords in opposite directions, and instantly escaped the range of the dark purple halos. However, their bodies were about to be covered by the halos. At this moment, their bodies became illusory, and their fifth soul rings became exceptionally bright. The Heavenly Slayer sword and Heavenly Saint sword suddenly shone brightly, and their attack speed doubled. Morongshang and Shui Yubing's figures disappeared in an instant. This was an excellent response. Bai Xiaoxiao's soul skill was powerful, but it missed. As for the man and sword that had become one, the two flying swords drew two arcs in the air, accompanied by the sound of crying and laughter. The sound of laughter went straight for Lan Xuanyu, and Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass was almost instantly cut apart. The Heavenly Slayer sword and Heavenly Saint sword clashed. They merged and turned into a long sword that was in front of him in the blink of an eye. The twin swords combination, and the third martial soul combination skill, joys and sorrows. It seemed like a long sword, but the emotions on it were like a whirlpool that wanted to suck Lan Xuanyu in. The long sword was imbued with the soul power of two soul emperors. They were determined to win this match. When they discovered that Lan Xuanyu was their opponent, Morongshang and Shui Yubing were prepared for this. If they could severely injure Lan Xuanyu, it would undoubtedly be of great help to the group battle of the 6th years. As a 4th-year auxiliary-type soul master, Lan Xuanyu's individual combat strength was the weakest no matter how one looked at it. Remember to search the library when reading on your phone. In their opinion, it would be good even if they could force Lan Xuanyu to use the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd, because it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to use it again for a short period of time. Without the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd, what could he do in the group battle with his 4-ring cultivation? Lan Xuanyu immediately fell into a huge crisis, and the spectators couldn't help but hold their breaths. Lan Xuanyu's emotions were indeed affected, and the pile of gold in his spiritual sea started to spin violently. In his eyes, the gold and silver colors suddenly became clear, and the emotional fluctuations of the outside world were blocked out in an instant. One had to know that there were very few students in the outer court whose spiritual power could enter the Spirit Abyss realm, not to mention that Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power had already reached the Spirit Abyss realm for a long time. Bai Xiaoxiao wanted to support Lan Xuanyu, but it was too late because everything happened too quickly. She, who was far away, could only instantly mobilize her heavenly demon domain to release a powerful suction force. Although she was extremely far away, the suction force from behind caused the two swords to slow down for a moment. The golden scales all over Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly shone like mirrors. He suddenly shouted, and a huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared. It was the third soul skill of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, Yellow Jinlong's roar. The cries and laughter were instantly drowned out. At the same time, he didn't retreat. Instead, he lowered his waist into a horse stance and clasped his hands together. The silver-patterned blue-silver grass and golden-patterned blue-silver grass on his hands curled up and covered his palms. A strange scene suddenly appeared. The Jinlong soared into the sky with a 4-colored light bead in its mouth, and a ball of light was suddenly spat out. Boom! The dazzling 4-colored light suddenly spread out, and then suddenly retracted. The golden dragon scales on Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly became extremely dazzling. Reading pleasure, wonderful reading, smiley face, the twin swords combinations joys and sorrows separation and reunion froze in midair as if it had fallen into a swamp, unable to move forward at all. Morongshang and Shui Yubing's figures appeared. Both of them were covered in light and their two-word battle armors appeared. Then, both of them used their right palms to push the swords in front of them in an attempt to break through Lan Xuanyu's defense. Lan Xuanyu was actually able to block the martial soul combination skill of two soul emperors as a four-ring soul ancestor. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. In everyone's eyes, Lan Xuanyu's excellence was reflected in his temperament, talent, and potential. There weren't many people who knew of his actual combat ability. Only his best companions vaguely knew the extent of his combat ability. At this moment, Bai Xiuxiu had already returned from afar. With the push of the ice tide, the Sky Demon region was about to reach Murongsheng and Shui Yubing's backs. Everyone held their breaths. Would Lan Xuanyu be defeated first, or would Bai Xiuxiu arrive in time to save him? Right at this moment, Murongsheng and Shui Yubing suddenly saw a smile on Lan Xuanyu's face. Following that, their bodies froze for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lan Xuanyu retreated and dodged the sword shadow in front of him. Deep blue gaze flashed in the distance. In the next moment, the two swords separated and once again abandoned the effect of the soul skill to cancel out the control effect of deep blue gaze. Bai Xiuxiu took the opportunity to get behind them. The strong suction force came again and the two swords were thrown out without hesitation. Their target was still Lan Xuanyu. Just remember to ask a book pavilion to use your phone to read. They had no intention of fighting Bai Xiuxiu head-on. Their only target was Lan Xuanyu. It had to be said that Murongsheng and Shui Yubing's ability to escape was extremely strong. They could clearly feel that Lan Xuanyu's defense was on the verge of collapsing. This time, the speed was even faster. Lan Xuanyu's expression also became serious. When he saw Murongsheng and Shui Yubing release their martial souls, he thought that the two of them were assault-type soul masters. He didn't expect them to also have agility-type abilities. With a combination of power and agility, as well as martial soul combination skills, and the ability to control their opponent's emotions, their abilities were extremely well-rounded. Generally speaking, if a soul master's abilities were too well-rounded, it would inevitably mean that each of his abilities wouldn't be too strong. However, the two people in front of him had solved this problem by using a martial soul combination skill. The two of them complemented each other, and were actually extremely difficult to deal with. Lan Xuanyu's left hand lightly patted the air in front of his chest, and blue, red, and green lights lit up one after another, overlapping with each other. At this moment, Murongsheng suddenly cried out in sorrow. An indescribable sorrow instantly welled up in Lan Xuanyu's heart. His tears immediately flowed down. How could he still control the elements in front of him? Shui Yubing turned her head and shouted behind her, "Joy!" Bai Xiuxiu, who was rushing over to save Lan Xuanyu, immediately smiled. The heavenly devil's domain that was being released actually dissipated, and even the ice tide stopped. In an instant, the distance between them and their target had increased. From a mixture of sorrow and joy, to a mixture of joy, and then to a mixture of sorrow and joy. The effect of the three martial soul combination skills was really only to control one's emotions to that extent. No, their effect was to bury sorrow and joy in the opponent's heart, and only activate them when needed. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were undoubtedly very strong, but they didn't have any means to defend against the control of their emotions. In terms of spiritual power, Lan Xuanyu was even stronger than the two soul emperors, but he couldn't be completely unaffected. Everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires. The stronger the emotions and 6 desires, the greater the impact. They were still students, and their emotions and 6 desires weren't too strong, but they were still affected. Emotional control interrupted the opponent's soul skill, and the sword shadow reached Lan Xuanyu's chest in the next instant, but he couldn't use his soul skill. Ying Luohong flashed and arrived beside Lan Xuanyu. As long as his one-word battle armor was broken, she would stop Murongsheng and Shui Yubing's attacks and end this match. But at this moment, the layer of Kai Pu Rongyan on his chest flipped, and his entire aura instantly changed. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and the golden scales on his body turned 7-colored. A dark blue halberd instantly popped out from his right thumb and blocked in front of him. Dang! The two swords stabbed into Lan Xuanyu, and Lan Xuanyu was immediately sent flying, but the 7-colored scales on his body shone brightly. In the distance, the 6th years who were watching the battle all waved their fists. Success, they finally forced Lan Xuanyu to use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. This meant that in the following team battles, they wouldn't have to face that powerful weapon that could ignore defense. Just this point alone was enough to complete Morongshang and Shui Yubing's basic mission. In fact, even they didn't expect Morongshang and Shui Yubing to be so strong when they worked together. During the class's internal selection, 2 light-type and darkness-type soul masters had been defeated by them. At that time, they had been controlled by their martial soul combination skills to the point that they wished they were dead, and had been unable to use their soul skills normally. But that was the internal selection. Competition. Would they be able to do the same in the real competition? Morongshang and Chen Yubing used their actions to prove that they could repel Lan Xuanyu with their swords, but they didn't chase after him. Instead, they bounced up and separated, avoiding the ice spear that shot from behind. Sad. Morongshang shouted again. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was chasing from behind, froze. The smile that suddenly appeared on her face froze and tears gushed out. These weren't tears of joy, but of great joy to great sorrow. One could imagine how great the impact on her heart was. She couldn't even control her body and fell from the sky. The Heavenly Slayer sword and the Heavenly Sacred sword merged into one again and slashed towards Bai Xiaoxiao like lightning. His ability to control his emotions was truly breathtaking. On the 4th year's side, Lan Mengqin clenched her fists tightly. How she wished that she was on the field right now. Wasn't it just emotional control? The peace music she played with the Jade Phoenix Guqin could stabilize her emotions and minimize the other party's influence on her emotions. Xiaoxiao was in danger. Bai Xiaoxiao was indeed in danger. Her emotional fluctuations were much greater than Lan Xuanyu's. She had experienced the destruction of her family before, and this process of great joy to great sorrow would undoubtedly evoke the heaviest pain in her heart. Seeing the other party's 2 swords stabbing towards her, her eyes were filled with tears. Right at this moment, a purple figure suddenly separated from her body. It was a peerless beauty wearing a purple dress. She looked coldly at the 2 swords that were flying towards her. She pulled Bai Xiaoxiao and quickly retreated. At the same time, purple bubbles suddenly appeared in the air, dyeing the surrounding air purple. In the next moment, the sky trembled and a terrifying destructive energy suddenly spread out along with the explosions of the bubbles. Qihud clearly sensed that something was wrong. The 2 figures instantly separated from the swords and retreated at lightning speed. At the same time, the swords collided with each other, emitting a clear and excited sound. A black and white halo immediately expanded outwards. 4th martial soul combination skill. Tears of joy, sorrow and joy seemed to have merged into one at this moment. The soul power fluctuations became stronger and were close to the level of a martial soul combination skill. A gap actually appeared in the spreading destructive energy, allowing the 2 figures to escape and the 2 swords to follow. Her reaction and control were perfect, and the 2 figures escaped the danger zone. Reading pleasure, exciting, smiley face, the Demon Queen's indifferent voice sounded in Bai Xiaoxiao's mind. Our own pain and joy are only shared with the people we love and those who love us. Any external stimulation is just a breeze. Stay true to your heart. The one who helped Bai Xiaoxiao resolve the crisis and temporarily took over her soul power was naturally the Demon Queen. The 2 figures who were sent flying didn't attack Bai Xiaoxiao again. Although they didn't know what had happened, the woman in the purple dress made them feel a strong sense of danger. The 2 swords counterattacked and attacked Lan Xuanyu again. However, what they saw was a pair of blood-red eyes. Joy! Shui Yubing shouted, trying to use her emotions to control Lan Xuanyu again. However, this time, Lan Xuanyu's eyes didn't change because of her voice. Instead, a crazed light burst out from the depths of his eyes. An incomparably tyrannical aura also rose. The scales on the surface of his 7-colored one-word battle armor seemed to have an additional layer of reddish-gold light. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu's speed increased explosively as he faced the 2 swords flying towards him. The Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss halberd in his hand glowed with a dark blue light, and the halberd seemed to have become transparent at this moment. Clang! Amidst an ear-piercing explosion, the moment the Heavenly Slayer sword and Heavenly Saint sword collided with the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss halberd, Lan Xuanyu's body was already sent flying. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. How could a 4-ring soul master block 2 6-ring soul masters in a head-on clash? However, the 2 swords were also sent flying by him. What was even more terrifying was that there was a huge gap on both the Heavenly Slayer sword and the Heavenly Saint sword. It was a gap that could even be noticed by the audience. 2 figures appeared in an instant. Morong Shang and Shui Yubing were both shocked. A martial soul was like a soul master's body. When a martial soul was damaged, the soul master's body would be affected. What shocked them even more was that Lan Xuanyu, who had been sent flying, had only just landed on the ground when he bounced back up and charged towards them once more. An impassioned dragon roar resounded from Lan Xuanyu's mouth. A huge reddish-gold dragon head appeared and roared madly. Morong Shang and Shui Yubing's minds were shaken and their blood vessels were thrown into chaos. For a moment, the two of them felt as if a huge mountain had fallen from the sky and was pressing down on their hearts. He couldn't even utter the words sorrow or joy. And not far away, the infernal queen, who was floating beside Bai Xiuxiu, was affected by the dragon roar. She could not help but let out a long dragon roar into the sky. In tandem with the dragon roar, the infernal queen's body was suffused with a layer of golden-red color. Lan Xuanyu's body shot back like a cannonball, heading straight for Morong Shang and Shui Yubing. His imposing aura continued to grow stronger as he flew. Furthermore, a strange scene appeared on his body. Blue, red, green, and yellow lights turned into halos that surrounded his body. Others might not be able to feel it, but Ing Luohong, who was not far from Lan Xuanyu, could feel it very clearly. The 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and wind in the air quickly condensed towards Lan Xuanyu's body and were devoured and absorbed by him, becoming a part of his own energy. Under such circumstances, Lan Xuanyu's cultivation seemed to be continuously increasing. His twin martial soul's soul power was stronger than soul masters of the same level. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu seemed to be continuing to improve during this martial soul fusion skill. This martial soul fusion skill seemed to not only be the state of the dragon god's transformation, but also had the effect of self-enhancement. Right at this moment, from the 6th year's side in the distance, Sima Xian suddenly shouted, "We admit defeat for this match." As soon as he said that, Ing Luohong's body flashed and she was already in front of Lan Xuanyu. A branch-like existence flew out from her hand and touched the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd's shaft. Immediately, Lan Xuanyu was sent flying with his halberd. However, his body seemed to be as heavy as a mountain. After flying for more than 10 meters, he stopped and was about to rush out again. Right at this moment, a gentle voice sounded in Lan Xuanyu's mind, "Xianyu." It was Teacher Nana's voice. These 2 gentle words stirred slightly in Lan Xuanyu's mind, causing his spiritual sea to instantly calm down. The blood-red color in Lan Xuanyu's eyes quickly faded and his body that was charging forward immediately relaxed. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand slapped the ground, causing his body to soar up 5 to 6 meters and stabilize himself. On the other side, Bai Xiuxiu, who had already rushed over, also stopped. This was yet another match where the outcome of the battle had not yet been decided and they had already admitted defeat. The difference was that this match was a replica of the previous round. In the previous round, Lu Feng had been suppressing Sima Xian and even injured Sima Xian's dark gold skeleton king, weakening his strength. But this round, it was Morong Shang and Shui Yubing who forced Lan Xuanyu to use the dragon god's transformation and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, and even forced Bai Xiuxiu to use the demon queen. Without a doubt, both of them had expended a lot of energy. Lan Xuanyu's heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd might not be able to be used in the following battles, and the same was true for the dragon god's transformation. Although they had lost this match, it was undoubtedly a good thing for the 6th years. Shaking his head gently, Lan Xuanyu frowned and looked at Morong Shang and Shui Yubing who had landed on the ground. His eyes were no longer as relaxed as before the match. He really couldn't underestimate any senior. The world of martial souls was ever-changing. Before this match, he had never thought that such a martial soul would exist. And emotional control was something that he and Bai Xiuxiu weren't good at resisting. If not for the fact that their talent was indeed better, that he had the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd and the dragon god's transformation, and that Xiuxiu had the demon queen's help, they would have lost this match. The demon queen had dominated the world of soul beasts for hundreds of thousands of years, and her mental state was stable. Naturally, it was not something that could be controlled by her mixed emotions. It could be considered as restraining her opponent. Otherwise, no matter how strong the soul skill brought about by Bai Xiuxiu's fierce beast soul ring was, she wouldn't be able to display its full power on the battlefield. Bai Xiuxiu's face was still tear-stained as she was pulled back by Lan Xuanyu. She couldn't help but look a little vexed. She and Lan Xuanyu were both good at small changes in battle, good at controlling their own abilities, and had rich combat experience. But in this match just now, their performance could only be described as terrible. They were led by the nose by their opponents from beginning to end and were unable to display their strengths at all. It seems that we need to reflect on ourselves at all times, Lan Xuanyu said with a bitter smile. Bai Xiuxiu nodded gently. We do have a lot of shortcomings. Rest for 15 minutes before the final team battle. Ying Luohong's voice sounded. At this moment, she had a smug smile on her face. From the situation of the first 3 one-on-one matches, the 6th years were completely suppressed, and even Sima Xian suffered quite a bit. This was actually not what she, the outer court dean, wanted to see. The 4th year's Star Combat experimental class were her students, and the 6th years were also her students. Moreover, a one-sided battle would never have a good effect. Only when both sides were evenly matched would it be the best for both sides. This match just now could be said to have made her eyes light up. She knew most of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's abilities. However, Murong Shang and Shui Yubing were actually able to display such exquisite coordination, as well as that strange double sword of sorrow and joy, which surprised her greatly. This was definitely a good seedling. Without a doubt, this was the 6th year's hidden trump card. Their existence, in a sense, even surpassed the 2 brothers with the black tortoise shield martial soul. They could attack, defend, and control, and their combat methods were ever-changing. They also had the extremely rare ability to control their emotions. If they could rise to a higher level, they would undoubtedly become outstanding talents of Shrek Academy in the future. Originally, Ying Luohong thought that among this batch of 6th years, only Sima Xian, the Li Siming brothers, and Rong Yuxiu had hope of entering the inner court. Now it seemed that she would have to add 2 more. Of course, in terms of talent, they were still inferior to Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. When the Demon Queen appeared beside Bai Xiuxiu, Ying Luohong was shocked. Although the soul power that the Demon Queen could use was only Bai Xiuxiu's soul power, her aura and eyes were still at her original level. Ying Luohong knew about the fact that the Demon Queen and Bai Xiuxiu had become Lan Mingqin's and Lan Mingqin's spirit souls. Wang Tianyu had told her long ago, but when she saw the Demon Queen appear, it felt different. She was still very shocked. Very good, the following group battle should be very interesting. This kind of internal sparring was truly meaningful. Not only was Ying Luohong happy, Wang Tianyu, who was sitting on the rostrum, also smiled. Not bad, these 2 children are worth nurturing. And their abilities are a bit like the 2 limit Douluo in history. Both of them later became gods. Master Shu said thoughtfully. You are talking about the 2 Douluo, amorous and heartless. Wang Tianyu immediately knew who Master Shu was talking about. Even in the Shrek Academy, there weren't many who cultivated to become gods. They all became god-rank powerhouses after the Eternal Tree devoured the Abyss Plane 10,000 years ago. Reading books on the phone in the book pavilion. Master Shu said with a look of surprise, Little Wang, not bad, you even know about this. I thought that only us seniors would know. Wang. Tianyu didn't want to talk to him anymore. I know you are old, so don't take advantage of your seniority, okay? Master Shu didn't seem to notice that his mood was wrong at all, and continued, that's right, the strength of the 2 Douluo, amorous and heartless, was extraordinary. It's a pity that they were both men, otherwise they would have been even more powerful. These 2 little guys are not bad. Emotional changes can sometimes help increase vitality. The better the mood, the faster the plants will grow. As a member of the future Xianyu's team in our school of life, it's fine. Master Shu, if you continue to be like this, I will stop you from watching any competition in the outer court in the future. You have snatched away all of his talents. What do you want the outer court to do? Master Shu chuckled. You're from the inner courtyard. What does the outer courtyard have to do with you? I'm just taking a look. I'm not even sure if they can get into the inner courtyard. If they pass, we'll have a fair competition to see who they're willing to take as their master. Wang Tianyu's face turned a little green. Do you really think it's appropriate for you to say the words fair competition? Back then, when you bribed Lan Xuanyu, who was the one who gave him the green rui? And who was the one who gave him the ring of destiny? Have you reported this to the Sea God's Pavilion, who has more good stuff than the School of Life? You're the voice of the Tree of Eternity. Wang Tianyu now felt a headache. No matter what, he couldn't let this old senior come into contact with the outer court anymore. He had to tell Luohong to be careful. Whatever sparring competition, they would all be carried out in the simulation world in the future. At this moment, the 4th and 6th years were resting while discussing the tactics for the group battle. Although the 4th years had won 3 of the first 4 matches, these were no longer important because the last group battle was the key to determining the outcome. Winning this match would be a true victory. After Lan Xuanyu removed his dragon god's transformation state, he did not recover his soul power through meditation. Instead, he stood there and said something, as if he was setting up a strategy. On the 6th year's side, Sima Xian was also paying attention to the 4th year's side while setting up their tactics. Lan Xuanyu looked very serious. Lan Xuanyu is stronger than we thought. His strength is actually not inferior to his teammates. Morong Shang said in a deep voice. Shui Yubing nodded. Daui said that after he became colorful, he seemed to have entered a berserk state. This is not in the information we collected, and it might have been caused by the stimulation of our emotional control. His strength has become especially great, and his defense is extremely strong, so much so that we couldn't suppress him even if we worked together. Although we don't know how long he can maintain that state, it's still very troublesome for us. Fortunately, he shouldn't be able to use the same ability in the next group battle. Sima Xian nodded and said, it's all thanks to you guys this time. Lan Xuanyu's strength was definitely not weak. Otherwise, his teammates wouldn't have always treated him as their leader. Furthermore, he's very smart. Before Tang Yuga left, he said that the most terrifying thing about Lan Xuanyu was his intelligence. Therefore, we must be careful in the group battle in the future. We must continue to implement the tactics that we have set up previously and focus on stability. With Rong Yushi's full control as the foundation, we will slowly exhaust them and fight a war of attrition. We have 4 soul sages. Rong Yushi and I have already cultivated our soul cores, and with the amplification from our 2-word battle armor, we far surpass them in terms of endurance and recovery ability. The longer this goes on, the more advantageous it is for us. If you want to read on your phone, you have to go to a library. Morong, Yubing, what you need to do is to interfere. Through your emotional control, you need to interfere with them and prevent them from working together to erupt. I will hold back Tang Yuga. As long as the others lose, she won't be able to stir up any trouble by herself. Li Siming, Li Siki, you 2 brothers will be in charge of defense and protect Rong Yushi. At this point of the competition, Sima Xian's emotions were no longer as tense as before. Through the 1v1 and 2v2 battles, he already had a good understanding of the 4th years. In addition, Lan Xuanyu had used his strongest attack, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. In the following battle, the scales of victory and defeat had already tilted towards their side. Thinking of this, Sima Xian was suddenly shocked. Since when did he treat the 4th years as opponents on par with them? One had to know that they were 2 years higher than them. Was the Star War experimental class really that strong? Today, not to mention Tang Yuga, Lu Feng had also shocked him. As for Yuan and Hui Hui, she seemed to have become much stronger. Lan Xuanyu's abilities didn't seem to be fully displayed, but he had also become much stronger. Bai Xiuxiu's orange gold soul ring, which might be a ferocious beast soul ring, was too eye-catching. Morong Shang and Shui Yubing didn't dare to fight head-on against the soul skill she released. He was only at the 4th rank, so how strong would he become after fusing with the ultimate ring? 15 minutes passed quickly. The final deciding match to decide who would represent the Shrek Academy to participate in the Shrek Academy branch competition was about to begin. Both sides walked into the arena with 7 people each. In the spectator stands, the 6th years who had been cheering for the contestants quietened down and quietly looked at the 14 people in the arena. Not only did Sima Xian treat Lan Xuanyu and the others as opponents on par with him, But these sixth years also had the same mentality. They had already lost 3 out of the 4 matches. Although some of the losses were caused by tactical arrangements, a loss was a loss. Could they win the last team battle? On the 4th year's side, Lan Xuanyu walked in the middle. On his left were Tang Yuge, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Lu Feng. On his right were Bai Xiuxiu, Lan Mengqin, and Qian Lei. On the 6th year's side, Sima Xian walked in the middle. On his left were Li Siming, Li Siki, and Zhou Pengzhan, the 3 soul masters who were known for their defense. On his right were Rong Yuyo, Morong Shang, and Shui Yubing. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. Both sides had the strongest lineup of their respective years. The atmosphere of a group battle was different from a 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 match. Even the teachers in the stands became nervous. Ying Luohong stood in the middle and felt the rising aura of both sides. She couldn't help but feel gratified. These were all elite students nurtured by the outer court. Although the current 6th years didn't have any unique existences like the first milk, their overall strength wasn't weak. The next match will determine which of you will be able to represent the academy in the sparring match against the branch academy. Display your full strength. You don't have to worry about anything else. I will be responsible for the safety of the people on the field. Ying Luohong said indifferently. She was the referee personally to prevent casualties and control the entire scene. The 7 people on both sides bowed at the same time, then slowly retreated and lined up in formation. On the 4th year's side, Tang Yuge stood in the middle, with Bai Xiuxiu and Qian Lei on both sides. Lu Feng was hiding behind Qian Lei. Behind them, Lan Xuanyu was in the middle, and on both sides of Lan Xuanyu were Yuan and Hui Hui and Lan Mengqin. This was a 3-1-3 formation. On the opposite side, Sima Xian took the lead and stood at the front. Behind him were the 3 defense-type soul masters, followed by Rong Yuyo, Morong Shang, and Shui Yubing. They were in a 1-3-3 formation. From this, it could be seen how confident Sima Xian was in his own strength. Sima Xian stared at Tang Yuge with a burning gaze, filled with fighting spirit. Back then, although it was the homeroom teacher who deliberately tempered Tang Yuge, as the vice-class leader, he had always wanted to defeat her. For so many years, he had been cultivating hard in order to make himself worthy of the title of class leader. However, until now, his reputation had yet to reach the level that Tang Yuge had reached back then. The most important reason was that he wasn't able to bring a heavyweight victory to the 6th years. This was also the motivation for Sima Xian's growth. He had been working hard to improve himself, not daring to slack off for a moment, all for today's battle. Only by defeating Tang Yuge fair and square would he be able to prove to all his classmates that he was the strongest. At the same time, he would be able to clear the obstacles on his path to the inner courtyard. Compared to Sima Xian, Tang Yuge was much calmer. She calmly looked at these former classmates and teammates in front of her. Deep in her heart, she also had a thought that it was time to end it. After this battle, the 6th grade was about to graduate and had nothing to do with her anymore. Defeating them proved that she had made the right choice. Her aura was also quietly changing. Get ready. Ying Luohong's voice instantly made everyone present alert. With Ying Luohong's loud shout, the final battle between the 4th and 6th years began. Sima Xian raised his head and let out a roar. His body instantly swelled and grew larger. A violent aura erupted and 7 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, shining alternately. He took large strides and rushed towards Lan Xuanyu and the others. Behind him, his 6 teammates each released their martial souls. A halo quickly spread out and the exquisite jade domain was released. A pair of black tortoise shields were erected and black light flickered. The 2 black tortoise shield soul masters quickly followed. Beside them, Zhou Pengzhan, who possessed the thorny magic dragon martial soul, soared into the air. His body curled up into a ball in midair and rolled as he followed. The Heavenly Death Sword and Heavenly Saint Sword floated in front of Morong Shang and Shui Yubing and quickly stabbed out. On the 4th year side, the 7 of them also moved together. Lan Xuanyu's body shone with gold and silver light at the same time. A golden patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Qian Lei's waist first, followed by another wrapped around Tang Yuge's waist. Remember to use your phone to read books. Lu Feng and Bai Xiuxiu also had one wrapped around their waists. 4 golden-patterned blue-silver grasses connected the 4 of them to Lan Xuanyu. 2 silver-patterned blue-silver grasses were thrown to both sides and wrapped around Yuan and Hui and Lan Mengqin respectively. 7 people, 7 of them as one. Sima Xian only had Tang Yuga in his eyes, and the dark golden light on his body became more and more dazzling. Right at this moment, he realized that the body of the person opposite him was also rapidly growing and soon filled his field of vision. Because the other party had already rushed over. Your opponent is me, haha. Shuo Jinluan has already brazenly charged forward. In his right hand, he raised the huge meteor hammer he obtained from the source dragon above his head and waved it. At this moment, Ying Luohong was floating above the arena, observing all the changes. Looking at Qianlei's fierce appearance, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. I, Ying Luohong, was once the #1 control-type soul master in the outer court. How did I teach such a disciple? At first, she took a fancy to Qianlei mainly because of Qianlei's spiritual power and his strange gait of summoning. She was prepared to let him develop in the direction of summoning. But who knew that this little fatty would quickly become a big fatty, and then a burly man? It was as if he had jumped 3 levels, and he had become an assault-type soul master. Furthermore, he was a pure strength-type assault-type soul master. This was completely out of her plan. On the rostrum, Master Shu said to himself with a smile, not bad, not bad. I knew that this little thing that I saved with a drop of life essence was not ordinary. Now it seems that it is really not ordinary. Ha 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 ha, Wang Tianyu pretended not to hear it. Everything is related to you, okay? Sima Xian glanced at his opponent whose body had swelled to not much smaller than him. His eyes were firm and he was not affected at all. 5 rings, a 5-ring soul master wanted to stop him from moving forward. His entire body flashed with light and he instantly charged forward, crashing towards Qianlei. He wanted to send Qianlei flying, and his target was still Tang Yuga. Right at this moment, a golden halo suddenly spread out from under the feet of the 4th years. There were complicated patterns in the golden halo, as if there was a huge Jinlong bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The aura on Qianlei's body suddenly became violent. He roared and smashed down with the source dragon meteor hammer. Bang! Sima Xian relied on his physical strength to send the source dragon meteor hammer flying, but the huge force also caused him to slow down for a moment before he collided with Qianlei's majestic body. It was as if 2 mountains had collided. With a bang, Qianlei was knocked back a few steps and sat on the ground. However, Sima Xian's body was also scratched by Qianlei's huge claws, and Sima Xian's forward momentum suddenly stopped. Lan Xuanyu, who was standing at the back of the team, smirked. Domain? Chihu, I have one too. The golden halo was the soul skill that came with the golden-patterned blue-silver grass after he obtained his 4th soul ring. It was a domain-type soul skill. Under the effect of the violent golden dragon domain, all of his teammates' blood would boil and they would explode with powerful attacks. A soul master with a dragon-type bloodline would receive a much greater boost in strength. Previously, when facing the Heavenly Slayer sword and the Heavenly Saint sword, if Lan Xuanyu had used this domain, it would have been very difficult for him and by Shosho's emotions to be affected by the other party. However, he didn't do so because during the team battle, with the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and Jinlong's berserk domain, even though there was a 2-ring difference between Qianlei and Sima Xian in terms of cultivation, it was difficult to tell who was stronger. In the end, the golden behemoth was still stronger than the dark golden skeleton king. Sima Xian didn't stop. Although he was surprised by Qianlei's strength, as the team leader, he wouldn't panic because of this. He suddenly raised the battle axe in his right hand and waved it forward brazenly. A fan-shaped dark golden light immediately covered a large area and was about to control Lan Xuanyu and the others. Read well, read well, read well, smiley face. Right at this moment, the melodious sound of a zither rang out, and a jade-green light quietly spread outwards, causing Jinlong's berserk domain to be dyed with a layer of jade green. When the jade-green light and Jimo's cockroach pavilion's light melted like ice and snow, quickly disappearing. This is impossible. Rong Yusho's shocked voice rang out. Yes, his Yuling Long domain was dispelled. A pair of jade-green wings spread out behind Lan Mingqin's back, and with a light flap, she was already in midair. 6 green halos landed on her 6 teammates at the same time as she plucked the zither strings. The 6 teammates' auras, which had been weakened due to the battle, instantly rose. Morong Shang and Shui Yubing were slightly startled. They wanted to mobilize the Sorrow and Joy dual swords to guide and control the opponent's zither music. First of all, one had to have emotional fluctuations. However, at this moment, they found that their hearts were calm. At the same time, another figure had also risen into the air. Read books on your phone, remember to be the first to enter the book-seeking pavilion. Under Yuan and Hui Hui, she didn't know when, but she couldn't change her emotions. A large white bird with colorful wings appeared, and its entire body emitted a pure white light. Everything around Yuan and Hui Hui suddenly became illusory. In front of her, Tang Yuga's 7th soul ring shone, and a black and white yin-yang bird pattern appeared above her head. Yin and yang energy shone down, revealing her martial soul true body, the heavenly stem Qilin. The huge 10-colored Qilin suddenly split into 10 Qilins and rushed out, heading straight for the other side. In the sky, Yuan and Hui Hui pulled the elven king bow, and bolts of lightning of various colors descended from the sky. Bai Xiuxiu pressed her right hand forward, and the orange-gold soul ring on her body shone. Balls of dark purple light condensed into ice cones in front of her and shot out. Every dark purple ice cone would turn into a dark purple bubble and explode when it was blocked. Ice cone version of death and withering. For a moment, the sky and the ground were filled with terrifying soul skills. The 2 black tortoise shields suddenly enlarged and turned into an iron wall, wanting to block this powerful attack. Behind them, the light turned into a light screen. But in the next moment, the iron wall propped up by the black tortoise shield welcomed the 10 great Qilins that were flying over. First Wood Rush turned into a huge tree trunk with a cross-section of more than 3 meters in diameter. It slammed on the iron wall. Then, 3rd Fire Qilin and 4th Fire Qilin arrived almost at the same time. Ice blue flames were released from Fire Qilin's body and began to burn the copper and iron walls. Fire Qilin turned into a huge fireball to bombard. Under the effect of Fire Qilin and Fire Qilin, cracks appeared on the copper and iron walls. Following that, the 9th Water Qilin arrived. Fire and water were merciless, and after the blazing flames came a flood that overflowed into the heavens. At this moment, the 2 shields could no longer block it, and the 2 black tortoise shield soul masters were sent flying. At this moment, bolts of lightning descended from the sky. With the illusory fairy dragon's amplification, the bolts of lightning didn't cause any electric shock when they landed on the 6th year soul masters, but they were all terrified. This was because they discovered to their horror that their soul force began to explode within their bodies when they were struck by the lightning. Not only did it cause them extreme pain, but it also consumed their soul force at an alarming rate. The death-withering icicle arrived at this moment, and the terrifying death-withering covered a large area. Sima Xian's judgment was correct. If they fought for a long time, they would definitely be able to defeat the 4th years with the advantage of 4 soul sages and 3 soul emperors. He also realized that if the 4th years wanted to defeat them, they would have to win by erupting with power when they were at their strongest. However, he never expected that the explosive power of the 7 4th years would be so strong. Sima Xian's battle axe finally struck the ground, but it only affected Qianlei. Qianlei was sent flying into the air. Sima Xian could no longer care about what was behind him. He lowered his head and was about to charge forward. He had to at least control Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Xuanyu before dealing with the 2 people in the air. Only then would he have a chance of turning the tables. He didn't even dare to look at the situation behind him. But right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu pulled with his right hand and Qianlei, who had been sent flying, descended from the sky and blocked in front of Sima Xian, colliding with him. Remember to use your phone to read books in the library. In terms of strength, Qianlei was clearly not Sima Xian's match, but the problem was that Sima Xian wouldn't be able to finish him off in a short period of time. Qianlei relied on his own strength to stick to Sima Xian like sticky candy. With his strong defense, he stopped Sima Xian from charging over. As Sima Xian continued to attack, Qianlei's eyes became redder and redder. He gradually entered a berserk state. He couldn't break Sima Xian's 2-word battle armor, but he wouldn't let Sima Xian take half a step forward. Ah! Sima Xian roared towards the sky. A huge dark golden figure separated and appeared behind him. It bent its legs and leaped up in the next moment, like a cannonball, it charged towards Yuan and Hui Hui in the air. Dark Golden Skeleton King. Wasn't his Dark Golden Skeleton King crippled previously? No, that wasn't an ordinary Dark Golden Skeleton King. The funny thing was that this Dark Golden Skeleton King that leaped up was Sima Xian's trump card. After he became a Soul Sage, he could release a second Dark Golden Skeleton King. At this point, he had no choice but to use it. The Dark Golden Skeleton King that leaped into the air grabbed the disabled Dark Golden Skeleton King on its back and threw it towards Lan Mengqin. Let's deal with the two in the air first. You can also summon me. 2 gold coins instantly popped out of Qianlei's hand. Dollar was still very small, and when he was launched, he was incredibly fast. He was faster than the 2 Dark Gold Skeleton Kings. 2 doors of light instantly opened in the air. 2 sturdy figures pounced out and blocked the 2 Dark Golden Skeleton Kings. They pulled them down from the sky and landed heavily. It smashed into the ground. The 2 Dark Gold Skeleton Kings couldn't threaten the 2 in the air. Xianlei summoned 2 behemoths with iron black fur all over their bodies. For a moment, the majestic behemoth and the 2 Dark Golden Skeleton Kings were engaged in a fierce battle. Sima Xian never thought that Qianlei would actually become so strong. His heart turned cold. Since he couldn't interfere with the 2 in the air, he knew that the battle was over. Tang Yuga appeared in front of Rong Yuxiao in a flash. The Great 5 Elements Divine Light bloomed and dispersed the light on Rong Yuxiao's body with a slap. Rong Yuxiao was already a little timid when facing Tang Yuga, not to mention that Tang Yuga was even stronger now. As soon as Yu Linglong's true body appeared, she was pressed to the ground by Tang Yuga's heavenly stem Qilin. The most miserable ones were not Rong Yuxiao, but Morong Sheng and Shui Yubing. The 2 Soul Emperors were taken care of by Qing Pingle and the arrows in the air, so they couldn't use their cultivation at all. They used the Heavenly Slayer sword and the Heavenly Saint sword to block the arrows, but the arrows would still affect them. At this moment, a silver figure appeared behind them. The moment the White Dragon King spear struck them, their battle was already over. Zhou Pengzhan's reflected damage was facing the terrifying corrosive power of death and withering. Before the 2-word battle armor on his body was corroded and penetrated, he had already been taken away from the competition venue by Ying Luohong. The 2 Black Tortoise Shield Martial Soul Masters were unable to return. Their black tortoise shields had already been shattered by the previous bombardment. Under the cover of death and withering, they were unable to return to the arena. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, from the sky to the ground, this was the full power of the 4th years. Facing the 4th years under the amplification of Jinlong's berserk domain, the 6th years were defeated in an instant. When Sima Xian realized that it had completely quieted down behind him, he saw Tang Yuga again. Tang Yuga had finally transformed back into his human form. At this moment, Sima Xian finally relied on his martial soul true body to press Qianlei to the ground and beat him up. However, he was already surrounded by 6 figures. Let's all stop. Ying Luohong looked a bit disappointed and frustrated. Sima Xian stopped in a daze and stared blankly at Qianlei, who had been beaten black and blue by him but was obviously not injured much. For a moment, sorrow welled up in him. Qianlei rolled and jumped up. His eyes were bloodshot and he was about to rush forward and risk his life. Damn fatty! Lan Mengqin shouted. Qianlei immediately shuddered and turned around. The blood in his eyes quickly receded and he squatted down in front of Lan Mengqin obediently. Your orders. Go away, Lan Mengqin said in annoyance. Okay. Qianlei removed the golden behemoth's possession and stood obediently to the side. The spectator stands were completely silent. Not only were the 6th years quiet, but the teacher's area was also quiet. Wang Tianyu stood up and took a deep look. The 7 4th years turned around and left. Master Shu stood up with a smile and gave a thumbs up in Lan Xuanyu's direction. A green light flashed on his body and he disappeared. They won, the 4th years won. Not only did they win, but they won with an absolute advantage. If the previous 1v1 and 2v2 matches could be said to be going back and forth, then what was going on in the last group battle? Almost all of the 4th year members had hidden their strength, and only unleashed it in the last battle. Then, it was as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Morong Shang and Shui Yubing, who performed very well in the 2 versus 2 competition, did not perform at all in this team battle. They were completely suppressed by Lan Mengqin and were eliminated before they even entered the main arena. Li Siming and his brother's defenses were broken by Tang Yuge alone. Tang Yuge suppressed the 3 soul sages by himself. Qianlei relied on his 5-ring cultivation to hold back the strongest opponent, Sima Xian, so that Sima Xian could not interfere with the entire arena. On the side of the 4th years, Lan Xuanyu, who was the absolute core, had only released 1 domain-type soul skill from beginning to end, relying on the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass to provide support. The fact that the 6th years had forced him to use the Dragon God's transformation and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd seemed to have become a joke. Did the 4th years need to use Lan Xuanyu's heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in this group battle? The key to their victory was Lan Xuanyu, Tang Yuge, Bai Xiuxiu, Qianlei, or anyone else. The key to their victory was the overall strength of the 7 4th years. However, his bits hid their strongest abilities extremely well and then unleashed them in the group battle. This was a victory of talent and also a victory of accumulation. The advantage of martial souls and spirit souls was simply too great. Other than Lan Xuanyu, the other 6 people all had a top-notch soul beast at least at the 10,000-year level as their spirit souls, and 2 of them even had spirit souls of great beasts. Even though their soul power was about 10 ranks lower than the 6th years, and even though they didn't have 2-word battle armor, the mutation brought about by their spirit souls gave their martial souls a huge advantage. Coupled with the support of their spirit souls, their abilities complemented each other, and their strong explosive power caused the 6th years to collapse as soon as they came up. The 2 defense-type soul sages on the other side were unable to withstand Tang Yuge's attack alone. The strongest, Sima Xian, was entangled by the opponent's 5-ring Soul King and all his control abilities were completely restricted. How could they fight such a match? Who would have thought that the 4th years would actually fight so beautifully against the 6th years? The 6th years were unable to retaliate at all. The 7 people from the 6th years gathered together again in a daze. Their current mood could only be described as sad. Rong Yushi's mentality was relatively better. He looked opposite him and wanted to say something but hesitated. He had worked hard for so many years just to be worthy of Tang Yuge. Just as he thought that he was about to catch up to his goddess, she gave him a huge blow. After the one-on-one match between Tang Yuge and Zhou Pengzhan ended, Rong Yushi felt that if it was him, he might have had a chance to win. But when he truly faced Tang Yuge, who had erupted, he realized how naive his thoughts were. His Jade Exquisite Domain couldn't stop Tang Yuge's advance at all. His Jade Transformation ability couldn't break through Tang Yuge's Great 5 Elements Divine Light at all. And Tang Yuge not only broke through the defenses of 2 Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters by herself, but she also suppressed them completely. What kind of powerful strength was this? This was the former class leader of the 6th years. At this moment, the 6th years in the stands were also thinking about what would have happened if Tang Yuge was still in class. With her current cultivation, if she led these experts in the class, how could they have lost to the 4th years? But there were no ifs in this world. Tang Yuge was no longer their class leader, but a member of the 4th years. The scene of the heavenly stem Qilin transforming into 10 Qilins and exuding the aura of a magnificent army left a very deep impression on them. Lan Xuanyu walked towards his teammates and high-fived them one by one. The 7 of them gathered together calmly. Lan Xuanyu had already expected this outcome when he agreed to participate in this confrontation with Ying Luohong. Lan Xuanyu was very clear about how strong Tang Yuge was. After her martial soul evolved into the heavenly stem Qilin, she had almost no flaws. The Yin-Yang Chaos Bird was of great help to her. Although Bai Xiu and Lan Haoqing's martial souls weren't that compatible and needed to be guided to evolve their martial souls, they could only improve imperceptibly. Although they could use the soul skills brought by the 2 great ferocious beasts, they were far from being completely different from their own Tang Yuge. The Yin-Yang Chaos Bird was equivalent to dividing her 5 elements power and fusing it with her. It couldn't be more compatible with her. In addition, she had accumulated for several years to complete the evolution of her martial soul. The breakthrough in her soul power allowed Tang Yuge's soul power to break through to rank 75. Breakthrough. Lan Xuanyu didn't know how much soul power she had now. After all, Tang Yuge was a genius 2 years older than them. With Tang Yuge alone, they also had Yuan and Hui Hui, who had fused with the illusory spirit dragon. With the help of the illusory spirit dragon, they were already in an invincible position against the 6th years. It wouldn't be difficult for him to kill Rong Yurue in a one-on-one battle. Even just now, he hadn't used his real name. Morong Shang and Shui had indeed restrained Lian Yu and Bai Xiuxiu, but in this level of group metal power, they were no match for him. In the Bui battle, after Lan Xuanyu released Jinlong's berserk domain, their control was useless. Everything was within Lan Xuanyu's expectations. Nothing happened. Did something unexpected happen? This was also the reason why their arrangement was completely guessed by the 6th years. Knowing that victory was certain, all they needed to do was to follow the prescribed order. Ying Luohong made her expression as calm as possible. She had always been in the galactic warfare experimental class, but for the past 2 years, she was mainly concerned about whether the experimental class could make enough progress in galactic warfare. Tang Zhenhua often took this opportunity to report the situation to Ying Luohong. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. In terms of space warship piloting and small warship piloting, the Star War experimental class had improved very quickly. Ying Luohong knew this. When they were still students, they had indeed caused a lot of trouble, but after reaching the 2nd year, their circle of friends had quieted down. Ying Luohong also knew that when they brought back spirit souls from the elven planet, most of them had gained quite a lot, but she wasn't too sure about the specific gains. After all, she was the dean, so it was impossible for her to ask about everything. Therefore, although she knew that the 4th years were very strong, she also increased the difficulty of the heavenly battle mission for them. But she didn't expect them to be so strong. In Ying Luohong's mind, the Star War experimental class led by Lan Xuanyu was daring. Was there anything they didn't dare to do? The 2nd time they went out to carry out the heavenly battle mission, they robbed a pirate group, used the antimatter missiles given by the Tangmen, and even registered a pirate group. They took a stroll and paid all the expenses of Heaven's Wings. This daring team was also very united. No one objected to Lan Xuanyu's various plans. In fact, from the perspective of the students of the Star War experimental class, Ying Luohong couldn't find a reason to object. Every decision of Lan Xuanyu would bring benefits to everyone. This was the key. Everyone could benefit from it, so why should they object? Lan Xuanyu's strongest point was that he never ate alone. Just like this time's heavenly battle mission, if he completed the mission alone, it would definitely not be a problem for him to obtain 24 difficulty points. Moreover, individual missions would definitely be much easier than team missions. But he didn't act alone. He wanted to bring the entire class to complete the mission together, and all the rewards from the mission would be divided equally among everyone. This had a great effect on strengthening the cohesion of the class. Even if the Shrek Academy was filled with geniuses, no one had ever done this among the previous students. There were cases of taking care of 1 or 2 people around them, but how could it be possible to take care of the entire class? Everyone wanted to stand out so that they could surpass others in the inner court exam. But Lan Xuanyu didn't seem to have this thought at all. What he did was to let what he did was benefit the entire class. Ying Luohong even once thought that doing so would cause Lan Xuanyu to be affected and waste his own time. However, today's competition made her realize how strong the Battlecraft Combat experimental class was. Lan Xuanyu's performance wasn't too outstanding. All of his companions were strong. The 4th year had won an overwhelming victory against the 6th year. This was Shrek Academy. This was simply unbelievable. The 4th years have obtained the final victory in this competition and have also obtained the qualifications to represent the Academy in the competition. Today's sparring will end here. I hope you can continue to work hard. After Ying Luohong finished speaking, she turned around and left. However, the teachers in the stands were not in a hurry to leave. They all stood on the rostrum and looked over. There were already a few more teachers around Xiaoqi, and they were whispering to him about something, but he just kept shaking his head. Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to walk towards Sima Xian and stretched out his hand. Sima Xian looked at him with a complicated expression, then looked at Tang Yuge, who was standing beside him and didn't want to replace Lan Xuanyu as the class leader just because he was strong. A bitter smile appeared on Sima Xian's face, but in the end, he still reached out to shake hands with Lan Xuanyu and said, "You guys." Then he looked at Tang Yuga again. "Perhaps your choice to lead back then was right. In the 4th year, your growth speed is even faster than ours." Tang Yuga said indifferently, "Everyone has to know their place. The sooner they do so, the sooner they might understand. I'm not suitable to be a leader. In this aspect, I'm far inferior to Xian, and I'm even inferior to you. My departure isn't a bad thing for the 6th years. Chihu, you guys aren't weak, it's just that we are stronger." "Are the 6th years weak?" "Compared to the previous graduating classes, they aren't weak. For 7-ring soul sages, this was already a pretty good result. In the previous few years, there was only Zhenglongjiang, an 8-ring soul Douluo. One had to know that they were only 18 years old. An 18-year-old soul sage was already very impressive. But the 4th years were even stronger. Tang Yuga was going to be 18 years old this year, and her companions were only 16 years old on average. 2 years later, how strong would they be? There was no doubt that when they graduated, Tang Yuga would at least have 8 rings. That's all. Sima Xian nodded at them and turned to leave. The other 6th years followed behind him and left. Only Rong Yuga stayed behind. He said to Yuan and Hui Hui with a sad face, "You're right, I'm still not good enough for your sister, but I'll work hard to get into the inner court. Maybe I'll have a chance in the inner court. I won't give up." "Okay." Rong Yuga coughed and ran away without any embarrassment. His scram Tang Yuga raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the exit. The match was over. This match also gave all the teachers in the outer court a new understanding of the Star War experimental class. Those who were truly familiar with them knew that they had yet to fully display their strength. They still had the heavenly wings. An hour later, Lan Xuanyu sat cross-legged on the sofa in Tang Zhenhua's office and said with a smile, "Teacher, is it really impossible? If it's possible, it will have an epoch-making significance for the future of aerial combat." Tang Zhenhua rolled his eyes and said, "You're thinking too much. What do you think antimatter missiles are? The storage conditions for antimatter missiles are extremely harsh. Do you think you can carry them with you just because you want to? You still want to put them on a mecha? Have you thought about it? Even if you can release them, can you run away after launching them? The aftershock will kill you." Lan Xuanyu was discussing with his teacher whether they could install antimatter missiles on the heavenly wings and have them launch them. If it was possible, then their 33 Heaven's Wings team would be too powerful. They only needed to save money to equip themselves with antimatter missiles. These things were already so powerful in space. If they were used in normal aerial combat, their destructive power could be imagined. If every heavenly wing was equipped with an antimatter missile, the scene would be a pity. Tang Zhenhua poured cold water on them. Lan Xuanyu said, "Is there really no way?" Tang Zhenhua said indifferently, "It's not that there's no way, but in order to give the heavenly wings an environment to store antimatter missiles, they have to be at least doubled in size, and their flexibility will be reduced by a lot. Also, in order to ensure safety, you have to have at least 3-word battle armor to ensure that you won't be injured by the aftershock. You're a god-ranked pilot yourself, and you even have a serial number. Don't you know what it means to pilot a fighter with a larger body? Also, the cost of modification isn't cheap. Maintaining the storage environment for antimatter missiles also consumes a lot of energy." Suxuan frowned slightly and nodded. This is indeed a problem. Although carrying antimatter missiles on the heavenly wings itself will increase the burden, I think it's still necessary under some special circumstances. Teacher, how about this? Can you make an external device to carry antimatter missiles and directly attach them to the heavenly wings when needed? After launching them, you can remove them at any time. You don't need to carry them when you don't need to, and attach them when you do." Hearing his words, Tang Zhenhua's heart stirred. This seems to be a way. But it's still the same thing. In order to ensure safety, wait until you have 3-word battle armor before considering it. The destructive power of antimatter missiles is too strong. With your current strength, there's a risk of death if you touch them. Read well, read well, read well, smiley face, yes, yes. I'm just imagining things for you. Teacher, how much do you know about the situation at the branch academy? We seem to be leaving in 3 days. Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Zhenhua said in a deep voice, actually, in a sense, the academy's greater role is symbolic. The branch academy is the one that really makes outstanding contributions to the Federation. Lan Xuanyu was surprised. Why do you say that? Tang Zhenhua said, in our academy, the outer courtyard only accepts 30 students every year. Generally, it's good if half of them can graduate successfully. Those who pass the entrance examination into the inner courtyard are even rarer. This is mainly to avoid excessive consumption of the eternal tree's life energy. In the branch academy, the most ordinary teachers are also students who graduated from our outer courtyard. The teaching strength comes from our academy, and the teaching method is also the same. Except for the lack of resources brought by the eternal tree, there's no difference. The branch academy recruits more than 1,000 students every year. The competition is fierce, even stronger than our academy. Although the requirements for the inner courtyard of the branch academy are not as high as ours, the students all rushed out with thousands of soldiers and horses. Every year, the inner courtyard of the branch academy recruits only 2 classes of 80 students. They have rich combat experience. Most of the students who graduate from the branch academy enter the military and become the mainstay of the military. In contrast, the branch academy's most powerful department is the Space Warfare Command Department. At present, among the 7 fleets of the Federation, 2 of the commanders are from our Shrek Academy branch. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, what about our academy? Has there never been a commander? Tang Zhenhua shook his head and said, in our academy, the inner courtyard disciples are not allowed to join the military. They can enjoy the benefits corresponding to the military rank, but they can't have a real position. Even if they serve in the military, they can only be a deputy. They can't have a real position. Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, why is that? Shouldn't our seniors from the inner courtyard be more outstanding? Tang Zhenhua said, there's no reason, it's a political necessity. Our Shrek's influence on the entire Federation is too great. In order to balance this influence, the inner courtyard disciples are not allowed to hold a real position in the military. This is already an unwritten rule. In fact, very few of our inner court disciples actually join the army. The reason why the Federation had the Heaven Reverse Division and why the Heaven Reverse Division did not belong to the military had something to do with this. It's the same as how the true elites of the Tangmen and the Spirit Pagoda can't hold a position in the military. In terms of experts, the major factions have already divided the forces. Aside from the War God Temple, almost all of them are independent. None of them belong to the Federation. The Federation is especially cautious when it comes to military power. Then why can the branch school do it? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Zhenhua smiled and said, because the branch academy's full name is the Douluo Federation's Central Academy. It wasn't called Shrek Academy. Only we internally refer to them as branches. The Federation's Central Academy's faculty comes from us, but all the resources come from the Federation. This is an agreement between the Federation and us. It's also because of this that we and the Tangmen can be independent here. Lan Xuanyu came to a realization. So, the branch school actually belongs to the Federation's military? No wonder I've never heard of Shrek having a branch school before. Tang Zhenhua said, you can say that. The branch school is the Federation's highest military academy, but everyone knows how this academy came to be. Our only requirement is that the teachers of the Central Academy must be sent by us. There can't be any other factions involved. Otherwise, Shrek will withdraw completely. Therefore, the students of the branch school will more or less be influenced by our Shrek, so they will naturally be close to Shrek. We won't control the military, but we hope to maintain a good relationship with them. After all, with the development of technology and the advancement of soul guidance technology, individual combat strength is becoming less and less important. In front of a powerful space fleet, individual strength really can't do much. Lan Xuanyu said unwillingly, even God-rank experts? Tang Zhenhua said, in a head-on confrontation, even a God-rank expert can't withstand the main cannon of a powerful space warship. It can only be said that God-rank experts can survive more easily in front of a space fleet. In a real planetary war, we still have to rely on space fleets. The role of a God-rank expert is more like a super special force. They can play a crucial role on the battlefield. Therefore, you're right to choose the Space Warfare Command Department. Lan Xuanyu said, but, if I enter the inner court in the future, won't I be unable to become the commander-in-chief of a space fleet? Tang Zhenhua laughed and said, you're thinking quite far ahead, you have great ambitions. The position of a commander is respected. But where is the freedom? A true expert will not be controlled by others. This is also the reason why Shrek must maintain a certain degree of independence and neutrality. In the future, when you have a powerful fleet yourself, you will also be of help to the Federation. Lan Xuanyu looked at him and said faintly, Teacher, are you encouraging me to go further on the path of an interstellar pirate? Brat. Are you asking for a beating? Tang Zhenhua laughed and scolded him. Did I mean that? There are some things that you can't know now. Wait until you've truly grown up. Lan Xuanyu laughed and said, when you say some things, do you mean that the Shrek Academy or the Tangmen have their own fleet? Tang Zhenhua was stunned at first, then turned pale with fright and said, how did you know? I guessed. Looks like I guessed right. Lan Xuanyu said proudly. The Tangmen could develop antimatter missiles and attack ships. Did they not have their own warships? Did they give all their research and development to the Federation? Wasn't that something that only the Federation's R&D center would do? Tang Zhenhua smiled bitterly and said, you're indeed smart, but don't say it outside. It's a very taboo thing. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, does the Federation know about this situation? Tang Zhenhua said, of course they know. However, the Federation could only turn a blind eye to it. In fact, I don't know how many Tangmen warships are and how strong they are. This is something that only the core higher-ups would know. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. In other words, I might become the commander of the Tangmen fleet in the future. There's no rule that says that inner court disciples can't command the Tangmen fleet, right? Tang Zhenhua couldn't help but raise his hand and knock him on the head. Don't think about it. Work hard to improve yourself first. If you have nothing to do, go and cultivate. Let me tell you, the competition between the branches isn't that easy to deal with. You're facing graduates from the inner court with an average age of 22 years old. They're at least two-word battle armor masters. We can't win every time. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, we'll definitely win. This was the reward for a Heaven Duelist mission with 4 ranks. There are also points and Sea God Lake water. Where is the branch? Tang Zhenhua narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, the branch is on Douluo planet. Douluo planet? Is that the first planet that our Federation gave to soul beasts? It's also the third administrative planet that we humans discovered and eventually obtained? Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Yes. It's there. The reason why it was built there is for better training. Although the Central Academy doesn't have the resources of our eternal tree, there are a large number of soul beasts living on Douluo planet. Over there, they might be able to obtain the favor of dying soul beasts and obtain true spirit souls. Lan Xuanyu had never been to Douluo planet before. Back then, Beast God Dtian, Emerald, Swan Baiji, and the Abyssal Demon Dragon Empress had all lived there. Later on, they moved to the Elven planet. According to what Lan Xuanyu knew, there was another batch of soul beasts living on Douluo planet. There might even be soul beasts stronger than Beast God Dtian. It would be interesting to go there and take a look. In the next 3 days, Lan Xuanyu and the others began their preparations. They were told that they would take the Tangmen spaceship to Douluo planet. Douluo planet was a planet owned by the Federation, but civilian spaceships were prohibited from going there. Only specially approved spaceships were qualified to go there. After all, it was already an independent world of soul beasts. Although it was still under the control of the Federation, it was relatively autonomous. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Lan Xuanyu brought his teammates to the Shrek Space Center again, he couldn't help but feel like he had become a flying man. Recently, he had been flying too much. He had spent more time in space than on the mother planet. The teacher who was heading to the Douluo Planet Federation's Central Academy for the exchange was Xiaoqi. This was the benefit of being a teacher in charge. The students that he taught would be led by him. Other than that, there were no other entourages. Shrek Academy didn't have any intention of mobilizing a large force. The spaceship in charge of sending them to Douluo planet was a small Tangmen spaceship. No one sent them off as they boarded the spaceship through a private passage. Everything was going on calmly. Sitting on the spaceship, looking out the porthole and feeling the rich life aura, Lan Xuanyu subconsciously clenched his fists. Although everything looked so calm, he deeply understood that they represented the glory of Shrek Academy. In the distance, at the top of a tall building, a figure stood quietly, watching the spaceship take off. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and in the next moment, his body flickered with silver light and disappeared silently. Shrek Academy, Eternal Sky City. They're gone? Wang Tianyu looked at Ying Luohong in front of him. Ying Luohong nodded and said, "They've already set off." Wang Tianyu said, "Isn't the branch applying to increase the quota for entering the inner court? Tell them that if they can defeat our representative this time, we will increase the quota for them." Huh? Ying Luohong looked at Wang Tianyu in surprise. "Teacher, this," Wang Tianyu said indifferently, "this is the intention of the Sea God Pavilion." Ying Luohong immediately understood. "Do you want to increase the pressure on them?" Wang Tianyu said, "After discussion in the Sea God Pavilion, the 7 of them will be included in the list of candidates for the next generation of Shrek's 7 monsters." Ying Luohong's whole body shook violently, and she subconsciously covered her mouth. Of course she knew what this meant. The Shrek 7 monsters were selected almost once every 100 years. At this moment, the person in front of her, the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion, who was known as the Thunder War God, was one of the current Shrek 7 monsters. Even she didn't know who the current Shrek 7 monsters were. She only knew that there were 3 on the Tangmen's side, and the remaining 4 belonged to the Shrek Academy. Of the 3 Tangmen, she knew 2 of them. They were the Palace Master of the Tangmen Douluo Palace, Meng Fei, and the Deputy Palace Master, Tang Miao. As for the other one, she didn't know who he was. On the Shrek Academy's side, other than Wang Tianyu, she knew who the other 2 were. She didn't even know if they were alive or dead. Every time the Shrek Academy held a selection for the Shrek 7 monsters, it meant that the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen were about to choose a new generation of successors. Those who were able to participate in this selection were all the most outstanding talents in the Shrek Academy's inner court. In the history of the Shrek Academy, there had never been an outer court disciple who could enter the selection list. One could imagine how much importance the Academy attached to Lan Xuanyu and the others. Shrek 7 monsters, that was the Shrek 7 monsters. Wang Tianyu looked at the excited Ying Luohong and said indifferently, "If they lose this time, they will automatically be disqualified from the list. You are not allowed to reveal any information to them." Ying Luohong nodded repeatedly. For a moment, she couldn't control her emotions. "I've finally written about the familiar Shrek 7 monsters. Even I felt my blood boil a little. In the previous books of our Douluo, there has never been 2 generations of Shrek 7 monsters coexisting at the same time. This time, I'm going to give it a try. At present, I've already told everyone that there are 3 Shrek 7 monsters. The next 4 will be slowly revealed. It will be very interesting. What will they encounter when they head to Douluo planet? What kind of opponents will they face in the sparring with the Branch Academy? Let's wait and see. Finally, thank you to all the readers for your support. Your support will allow our Douluo to go further. Tangmen's spaceship was indeed much more stable than civilian spaceships, and the cabin was also very comfortable. The seats could be placed flat and one could lie down. Although it wasn't too spacious, it was still much better than the lowest class of civilian spaceships. But Tangmen's spaceship didn't have a special forging room like the Xianxia wings, so Lan Xuanyu didn't have much to do other than meditate every day. In between meditation, he would think about his cultivation situation and what the Xianxia wings team was going to do next. He was still brooding over the 2v2 match. Although he and Bai Xiaoxiao would definitely have been able to suppress their opponents and win if they had used their full strength, their opponent's ability to control their emotions still rang an alarm bell for him. He now had the power to control 4 elements, and even Nana thought that his control of the elements was already quite good at this stage. Almost all elemental soul skills were unable to exert much effect on him. However, the emotional control of the twin swords of sorrow and joy restricted him and Bai Xiaoxiao, and they were almost unable to display their full strength. Especially him, he was suppressed to the point that he had no choice but to use the dragon god's transformation to resist. How could he not be affected by the emotional control of the twin swords of sorrow and joy? This was a question that Lan Xuanyu was thinking about, and he had also asked Xiaoqi for advice. Xiaoqi told him the simplest way, which was to increase his spiritual power. After one's spiritual power reached a certain level, one's ability to control their emotions would be very strong. Even if the opponent's spiritual power was equal to his, their emotions would still affect his emotions, but the impact wouldn't be too great. Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power was already quite strong. At the Spirit Abyss realm, he was second to none in the entire class. Even Tang Yuga's spiritual power was inferior to his. Did he have to break through to the Spirit Domain realm? But breaking through to the Spirit Domain realm was easier said than done. Even if he worked hard every day to cultivate the purple demon eyes, he was still very far away from the Spirit Domain realm. It was said that when one's spiritual power reached the Spirit Domain realm, they would be able to possess their own spiritual domain. Spiritual power was not only used as a support, but it could also become a form of combat power. Lan Xuanyu was looking forward to this trip to Douluo planet. The last time they went to the Elven planet, most of the students in the class had their own spirit soul. Douluo planet was a planet that was controlled by humans earlier than the Elven planet, and it was given to the soul beasts by the Douluo Federation for them to live here. Although the soul beasts on Douluo planet were different from the soul beasts of the gold-eyed Black Dragon King, Tian, they should have a very close relationship with the Federation. It was said that they had a very close relationship with the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. Otherwise, the Shrek Academy wouldn't have opened a branch here. I hope I can gain more from this exchange. Douluo planet. Boom. A gigantic rhino-type soul beast was smashed to the ground with a loud bang. A muscular young man grabbed its horn with both hands and pressed his knee against the side of its neck, forcefully pressing it to the ground. One had to know that in terms of strength, rhino-type soul beasts and elephant-type soul beasts had always been the stronger two in the world of soul beasts. But at this moment, this huge rhinoceros, that was more than 7 meters long and weighed at least 2,500 kilograms, was actually suppressed to the point that it couldn't move. The young man bounced up and a faint phantom appeared behind him. It was the phantom of a huge elephant with 6 fangs. The young man's blood was exuberant, and even just by looking at him, one could feel his blazing blood. The young man patted the rhinoceros's head and said, "Old bull, you're not smart. I won't fight with you in the future. You can't catch up to me anymore." Roar roar, the rhinoceros got up and snorted in dissatisfaction. It turned around and wagged its small tail at the young man before running towards the forest with a rumbling sound. The young man laughed and pounded his chest with his right fist. He let out a long howl towards the sky and his eyes flickered with a blazing light. His not-so-handsome face looked a little wild. Pa 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 applause sounded. Not far away, a girl was smiling as she looked over. She was wearing a gray sportswear and had a ponytail at the back of her head. Her entire body was filled with strange energy undulations, and her large eyes were exceptionally beautiful. "Brother Karen, you're so awesome. Even the heavy armored rhinoceros can't compare to you," the girl shouted excitedly. "It's nothing. I'll find a stronger opponent next time. I'll apply to the academy later." The young man chuckled as he walked back and took the jacket that the girl handed to him. "Let's go. It's time to return to the academy. Teacher sent me a message saying that the sparring match with our academy is about to begin. Remember, Chi who reads the fastest. I'm looking forward to my opponent this time." Yan Kailuan's eyes were fervent. The girl giggled and said, "You'll definitely win. There's nothing special about our academy. Brother Karen, you'll definitely get a place in the inner courtyard." Yan Kailuan looked deeply at her and grabbed her hand. "Definitely. I'll catch up to you no matter what. Otherwise, I won't be qualified to be your boyfriend. Not only will I get into the inner courtyard, but I'll also propose to you during the Sea God's fate." N. The girl nodded repeatedly with a smile on her face. Yan Kailuan rubbed her head helplessly. "Who asked you to give me so much pressure? You're the first one in hundreds of years to get into our academy's inner courtyard." "I'm sorry." The girl hugged his arm and leaned on him. Yan Kailuan smiled. There's nothing to be sorry about. This is my motivation. Come, let's go back. Alright. When the Tangmen spacecraft passed through the atmosphere, Lan Xuanyu woke up from his meditation and subconsciously looked out the porthole. The spacecraft shook violently before gradually stabilizing. The planet in front of him became clearer and clearer. At first glance, this planet left a very deep and beautiful impression on Lan Xuanyu. This was a planet filled with green and blue. There seemed to be countless lakes on the surface of the huge planet, as well as large patches of green plants. These two colors made this planet look full of life. Unlike the elven planet, which was almost completely covered in green, this planet seemed to have more water sources, and sunlight and water represented life. The spacecraft quickly approached the ground. Lan Xuanyu rubbed his eyes. What was that? He actually saw a city. That's right, it was a city. Wasn't this the world of soul beasts? He had never seen a city on the elven planet. It was a huge city with most of the buildings made of wood and a small number of buildings made of stone. There seemed to be very few buildings made of metal and it didn't look very modern, but it was still a city. Xiaoqi's voice sounded. This is Sanluo city of Sanluo planet, and it is also the destination of our journey. Unlike the elven planet, there are some humans living on Sanluo planet. They are stationed here by the Federation to provide some help to the soul beasts and are also responsible for communicating with them. At the same time, some of them are here to train. Sanluo planet was developed very early, so the development here is much higher than on the elven planet. Whether it is our Shrek Academy, Tangmen, War God Temple, or Spirit Pagoda, they all cooperate with the soul beasts of Sanluo planet. It is the same for the branch we are heading to this time. However, Sanluo city is the only city on Sanluo planet. What you have to pay attention to is that there are not only humans here, but also soul beasts. Any soul beast with high intelligence and no strong desire to attack after being inspected will be allowed to enter Sanluo city to live. The rules here are different from other cities in the Federation. Lan Xuanyu blinked and was immediately interested. This was actually a city where soul beasts and humans lived together. This made Lan Xuanyu think of Tiger King who had burrowed into his room. After leaving the elven planet, he had never seen her again. She was the successor of the beast god and was now the beast king of that lineage of soul beasts. He missed her a little. After completing the heaven fighting mission, he would see if there was a chance to apply for a trip to the elven planet to see her. Read well, read well, read well, smiley face. This reminded him of the Tiger King who had entered his room back then. He hadn't seen her ever since he left the elven planet. She was now the successor of the beast god and the beast king of that lineage of soul beasts. He missed her a little. After completing the heaven fighter mission, he would see if he had the chance to apply for a trip to the elven planet to see her. Just as Lan Xuanyu was deep in thought, the spaceship slowly landed in the space center of Sanluo city. After the spaceship landed, everyone realized that many buildings that looked like they were made of wood on the surface were actually made of metal on the inside. In other words, Sanluo city wasn't as primitive as it looked on the surface. After all, the Federation's technology was already very advanced. The cabin door opened and Xiaoqi led Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 out of the spaceship. Outside the spaceship, there were already 2 middle-aged men waiting there, obviously here to pick them up. When Xiaoqi saw the 2 of them, he hurriedly walked forward and nodded. "Hello, seniors." The middle-aged man on the left chuckled and shook his hand. "We don't deserve it, we don't deserve it. We graduated from the outer court back then." "Hello, Teacher Xiao. I am the Dean of the Federation's Central Academy, Xie Fuqiuan. This is the Vice Dean, Ji Ruishuan." Lan Xuanyu vaguely knew that those who taught in the Shrek Academy were at least inner court disciples. Furthermore, they had to successfully graduate from the inner court. Some of the students who graduated from the outer court came here to be teachers. The 2 in front of him should be them. But even if they graduated from the outer court, they weren't weak either. To be able to graduate from the Shrek Academy's outer court, they had to be at least 2-word battle armor masters. After so many years, they had even become the dean, so the 2 in front of him were definitely titled Douluo. They were at least 3-word battle armor masters, or even 4-word battle armor masters. Regardless of whether it's the outer court or the inner court, they are all from Shrek. Seniors, don't stand on ceremony. Thank you for specially coming to pick us up, Xiaoqi said humbly. Qi Ruishuan chuckled. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Junior is really amazing, we've already heard about it. This time, you guys are the 4th years replacing the 6th years to participate in the sparring and obtained a spot after defeating the 6th years. Junior brother, you're so young and yet you're able to teach such an outstanding disciple. I really admire you. Xiaoqi smiled and said, I can't take credit for that. It's mainly because the children are outstanding. The Dean of Teaching, Xiefuchuan, said, let's go and rest in the academy. As he spoke, he made an inviting gesture. When everyone exited the space center, there was already a car waiting for them outside. After Lan Xuanyu and his companions walked out of the cabin, they had been observing their surroundings. The plant aura in the air here was very rich, even richer than in Shrek City. The life aura was also very strong, but it was clearly inferior to the mother planet in terms of level and was about the same as the elven planet. Even so, everyone still felt very comfortable. Xiaoqi and the 2 directors sat in front. Xiefuchuan said, Teacher Xiao, this is the arrangement for this sparring session. You've just arrived, so you can rest for 2 days first. We'll start the sparring session the day after tomorrow. What do you think? Same rules, 3 1v1 matches, 1 2v2 match, and 1 team battle. Xiaoqi nodded and said, we have no problem with that. We will follow the arrangements of the academy. Xiefuchuan smiled. The students are all looking forward to this year's sparring session. Xiaoqi's heart suddenly stirred. He felt that Xiefuchuan's words had a hidden meaning. Qi Ruishuan said, the soul beasts will also come to watch the competition as usual, but we don't know who will come. Also, will the beast fighting segment be carried out? I have to ask as usual. Beast fighting segment? What was that? Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be curious. He looked forward. Coincidentally, Xiaoqi turned around and looked at him. Xianyu, it's like this. Every year when you come here to spar, there will be an optional beast fighting segment. That is, you guys will spar with the soul beasts. Your opponents will all be 10,000-year soul beasts. This is mainly a training for you guys. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, then how does this beast fighting segment work? Xiaoqi said, 1v1. But it's an elimination system. In other words, after you defeat a soul beast, the next one will go on stage. This will continue until you lose. If the 7 of you can break the record with your combined victories, you will be rewarded with soul bones. After breaking the record, you will get a soul bone for each additional victory you win. Xiefuchuan added from the side, the current winning record is 33 matches. No one can rest in the middle of the competition. You will fight one match after another until you lose and change people. This is mainly to train and truly train the soul beasts. This winning record has been maintained for more than 170 years. It's a bit difficult to break the record. If you guys choose to participate, it will be carried out the day after the sparring session with our students. Stay for an extra day. Lan Xuanyu looked at his teammates. Qianlei was the first to speak. Break the record, let's break the record. Soul bones. His eyes were already shining. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Is the record so easy to break? It hasn't been broken for more than 170 years. Qianlei chuckled. If our seniors can do it, we have a chance. Let's give it a try. Qi Ruishuan smiled. It's indeed not easy to break the record, but it's still very meaningful to use it to train your combat skills. After all, Soul Beast's fighting style is different from ours. But I have to remind you that the Soul Beasts won't allow you to break the record. After all, soul bones are very precious to Soul Beasts. Therefore, if you guys win more matches, it's very likely that powerful Soul Beasts will be sent out. Soul Beasts from 80,000 to 90,000 years old might even appear. Lan Xuanyu said, thank you for your reminder. Let's give it a try. This is a rare opportunity to train. Xiaoqi nodded and said, alright, let's give it a try. Heads, I'll have to trouble you to make the arrangements. If he hadn't sparred with the Sorrow and Joy double swords, perhaps Lan Xuanyu wouldn't have wasted so much time here. But he realized that the meaning of actual combat was not only to increase his skills, but more importantly, to increase his chances of facing different opponents. The world of soul masters was strange, and there were all kinds of martial souls. This time, he had a chance to face soul beasts, so there was no harm in trying. As for breaking the record, it wasn't as if he didn't have any ambition. More importantly, Lan Xuanyu felt that regardless of whether it was himself or his teammates, after experiencing a qualitative leap in their previous breakthroughs, everyone's improvement was very obvious, but they weren't too familiar with the increase in strength. In the process of completing the Heaven Duelist mission, they were more of a team battle and didn't have time to train their own abilities. This kind of battle against soul beasts' oppression was very helpful for mastering their own strength. Since they were already here, it was a good opportunity to learn more about soul beasts. As the soul car entered the city, they could see the various sights of Douluo planet's only city through the car window. The streets were very wide, but there weren't many soul cars. Most of the buildings on both sides of the street were relatively short, and most of them were made of wood or stone. There were only a few metal structures. Xianxia smiled and said, "Students, this is your first time in our Douluo city, right?" Douluo City is known as Douluo City. We have both humans and soul beasts living here, and each has their own area. Douluo City prohibits any form of fighting. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. After exploration, Douluo planet is actually very rich in natural resources, including rare metal resources. But after the Federation's government's decision, Douluo planet will not be developed in any form, and its natural appearance will be preserved. This is not only for the soul beasts, but also for us. Douluo planet is actually the closest to the mother planet among the many administrative planets. It's even closer than Heaven Do planet. The resources here are equivalent to the Federation's own reserves. After tens of thousands of years of development, the Federation deeply understands the importance of resource continuity. Hence, we mostly develop external resources, and even if we do, we mainly exploit resource planets that humans can't survive on. There are very few resource exploitation activities on the administrative planets now. Lan Xuanyu came to a realization and couldn't help but nod secretly. With their understanding and experience, they had also discovered this point. When the Federation carried out interstellar colonization, they developed the administrative planets in a gentler way. Most of the resources came from resource planets. This included planets like the Dragon Source planet. As expected, they soon saw soul beasts on the way. There were huge soul beasts and some humanoid soul beasts. Some parts of their bodies even resembled humans. There were quite a number of such soul beasts. Qi Ruishuan smiled. The reason why the soul beasts split up and went to the Elven planet isn't because there aren't that many soul beasts living on Douluo planet, but because these two factions of soul beasts have different ideologies. The soul beasts that went to the Elven planet hoped to rely on their bodies to cultivate and finally break through that restriction. They wanted to break through the suppression of soul beasts that couldn't become gods. On the other hand, the soul beasts on Douluo planet hoped to gradually become humanoid or even transform into humans through cultivation. They want to use their humanoid or humanoid forms to strive for the path to becoming gods. Relatively speaking, there are many more soul beasts on Douluo planet. Xianxia said, and this is mainly because this faction already has a precedent of success. On the other hand, the soul beasts on the Elven planet have never succeeded. Hence, their supporters are different. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You mean that the soul beasts here have cultivated to become gods?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Douluo planet has two beast kings, both god-rank powerhouses. They are the kings of all the soul beasts here. But they don't live in Douluo City, but in the forest. But every year, when our Shrek Academy sparred with the Branch Academy, there would be at least one beast king coming to watch. You should be able to see him then." Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. He clearly remembered that in the memory fragments that appeared in his mind, after the dragon gods led many divine beasts to war in the divine realm, there was a restriction that beasts could not become gods. Who would have thought that there would be two people here who had broken through this restriction? If beast god Dtion wasn't still asleep, he really wanted to ask what was going on. At this moment, a gentle female voice sounded in his ears. The reason those two were able to become gods was because they were good friends of the divine king. Not all soul beasts could break through and become gods. They've been reforged, and are different from us and other soul beasts. The voice belonged to the emerald swan, Bicky. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. As expected of one of the most powerful dire beasts. Even though she had already become Lan Mingqing's spirit soul, she could still communicate with him through voice transmission. Lan Xuanyu understood that whether it was beast god Dtian, emerald swan Bicky, or the abyssal demon dragon king, the demon queen, they had all reached the limit Douluo level long ago. They were powerful existences who were half a step into the god realm. It was only because they couldn't break through that barrier that they couldn't truly become gods. Lan Xuanyu thought in his mind, then if a soul beast were to be reborn as a human after 100,000 years, would it be able to cultivate to the god realm? The emerald swan could actually hear the voice in his mind. It's possible on the mother planet. It's not unprecedented. In fact, this kind of situation requires more help from humans. Just like the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Hui Yuhao, once brought 6 spirit souls into the god realm. Becoming a god. The choice of those 6 soul beasts was undoubtedly correct. Dtian and we have always had an obsession in our hearts. In our expectations, we hope that the soul beasts can rely on their own strength to break through to the god realm. We have tried countless times, but you have seen the results. Without exception, we failed. Originally, we were already in despair, but we met you at the last moment. If it wasn't for the aura of the dragon gods on your body, I'm afraid Dtian would have really fallen, and we would have followed him. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was completely sure that the Emerald Swan and the Abyssal Demon Dragon King didn't choose to commit suicide in the end, but chose Lan Mingqing and Bai Xiuxiu instead. It was actually related to him. Of course, to be precise, it was related to beast god Dtian who had entered his body to sleep. I will work hard. Lan Xuanyu thought silently in his heart. Sanluo City was indeed very large. After driving for more than an hour and passing through several regions, they finally arrived at their destination. A huge wooden archway spanned across a 50-meter wide road. There were 4 big words on the archway: myriad phenomena. Qi Ruishuan smiled and said, after passing through this myriad phenomena archway, we will enter the area of our academy. After passing through the archway, Lan Xuanyu didn't feel like he had entered an academy, but a large forest. The surroundings were towering ancient trees that had grown for countless years. There was almost no light that could shine through the thick canopy and onto the road. Some lights were needed to maintain the brightness. And after entering this place, the life aura clearly became denser. Although it didn't give off the feeling of an extremely high level of life like Sea God Lake, the life aura here was thick and gentle, making it easier to absorb. A faint green halo had already appeared around Lan Xuanyu's body. The ring of destiny also emitted a faint luster. This little student is very sensitive to life aura. Xie Fuchuan immediately noticed the changes in Lan Xuanyu's body and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Xiaoqi's heart stirred slightly, and he said, Xianyu has a life affinity physique. He has already entered the school of life in our academy. Of course, he wouldn't say that Lan Xuanyu was the future successor of the school of life. This secret couldn't be easily revealed. But for a place like Sanluo planet that was filled with life aura, a life affinity physique would undoubtedly make the humans and soul beasts here have a better impression of him. This was because almost all people with a life affinity physique were favored by nature, and they were incomparably close to nature. Sure enough, after hearing him say this, Xie Fuchuan and Qi Ruishuan's gazes towards Lan Xuanyu became even gentler. Qi Ruishuan gave him a thumbs up and said, amazing. A life affinity physique is really rare. No wonder you can represent Shrek and come here to spar. Little student, what's your name? Director Qi, I'm Lan Xuanyu. Xiaoqi added, he's also our class monitor, and everyone trusts him. He's also the team leader this time. Xie Fuchuan nodded slightly. Actually, he had already sensed it. When they got off the ship, the others naturally followed behind Lan Xuanyu. It was obvious that he was the leader among the 7 students. But what he found strange was that the soul power undulations he felt from Lan Xuanyu weren't very strong. After passing through a forest, their vision suddenly opened up. This was a hilly area. There were many wooden houses on those small green hills. "We're here," Ji Ruishuan said. Looking out through the window, Lan Xuanyu immediately realized that he liked this place. Rather than calling it an academy, it was more like a village built in the forest. There were many wooden houses, but they were all dotted in the forest and hills, and seemed to be arranged in a special pattern. But at a glance, all the buildings here were in perfect harmony with nature. There wasn't any abrupt feeling. There was a kind of pure feeling of nature. Xie Fuqiuan smiled and said, "You must be very curious as to why the academy looks so primitive. In fact, according to the Federation's many years of research and experiments, they want to use this relatively primitive method to nurture soul masters. The Federation's Central Academy is actually the Shrek Academy in our hearts. Their method of nurturing soul masters is different from any other advanced soul master academy, and even our academies is different. Every student spends half a year here, cultivating and living in the most primitive way. They experience nature, become one with it, cultivate with soul beasts, spar with them, and grow together. In the other half of the year, they return to the Federation and undergo modern training at Radiant City's Central Academy. The two methods complemented each other in order to achieve the best cultivation results. Therefore, when we spar here, no matter if it's our students or everyone else, we can't use any soul tools, because we can't destroy the environment here. What a novel teaching method, Lan Xuanyu and his companions couldn't help but be interested. The Federation had invested a lot in this academy, and to carry out such a teaching method, the investment had to be huge. Xiaoqi said, "It's because of such an outstanding teaching method that the Central Academy can produce so many talents, and become an important source of reserve strength for the Federation's military." Xie Fuqiuan smiled and said, "This is what we want to do, and also what we have to contribute to the Federation. The development of mankind requires resources, and even more so, talents. Being able to nurture batch after batch of students who can be called talents is the greatest pride of us teachers." Xiaoqi said seriously, "All of you are the most respectable and admirable people." Xie Fuqiuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's my duty, it's my duty. We're here, let's get off." There was no more road ahead, and the soul car stopped. There was already a group of people waiting at the parking lot, and judging from their age, they should be teachers. Xie Fuqiuan and Qi Ruishuan led everyone out of the car and introduced them one by one. Indeed, these were all teachers from the Federation's Central Academy, and without exception, they were all graduates of the Shrek Academy. Standing at the front was an old man with an extraordinary bearing, with a faint smile on his face. Xie Fuqiuan took the initiative to introduce the group. "This is our academy's Dean Lin Mahua, and it's obvious that he's the leader." Xiaoqi hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Hello, Director Lin." Lin Mahua reached out to shake his hand and said in a friendly manner, "Old Wang just talked to me via soul communicator. I have high hopes for you kids. I welcome you on behalf of the Federation's Central Academy. Let's eat first, then rest." Lan Xuanyu looked at this Dean Lin with some curiosity. He naturally couldn't tell what the other party's cultivation was, but he could guess that the other party was definitely a powerhouse. They ate in a rather large wooden house, accompanied by Dean Lin Mahua, Xie Fuqiuan, and Qi Ruishuan. The food was very simple, mostly all kinds of vegetables and fruits, and Lan Xuanyu and the others had never seen them before. Without eating, Lan Xuanyu could feel the rich life energy emitted by these vegetables and fruits. They were all good stuff. Lin Mahua looked at Lan Xuanyu with interest and said with a smile, "You must be Lan Xuanyu." "Yes, Director Lin." Lan Xuanyu hurriedly stood up and said respectfully. Lin Mahua waved his hand and said, sit down, sit down. Treat this place like your own home, don't be so polite. Besides, you and I are family." Lan Xuanyu was a little confused and thought to himself, where did this come from? Lin Mahua's gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over his fingers. "We'll talk about this later. Let's eat first." These were all specialties of Sanluo planet. Although they couldn't be compared to the eternal tree of the mother planet, they were still considered rare. The vegetables and fruits were very delicious and hadn't been processed too much. Most of them were original, but the abundant life energy was of great help to each of them. The feeling of being cleansed by the life energy removed all the tiredness from their journey. After eating, they were arranged to rest. Naturally, they lived in a wooden house, in a place with a row of wooden houses. Everyone had their own room, which was very convenient. Including today, they could rest for 2 days, and then they would carry out this time sparring. The food and water provided here were full of life energy. Just these good things alone, if exchanged with the Shrek badge, the food each of them ate these days would be worth a purple badge. It could be seen how precious it was. This was also the benefit of representing the academy to Douluo planet. The Shrek Academy didn't say anything, and Lan Xuanyu and the others only found out about this after they came. Lan Xuanyu even guessed that if Sima Xian and the others knew about this benefit, they would definitely not choose to spar with them. After settling down, Lan Xuanyu returned to his room. There were soft bedding on the wooden bed. The temperature here was suitable and the air was moist. Opening the window and looking out, he saw wooden houses and felt the fresh smell of nature. It was really a good place. It wasn't bad to take a vacation here. Lan Xuanyu also wanted to go to the water source. Places with trees and water were definitely the most beautiful places, but he would think about it after the competition. If there was enough time, he would apply to go out and play. It could be considered relaxing. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. "Xianyu, come out for a moment." Hearing this voice, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but think, because the owner of this voice had just bid farewell to them a few minutes ago. It was Dean Lin Mahua. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously sensed something and looked into the distance. He happened to see Lin Mahua smiling and waving at him under a big tree in the Great Alliance district outside the window. Mi pressed his hands on the windowsill, and Lan Xuanyu came out. He quickly ran over to Lin Mahua. Lin Mahua smiled and said, not bad, not bad. Let's go, follow me to a place." Lan Xuanyu subconsciously asked, "Dean Lin, where are we going?" Lin Mahua smiled and said, "Naturally, it's a good place. Don't be nervous. From a certain perspective, you should call me eldest martial brother. Remember, I'm the oldest among all of Old Shu's disciples who are still alive, and I'm also the vice leader of our school of life." Ah. Lan Xuanyu finally understood why Lin Mahua had said that he and Lan Xuanyu were family. However, he couldn't say the words eldest martial brother, because this Dean Lin was really not young. Lin Mahua smiled and said, "No need to be so reserved. Seniority cannot be confused. You can just call me eldest martial brother." "Alright then, eldest martial brother. In front of others, I'll still call you Dean." Lan Xuanyu blinked and said, "Up to you. Follow me." Saying this, Lin Mahua turned and walked down the mountain. His speed didn't seem fast, but Lan Xuanyu found that he needed to run with all his might to barely keep up with his footsteps. Very quickly, the two of them left this area. Under Lin Mahua's lead, they entered a forest ahead. After entering the forest, Lin Mahua's speed became even faster, so much so that Lan Xuanyu needed to run wildly to keep up. The golden scales on his body were faintly discernible, and his blood vortex was spinning at full speed. After running for about an hour, Lin Mahua stopped. This was already the inner part of the forest. There were huge trees all around, and there were many shrubs at their feet. Because the branches and leaves were too dense, light couldn't pass through, so this place seemed a bit dim. Lin Mahua turned around, but Lan Xuanyu was shocked. This was because he found that the smile on Lin Mahua's face had disappeared, and was replaced by a serious expression. The surroundings also seemed to have become quiet in an instant. The sounds of insects and birds that could still be heard before had all disappeared. It was as if there were only the two of them in this space. Reading pleasure, wonderful reading, smiley face, eldest senior brother, Lan Xuanyu subconsciously called out to Lin Mahua. Lin Mahua said, "When I saw the ring of fate on your hand, I knew that you were the successor chosen by teacher and would inherit our school of life in the future. But do you really understand what the leader of the school of life controls?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head. "Even though I've already joined the school of life, Master Shu has never told me these things." Lin Mahua nodded. "Then I'll tell you. As the leader of the school of life, you will control the source of life, the Federation's source of life, the highest level of the mysteries of life. Once you grasp this, you will have an extremely high status in the Federation and will automatically become the Vice Pavilion Master of the Sea Gods Pavilion. You will have the qualifications to communicate with the eternal tree. It can be said that you will directly stand at the top of the Federation. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. I can't be the leader. My abilities. Lin Mahua waved his hand, interrupting him. This isn't a question of whether you can or can't. It's because teacher chose you. Teacher's life is nearing the end of 1,000 years and is gradually reaching its end. Unless he chooses to continue living in an inhuman way, he can only leave this world when his life force is exhausted. Our school of life has its own rules. We can't choose to live in that way. In our opinion, if we stay in this world in an inhuman way, even if we survive, we won't be human anymore. This goes against our principles of respecting life. From the day teacher gave you the ring of fate, you were already his successor. Once he leaves this world, all of the school of life's responsibilities will fall on your shoulders. You will obtain a large amount of resources, but you will also bear a great deal of pressure. Are you ready? Lan Xuanyu frowned. He could already sense the unfriendliness in Lin Mahua's tone. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand, looked at the ring of destiny in his hand, and said, Eldest senior brother, to be honest, I'm not ready, and I don't know why old Shu appointed me as his successor. Lin Mahua said in a low voice, then hand over the ring of fate. Remember to view it in advance. In your current state, you can't suppress the entire life school of thought. Once the teacher is gone, everything you gain will become your pressure. The school of life is far more important and powerful than you can imagine. How can a child like you manage it? Lan Xuanyu's gaze gradually turned cold. He said in a low voice, Eldest apprentice brother, did you call me out today for the loop of destiny? Lin Mahua said, yes and no. With your current abilities, you are not qualified to take charge of the life school of thought. If you really take over, the life school of thought will fall into chaos. As the vice chairman, I can't let that happen. Lan Xuanyu said, if I hand over the ring of destiny, will Master Shu give you the position of successor? Lin Mahua said indifferently, that's not important anymore. Master Shu was getting on in years. He should be enjoying the rest of his life. I'm also a member of Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion and the vice chairman of the Life School of Thought. If the ring of destiny is in my hands, at least there won't be too many dissenting voices within the school. If you really want the good of the life school of thought, you shouldn't cause internal strife. Lan Xuanyu looked at him deeply. The bloodline vortex in his chest began to spin faster. A faint 7-colored light shone out, and 7-colored scales appeared on his skin. Lin Mahua's expression suddenly changed. Do you want to fight me? I've heard of you. You're a very smart child, which is why you became the class monitor of the 4th years. A smart child shouldn't do stupid things. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, I admit that everything you said just now is right. How can I inherit the life school of thought? I feel that I don't have the qualifications and can't be a good leader. However, this ring of destiny was given to me by Master Shu. You have 2 ways to obtain it. First, let Master Shu take it back. Second, pluck it from my corpse. Since Master Shu gave it to me, I will use my life to obtain it. Also, I want to remind you that I'm here on behalf of Shrek Academy. You're here to protect it. What I've done can never be completely covered up. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline aura became denser and denser. Lin Mahua put his hands behind his back and smiled. So what if you can't cover it up? This isn't Shrek Academy, but the Federation's Central Academy. Remember to collect Chihu and watch it as soon as possible. A student disappears because he ran around on his own, or his corpse is found in the mouth of a soul beast. Do you think I can't cover up everything in my territory, junior brother? I don't want to do that. You're still young and have a bright future ahead of you. If you grow strong enough in the future, you might be able to inherit the life school of thought again. A wise man submits to circumstances. A real man must know when to yield and when to stand tall. Do you understand what I mean? Lan Xuanyu smiled. I understand. Senior brother, I'm very afraid of death, and I don't want to die. I'm still so young. However, in life, there are things to do and things not to do. The ring of destiny was given to me by Master Shu. If I can't protect it, my heart will no longer be firm. Furthermore, I don't think you'll be able to kill me. I believe that Douluo planet isn't a place where you have the final say. Lin Mahua smiled. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Since that's the case, you can give it a try. Ditian, wake up Ditian, wake up. Lan Xuanyu screamed in his spiritual sea. His heart wasn't as calm as he looked. Who wanted to die? In any case, Lan Xuanyu didn't want to. When he realized that something was wrong, he quickly analyzed everything that was happening in front of him. First, he judged Lin Mahua's strength. Without a doubt, he was very likely an ultimate Douluo, or even a god-rank expert. Lan Xuanyu naturally hoped that wasn't the case. In that case, what could Lan Xuanyu rely on? Based on pure strength, he knew that he was no match for Lin Mahua. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, he also had something to rely on. First and foremost, his biggest reliance was the beast god, Ditian. This beast god was sleeping in his spiritual sea, and he was a demigod. Ditian had said that he would naturally intervene when Ditian was in danger. And once Ditian intervened, he would at least have a chance to escape. This Dean Lin Mahua was definitely a very powerful person on Sanluo planet, but he couldn't cover the sky with one hand. Furthermore, there were 2 god-rank soul beasts here, and so many teachers and students. As long as he spread the news, if Lin Mahua attacked him again, he would have to face the pressure of the entire Shrek Academy, as well as Teacher Xiaoqi. Although he wasn't sure how strong Teacher Xiao was, Teacher Xiao, who had graduated from the inner courtyard, was at least a title Douluo. As long as he could inform Teacher Xiao could at least help him block a few attacks, or inform the academy. When that happened, Lin Mahua would have to hold back. As for how to deal with the aftermath, that wasn't something that he had to consider now. He definitely couldn't hand over the Ring of Destiny. Not to mention that there was still his sky wings and a large amount of resources in his class, he couldn't hand them over so easily even if he didn't have them. This was because he knew that even if he handed over the Ring of Destiny, Lin Mahua might not let him off. Shrek Academy definitely wouldn't let such a huge matter rest. Therefore, he judged that Lin Mahua would do something to him no matter what. He said that he would let him off, but it was more to destroy his fighting spirit, or perhaps he had some other motive. Therefore, he couldn't gamble. Since there was a high chance that he would die even if he handed over the Ring of Destiny, he might as well fight with the Golden Eyes Black Dragon King in his body. Read well, read well, read well, smiley face, a golden ring of light blossomed beneath his feet. That was Jinlong's berserk domain. Lan Xuanyu's eyes turned completely golden as he unleashed his one-word battle armor and Dragon God's transformation. However, he still didn't move because Ditian still hadn't reacted. Lan Xuanyu's forehead was already sweating. Ditian, oh Ditian, you're too unreliable. You said that you would help me if I was in danger. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Lin Mahua seemed to be watching Lan Xuanyu's performance. His hands were still behind his back and he didn't move at all. He looked at Lan Xuanyu with a teasing look in his eyes. The air gradually became stagnant. Lan Xuanyu was shocked because he realized that he seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. Even with the Dragon God's transformation, he still felt that it was difficult to move. He didn't even see Lin Mahua release a single soul ring. Does Lin Mahua actually have such a powerful soul skill? His body suddenly shook, and the bloodline power in his body exploded. Lan Xuanyu suddenly let out an angry roar, and a huge golden dragon head appeared. It was Huang Jinlong's roar. However, in the next moment, his face was filled with shock. Remember to save it for the pavilion's fastest reading. Huang Jinlong's roar sounded, but there was no sound. All the sounds seemed to have been completely swallowed, and it didn't appear together with the appearance of the dragon head at all. I told you, it's useless, Lin Mahua said with a smile. The air was no longer stagnant. Gradually, it began to oppress Lan Xuanyu's body from all directions, causing his Dragon God scales to become even more beautiful. Ditian still didn't react. I can't wait any longer. Since Ditian is unreliable, I can only rely on myself. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu thirsted for power like never before. He deeply understood that in this world, the only person he could completely rely on was himself. Only one's own strength could truly be relied on. The light in his eyes suddenly became intense. Lan Xuanyu resisted the increasing pressure, and a dark blue light instantly erupted from his right thumb. The moment the dark blue light appeared, the air that was pressuring him was like a balloon that was instantly pierced, and a hole was suddenly torn open. Lan Xuanyu's body lightened. In the next moment, he suddenly gripped the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in front of him with both hands. He turned his body halfway and suddenly erupted with all the power in his body. He didn't run away because he knew that he couldn't escape at all. Instead, he used all his strength to throw out the indestructible heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. He threw it diagonally in the air behind his body. This movement was extremely fast, and there were even whistling sounds in the air. The moment a hole was cut open in the air, Lin Mahua's expression suddenly changed. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but in the next moment, he caught up with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd and reached out to grab it. With his cultivation base, he naturally grabbed the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand without any suspense. However, the moment the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd entered his hand, Lin Mahua suddenly let out a muffled groan and instantly threw the halberd at Lan Xuanyu, who was frantically running away below. At this moment, the pressure in the air had completely disappeared. Seeing that the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was about to pierce through Lan Xuanyu's body from behind, it suddenly turned into a dark blue light and returned to Lan Xuanyu's finger, returning to its original appearance of a ring. Lan Xian turned around and threw the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd again without hesitation. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, which was darker than before, seemed to become transparent at this moment, and a cold light flashed on the halberd blade. It was so fast that it shot into the air. Lin Mahua's body flashed, and he was already in front of Lan Xuanyu. He grabbed the air with his other hand, and a large hand appeared in mid-air, trying to grab the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. However, a strange scene appeared. With a pu sound in the air, even with Lin Mahua's powerful strength, the large hand was actually pierced through by the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. The halberd continued to rush into the air and rose to a height of 100 meters. A powerful aura suddenly burst forth, and a smile appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face. Yes, he had succeeded. He wanted to let the aura of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd spread out. He believed that Teacher Xiao would definitely be able to sense it. As long as one's cultivation was strong enough, they would definitely be able to sense it. Good boy. Lin Mahua also understood his purpose and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful divine artifact." In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu couldn't move again and stopped in front of Lin Mahua. He didn't even care about the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd anymore. Lan Xuanyu looked at him calmly. Eldest senior brother, Teacher Xiao will definitely be able to sense the aura of my halberd and know that I'm in danger. He will rush over quickly. Also, when you called me out just now, I left a mark in the room to show that. I left with you. Remember, go home and check it out as soon as possible. I believe they will definitely find out. It's not too late for you to stop now. At this moment, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd slowly descended from the sky. Lin Mahua looked at Lan Xuanyu and nodded. The smile on his face gradually became brighter. Not bad, brave and resourceful. As expected of the person chosen by teacher. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and spread it in front of Lan Xuanyu. A pitch-black mark on his right hand seemed to be constantly corroding his palm, and there was a faint light on his palm that was resisting the corrosive power. This divine artifact of yours is too overbearing. It's better to use it less in the future unless you're facing a real enemy. It has a very strong devouring power and can devour the vitality of others. If I hadn't just touched it, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured. Lan Xuanyu blinked, feeling that Lin Mahua seemed to have changed into a different person. The feeling of restraint on Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly disappeared, and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd that descended from the sky turned back into a ring on his finger. At this moment, a voice sounded in the distance. Xianyu, where are you? It's Xiaoqi's voice. Lan Xuanyu looked at Lin Mahua in front of him but didn't say anything. Because he didn't want to court death. But Lin Mahua opposite him said, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure of light rushed over from the sky and landed in front of them. Xiaoqi was wearing a battle armor with huge wings spread out behind him. The style of his battle armor looked very complicated, and there was a shining halo under his feet. Lan Xuanyu couldn't tell if it was a three-word battle armor or a four-word battle armor, but he could feel the intense soul power fluctuations from it. Is Teacher Xiao so strong? Principal Lin, Xianyu, you guys are. The battle armor's mask rose, and Xiaoqi looked at the two people in front of him in surprise. Please go home and take a look. Lin Mahua smiled and said, Teacher Xiao, I'm also from the life school and can be considered Xianyu's senior brother. It's fate that we met today. Call him out and test his abilities. Xiaoqi looked at Lan Xuanyu with some doubt. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Lan Xuanyu looked deeply at Lin Mahua and nodded. It's like this. Teacher Xiao, you look really handsome in your battle armor. Lin Mahua looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise and couldn't help but laugh. What a smart child. But you don't need to use your intelligence on me. Teacher, if you still don't come out, my little junior brother will really hate me. Who asked you to act so well? An old and familiar voice sounded. A green light flashed, and another person appeared beside Lin Mahua. Seeing this person, Lan Xuanyu was stunned and cried out, Master Shu. Xiaoqi also looked at him in surprise and respectfully called out, Master Shu. Seeing Master Shu, he put away his gorgeous battle armor. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face, that's right, wasn't this person who suddenly appeared beside him Master Shu? Master Shu looked at Lan Xuanyu with a smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He touched Lin Mahua beside him and smiled. How is it? Lin Mahua gave him a thumbs up and said, not bad. Your judgment is indeed shrewd. Master Shu said in annoyance, are you saying that I'm old? Lin Mahua laughed. You're already over 1,000 years old, shouldn't you be old? I feel like I'm getting old. Lan Xuanyu understood something. Master Shu, Principal Lin, were you guys testing me just now? Why is that? Master Shu walked in front of Lan Xuanyu and patted his head. Silly boy, I'm paving the way for you. If you want to become the leader of the life school of thought, you first need the support of the school. After I'm gone, your greatest support in our school will be Mahua. If you don't let him try it himself, how can he acknowledge you? Lin Mahua nodded and said, you're calm in the face of change, brave and resourceful, never compromise on key matters, and have unexpected methods to deal with it. Little junior brother, your performance has exceeded my expectations. Originally, in my heart, as long as you were an upright person, you would be able to obtain my support. I didn't expect you to do even better. At this point, he said seriously, don't blame me for testing you. As the leader of our life school of thought, you will control a large amount of resources in the future. How to treat these resources fairly is extremely important. You definitely can't be a selfish person. Being selfless and upright is the most important thing. Xiaoqi said, seniors, you can rest assured in this regard. In terms of being selfless, I've never seen anyone of the same age do better than Xianyu. He selflessly gave the benefits to his classmates and helped them grow together. That was how the Space Combat Experimental Class was created and how the Space Combat Experimental Class had become so united. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to replace the 6th years here. Master Shu smiled and said, that's why. I've actually been observing Xuanyu all this while and he always brings me surprises. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given my ring of destiny to just anyone. Wait, everyone, wait a moment. Lan Xuanyu suddenly smiled bitterly. But, Master Shu, when you gave me this ring of destiny, you didn't say that I would inherit the life school of thought. Eldest senior brother is right, I'm under too much pressure. I think I should return the ring of destiny to you. Eldest senior brother is more suitable. While speaking, Lan Xuanyu took off the ring of destiny that he had used his life to protect without hesitation and handed it to old Shu. Senior's junior brother S, junior brother S, junior brother's right, junior is unhappy. No, no. Lan Xuanyu quickly shook his head. I'm not unhappy. It's just that this responsibility is too heavy. My small shoulders really can't handle it. Originally, after receiving eldest senior brother's reminder, I planned to give this to you when we go back. Master Shu took the ring of destiny and looked at Lan Xuanyu playfully. Are you really willing to return it to me? Back then, without the ring of destiny, could you have gotten a Tangmen battleship? There are a lot of good things in it now. You don't want mechas or resources? You don't want them? Lan Xuanyu's expression froze. Master Shu, you have to return the things inside to me. No, I'm not. How can you prove that it's yours? Master Shu said seriously under Lan Xuanyu and Xiaoqi's dumbfounded gazes. Haha, teacher, your ability to spout nonsense with a straight face has improved again. Stop teasing little junior brother. Little junior brother, first of all, I apologize for my probing just now. Secondly, I really do have something good for you. Consider it a meeting gift from me as your eldest senior brother. Lin Mahua came to Lan Xuanyu's side, took the ring of destiny from Master Shu's hand, and put it back on him. Master Shu looked deeply at Lin Mahua and nodded. He understood that Lin Mahua was also expressing his sincerity to him. He truly acknowledged Lan Xuanyu. Master Shu said in a deep voice, Xianyu, I didn't choose you blindly. There are many reasons. You are definitely the most suitable person to be the future leader of the life school of thought. I can even see the future of the life school of thought in you. I can see the possibility of breaking through the 1,000-year limit. You can also rest assured that this responsibility will not only be shouldered by this old man as much as possible while I'm still alive, but at the same time, I will also pave the way for your inheritance. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had this trip to Sanluo planet. Mahua is the vice leader of our life school of thought, and he is also a member of the Sea Gods Pavilion. In our life school of thought, only the two of us are members of the Sea Gods Pavilion. Actually, when he revealed his identity to you, you should have seen through it. How could a member of the Sea Gods Pavilion harm a disciple of their own academy? Another thing you might not know is that Mahua is one of the current generation Shrek 7 monsters. He is the cornerstone of the academy. Lan Xuanyu only thought that Lin Mahua was strong with his other titles, but when the words Shrek 7 monsters came out, whether it was him or Xiaoqi, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Their eyes suddenly became reverent as they looked at Lin Mahua. What kind of existences were the Shrek Academy Shrek 7 monsters? Every generation of the Shrek 7 monsters was a super powerhouse who had made outstanding contributions to the academy. When the academy was in danger, it was always the Shrek 7 monsters who turned the tide. Only then did the current Shrek exist. The Shrek 7 monsters didn't appear all the time. Only when someone who truly matched the abilities of the Shrek 7 monsters appeared would they be evaluated. Xiaoqi was certain that the current generation Shrek 7 monsters didn't exist, but Lan Xuanyu didn't know at all. And now, Lan Xuanyu was completely certain of his senior brother's strength. He was definitely a god-ranked powerhouse. If he wasn't a god-ranked powerhouse, how could he be one of the current generation Shrek 7 monsters? Lin Mahua smiled and said, Our generation is about to retire. Junior brother, it will be your world in the future. Let's go, teacher. Shall we go together? Teacher Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to go back first. Otherwise, if you and Xianyu leave at the same time, I'm afraid the other students will change. Yes. Xiaoqi respectfully replied. Shrek 7 monsters. Every single one of them had the authority of a vice leader of the Sea Gods Pavilion. Xiaoqi turned and left. Lan Xuanyu also didn't take the Ring of Destiny. When he was about to hand over the Ring of Destiny, it was because he had felt a bit of righteous indignation. It was a life and death crisis. He had truly been scared out of his wits. At the same time, he also had thoughts of compensation. But now that he heard that the person who had tested him was actually one of the current generation Shrek 7 monsters, he naturally didn't feel any resentment. Lin Mahua held Lan Xuanyu's armpit with one hand. His figure flashed, and Lan Xuanyu felt his surroundings become blurry. It was as if he had transmigrated to another world. It felt a bit like a warship passing through a wormhole, but there wasn't any wind blowing. It was clear that Lin Mahua had used his soul power to protect his body. 10 minutes later. He didn't know how far he had flown. The scenery in front of him suddenly became clear. In the next moment, Lin Mahua felt as if he had stepped on air. A sense of weightlessness instantly came over him. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Only then did he realize that they seemed to have arrived at a mountain valley. Lin Mahua carried him and jumped down from the side of the mountain valley. The sense of weightlessness gradually decreased. Lan Xuanyu could also clearly see the situation in the mountain valley. This was a mountain valley with lush vegetation. In the center of the mountain valley, there was a small lake. This lake had a diameter of about 300 meters. It wasn't very big, but it was very strange. The small lake was clearly divided into two sides. One side of the lake was icy blue, while the other side was scarlet red. The center of the lake where the two sides touched emitted a hazy mist. Lan Xuanyu even felt as though his entire body was soaked in the sea god lake's water to absorb the life energy. Lin Mahua couldn't believe that there was such a good food on Douluo planet. Lin Mahua loosened his grip on him. Looking at the faint green glow on his body, Lin Mahua couldn't help but smile. As expected of teacher's choice. You are indeed the one with the highest affinity with life energy that we have seen. Looking at the strange scene in front of him, Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, Senior brother, what is this place? Lin Mahua said, this place belongs to our academy. It was built to simulate a treasure land on our mother planet. It's called the Ice Fire Yin Yang Well. Of course, compared to the Ice Fire Yin Yang Well on our mother planet, this place is still lacking. However, this place was created by us, and it will be one of the best treasure lands in the future. Master Shu continued. The Ice Fire Yin Yang Well is a place where heavenly treasures are born. Under extremely special circumstances, cold springs and hot springs coexist. Extreme cold and extreme heat coexist. Yin and Yang are balanced, and it becomes a treasure land that can produce extremely high-level life energy. Here, all the plants grow at 10 times the speed, or even faster. Remember to add it to the pavilion and publish it as soon as possible. Because the life energy here is too dense, ordinary people can't cultivate here. Otherwise, it will be harmful, especially since there are also cold and fire toxins here. However, to some special plants, this place is definitely a treasure land. The Ice Fire Yin Yang Well on our mother planet belongs to the Tangmen, and it is a natural existence. However, the Ice Fire Yin Yang Well here belongs to our academy, and it is man-made. The Douluo planet has abundant resources, especially natural resources. It wasn't easy for us to find an extremely cold spring and an extremely hot spring after some exploration. We guided the two springs here and kept them in balance. It was only with the abilities of 5 divine-level experts that we managed to accomplish this magnificent feat several thousand years ago. We help the Federation to teach the students of the Central Academy. In a sense, we are also protecting this place. Of course, this Ice Fire Yin Yang Well belongs to both us and the soul beasts. It doesn't just belong to us. Lan Xuanyu suddenly realized that it was a treasure land that could allow plants to grow 10 times faster. That was really amazing. Did the Tangmen have a better Ice Fire Yin Yang Well than this? Lin Mahua smiled and said, this is also the property of our school of life. We are responsible for the cultivation and management of the plants. In this aspect, the Nichuai beasts are not good at it. Only we can do it. Our life school takes 70% of this Ice Fire Yin Yang Well, while the soul beasts take 10%. This has nothing to do with the Federation. Most of the places where natural treasures were born belong to the Destiny School. Lan Xuanyu discovered that the Life School's foundation was unfathomable. No wonder Lin Mahua had said that when he was testing him. Lin Mahua said, little junior brother, you can choose any plant here as a greeting gift. As the senior brother, I still have the authority to do so. Moreover, teacher is here. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up and he said, then I won't stand on ceremony with you, hee. Master Shu reminded him, Xianxia, you have an affinity with life energy. Let me teach you a way. Others may not be able to cultivate here, but your affinity with life energy is extremely high. Cultivating here will definitely only bring you benefits and no harm. Moreover, your martial soul has the ability to control both water and fire elements. The cold and fire poison here won't harm you. Therefore, I suggest that you try to meditate. During the process of meditation, you can feel which plant is most suitable for you. This way, your choice will be the best. You are the future leader of the School of Life. You need to get used to using our method to feel the different levels of life energy. Okay. Lan Xuanyu agreed. He didn't meditate immediately. Instead, he slowly walked towards the Ice Fire Yin Yang Well. The area they entered was closer to the Yang Spring than the Ice Fire Yin Yang Well, so the temperature was very high. The closer they were to the ice fire yin yang well, the higher the temperature. Lan Xuanyu could vaguely sense that almost all the plants here were of the fire element. He stopped when he reached a place where he could also sense the scorching heat. He began to move horizontally towards the yin spring. As he slowly walked forward, he suddenly felt the temperature drop. When he got closer to the yin spring, everything seemed to have changed. The temperature was already normal. The plants in this area were especially lush, and there were plants of all elements. Lan Xuanyu came to a realization. This should be the area where yin and yang were balanced. If he got closer, there should be more plants of the ice element. As expected of a place where natural treasures were born. It was very interesting. He didn't continue forward. Instead, he sat down cross-legged in this area where yin and yang were balanced. He closed his eyes and released his senses to sense everything around him. As soon as he began to meditate, a hint of surprise appeared in Lin Mahua's eyes. Spirit Abyss Realm spiritual power? Master Shu nodded, and said, his bloodline is very special. His soul power seems to have been restricted by his bloodline, so it's not very powerful compared to his peers. However, he has twin martial souls, and his spiritual power is progressing at an extremely fast rate, so he's one of the most powerful among his peers. Remember to add him to the library as soon as possible. I even feel like his spiritual power could reach the spirit domain realm by the time he graduates from the outer court. That's impossible. Lin Mahua was even more astonished. Master Shu smiled, and said, you've already tested him, and you've acknowledged his abilities. Now, I can tell you that I wasn't the one who chose him to be the next leader of the life school of thought. In reality, the next leader of the life school of thought isn't chosen by the previous leader as we don't have the authority to do so. Do you understand? Lin Mahua's entire body shuddered upon hearing this. That's right. Master Shu nodded, and said, that's why we trust him. What we have to do is watch over him as he grows up. I understand. Lin Mahua nodded in response. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu felt as if he had already entered a bizarre world. His surroundings were colorful, and he could clearly sense the abundant water and fire elements in this place. The elemental fluctuations here were as violent as an ocean, and the natural energies here were so abundant that it was something he had never seen before. Even the water of the sea god's lake didn't have such abundant natural energies. The natural energies here centered around ice and fire elements were simply far too vast. Xianyu's soul power was progressing at a very slow rate, but he could clearly sense that his soul power was improving even after cultivating here for just a short while. Lan Xuanyu silently sensed his surroundings, and he began to search for spirit items that were most suitable for him. Nana had once told him that he would require the support of spirit items every time he made a breakthrough in the future. This was because during the process of making a breakthrough, not only would he experience an increase in his soul power, but he would also experience an overall improvement. This process would require the support of an enormous amount of life energy to increase his life level. If he could obtain a spirit item here, it would be a good thing. His next breakthrough would be from 4 ring to 5 ring. Due to his previous years of accumulation, his soul power had directly reached rank 43 after breaking through. Afterwards, he had consumed 100,000-year purple immortal spirit mushroom. Although it didn't improve his soul power further, it had stabilized his body after breaking through, allowing his body to withstand the evolution of all 4 soul rings from the 1,000-year to the 10,000-year. But what about when he broke through to 5 ring in the future? If he followed the previous convention, wouldn't that mean that his soul rings would increase from the 10,000-year to the 100,000-year? If that was really the case, then his body would have to withstand the impact of 500,000-year soul rings. Having twin martial souls was equivalent to having 10,100,000-year soul rings. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. If that was really the case, Lan Xuanyu understood that breaking through from 4 rings to 5 rings was very likely a hurdle. Whether or not he could really cross it would depend on his own accumulation. He had to prepare more natural treasures to strengthen his body. Hence, this ice-fire yin-yang well was really a good place. He wanted to see if he could get more resources when he returned. At the very least, he had to build a good relationship with his eldest senior brother. Furthermore, this wasn't the only place in the school of life. There had to be other good places. Being the leader of the school of life seemed to be a good choice. Soon, Lan Xuanyu sensed rich life energy fluctuations from the plants around him. The life energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. Even in his spiritual world, it bloomed with dazzling light. The closer he was to the ice-fire yin-yang well, the stronger the life energy of the plants. Lan Xuanyu's aura slowly spread outwards. Faint golden and silver mists rose from his back and formed a gold and silver vortex above his head. It exuded his own aura and also absorbed the rich life energy of the ice-fire yin-yang well. Lin Mahua narrowed his eyes and said to Master Shu, "Junior brother's martial soul is indeed very special. His pulse is very strong. It should be a very powerful bloodline. No, it should be two bloodlines." However, these two bloodlines seem to conflict and merge. These two bloodlines not only gave him his current abilities, but also restricted his progress. It's really strange. Gosh, I also sense the situation you're talking about. His martial soul is very special. I wanted to discuss it with the pavilion servant because no one knows martial souls better than the pavilion master. However, the diagram master said to let him cultivate and develop on his own. He doesn't want us to interfere with his progress. Remember to ask the pavilion master for help and go home to read it as soon as possible. I also find this very strange. It seems like the pavilion master is very strict with him. At this moment, a low voice suddenly sounded. "Little Lin, why are you here again? I have some special knowledge about spirits." Lin Mahua's expression changed slightly. He said respectfully, "Senior, I brought a junior here to look for him. Don't disturb our peace." He was looking for a suitable natural treasure for him. "My teacher, Master Shu, has also come." A yellow light flashed, and a tall figure appeared in front of him. This person had short hair and a burly figure. Even with Master Shu and Lin Mahua's God-grade cultivation, they couldn't help but show some respect when facing this person. This man looked like he was in his 40s, but his muscles were as hard as rocks. He touched the short hair on his head and said, "It's okay, don't be so stubborn." Master Shu smiled and said, "Senior, long time no see. Your domain is getting sturdier." The muscular man glanced at him and said, "You're not far from death. Have you found a solution?" Master Shu smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy to find a way to break the 1,000-year limit. I've lived for nearly 1,000 years, and that's enough." The purpose of his visit this time was to pay a visit to the two seniors. "Senior, look, this is the successor of the school of life that I've chosen." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Lan Xuanyu. The muscular man turned his head and looked at Lan Xuanyu. In the next instant, he was slightly startled. Where did you find this kid?" Master Shu was also startled. "He's a student of our Shrek Academy." Naturally, he was admitted to the Shrek Academy. "No, no, no," the muscular man said a few times, and then strode toward Lan Xuanyu. In a few steps, he reached Lan Xuanyu's side and squatted down beside him. Master Shu and Lin Mahua were shocked and hurried over. The muscular man looked at Lan Xuanyu up close, and then looked at the gold and silver vortex circling above his head. For a moment, his bewilderment became even more obvious. How is this possible? Could it be that he's..." The muscular man muttered to himself. He raised his head slightly and took a deep breath through his nose, as if he was sensing something. "Kid, stop meditating. Wake up," the muscular man said in a low voice. Lan Xuanyu only felt his spiritual sea tremble, and he subconsciously woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of large eyes staring at him at close range. He was immediately startled. "Xianyu, don't be afraid. This is Douluo planet's senior Erming," Lin Mahua hurriedly said. Lan Xuanyu composed himself. "Senior Erming, hello. I am Lan Xuanyu." "Lan Xuanyu, isn't your surname Tang? Who are your parents and where are they?" Erming grabbed Lan Xuanyu's arm and pulled him in front of him. Master Shu anxiously raised his hand to stop him, but was held back. Lin Mahua was very clear about the temperament of this person in front of him. In terms of seniority, this person was from the same era as beast god Dtian. He might even be more senior than Dtian. He was one of the true masters of Douluo planet's soul beast world. Lan Xuanyu blinked and said, "My father is a soldier. He should be carrying out an exploration mission for the Federation. My mother is a staff member of the Soul Beast Research Institute." "What's wrong, senior? Do you know them?" Erming scratched his head. "Do you have a picture of them for me to see?" "Yes." Lan Xuanyu reached into his clothes and took out a picture. This was a picture of Lan Xuanyu and his family of 3. It was taken the last time they went back. Nanshan washed 3 pictures and said that they were a family. No matter what, they had to carry a picture of their family with them at all times. This way, they would always be together. Lan Xuanyu was studying at the Shrek Academy, and Lan Xiao was often out on missions. The family of 3 was rarely together. Erming took the picture and looked at the 3 close people in the picture. He frowned. "Wrong, wrong. It shouldn't be them. The aura on your body is wrong." Erming couldn't help but be curious. "Senior, what's wrong?" Erming said in a deep voice. "Release your martial soul for me to see." Lan Xuanyu raised his hands and released the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass at the same time. Immediately, the 2 different types of blue-silver grass were covered in life energy. In this place full of life energy and treasures, Lan Xuanyu, who was a plant-type soul master, could clearly feel that his martial soul was about to be released. Erming looked at his twin martial souls with a burning gaze. "Yes, this is right, this is right. Lan is much more active than usual." Silver grass, the blue silver grass with the bloodline of Jinlong King and Silver Dragon King. Remember to go home and read it as soon as possible. This is right. You should be their child. How could it be wrong, wrong? It's a bit messy. I'm a bit messy. Kid, are you sure these are your parents? Lan Xuanyu said with a look of astonishment. Of course I'm sure. How could I have mistaken my parents? Erming pinched his brows. Could it be that the descendants of the super duos have always been passed down? But why didn't I find it strange before? Lin Mahua asked, "Senior, what's wrong? Is there a problem with Xianyu's martial soul?" Erming nodded. There is a problem, a very big problem. His bloodline is very dangerous. If something goes wrong, his body will explode and he will die. But his cultivation method is very correct. He tried to fuse the 2 bloodlines and achieved a certain effect. It's just that in the future, every step will be very difficult. But if he succeeds, then it will be amazing. Your Shrek Academy is really awesome. You can really find monsters. You can even find the strangest little monster. If he really is the descendant of an old friend, then it has a lot to do with us. Child, stay here and cultivate. This place is more suitable for you. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He turned to look at Lin Mahua and Master Shu. Master Shu asked doubtfully, "Senior Erming, you want to leave Xianyu to cultivate in the ice fire Yin Yang well. What is he cultivating here?" Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, Erming Dao said, "Ice and fire golden body. With the strength of his body, it is far from being able to withstand the future breakthroughs. He has to make his body stronger to withstand the continuous increase of his bloodline power. Although he has already done very well, there are still many hidden dangers. Every breakthrough in the future will be dangerous. It is better for him to stay here and cultivate and break through." Lan Xuanyu was puzzled. What was ice and fire golden body? Lin Mahua said in shock. Won't ice and fire golden body be dangerous? How can he withstand the level of Yin and Yang springs? It's okay, he can withstand it. You don't know the origin of his bloodline. The level of his bloodline, even in the God realm back then. At this point, he paused and sighed. However, this is indeed the first time I've seen such a bloodline. It's very likely that he's a descendant of my old friend. Master Shu narrowed his eyes and said, "It is an ancient bloodline." Erming nodded and said, "You can say so. Moreover, it is the result of 2 very powerful ancient bloodlines. These 2 bloodlines conflict with each other. But if they can really merge into one, it will not be very strong, and it will be us." At this point, Erming seemed to realize something. He narrowed his eyes and said, "In any case, it is very good for him to stay here and cultivate. Of course, it would be even better if it is the ice and fire yin-yang well in Tangmen. Perhaps that was the only place where he could safely reach the 9th ring. At my place, he can at least reach 7th ring. Lin Mahua thought, then after 9th ring, can he continue to improve? Erming shook his head and said, it is hard to say. When that time comes, he can only rely on himself. Remember to collect and consult the pavilion to read it as soon as possible. However, it is fine if he does not break through, but once he breaks through, hee. He suddenly laughed, giving people a strange feeling. It was as if his enthusiasm had been completely ignited. I will not tell you what you don't understand. In any case, it will be very powerful. Keep him here. Erming clenched his fists in excitement. Lan Xuanyu said, Senior, I understand your good intentions. I also want to stay and cultivate, but I'm a student of the Shrek Academy. Many of my classmates came here with me, and I have many tasks to complete. I'm afraid I can't stay and cultivate. You see, Erming was stunned. The Shrek Academy is good, but the effect of your cultivation there is definitely not as good as here. If you want to break through, there is no better place than here. Most importantly, you have to improve your body's strength as soon as possible. However, there's no problem with the Shrek Academy. By the way, Little Tree, you said that he's the successor of your school of life. Master Shu nodded and said, yes. San Ming suddenly laughed out loud. That's right, that's right. I said I wouldn't be wrong. How could I mistake the bloodline aura of one of my own? It seems that she also recognized it. If she recognized it, then there's no problem. There won't be a problem. It's good to cultivate in the Shrek Academy. However, since you're here, you should stay for a while. I'll help you improve your body's strength. Lan Xuanyu looked at Erming. He also felt a sense of closeness. This was a natural feeling. When Lin Mahua threatened him, he believed it. However, the Erming in front of him made him feel that no matter what, he would not harm him. Senior Erming, how long do I have to stay here to cultivate? Erming tilted his head and thought. It will take at least a month for the effects to show. The first step is to stay here for a month. Before you reach the 7th ring, you can come here for a month every year. This way, it will be safer. A month. Lan Xuanyu frowned and hesitated. Master Shu said without hesitation, no problem. It's settled then. Thank you, Senior. As he spoke, he kept winking at Lan Xuanyu, as if this was a rare good thing. Lan Xuanyu was calculating the time he would have to complete the heavenly battle mission with his companions. He could not affect the whole team because of himself. Senior, I'm doing the heavenly battle mission with my companions. I need to complete a sufficient number of missions. If it's a month. Master Shu interrupted him. That month won't make a difference. Also, I'll go back and help you apply to reduce the difficulty of the mission so that you can have more time. That's fine. Lan Xuanyu understood how much Master Shu valued the senior Erming's teachings. Thus, he no longer hesitated and agreed. Senior, I'm here to compare notes with the seniors of the branch. When we're done, I'll come find you to cultivate. Is that okay? Lan Xuanyu said to Erming. Oh, you're representing Shrek Academy to compare notes. Isn't the heavenly battle mission completed by the 4th year? Why are you still doing this mission when you're about to graduate from the 6th year? Lan Xuanyu was secretly surprised. This Erming senior seemed to be very familiar with Shrek Academy. No, I'm still in the 4th year. This time, I'm representing the 4th year. Lan Xuanyu said. Erming looked at him meaningfully. That's true. With you here, the 4th year is the same. Okay, I'll go take a look and see your performance. Don't be picky. When you come back to cultivate, you'll see what's best. Your academy gave you one, so we'll also give you one. It just so happens that ice and fire come from the same source. Match them together and let you cultivate your ice and fire golden body. It's settled then. After saying that, Erming looked at Lan Xuanyu deeply again, as if he wanted to completely imprint his appearance in the depths of his mind. Then, a yellow light flashed on his body, and he rushed into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Go directly to the website to read it. Looking at his departing figure, Lan Xuanyu asked Master Shu in a low voice, Master Shu, Senior Erming. Even Master Shu has to call Erming Senior, so he's definitely not human. Yes, Senior Erming is one of the two beast kings of Douluo planet. He has a very close relationship with our Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. You have to know that he's the best friend of the ancestor of the Tangmen, Tang San. His seniority is much higher than ours. His original form is the Titan giant ape. It is said that he once ascended to the god realm with ancestor Tang San, but for some reason, he returned to the mother planet. 10,000 years ago, he and another senior established an independent space of the myriad beast platform, allowing the soul beasts that were on the verge of extinction to regain their vitality. After the mother planet evolved, the soul beasts were able to recuperate in that independent space. Knowing that the Federation had obtained Douluo planet, he discussed with the Federation and moved the soul beasts here. Therefore, the strongest soul beast is not the beast god of the elven planet, Dtian, but the two seniors here. To be able to obtain the favor of Senior Erming, you will definitely receive many benefits. I didn't expect you to inherit an ancient bloodline and be recognized by Senior Erming. You should have some relationship with him. Lan Xuanyu asked, then what does the ice and fire golden body mean? Lin Mahua said, it means cultivating in the ice and fire yin-yang well and using the power of ice and fire to temper one's body. Ah! Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Previously, he was still very far away from the ice and fire yin-yang well, but he could already feel the temperature change between the extreme cold and the extreme heat. He was also a controller of the water and fire elements, so he knew very well what kind of effect these two opposing elements would have when used together. Don't worry, nothing will happen. If Senior Erming says there's no problem, then there's no problem. He should have a special method. Under normal circumstances, only powerhouses who are about to break through to the god realm will be allowed to cultivate in the ice and fire yin-yang well and prepare for the breakthrough. You are definitely making an exception. When he returned to his residence, Lan Xuanyu still felt that it was very strange. He had only just arrived at Douluo planet and had already experienced so many things. Lin Mahua's test, the ice and fire yin-yang well, the god-rank beast King Erming. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. However, Lan Xuanyu really had to discuss this matter with his companions before he could cultivate on Douluo planet for a month. Everyone was resting at this moment. Lan Xuanyu sat on his bed and calmed himself down. He recalled everything that had happened and thought about it carefully. The first thing he confirmed was that beast god Dtian hadn't been awakened by him, probably because he hadn't sensed any danger to his life. This also meant that Dean Lin Mahua was just testing him and didn't have any ill intentions. He also confirmed his identity as the successor of the School of Life. This identity brought him pressure, but it also brought him motivation. Master Shu and Lin Mahua had already brought him to the ice-fire yin-yang well. This place was obviously the Academy's secret. Master Shu had said that only Shrek Academy and the soul beasts here had a share of that place. Master Shu hadn't mentioned anything about the Federation. They probably brought him there to tell him about the School of Life's foundation. He would indeed be the successor of the School of Life in the future. This identity brought him pressure, but at the same time, being able to control such resources was also an extremely good thing for him. Senior Erming had pointed out the problem with his bloodline and said that cultivating there could solve his problem to a certain extent. This was great news. He was still worried about how to find natural treasures that could help him cultivate. Remember to ask for help. Chihu is the fastest way to read the flawless, refined edition. The Icefire Yin-yang well obviously didn't lack these things. Although he didn't know how difficult the Icefire golden body was, it was definitely worth a try. If he could really increase the strength of his body quickly, it would definitely be a good thing. It would also speed up the cultivation of his soul power. Furthermore, cultivating in the Icefire Yin-yang well was faster than cultivating on the mother planet. Overall, it should be a good choice for him to stay and cultivate. First, they had already completed a level 4 mission. This time, as long as they defeated the Branch Academy, they would complete another level 4 mission. It shouldn't be a problem for the other students to complete the escort mission. In total, they had completed nearly half of the Heavenly Dipper missions. They had spent less than 2 months to complete the mission, so they had plenty of time. He could cultivate here for a month, and his companions could complete some of the easier missions first. That should be fine. Lan Xuanyu felt that this was a good plan. Who? After letting out a long breath, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a little tired. After experiencing so many things in a short period of time, he decided to let himself relax. He didn't meditate. Instead, he laid on his bed and quickly fell asleep. He had a very good sleep. When he woke up again, the sky was already bright. He looked at his communicator and realized that it was already the next morning. He woke up because he was hungry. After getting up from his bed, he stretched his body and took 2 fruits from the table to eat before walking out of his room. The air on Douluo planet was really good. It was much better than the air on the planets that he had been to during his previous missions. Even Sin City couldn't compare to this. To the Douluo Federation, this was like the Federation's backyard. It was a place rich in resources, but they definitely wouldn't exploit them easily. At this moment, the Federation's Central Academy was bustling with noise and excitement. Lan Xuanyu opened the window and looked out. There were many people busy with something in the open space. The uniforms they wore were similar to Shrek Academies. They were also green, but the symbols on them were different. The Shrek Academy's uniform had a monster symbol, while those people had the Federation's insignia. Lan Xuanyu and the others lived on higher ground, so they had a good view. He saw that many students seemed to be cultivating, and some soul masters were engaging in combat practice. The cultivation method here was the most primitive battle between soul masters. There were no simulation pods or soul tools. Lan Xuanyu even saw some soul beasts that were obviously not weak fighting with the students. This feeling of returning to simplicity made him feel curious and interested at the same time. He also wondered how the battle between them and the soul beasts would be like. "Xianyu, you're awake." A happy voice came from below. Lan Xuanyu looked down and saw Bai Shoushou passing by his window. "You really can sleep." Bai Shoushou curled her lips. "I slept very well." "What are you doing?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Bai Shoushou said, "I just finished eating." "You should go eat too. After eating, we have to discuss the battle strategy." After breakfast, Lan Xuanyu gathered with his teammates. Regarding the ice fire Yin Yang well, under Master Shu's reminder, he didn't say it directly. He only told everyone that Master Shu asked him to cultivate here for a month and made arrangements for the upcoming heaven fighting mission. No one had any objections to this because this was an opportunity arranged by the Life School of Thought for Lan Xuanyu. A month's time indeed wouldn't affect their class from completing the heaven fighting mission. The next step was to arrange the troops. They had already understood the rules from the battle with the 6th years. 3 1-on-1 matches, 1 2-on-2 match, and 1 team battle. The most important thing was undoubtedly the team battle. Everyone just had to cooperate with each other. Currently, their biggest disadvantage was that they didn't know what kind of strength their opponents had, what kind of martial soul and soul skills they had. But this was also their advantage because their opponents didn't understand them. Remember to read Chihu's fastest and correct edition. This was the first time everyone was meeting, so they had to see who was stronger or weirder. 1-on-1, I want to fight. 1 versus 2, change it to Mengqin and Shoushou. Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to express his stance. Hearing that he wanted to fight 1-on-1, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. The opponents they were facing here were probably at least 7 ring, while Lan Xuanyu was only 4 ring. Even with the Dragon God's transformation, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to make up for such a huge difference in soul power. 1-on-1 was actually not suitable for him, but no one objected. They were already used to supporting Lan Xuanyu's decisions. It couldn't be said that there were no problems, but in most cases, his choices were right. Lan Xuanyu said frankly, "Actually, it's been a long time since I've faced an opponent 1-on-1, even more so after breaking through to 4 ring. Last time, during the battle with the Sorrow and Joy dual swords, I understood some of my shortcomings, especially in terms of response. Later on, when I thought about it, we weren't completely helpless. Therefore, I feel that I'm lacking in actual combat. It just so happens that I'm facing an unfamiliar opponent this time, so I want to train myself. The other 2 1-on-1 matches are still Yuga and Hui Hui. Even if I lose, we should be able to win through the group battle. Everyone nodded. Bai Xiaoxiao said, I also feel this problem. I had the same problem that day, but Senior Demon Empress helped me summarize it. It should be better now. The feeling of having strength but not being able to use it is actually the worst. I actually want to fight one-on-one too. I also want to, but this problem is more serious. I haven't fought much recently, and you guys have always been assisting me. I almost can't figure out if I'm an auxiliary-type soul master or an assault-type soul master. Lan Qin raised her hand forcefully. Then, she ran to Tang Yuga's side and pulled Tang Yuga's hand. Sister Yuga, it's not good for you to hold down the fort. Let's fight one-on-one. It doesn't matter if we lose, you're here. Tang Yuga laughed. Anything is fine, we'll listen to Xianyu. Lan Xuanyu looked at them and suddenly had an idea. He said, alright, 3 one-on-one matches. Xiaoxiao, Mengqin, and I will fight. Yuga and Hui will guarantee a victory in the 2-on-2 matches. This way, even if we lose one-on-one, we can win through the group battle. Qianlei and Frenzy will fight in the last group battle. Read well, smiley face, Lu Feng nodded. Qianlei opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Lan Mingqin's threatening gaze, he didn't say anything. Yuan and Hui and Tang Yuga subconsciously looked at each other. Yuan and Hui looked indifferent, and Tang Yuga didn't have much of an expression either. If everyone agrees, then it's settled. Everyone unanimously approved the new plan. Compared to when they faced the 6th years, the lineup for the first 4 matches was completely different. This was also considered an attempt. Lan Xuanyu thought it through very clearly. Although the lineup had changed a lot, they could at least guarantee victory in the team battle. Remember to collect it. Pavilion, the perfect edition. If they couldn't even defeat their opponents in the team battle, then no matter what kind of lineup they had in the first few matches, it wouldn't mean much. After discussing the plan to go on stage, the rest of the time was up to them. It wasn't easy for them to come to such an unfamiliar and beautiful place, so they naturally had to go out and take a look. Guoran Academy was located in a district, but there were lakes and some mountains in the district, and the scenery was pleasant. However, after eating the vegetables and fruits here a few times, they started to miss the fish and meat on their mother planet. Because there were soul beasts here, there was no animal husbandry and almost no meat was sold. If they wanted to eat meat, they had to fly it over from elsewhere. However, the cost of air transport was too high, so almost no one ate meat here. All the meat was brought from home by the students when they returned every 6 months. Lan Xuanyu felt that if they brought some meat here to sell, they would probably be able to make a fortune. The space in the Ring of Destiny was so big, how much meat could they bring? If Master Shu knew that Lan Xuanyu was thinking about using the Ring of Destiny to bring meat, he would probably vomit blood from anger. These 2 days of relaxation allowed Lan Xuanyu and the others to recover to their peak state. They all liked this beautiful planet with rich life energy and pleasant scenery. If not for the lack of time, they would have stayed in Douluo City for a while. It was said that meat was sold there. Of course, the price was very high. If we have time in the future, we can bring the entire class to Douluo planet to play. Anyway, we have a battleship, so we can just fly over. We can arrive in 5 days, Qianlei said excitedly. Not only did he like this place, but Fatty Jean also liked this environment. Lan Xuanyu said, let's wait until we graduate from the outer court. After the inner court exam, everyone can come and relax when they have time. We'll stay in Douluo City, so there shouldn't be a problem. It's time. Xiaoqi's voice. Lan Xuanyu and the others quickly followed behind him. Lan Xuanyu. The competition was held at the top of the mountain, the highest peak near Shrek Academy's branch campus. There was a huge platform at the top of the mountain. It was unknown which Almighty had created it, but it was huge and wide. This was the largest martial arts practice field in the branch. It was more than 10,000 square meters, like a huge stadium. There was a... At this moment, the spectator seats in the huge training field at the top of the mountain were already full. This place could accommodate tens of thousands of people. This was the Central Academy of the Federation, known as the Shrek Academy branch. There were more than 8,000 students in the inner court and outer court. Including the teachers, there were close to 9,000 people. Furthermore, there was a special area for soul beasts to spectate the tournament. Lan Xuanyu noticed the soul beast spectator area as soon as he entered the martial arts practice field, because the seats in that area were obviously bigger than the normal seats. The seats were slightly bigger than the normal ones, and there were also seats there. Most of them appeared to be humanoid, but there were some differences between them. For example, one was tall and had a humanoid body, but his head was that of a lion. There was also one with a large, patterned tail that was raised up. Remember to collect it. It's the perfect addition. Only those sitting in the front row of this area looked exactly like humans. Lan Xuanyu had purple demon eyes. Although he was far away, he still saw the divine rank beast King Erming at a glance. Erming seemed to have also sensed his gaze, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he turned toward Tang Wulin. The person sitting next to Erming attracted Lan Xuanyu's gaze. That person looked to be in his 40s. He wasn't handsome, but he gave people a special feeling. It was hard to see his appearance clearly. But as he sat there, it was as if he was the center of the entire martial arts practice field. Everyone's eyes fell on him at the same time. Is this another beast king of the divine level? Today, both beast kings had come. Lan Xuanyu became excited. When they walked into the arena, the spectator stands immediately fell silent for a moment. Nearly 10,000 gazes fell on them. This was really under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In the next moment, all the students of the Central Academy of the Federation suddenly shouted in unison, "Victory, victory, victory!" The huge sound wave scared Lan Xuanyu and the others. That tsunami-like shout carried a huge pressure. That was the sound of thousands of Soul Masters' chi and blood fluctuations. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. His bloodline fluctuations naturally spread out, and the pressure immediately lessened. His companions beside him could also feel his blazing blood chi fluctuations. Under his influence, the pressure on everyone was instantly reduced by a lot. Representing Shrek Academy to participate in this competition was indeed not an easy task. Xiao Qi, who was walking at the front of the Qiushu pavilion, was calm and collected. He had a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. How familiar was this atmosphere? In the past, he had also represented Shrek Academy to participate in this competition. The opponent's home field advantage brought about such a strong pressure. It was a great training for him back then, and it also stimulated his fighting spirit. Similarly, his students also needed this kind of experience. In his opinion, it was actually a very good thing that Lan Xuanyu and the others could participate in this competition when they were in their 4th year. With their current growth rate, if they were in their 6th year, this kind of scene would not have much of a tempering effect on them. However, if they were to appear here again 2 years later, who knew if these students from the Federation's Central Academy would still be able to shout? At that time, Lan Xuanyu and the others would only be in their 6th year. According to the usual practice, they would represent the academy. At this moment, the door opposite the martial arts practice field opened, and a group of people walked in. From the moment they entered, the entire audience erupted in cheers. The atmosphere was extremely enthusiastic. Together with Karen, together with Karen. Li Qiuqiu, Li Qiuqiu. Goddess Jing Luo, Goddess Jing Luo, I love you, Goddess Jing Luo, ah ah ah, the most handsome, Dark Feather, look at me, Dark Feather, do your best. De Xiong is mighty, pat them. Shi Meng, first control. Yuru, first strike. All kinds of cheers gathered together, and it was deafening. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but laugh. They didn't even need the other party to introduce them. They roughly knew the other party's name. The team that came from the opposite side represented Shrek Academy's branch. In terms of male to female ratio, it was the same as Lan Xuanyu's team, 4 males and 3 females. The teacher leading the team at the front was the Federation's Central Academy's teaching director, Xie Fuquan. This director Xie still had a warm smile on his face, and he looked like a good person. Behind him, walking at the front was a tall and sturdy young man. He looked to be in his 20s, and his shoulders were especially wide. Although he was wearing a school uniform, it still couldn't hide the powerful muscles under the school uniform. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. The youth walking at the front of the Central Academy's team exuded a masculine aura. Although he looked to be in his early 20s, he had an aura that was as steady as a mountain. His eyes were deep and reserved, and he naturally had an oppressive aura. Because of his tall and sturdy figure, the team members behind him couldn't see him clearly. However, both sides quickly arrived at the center of the arena and lined up horizontally, revealing their appearances. The Central Academy students looked at the Shrek Academy's team opposite them, and there was some surprise in their eyes. They were too young. Although the Shrek Academy students who came to spar were always a few years younger than them, the team in front of them seemed a little too young. Especially Yuan and Hui Hui, who looked the smallest. He even gave people the feeling that he was still a child. Yuan and Hui Hui's current appearance was similar to when he first entered the Shrek Academy. A few years had passed, but he didn't seem to have developed at all. Lan Xuanyu had asked him about this before, and Yuan and Hui Hui told him that it was because of his problem of being a man during the day and a woman at night. This problem would only change when he became an adult. The illusory fairy dragon told him that when he was around 18 years old and his cultivation reached the level of a 7-ringed soul sage, he would have a chance to choose whether to be a man or a woman. Yuan and Hui Hui hadn't thought about whether he would choose to be a man or a woman in the future. He wasn't far from becoming a soul sage now, but because he hadn't thought it through, he didn't want to break through. He wanted to accumulate his strength first, and when he made up his mind, he would break through after accumulating enough strength. In any case, he still had some time before he turned 18 years old. Therefore, he looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, which was really too young. How could the other party not be surprised? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu also saw the full appearance of the 7 people opposite them. "Let's introduce ourselves," Xie Fuchuan said with a smile. Xiaoqi nodded and said, "Then let's start first." As he spoke, he gestured to Lan Xuanyu beside him. Lan Xuanyu said loudly, "Shrek Academy, 4th year of the Outer Court, class monitor, Lan Xuanyu." After him was Tang Yuga. Shrek Academy, 4th year of the Outer Court, Tang Yuga. Shrek Academy, 4th year of the Outer Court, Yuan and Hui Hui. Shrek Academy, 4th year of the Outer Court, by Xiao. Shrek Academy, Outer Court 4th year, Lan Mengqin. Of the Outer Court, Qian Lei. Shrek Academy, Outer Court 4th year, Lu Feng. 4th year of the 4th year, a big question mark instantly appeared in the minds of the students representing the Central Academy. How could they? Weren't they all 6th years? As graduates of the Central Academy's inner court, they were actually going to face the 4th years of the Shrek Academy's outer court. Weren't they looking down on them too much? Among the 7 people from the Central Academy, a few of them had anger in their eyes. Xiaoqi said, according to the past rules, the 6th years should have come. But this time, the 6th years were defeated by the 4th years. Therefore, the 4th years replaced the 6th years to participate in the sparring. I hereby explain. The 4th years defeated the 6th years? The 7 participants from the Central Academy were even more surprised. Before today's competition, they didn't receive any introductions from the Shrek Academy's representatives. Just like how Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't have any introductions to the 7 people in front of them. This was a rule that had long been established between the 2 academies. They wanted to understand their opponents? To understand their opponents in battle, they had to adapt to the situation and not give them any chance to prepare in advance. Only then could they better observe each person's overall quality. Xie Fuchuan gestured to the students beside him. The burly young man that Lan Xuanyu saw earlier was the first to say in a deep voice, "Federation Central Academy, Inner Court Graduate, Captain, Yan Kailuan." Standing beside him was a short, chubby young man who smiled and said, "Federation Central Academy, Inner Court Graduate, Li Qiuqiu." This person really looked harmless. Even when he heard that his opponent was a 4th year, his expression didn't change at all. He was still smiling. On his other side was an extremely beautiful girl. She had a sweet smile and a slender figure, giving off a weak and boneless feeling. Federation Central Academy, Inner Court Graduate, Qing Luo. She was the most beautiful among the 3 girls on the Federation Central Academy team, so she naturally attracted the attention of Lan Xuanyu and the others. Especially Qianlei, his eyes were fixed on her. "Do I look good?" A familiar voice sounded in Qianlei's ears. Qianlei trembled slightly and muttered to himself, "Pink skeleton, pink skeleton." Lan Mingqing's lips curled into a cold smile. Beside Luo was another girl. She was very tall, more than 1.8 meters. She was slender and fit. She wasn't as beautiful as Luo, but she had a sunny feeling. Federation Central Academy, Inner Court graduate, Qiangu Yuru. Beside Qiangu Yuru was a third girl. She had an ordinary appearance and everything about her looked ordinary. She didn't seem to have any special characteristics. She gave off a very ordinary feeling, and even her aura seemed very peaceful. But when she opened her mouth, it seemed to be different. Federation Central Academy, Inner Court graduate, Ximeng. Ximeng's voice was very pleasant to the ears, and there was even a strange tremor to it, causing one's heartstrings to fluctuate. Hearing her voice, Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. He vaguely guessed that this person's martial soul was probably not ordinary. Beside Ximeng was a handsome and thin young man. His eyes were bright and sharp. Federation Central Academy, Inner Court graduate, Dark Feather. Beside Dark Feather was the last person. He had a majestic figure, even taller than Yan Kailuan. He was more than 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a broad back. He gave off a feeling as heavy as a mountain. If they fought there, they would imperceptibly bring about a powerful pressure. Federation Central Academy, Inner Court graduate, Shichen Luo. Everyone calls me De Xiong. After saying this, he even grinned, giving off a very bright feeling. Both sides finished introducing themselves. The captains of both sides handed in their order of appearance. They were given to the teachers of the other side. This way, there wouldn't be a problem of changing the formation at the last minute. Xie Fuchuan held the Shrek Academy's order of appearance and said, "Shrek Academy, first one-on-one match. Participating student, Captain, Lan Xuanyu." Xiaoqi also held the other side's order of appearance and said, "Federation Central Academy, first one-on-one match. Participating student, Captain, Yan Kailuan." In the first one-on-one match, both sides unanimously chose to send out their captains. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously raised his head to look at Yan Kailuan. Yan Kailuan was also looking at him. "Everyone else, leave the stage. Competitors, get ready." Xiaoqi and Xie Fuchuan each led the other students back to their own side. When Bai Xiuxiu passed by Lan Xuanyu, she whispered, "Good luck." Lan Xuanyu smiled and nodded at her. His opponent didn't know his strength, and he didn't know his opponent's cultivation either. However, Yan Kailuan was able to be the captain of the Central Academy's representative team, so his strength must be extraordinary. In the face of such an opponent, could he, a four-ringed soul master, win? Lan Xuanyu himself didn't know, but this was the kind of pressure he wanted. To hone his ability in actual combat. Under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, Yan Kailuan would definitely go all out. This kind of pressure was the best opportunity to squeeze out his potential. Lan Xuanyu and Yan Kailuan each retreated, increasing the distance between them. According to the standard of a spar, 50 meters. First match, get ready. Yan Kailuan was also looking at this impeccably handsome young man. He seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old, which should be the age of a fourth-year student. Shrek Academy was a place he had always wanted to go to. It was also a place he had to go to. He had already received the news that if they could defeat Shrek Academy, they would have one more spot. He needed this spot too much. Therefore, he had to win no matter what. An intense battle intent rose in her heart, and her blood seemed to be burning. Her eyes seemed to spit out flames, and her clothes were stretched taut from her firm muscles. He was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. All he was waiting for was the word, begin. On the side of the Federation Central Academy, Li Qiu rubbed his fat face and whispered, "Wow, the captain has such a strong desire to fight. I can almost see flames on his body. I've never seen him like this." Dark Feather snorted, "That's because you've never stood in front of him as his opponent." Li Qiu giggled, "Why should I stand in front of the captain? I'll always be the man standing behind the captain." You're itching for a beating, Qiuqiu, Luo said with a smile. No, definitely not. Sister Luo, I was wrong. Li Qiuqiu shivered and said with a smile. Yes, he's itching for a beating. Anyway, he's tough. Beat him up. Qiangu Yuru fanned the flames. Yuru, you can't do this. I've had a crush on you for many years. Li Qiuqiu looked at her with a sad face. Qiangu Yuru curled his lips. You can say that to me only when your 2 legs are longer than one of mine. Boys shorter than me don't even think about it. Li Qiuqiu pouted and said to Luo, Sister Luo, look at her. Right at this moment, a huge hand suddenly pressed down on Li Qiuqiu's head, spinning him around 3 times on the spot. Quiet, it's about to start. The owner of the hand was Luo. His hand was so big that it almost covered Li Qiuqiu's head. Li Qiuqiu was dizzy. He didn't dare to speak again. Qiangu Yuru glanced at Luo and stopped talking. Everyone looked towards the arena. The referee for this match was the head of the Central Academy of the Federation, Lin Mahua. There was no doubt that the team representing the Shrek Academy and the 7 representing the Central Academy of the Federation were the cream of the crop. They couldn't afford any mishaps. Remember to bookmark Chihu Pavilion and read it without error. Therefore, Lin Mahua was the referee for today's competition so that he could make a move at the crucial moment to avoid any injuries. Of course, it was also because of his presence that both sides were able to display their full strength without any misgivings. Begin. Lin Mahua's face was expressionless as he announced the official start of the traditional competition between the 2 academies. Ah! Yan Kailuan shouted, and the blood in his body erupted. His body shot out like a cannonball. Soul rings drilled out from his feet as he flew through the air. His body swelled, and his muscles bulged. The clothes on his upper body tore apart, revealing his strong muscles. His skin emitted a layer of greenish-gray light, as if there was an invisible armor around him. 3 of his 7 soul rings were purple and 4 were black. He was a 7-ringed soul sage. As the captain of the Central Academy of the Federation, he was a soul sage. Yan Kailuan, Yan Kailuan, Yan Kailuan. The Central Academy of the Federation cheered loudly. As the captain, Yan Kailuan had an illustrious reputation in the Central Academy of the Federation. When he was in the outer courtyard, he relied on his iron fists to make a name for himself. In the end, he became one of the most representative figures in the academy. He was also the current president of the Central Academy of the Federation. Whether it was his strength or his personality, he was recognized by all the teachers and students in the academy. At the same time that Yan Kailuan rushed out, Lan Xuanyu also moved. He also flew out, and his eyes faintly flickered with a gold and silver light. However, unlike Yan Kailuan, he didn't release his soul rings or his martial soul. The distance between the 2 of them instantly closed. The closer he got to Yan Kailuan, the more Lan Xuanyu could feel the blazing blood fluctuations coming from his opponent's body. This wasn't just a display of his strength, but also a manifestation of his intense fighting spirit. Yan Kailuan's fighting spirit seemed to have completely fused with his spiritual power, and it invisibly emitted an enormous pressure. Lan Xuanyu's expression was calm. He could clearly see from Yan Kailuan's eyes how much he desired victory. The 2 of them arrived in front of each other in an instant. Yan Kailuan's right fist carried an extremely powerful aura as it suddenly smashed towards Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's martial soul was only released at this moment. 4 pitch-black soul rings suddenly rose from his feet. Lan Xuanyu stretched out his hands, and the light of his soul rings flickered on each of his hands. Blades of grass drilled out from the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass, curling up and covering his hands. Only 4 rings. The entire audience was in an uproar. Yan Kailuan was also slightly stunned. In his opinion, Lan Xuanyu was able to become the captain of the Shrek Academy's team. He was definitely the strongest of the 7 people. Even if he wasn't a 7-ringed soul sage, he should be at least a 6-ringed soul emperor. His opponent actually only had 4 soul rings. Although they were all black 10,000-year soul rings, there were only 4 of them. Remember to collect them. He only had 4 rings, yet he was representing the Shrek Academy in the competition. Wasn't this child's play? If he punched him, would he kill him? These chaotic thoughts instantly appeared in Yan Kailuan's mind. His originally extremely powerful punch was somewhat affected, and its aura weakened a bit. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu, who also seemed to be rushing forward, suddenly slipped, and his figure flashed like a ghost. At the same time, he opened his mouth and roared, and a huge Jinlong head instantly rushed out. Yellow Jinlong roar. The yellow Jinlong roar at close range was deafening. In that instant, the cheers of the entire audience were suppressed. After all, that was a 10,000-year soul skill. Yan Kailuan was immediately shaken to the point that his entire body stiffened. The aura that had originally locked onto Lan Xuanyu instantly dissipated. Lan Xuanyu took advantage of this opportunity to slide to Yan Kailuan's side. The roaring Jinlong hadn't disappeared yet. His right fist brazenly blasted out another Jinlong. The two dragons overlapped and instantly smashed towards Yan Kailuan's waist. Yan Kailuan was taller than him, and his waist was a vital point. This change happened extremely quickly. Yan Kailuan's reaction was also very fast. Although his body was stiff, it seemed like an instinctive reaction. His body suddenly bent to the side, and his muscles suddenly tightened as his waist avoided the attack. He didn't have time to release a soul skill, so he could only use his shoulder to withstand Lan Xuanyu's punch. With a bang, Yan Kailuan was blasted to the side by Lan Xuanyu's punch. Lan Xuanyu was shocked because he discovered that when his fist hit Yan Kailuan's shoulder, Yan Kailuan's deltoid muscle instantly tightened and then relaxed. It was as tough as leather, and it even strangely trembled continuously, dispersing most of the force behind the punch. If it wasn't for his bloodline suppressing his opponent, this punch probably wouldn't have been able to force Yan Kailuan back. Reading pleasure, wonderful reading. This guy, what a strong physical defense. Yan Kailuan's defense wasn't only brought about by his martial soul, but also his control over his muscles. It was as if his muscles had already memorized everything. Yan Kailuan, who had been retreating, had already returned to normal. Lan Xuanyu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and instantly chased after him. He naturally wouldn't let go of the initiative that he had obtained with great difficulty. However, Yan Kailuan made a move that exceeded Lan Xuanyu's expectations. Before he could even stabilize himself, he actually squatted down and then rolled on the ground to regain his balance. At the same time, he also increased the distance between him and Lan Xuanyu. His third soul ring instantly lit up, and his palms suddenly slammed onto the ground. Lan Xuanyu's eyes focused. Although his soul power cultivation was far inferior to his opponent's, his spiritual power was even above Yan Kailuan's. Without hesitation, he jumped up, and his fourth soul ring lit up. With a flash of green light, he became weightless like a breeze. Boom! The earth trembled. Under Yan Kailuan's attack, a huge shockwave surged outwards. With Yan Kailuan's body as the center, an area of 30 meters in diameter was like a surging wave, erupting with intense seismic waves. Third soul skill, Earth Stomp. Lan Xuanyu's body was swept up by the shockwave, rising nearly 20 meters into the air. His expression also became serious. Although he wasn't injured by this attack, he had already lost the initiative from before. Yan Kailuan jumped up. He would no longer underestimate Lan Xuanyu just because he only had 4 rings. A huge shadow faintly appeared behind him, staring at Lan Xuanyu with a burning gaze, waiting for him to land. Lin Mahua floated in the air, observing the two from the beginning. He secretly praised them in his heart. His 4-ringed soul power cultivation was undoubtedly Lan Xuanyu's weakest point. His soul power was 3 levels lower than Yan Kailuan's. Logically speaking, a 7-ringed soul sage's total soul power was more than 10 times that of a 4-ringed soul ancestor. However, although Lan Xuanyu's total amount of soul force was small, it was extremely condensed. Furthermore, he had twin martial souls, so relatively speaking, he had more soul force than a soul master with a single martial soul. But in the battle, he even used his weakest point. When Yan Kailuan's fighting spirit was at its strongest, he only revealed his 4 soul rings when he approached. Lin Mahua was completely certain that this was absolutely not a coincidence. Rather, Lan Xuanyu had deliberately used the fact that he only had 4 soul rings to draw Yan Kailuan's attention, causing Yan Kailuan's concentrated mind and exuberant fighting spirit to appear momentarily confused. He had even taken into account the opponent's mentality. Therefore, Yan Kailuan suffered a small loss. Lan Xuanyu couldn't tell, but Lin Mahua could. Although Yan Kailuan had almost completely neutralized that punch, he wasn't injured. However, when Lan Xuanyu's bloodline aura entered Yan Kailuan's body, Yan Kailuan's own bloodline was affected. Although the suppression wasn't serious, it was still suppressed. Lan Xuanyu still didn't know what martial soul Yan Kailuan had, but Lin Mahua was very clear about it. Yan Kailuan's martial soul was the mammoth giant elephant. It was a top-notch strength-type martial soul, and Yan Kailuan was also a soul master who walked the path of extreme strength. His mammoth martial soul's greatest enhancement was the power of his bloodline, but it was suppressed in this aspect. It could be seen how powerful Lan Xuanyu's bloodline aura was. Although Lin Mahua didn't know why Lan Xuanyu only had 4 rings, judging from his bloodline, his martial soul should be far above Yan Kailuan's, and this was under the condition of only 1 martial soul. Lan Xuanyu's Dragon God's transformation that day had left a deep impression on Lin Mahua. In front of a god-rank powerhouse like him, Lan Xuanyu was actually able to break through his blockade and throw the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd away. How powerful was that? Today's referee wasn't Lin Mahua, but someone else. It was Lin Mahua who decided to replace him at the last minute. It wasn't to prevent the students of the Federation's Central Academy from injuring the students of Shrek Academy, but to prevent Lan Xuanyu from injuring people. His heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was too overbearing. Even as a god-rank powerhouse, Lin Mahua's life force was devoured when he reached out to grab it. If it landed on a soul master, the effect could be imagined. Therefore, when today's lineup was released and Lin Mahua saw that Lan Xuanyu's opponent was Yan Kailuan, he actually sighed in his heart. On the side of the Federation's Central Academy, anyone who faced Lan Xuanyu would be better than Yan Kailuan. Yan Kailuan was best at attacking and facing his opponent head-on. His combat skills were all focused on close combat and he wasn't good at long-range combat. And Lan Xuanyu's indestructible and defense-ignoring heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was too much of a counter to Yan Kailuan. Once he used it, Yan Kailuan would probably find it difficult to resist. Although Lan Xuanyu was Lin Mahua's junior brother, Yan Kailuan was also a student he watched grow up. And he represented the Federation's Central Academy. Of course, he didn't want Yan Kailuan to lose. Now, he could only see how Yan Kailuan reacted and whether Lan Xuanyu could use that halberd. Using that halberd shouldn't be without a price. At this moment, Yan Kailuan frowned slightly because he realized that Lan Xuanyu, who was blasted into the sky by him, didn't fall from the sky like normal. Instead, he floated in the air, his entire body surrounded by green light as he stared at him. He could float in the air? Yes, of course Lan Xuanyu could. Wind element control even allowed him to have the ability to fly short distances. At this moment, it was naturally possible for him to temporarily float in the air. He naturally couldn't let himself fall so easily. If that happened, he would become a target. The silver-patterned blue-silver grass on Lan Xuanyu's left hand shone with a silver light and turned into pieces of silver scales. The silver scales quickly covered his entire body. This ability was similar to his golden-patterned blue-silver grass first soul skill, yellow Jinlong body, but what he displayed now was the silver dragon body. This was something he gradually figured out after obtaining the Dragon God's transformation. When he was in the state of the silver dragon body, his control over the elements would be greatly enhanced. Just like when only the silver-patterned blue-silver grass covered his palm, it could also increase his ability to control the elements. Then, he began to knead his hands in front of him. From below, Yan Kailuan could see that in Lan Xuanyu's hands, 4 colors of blue, red, yellow, and green flickered alternately. Most importantly, the 4 black soul rings on his body were actually emitting halos like waves. What was going on? How did he release a soul skill? Yan Kailuan only observed for a moment, and his expression changed. He was a pure strength-type soul master, but he was still a 7-ringed soul sage. He could clearly feel that the elemental fluctuations in the air were beginning to become stronger and even more violent. Using one's strength to attack the enemy's weakness, Lan Xuanyu was a smart person, so he naturally knew this. Although he hadn't completely figured out what Yan Kailuan's martial soul was, he could feel that Yan Kailuan's ability was more of a pure strength type. Lan Xuanyu's strength was also very strong, but he definitely didn't think that he could compete with a strength-type 7-ringed soul sage in this aspect. How was he stronger than his opponent? Spiritual power. Under the enhancement of the Silver Dragon body, his 4 10,000-year soul skills, and his Spirit Abyss realm spiritual power. His ability to control the elements, even a 7-ringed soul sage who was also proficient in the elements might not be stronger than him. Therefore, when he was blasted into the air and used the wind to float, he already had a countermeasure in his mind. Yan Kailuan was extremely experienced in battle. When he realized that something was wrong, he immediately reacted accordingly. Brown battle armor instantly drilled out of his body and covered his entire body. On his back, a pair of wings spread out, and the armor on his fists was especially thick. With the battle armor on, his aura instantly soared, and his blood rushed into the sky. He flapped the wings on his back and charged towards Lan Xuanyu. A 7-ringed soul sage could fly with just his soul power, but although Yan Kailuan was fierce in battle, he was able to maintain a calm mind at all times. After suffering a loss at the beginning, he no longer underestimated Lan Xuanyu. Of course, he could fly up and attack with just his soul power, but his adaptability was much worse. With his 2-word battle armor, he could continue to fly. If he wanted to win, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to release his battle armor just because his opponent was a 4-ringed soul master. He only wanted to win. After all, Lan Xuanyu couldn't really fly yet, so his agility in the air was definitely not as good as Yan Kailuan's with his 2-word battle armor. But at this moment, his basic preparations were almost done. In front of him, a ball of light floated. It was a 4-colored ball of light made up of 4 elements. Inside the ball of light, one could vaguely see a whirlpool spinning rapidly. After the ball of light formed, the 4 great elements of water, fire, earth, and wind began to gather in Lan Xuanyu's direction. At this moment, even the audience in the stands could already see some clues. This was because they could clearly see that the air around Lan Xuanyu's body was beginning to turn colorful. With a wave of his left hand, the green light around Lan Xuanyu's body became stronger and shot forward, pushing his body back quickly and increasing the distance between them. Immediately after, a beautiful scene began to unfold. Wind blades, icicles, and fireballs quickly condensed in the air and then shot in Yan Kailuan's direction. Elemental control, Yan Kailuan felt as if a mammoth had trampled over his heart. This opponent who had made him suffer a little in a melee was actually an elemental controller. The wind blades, icicles, and fireballs landed on Yan Kailuan's body and exploded into balls of light, but they were clearly unable to break through the defense of his 2-word battle armor. However, Yan Kailuan's expression was still very serious. After all, his opponent was using 10,000-year soul skills. Although these wind blades, icicles, and fireballs couldn't hurt him, they could temporarily push him back in the air. There would be impact. Under the obstruction of these attacks, Lan Xuanyu pulled away from him. Lan Xuanyu's right hand transformed into ice cones, wind blades, and fireballs as he continued to control the elemental energy attracted by the 4-colored ball of light in front of him. His left hand slowly drew circles in front of him. The 3 colors of green, red, and blue began to entangle with each other, and the outermost layer was covered with a layer of yellow. Soon, an inconspicuous yellow ball the size of a fist formed in front of him. At this moment, Yan Kailuan could no longer endure the attacks. He punched out, blasting away the elemental attacks in front of him. At the same time, he flew at full speed towards Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's body slowly floated backwards, falling towards the ground. The elemental attack continued, while the yellow ball that had just condensed flew towards Yan Kailuan. It was mixed in with the elemental attacks. From the side, it was possible to see everything Lan Xuanyu was doing. However, Yan Kailuan, who was in front of him, couldn't see because of the many elemental attacks. Yan Kailuan's expression was very serious. The first thing he wanted to do now wasn't to defeat Lan Xuanyu, but to destroy the 4-elemental ball of light in front of him. The existence of that ball of light had been attracting the elemental energy in the air to converge towards Lan Xuanyu. What Lan Xuanyu mobilized, in reality, was only the initial release of soul power that was relatively large. After the existence of this ball of light, his soul power consumption became much smaller. The elemental energy with strong offensive power was more attracted to him, and not born from his own body. this was the most terrifying part. It was the first time he had seen such strong elemental control. Lan Xuanyu's strength, defense, and blood came from his King Jinlong bloodline. The elemental control came from the Silver Dragon King bloodline. In terms of elemental control, Nana had been teaching him and improving his control of the elements. Lan Xuanyu had also been comprehending and cultivating. It was just that he was usually a commander and a support in the team, controlling the entire situation. It was rare for him to fight alone. Even his teammates subconsciously thought that he was only a 4-ring soul armature after all. However, his 4 soul rings were 4 10,000-year soul rings. Every breakthrough to the next level was difficult, but it also meant that Lan Xuanyu had improved greatly after his breakthrough. All his soul rings had evolved to the 10,000-year level, and his elemental control had reached a whole new level. Why was he able to use elemental stripping to injure the metal-type origin dragon on the dragon source star? This was elemental control. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu seemed to have become the core of the 4 elements. The 4 elements in the entire Federation's Central Academy were flocking towards him. Douluo planet was a place with an excellent environment and rich natural resources. Naturally, it didn't lack these basic elements. The light around Lan Xuanyu's body became stronger and stronger. Yan Kailuan also felt this, which was why he was even more fearful. The more time he gave his opponent, the more elements they could control. He would also face stronger opponents. The number of soul rings seemed to only limit Lan Xuanyu's total soul power, but it didn't limit the strength of his soul skills. He just needed more time to accumulate them. These elements seemed to have been summoned and continued to accumulate. As long as he could control them, it wasn't impossible for his offensive power to surpass his own. Hence, he didn't dare to wait. He had to break that ball of light as soon as possible and not give Lan Xuanyu a chance to accumulate. Seeing that another large wave of elemental attacks was coming, Yan Kailuan slapped out with his left palm and used the Void Earth Stomp. The surrounding air shook violently, and the elemental attacks turned into dust. However, just as all the other attacks were destroyed, a sense of danger appeared in Yan Kailuan's mind. In front of him, a yellow ball of light suddenly appeared. When that yellow ball of light first appeared, it was about the size of a fist. However, it shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was only the size of a fingernail. Yan Kailuan subconsciously crossed his arms in front of him, and his soul power instantly exploded outwards. His 5th soul ring lit up. A thick layer of armor appeared on the surface of his battle armor. 5th soul skill, Mammoth's armor. In the next instant, the rapidly shrinking yellow ball suddenly lit up. In an instant, a red and blue ball of light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was an extremely gorgeous red and blue ball of light. The entire sky was illuminated, and the sound only sounded after a long time. Boom! Yan Kailuan's body was sent flying, and like a cannonball, he slammed into the protective barrier in the distance. The protective barrier swayed violently. Even Lin Mahua couldn't help but ask, "What the hell is that?" Among everyone present, there were many who could feel the change just now, and their expressions changed at the same time. Erming, who was sitting on the soul beast's side, and the burly man beside him looked at each other. When they saw the surprise in each other's eyes, they nodded at each other, as if confirming something. Not to mention the outsiders, even Lan Xuanyu's companions couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Qian Lei couldn't help but ask, "Boss is so strong? What the hell is that?" Tang Yuga frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "I didn't expect his elemental control to have reached such a level." Lan Mengqin couldn't help but ask, "What exactly happened? Why don't I understand? How did Xianyu get such a powerful attack?" Tang Yuga murmured, "If I'm not wrong, he seems to have used the wind elements to create a vortex, which generates a very strong centrifugal force. Then, he placed the fire and water elements inside, and with the help of the centrifugal force, the 2 elements won't come into contact with each other and won't react to each other. Then, the wind elements rotated faster and faster. The outside was covered with the most stable earth elements. The earth elements slowly tightened inwards, and in the process of tightening, the wind elements rotated faster and faster because of the compression. Although the fire and water elements were extremely close to each other, they were still able to maintain stability and didn't collide with each other. Until they were compressed to the extreme. The 2 elements, water and fire, turned into a point during this high-speed rotation and compression. Then, it exploded. It produced such a terrifying explosive force. Everyone was tongue-tied. After a few seconds, even the usually silent Lu Feng couldn't help but say, "Is it that complicated?" Tang Yuge smiled bitterly. "That's why I said that he can control the elements to such an extent. It's really terrifying. His spiritual power is definitely much stronger than ours, and his elemental affinity is too high, even higher than my affinity with the 5 elements. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do this. To complete such an operation, not only must one be able to control the elements, but one must also have some memory of the trajectories of the elements. This is a situation that can only happen if one has an extremely high elemental affinity. It's still possible for a single element to reach such a level, but I've never heard of 4 elements reaching such a level. Not only does Xianyu have an affinity with life energy, but he might also have an even more terrifying affinity with the elements. He has an extremely strong affinity with all elements, at least the 4 elements that he currently controls: water, fire, earth, and wind." Yuan and Hui Hui couldn't help but ask, "Can you make the 5 elements produce such a fusion attack?" Tang Yuge said, "In a sense, the Great 5 Elements Divine Light Soul skill is a fusion skill that uses the characteristics of the 5 elements to generate each other. But my 5 elements are a cycle process, and it's much easier to control the 5 elements through a cycle. Remember to ask the pavilion to read it immediately." Xianyu relied on his control and affinity with the elements to achieve this, and it's much more difficult than mine. This isn't a soul skill, but a skill that he created by combining the elements. It's even more terrifying. In other words, he can actually make the elements do anything and produce any fusion effect. The explosive power of the 4-element attack just now was definitely not inferior to a 7-ring soul sage's all-out attack. Qian Lei's mouth twitched as he listened. "I'm celebrating for the 6th years because they didn't force boss to use this move. His control over the elements is too strong." Tang Yuge nodded slightly. "After breaking through, we're not the only ones whose strength has undergone a qualitative change. After Xian broke through to 4-ring, his strength also underwent a qualitative change, and it's even more powerful than ours. Yes, Lan Xuanyu's strength has undergone a qualitative change. Each of his breakthroughs were much more difficult than others, and he even had to rely on a lot of external forces to achieve them. However, once he broke through, the improvement he obtained would be comprehensive. His gold and silver bloodlines had been upgraded, his dragon god's transformation had been upgraded, his 4 basic elements had been gathered, his soul rings had been upgraded to black 10,000-year soul rings, and Jinlong's berserk domain had become more powerful. Even Lan Xuanyu himself only realized how much he had improved after completing this 4-element combination skill for the first time. This time, using the 4-element combination skill was like putting a mirror in front of him, allowing him to re-evaluate himself and realize how much his strength had improved after he gained the ability to control the 4 basic elements. That wasn't the end of the match. After crashing into the protective barrier, Tong Kellen was just barely able to regain control of his body in midair, and the red and blue light on the surface of his suit of 2-word battle armor was slowly receding. However, one side of his suit of 2-word battle armor had been scorched crimson by the flames, while the other side was covered in frost, creating an extremely peculiar sight to behold. Although the flames and frost were slowly receding, one could only imagine how powerful the explosion had been to cause such damage to his suit of 2-word battle armor. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had already landed on the ground, while Yan Kellen was still in midair. Tong Kellen didn't hesitate, and his 7th soul ring lit up. He couldn't wait any longer. Relying on his battle experience, he immediately made up his mind. Lan Xuanyu's 4-ringed cultivation was only on the surface, and his strength definitely couldn't be judged based on that. The amplification provided by the 4-element combination skill, the powerful ability to control the elements, and the explosive power of the 4-element combination skill made him not inferior to an ordinary 7-ringed soul master. Furthermore, he had control over the wind element, and his speed was extremely fast. It was extremely unlikely that Tang Wulin would be able to catch up to him and destroy the ball of light in front of him. Speed wasn't Yan Kellen's forte, and long-range attacks weren't his forte, so he couldn't even interfere with Lan Xuanyu from afar. At this moment, Yan Kellen realized that he was being suppressed by Lan Xuanyu's ability. If this continued, it wouldn't be Lan Xuanyu's four-ringed soul power that would be exhausted by Lan Xuanyu, but his soul power would be exhausted by Lan Xuanyu. The elements in the air became more and more berserk, and the four-colored light around Lan Xuanyu's body became more and more intense. Right now, Yan Kellen could only go all out to have a chance. Therefore, Yan Kellen didn't hesitate to use his strongest soul skill. 7th soul skill, Mammoth. True body. His body began to expand, and in mid-air, he transformed into a huge mammoth with 3 long fangs on each side. This mammoth was 10 meters tall and 15 meters long. Its huge limbs were like pillars supporting the heavens, and its long trunk swung upwards, letting out a deafening roar. At the same time, his 6th soul ring lit up, and shadows separated from his mammoth true body. More and more shadows appeared, and it was as if countless mammoths were being replicated. 6th soul skill, 10,000 Mammoth Stampede. This was Yan Kellen's only area-type soul skill, and also his strongest charging soul skill. At Yan Kellen's 2nd level. Under the effect of his word battle armor and martial soul true body, the entire sky was shaking violently. Seeing this scene, Lan Xuanyu's expression became serious. He could feel Yan Kellen's blazing blood chi and strong desire for victory. He had just realized his true magnetic lake, and had won this competition. He wanted to prove this victory to himself and his companions, even though he was a B student and a 4th cultivator of true virtue. With the buff of his bloodline, he was completely different from Pu's 4 evils cultivation. He also wanted this victory to prove to Old Shu and Lin Yihua that he had the ability to shoulder the future of the School of Life as the successor. A rainbow-colored light shone from his chest, and the silver dragon body scales on his body turned into colorful pieces. The moment the dragon god transformation was unleashed, the elements that were originally hovering around Lan Xuanyu gathered towards him. Remember to read it at the first possible moment. A huge 4-colored halo formed around his body. Not only did the dragon god's transformation improve his physical fitness and soul power, but it also fused his elemental affinity and the power of the gold and silver dragon king bloodline into one, making him a perfect whole. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the heavy elemental vortex had become black again, and the surrounding 4 elements were surging towards him at a speed several times faster than before. The elemental vortex in front of him slowly moved in front of him. He held the light ball with both hands, and the huge 4-colored halo spiraled over and continuously shrank around the light ball. 10,000 elephants galloped. Jihu's mammoth true body finally accumulated enough power and charged towards Lan Xuanyu with a momentum that covered the entire field. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's aura seemed to have weakened to the extreme. No, to be precise, it had been compressed to the extreme. In the next moment, a huge 4-colored pillar of light shot out from the light ball in his hand. The 4-elemental pillar of light that was like a heavy soul cannon shot towards the group of mammoths with an incomparably gorgeous glow. Boom! A huge elemental storm covered the entire field in an instant. At this moment, the entire field was in a kind of energy storm, so much so that the audience couldn't see the situation clearly. Violent booms continued to sound, and the elemental storm continued to strengthen. The mammoths disappeared in the elemental storm one after another, and the elemental storm was also constantly spreading outwards from the impact. For a moment, the audience couldn't see who had the upper hand at all. Read well, read well, read well, smiley face. At this moment, Lin Mahua, who was in mid-air, was shocked. Around his body, a layer of green halo blocked all the shockwaves. He originally thought that if Lan Xuanyu wanted to win, he would have to find an opportunity to use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to break through his opponent's defense. But what he didn't expect was that Lan Xuanyu would use an unexpected method to face Yan Kailuan, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Even with his experience, if someone had told him before today that a 4-ring soul ancestor could challenge a 7-ring soul sage, and a 1-word battle armor master challenging a 2-word battle armor master, he would have thought that it was a fantasy. But at this moment, right in front of his eyes, Lan Xuanyu did it. Lan Xuanyu was a 1-word battle armor master with only 4 rings. The only difference was that Lan Xuanyu had twin martial souls. But even with twin martial souls, it was impossible to make up for such a huge gap in soul power. However, Lan Xuanyu did it. Relying on his elemental affinity and physique, he guided the 4 basic elements for his own use and displayed his strengths, completely making up for the gap in cultivation between the two sides. With the addition of the Dragon God transformation, his cultivation rank had increased by a large margin. Remember to add it to your collection. Teacher, oh teacher, what kind of little monster is this disciple of yours? The elemental storm became stronger and stronger, and the mammoth's howl weakened. The entire protective barrier of the arena was filled with four-colored light. Because this was the top of the mountain, from afar, it looked as magnificent as a four-colored cloud rising from the peak of the mountain. Lin Mahua's heart skipped a beat. He understood that the outcome of this match had been decided. Just as he was about to make a move to end this match, the elemental storm began to disperse. A portion of it dissipated in midair, while the other portion converged in one direction like rivers returning to the sea. The arena gradually became clearer, and the mammoth disappeared. Yan Kailuan had already landed on the ground, and he was down on one knee as he panted heavily. His suit of two-word battle armor was riddled with countless cracks, and flames and ice were still clinging to it. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. After the elemental storm receded, he instantly sweated profusely and his body was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, he felt that he wasn't fighting Lan Xuanyu, but rather, he was fighting against the heavens and earth. That feeling was simply too terrifying. The elemental storm tore apart the mammoths one by one, while he himself was completely lost, unable to find his opponent. The rainbow-colored scales on Lan Xuanyu's body had already receded. His face was somewhat pale, and the elemental radiance in front of him was merging into his body bit by bit. Under the effect of his bloodline vortex, it was converted into life energy and soul power, restoring his body. Lin Mahua landed between the two and looked at Yan Kailuan. Yan Kailuan struggled to stand up and said, I can still do it. We admit defeat. At this moment, a melodious voice sounded. A figure quietly walked into the field. It didn't look fast, but it only took a few steps. She came to Yan Kailuan's side and supported him. Captain, the competition has just begun. We still have a team battle after that. You lost this round because you were suppressed. The person who came to Yan Kailuan's side was none other than Luo. Yan Kailuan turned his head to look at Luo, revealing a bitter smile. Luo glanced at him, causing him to be unable to continue speaking. First round, Shrek Academy wins. Lin Mahua announced the results of the first round as soon as Luo entered the field. Lan Xuanyu used his four-ringed cultivation to defeat the captain of the Federation's Central Academy's representative team, Yan Kailuan. He miraculously defeated someone stronger than him, causing an uproar. When the Federation's Central Academy students saw that Lan Xuanyu was only a four-ringed cultivator, they were certain that they would be able to win this round. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? Yan Kailuan actually lost to a two-word battle armor soul sage, a seven-ringed soul sage, to a four-ringed soul ancestor. Even Lin Mahua hadn't seen such a situation before, let alone them. For a moment, the stands were in chaos, and all the students' emotions were greatly affected. Lan Xuanyu stood in place for a few seconds, then slowly walked back to his side. Actually, he could have chosen to give up at the last moment, because he had already proven the strength of his four-elemental combination skill. He could have saved the Dragon God's transformation for the final team battle. Remember to add it to your collection. But he still wanted to test the strength of his elemental combination skill under the Dragon God's transformation. It was very difficult to try this in a team battle. In a team battle, he was more of a support and commanding role. He was the soul of the team, so he naturally didn't have that much time to release his own attacks, nor did he need to do so. With the increase in his cultivation, he could now use the Dragon God's transformation once a day, but he could only use it once. If he used it this time, he wouldn't be able to use it again in the team battle. Lan Xuanyu calculated the moment he used the Dragon God's transformation. In terms of strength, Yan Kailuan, a two-word battle armor master, should be slightly inferior to Sima Xian. Sima Xian's overall strength was stronger than his, but his strength was inferior. Lan Xuanyu calculated the strength of this team from the Federation's Central Academy. Simply put, if they were at Shrek Academy, Sima Xian's chances of entering the inner court were still very high, but it was hard to say for Yan Kailuan. In the previous years of the competition, Shrek Academy had won the majority of the victories, which also proved this point. In this way, the overall strength of this team was at most on par with Sima Xian's team. In the final team battle, Lan Xuanyu didn't need to use the Dragon God's transformation at all. Karen was very strong and had rich battle experience, but through the battle just now, Lan Xuanyu could feel that compared to the students of Shrek Academy, Chihu Yan Kailuan was lacking in the transformation of her abilities. Her abilities weren't as comprehensive. If Bing Tianshu were to face off against Karen, then even though his cultivation rank and battle armor were inferior to Karen's, he would still be able to make up for the disparity through the use of his abilities, so it would be difficult to say who would emerge victorious. The advantage of a seven-ringed soul sage was that their soul power was greatly increased, and their martial soul true body was greatly enhanced. Coupled with the endless growth of their soul core, a seven-ringed soul sage's soul power wouldn't be depleted so easily. Lan Xuanyu was completely certain that Yan Kailuan didn't have a soul core. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used so much energy after using the 10,000 mammoth stampede. The time he could last was relatively short. If Yan Kailuan could last until the end of his Dragon God's transformation, then he would be the one to lose. The audience quieted down. A female student from each side walked out. Second match, Shrek Academy, by Xiaoxiao, Federation Central Academy, Qing. Luo. The previous match was a battle between the captains of both teams, and this match was a battle between the most beautiful female students of both teams. Qing Luo had a head of long green hair, which set off her exceptional beauty. Bai Xiaoxiao had a head of long dark blue hair, and there was a hint of coldness on her calm face. In the spectator stands, Erming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned to look at the burly middle-aged man beside him. Big brother, this batch of students from Shrek Academy is pretty good. The burly middle-aged man's gaze also landed on Bai Xiaoxiao. Interesting, and she has an aura that we're familiar with. But in a sense, as long as she chooses to recultivate, it's different. This little girl is Xianyu's companion, and from the way they looked at each other just now, it seems like they're even closer. Erming immediately winked. Isn't that the same as Tangsan back then? The burly middle-aged man smiled. There's nothing wrong with that. But according to what you've heard. Based on what you said, Xian probably doesn't know about his own background. Erming Dao said, should we tell him? There's no way he's mistaken about this. His bloodline can't be acquired, and it must have been passed down from generation to generation. It's from generation to generation. Also, does it mean that he's still alive? Read well, read well, read well, smiley face, the middle-aged man sighed and said, it's hard to say. He might have been born from an egg, so his life energy is very strong. Therefore, it's not impossible for him to sleep for thousands of years. There's no guarantee that his parents are still alive. But you're right. His blood regeneration ability is passed down. We couldn't save Wuling back then, and we've already let Tang San down. This time, we have to protect this child no matter what. Yes, it's good that he can enter the Shrek Academy. Also, the Eternal Tree can discover his identity. Didn't they say that the Eternal Tree has revived? I think it might have something to do with this kid. Little Tree is also here for Xianyu. It has designated Xianyu as the successor of the School of Life. This must be the Eternal Tree's idea. It will also protect this child. The middle-aged man sighed again. I just don't know if they're still alive. Erming smiled bitterly. Are you talking about his parents or his grandparents? Both. I hope they're still alive and well. While they were talking, Bai Xiaoxiao and Qing Luo had already arrived at the center of the arena. Qing Luo looked at Bai Xiaoxiao in front of her. She smiled and nodded. Hello. Hello. Bai Xiaoxiao politely returned the greeting. They were both sizing each other up. In terms of appearance, Qing Luo was delicate and pretty, while Bai Xiaoxiao was cold and elegant. They both had their own unique characteristics. Qing Luo secretly praised them in her heart. She was already 22 years old and had fully developed. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoxiao should only be around 16 years old and still in the puberty stage. In 2 years, she would probably be prettier than her. Moreover, Bai Xiaoxiao's aura was very noble and very strange. The Shrek Academy was indeed extraordinary. Karen also found it hard to believe that she had lost to Lan Xuanyu. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. She went to the Cho Pavilion to take a look. Was the Shrek Academy really that strong? What about the girl in front of him? How strong was she? She couldn't be a four-ringed soul armature as well, right? But no matter what, he had to win this match. If he won this match, he could at least drag it out until the group battle. It seemed like Yan Kailuan hadn't been able to unleash his full strength because he had been suppressed. In a group battle, a strength-type soul master like Yan Kailuan could still be very useful. Begin. As Lin Mahua's voice rang out, the second match began. Luo tapped the ground lightly with the tip of her foot and glided forward. She floated towards Bai Xiao, and soul rings rose from beneath her feet. She started with 3 purple soul rings, and then 1 black soul ring after another. When the 5th black soul ring appeared, the expressions of Lan Xuanyu and the others immediately changed. 3 purple and 5 black soul rings. She was an 8-ringed soul Douluo. Her opponent was actually like Lan Xuanyu and the others. The strongest person wasn't their captain, and it was very likely that it was this girl in front of him. Even when they fought against the 6th years in the Shrek Academy, Lan Xuanyu and the others hadn't met an 8-ringed opponent, but they had met one here. A small purple fan appeared in Luo's hand at this moment. She floated forward and arrived not far from Bai Xiao in the blink of an eye. She gently waved the small fan in her hand, and purple threads immediately floated in all directions. Bai Xiao didn't feel any pressure from Luo, but she wasn't happy because of this. Instead, she became even more vigilant, because this was a sign that Luo had extremely good control over her soul power. Luo's cultivation was already an 8-ringed soul Douluo, and Bai Xiao completely believed that she already had a soul core. Her overall strength was far above hers. If a normal soul master discovered that their opponent was 3 ranks higher than them, they would probably have a nervous breakdown. However, Bai Xiao didn't. In the face of pressure, she was even calmer. This was her nature, and it was also a habit that she had cultivated under Nana's guidance for many years. Didn't Lan Xuanyu defeat his opponent with a difference of 3 levels? Although he has twin martial souls and a powerful martial soul fusion skill like the Dragon God transformation, I'm not bad either. I have the help of Senior Demon Queen, a great beast-level spirit soul, so why can't I win this battle? A spear of ice instantly appeared in Bai Xiao's hand. She took a step forward with her left foot, and with lightning speed, her spear didn't stab at Luo. Furthermore, she didn't seem to notice the purple threads that had already spread out. Luo's martial soul was the Heaven's Luo Fan, a very special tool martial soul that had both control and attack attributes. Lan Xuanyu's guess was right. Luo was the strongest among all the soul masters, even stronger than Yan Kailuan. She was also Leap Karen's girlfriend. Remember to keep it in the Cho Pavilion. As a branch of Shrek Academy, the Federation's Central Academy had a quota for graduates to enter Shrek Academy for a certain period of time. However, this quota was very rare, and only one would appear every few years. Furthermore, they had to meet many hard criteria, such as the number of heaven dueling missions completed, heaven dueling points, their own cultivation, and the grade of their battle armor. Luo was the only one from the Federation's Central Academy who was guaranteed to enter Shrek Academy's inner court. It was clear how strong she was. As her boyfriend, Leap Karen naturally hoped that he could follow in her footsteps and enter Shrek Academy to further his studies. Otherwise, the gap between the two of them would only widen. Furthermore, Shrek Academy was a place where geniuses gathered. This was especially true for the inner court. Yan Kailuan was worried that with his beautiful girlfriend, if she went there and met a male student who was more outstanding than him, their relationship would change. Thus, Yan Kailuan had been working very hard these past few years. In terms of talent, although his mammoth martial soul was a top-notch strength-type martial soul, it was as if he worked harder than anyone else. Lan Xuanyu felt that the change was still too little. Thus, even now, his cultivation was still a level lower than Luo's. Before the sparring match, they had received news that if they could defeat Shrek Academy's team, they would receive an extra slot to enter Shrek Academy's inner court. Although Yan Kailuan wasn't the only one in the team who wanted this slot, he was the one with the highest hopes of obtaining it. He was the captain and student, and President Yu wasn't weak either. He met the requirements in all aspects. Thus, if they could defeat Shrek Academy, there was a 70% chance that the slot would fall into his hands. How could he not give it his all? Qing Luo naturally hoped that Leap Karen could go with her. Women were more able to read men's minds, and she understood Leap Karen's worries. If the two of them could go together, they could look after each other. Furthermore, if they had the experience of studying in Shrek Academy's inner court, the two of them would undoubtedly be able to go further in the future. In fact, the War God's temple had already accepted Leap Karen and was preparing to nurture him into a reserve war god. Regardless of whether it was the War God's temple, the Spirit Pagoda, the Tang Men, or the Shrek Academy, they had all extended an olive branch to Qing Luo. This was a treatment only geniuses could receive. Qing Luo hadn't made her choice yet. She had to make a decision based on the future development of the two of them. Although they were lovers, if their paths were too far apart in the future, even Qing Luo herself wasn't absolutely confident that they would be able to continue walking together. She and Yan Kailuan were both working hard to continue being together in the future. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. At this moment, Qing Luo was slightly shocked by Bai Xiuxiu's spear. The aura of this spear was completely restrained, making it impossible for her to determine the power of the spear. More importantly, at this very moment, she felt as if she was running towards the tip of a spear. Prediction? She can actually predict my movements. Qing Luo forced herself to stop. She closed her Tian Luo fan and pointed it at the tip of the ice spear. But at this moment, the ice spear suddenly retracted, and the tip of the spear disappeared, causing her fan to hit nothing but air. Following this, the spear light flickered, and the tip of the spear was already at her lower abdomen. It was extremely fast. However, it was also at this moment that the purple threads released by the Heaven's Net fan had already wrapped around Bai Xiuxiu's body from all directions. At this moment, 5 soul rings appeared under Bai Xiuxiu's feet. When the orange gold soul rings appeared in everyone's eyes, the entire mountain peak fell silent. Although Lan Xuanyu's strength was shocking, it was still within the range of understanding. But what were these orange gold soul rings? As the 5 soul rings appeared, a layer of purple scales drilled out of Bai Xiuxiu's body and covered her entire body. Bai Xiuxiu didn't care about the threads at all. She continued to stab with her ice spear. The first purple thread landed directly on her body. To Qingluo's surprise, the moment the heavenly net silk came into contact with Bai Xiuxiu's purple scales, there was a soft poof sound, and then it melted into nothingness. Following this, the purple threads landed on Bai Xiuxiu's body, but the results were the same. They couldn't wrap around her at all. Nor could they affect her movements. Her purple scales have a corrosive effect. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Qing Luo flipped the Tian Luo fan in her hand and slammed it down. But the ice spear was retracted in an instant. The spear flickered in and out like a ghost. It was Qing Luo's first time facing an opponent like this. Bai Xiuxiu's spear skills were unpredictable. She couldn't meet her head-on, but she couldn't avoid it. She had never seen such spear skills before. In fact, in this aspect, Bai Xiuxiu was often praised by Nana. In terms of technique, no one in Lan Xuanyu's team could compare to Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu was born with an innate talent for all kinds of techniques. She learned quickly, and she could derive many variations. The perfect combination of technique and soul skills was the strongest Bai Xiuxiu. That day when he and Lan Xuanyu faced the sorrow and joy dual swords together, the two of them were simply too restrained. They couldn't use their strengths, and enthuse to use of their emotions to attack. But in today's sparring with the Federation's Central Academy, they began to display their abilities. A look of interest appeared on Qingluo's face as well. Under Bai Xiuxiu's attacks, she was actually forced into a fluster. This had nothing to do with cultivation. In terms of technique, she could feel that she was being suppressed by her opponent. Furthermore, she calmed down and observed Bai Xiuxiu's orange gold soul ring. She knew what orange gold meant. But she only knew it in theory. Legend had it that only soul beasts with a cultivation of over 200,000 years could produce orange gold soul rings. An orange gold soul ring could give a soul master at least 2 soul skills. It was even possible for it to give 3 soul skills. Where did she get a savage beast to fuse with her? Furthermore, what was the soul skill attached to her orange gold soul ring? Without a doubt, a soul skill on the level of a savage beast must be very terrifying. It was extremely powerful. Hence, Luo wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, she observed the battle and confirmed what Bai Xiuxiu's martial soul was. Compared to the previous round's magnificent clash, this round seemed to have returned to the primitive era. It was a close combat battle. Bai Xiuxiu stretched out her body, and an ice spear flew up and down, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, displaying her powerful combat skills. Luo opened and closed her Heaven's Luo fan to defend against Bai Xiuxiu's attacks. Neither of them were in a hurry to use more soul skills. Luo even put away her Heaven's Luo silk. This round was more like a sparring match. In the Soul Beast spectator stand, Erming said to the burly middle-aged man beside him, "Can you see who it is? Is it a spirit? It must be a spirit. Otherwise, how could she fuse with her fifth soul ring? From her aura, it seems to be the Demon Queen." Tian had fallen, and the Tiger King had taken over his position. The Devil Queen and Bai Ji were silent. I originally thought that they were secretly assisting him, but why would the Devil Queen follow a human girl? That's strange. Erming was also quite perplexed. That's right. We know the Demon Queen's personality very well. Apart from Tian and the Silver Dragon King, she's cold to everyone else. She's very cruel. Why would she become a human spirit? Let's see if it's the Demon Queen first. If it's the Demon Queen, it's hard to say, even though her opponent is an 8-ringed soul master. Erming was a little doubtful. Big Ming, do you think that child can win? After 7 rings and obtaining a soul core, there's a qualitative change. The difference in soul power is too great. Although the powers given to her by the Infernal Queen are strong, without the support of sufficiently strong soul power, it won't be of much use. Big Ming glanced at him and said, "Look carefully." She had been conserving her soul power the entire time. If my guess wasn't wrong, she was looking for an opportunity. There should be at least one chance for her to erupt with her full strength. If she unleashes her full power, she'll win. Otherwise, she'll lose. Not only is she very experienced, she's also very thoughtful. Yes. When Bai Xiuxiu saw that her opponent was an 8-ringed soul Douluo, she already had her own battle plan. She knew that under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be a match for her opponent no matter what. Even after fighting for so long, Luo's soul power was still the same. It was as if it hadn't been depleted at all. This was the effect of her soul core. Bai Xiuxiu didn't have Lan Xuanyu's ability to absorb the elements in the air for his own use to make up for his lack of cultivation. In fact, in an environment without such rich natural elements, Lan Xuanyu's fighting strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, whether it was a battle of attrition or speed, she didn't have a high chance of defeating Luo. Even though Luo was in a defensive position, she was very cautious. She didn't want to give her any chance. Therefore, Bai Xiuxiu knew that there was only one way for her to win. She had to grab an opportunity and unleash her full power to defeat Luo. However, she was certain that Luo would be wary of her fighting style and wouldn't give her any chances. Therefore, she didn't know what the final result would be. The only advantage she had was that Luo didn't know what abilities her orange gold soul rings had. Luo wasn't anxious at all. She was able to become the #1 person in the Federation's Central Academy not only because of her strong cultivation, but also because of her strong mentality. In fact, there weren't many people in the academy who knew that she was an 8-ringed soul sage before today. She had always stood behind Yan Kailuan. It was because of her support that no one could shake Yan Kailuan's position as the president of the student council. She didn't reveal her true strength. Therefore, from the start of the battle, she knew that she had a huge advantage. Her opponent was only a 5-ringed soul king, while she had a soul core and the strength of an 8-ringed soul sage. The most stable way to defeat her opponent was to counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. No matter how her opponent attacked, as long as she could defend herself, she would naturally win the moment her opponent's soul power was depleted. End of chapter 757. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.